Yes. Wang Jiandong nodded as he took Lu Lujia's card and walked up to the receptionist. There were many others who had been provoked by Xianxia's words. They quickly took out their sword pavilion coins and placed them in the hands of the receptionist. This way, even if they were killed, they would be able to complete the bet. That fellow is really asking for it. Upon seeing this sight, Zhu Yanji and Wei Suifeng were so exhilarated that they could have exploded from glee. The reason they had taken Lu Lujia and Wang Jiandong there was incredibly simple. They wanted to borrow their strength to teach the other party a lesson, as well as to force the other party into revealing his identity so that they could coerce him into returning the money that they had lost. Who could have known that the other party would make such an audacious move? Did he think that he could single-handedly defeat all the inner disciples there? He must have gone mad. It was undeniable that the other party was powerful, but as the saying went, it's hard for 2 hands to cope with 4 hands. Furthermore, there were over 1,000 hands there. Even if that fellow doesn't display his ultimate technique, there's no way he'll be a match for everyone here. There's no doubt that he'll be severely punished by the sect for his preposterous actions. With such a thought in mind, the two of them felt a lot more balanced inside. They had initially been rather furious at having their money taken away just like that, but just imagining the pathetic plight that awaited that conceited brat quelled their anger completely. That fellow might be formidable, but it's a pity that he has a loose screw in his head. How could a person possibly defeat so many people at once? He must be bonkers. Nevertheless, regardless of the outcome of this battle, his name will probably resound across the entire sect after this. Most of the disciples were infuriated by Zhang Xian's provocations, but there were a few who admired his courage. At the very least, there was no one in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion who had dared make such an audacious challenge for the past few centuries. Who wants to come first? Paying no heed to the discussions from the crowd, Zhang Xian leaped into the dueling ring before looking at the crowd all around him, as if challenging them to take him on. If he had known that he could challenge everyone and take all their wealth, he would have long made such a move. He would not have wasted 10 minutes hesitating over what he should do. What arrogance! I can't take it anymore. I'll kill him. Unable to take it anymore, an inner disciple leaped into the dueling ring. I am Wu Feng. In the previous inner disciple tournament, I was ranked 157th. I might not be the strongest among the inner disciples, but I won't allow the likes of you to insult me. Unleashing a ferocious roar filled with killing intent, the inner disciple drove his sword toward I am low profile. Since the other party had made such a bold claim, it was likely that he had the strength to back his words up. Wu Feng instinctively felt that he would not be a match for the other party. But so what? Even if he died there, he would not allow himself to be insulted in such a manner. Hula! In the blink of an eye, he had already launched 18 consecutive slashes, and each of them was faster than the last. Sword art. 18 curvatures of the mountain route. This was his strongest battle technique, and it was with this sword art that he had defeated many opponents on this dueling ring. His execution of the technique was smooth and refined, and sword chi flowed out from the edge of his blade like flowing water. Show your move! Wu Feng roared ferociously as he wrapped his sword chi around his body. Show my move! Zhang Xian shook his head with a light smile. I've already made my move. You have already made your move. Wu Feng was stunned. It was only at that moment that he felt a sharp pain intensifying on his throat. He tried to lower his head, but fresh blood suddenly spurted forth like a fountain. Pada! His head fell to the ground. How is this possible? Those were the last words murmured weakly from Wu Feng's mouth before his body dissipated into fragments of light. He had put up an absolute defense, but the other party had still managed to lop off his head without him noticing. How was that possible? The crowd was also flabbergasted. They had thought I am low profile too arrogant for challenging them all at once. But from the looks of it, it seemed like his arrogance was not unfounded. Even though their eyes had been on the dueling ring, no one actually saw how I am low profile managed to lop Wu Feng's head off. Remarkable. But so what if he's powerful? Even if we go at him one at a time, it's just a matter of time before he runs out of Jinqi. Indeed, There's no need to be afraid of him. We'll only lose an ethereal token at most. Let's slowly grind him down. I don't believe that he can continue spouting such smug words after facing a couple of us. The crowd slowly recovered from the shock of Wu Feng's death. Before long, there were a few roars that roused the morale of the crowd, and a new challenger stepped into the dueling ring. If their lives were really at risk, most of them would probably have been hesitant. However, as the duel was held in the ethereal hall, the worst that could happen to them was losing an ethereal token. As long as they killed that fellow, they could accept such a loss. Even if they had to slowly where I am low profile down with heaps and heaps of corpses, they were determined to finish him off. I am. The inner disciple who leaped onto the stage raised his sword as he began to introduce himself. However, before he could even finish his words, he felt an itch at his throat, and before he knew it, he was staring at his own feet. His head had been lopped off as well. What about the rest of you? Xianxia frowned in displeasure. Honestly, I think it's a huge waste of time for you all to come up one by one. How long will it take for me to slaughter all of you at this rate? Just come up all at once. While he was glad that there were people taking on the challenge, this was taking way too long. If he had to kill them one by one, he would not be done even by daybreak. Why in the world were they wasting his time by dawdling before? You bastard! You are asking for it. Meanwhile, the crowd beneath was really on the verge of losing their rationality. It was for the sake of fairness that they had decided to go at him one by one. Yet, that fellow actually wanted all of them to go at him at once. Was he asking for a lynching? Let's go together. Voila! In an instant, 5 inner disciples leaped into the dueling ring. Those 5 inner disciples were not too weak. They were ranked in the top 300 of the inner disciple tournament. The de facto leader of the group harumphed coldly. Rest assured, we won't use a collaborative formation against you. It was already beneath them as proud inner disciples of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion to gang up against a single opponent. They could not lower their pride any further to resort to using a collaborative formation. Whatever. Xianxia raised his sword and slashed it horizontally through the air, following which, he turned to the crowd and shouted, "Next! Put on! Put on! Put on! Put on! Put on!" Right after those words were spoken, the heads of the 5 inner disciples fell to the ground before their bodies dissipated into light fragments. Xianxia also knew about the limitations of his stamina and jinqi. If it had been his main body, having cultivated the Heaven's Path divine art and undergone the Saint Ascension ordeal and such, he would have had no worries about depleting his jinqi at all. However, the body that he was given in the ethereal hall did not enjoy such a luxury. So, he unhesitatingly chose to kill them within a single move, not giving them a chance to retaliate at all. This saved him quite a bit of jinqi and stamina. Next. That fellow's swordsmanship is pretty fast. We mustn't waste our time talking crap with him. We need to unleash our strongest sword arts as soon as we step into the dueling ring. Indeed. Everyone, don't bother holding back at all. Release your strongest moves. Even if you can't kill him, at the very least, try to deplete as much of his stamina and jinqi as possible. Not expecting the 5 inner disciples to be killed before they could even make a move, a huge commotion broke out amid the crowd. Determined not to give Xianxia a chance to rest, yet another group of 5 quickly leaped into the dueling ring. At this point in time, there was no one who dared underestimate I am low profile anymore. However, they were still unwilling to believe that the other party could single-handedly defeat all of them. If they could not defeat him with their combined might, what would others think of them? Their dignity would be completely crushed. They could not back down there. Wong 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 wong. Without any hesitation, the 5 who had just stepped onto the stage immediately unleashed an ocean of sword chi into the dueling ring. Driving their jinqi to their limits, they executed the strongest moves that they knew. This prevented them from coordinating with one another through a collaborative formation, but as experts, they were still able to control their attacks such that they would not hinder one another. Their torrential offense had Xianxia's movements completely sealed, such that there was nowhere he could escape to. Seeing that at least this batch of opponents was a little smarter than the last, A slight smile finally emerged on Xianxia's lips. He took a step forward. Puha! Puha! No one saw him move his sword, but two heads had already fallen to the ground. Xianxia took a step back, and yet another head fell to the ground. The two remaining opponents in the dueling ring were a piece of cake. With a swift slash of his sword, they disappeared from the dueling ring in less than a breath. Upon seeing this sight, Wuxia's body trembled in shock. He could tell that the collaboration between the five wasn't complete, so he redirected their attacks to kill one another. This saves him quite a bit of Jinqi, reducing his energy consumption to the minimum. Wang Jiandong's eyes were also widened. What I am low profile had done was use a little bit of force to redirect the offense of the five against one another. While those five were trying to coordinate with one another, it was still impossible for them to constantly keep track of each other's movements and attacks in the midst of a dynamic battle. This was the very opening that I am low profile exploited to defeat those five. But as simple as it sounded, it was far more difficult than it seemed to put into practice. Firstly, I am low profile had to have a deep understanding of the moves of the five, such as the trajectories of their attacks and the next move they would take. Otherwise, there was no way he could step into the midst of their attacks without guaranteeing that he would not be hurt. Secondly, his calculations had to be absolutely precise. Amid the barrage of five powerful attacks, he had to maintain a tight overview of the chaotic situation and determine the ideal move that he should make. Thirdly, he had to have absolute confidence in his abilities. The slightest hesitation could result in a mistake in his redirection, and the one who would be killed could very well be him. Those 3 points had to be met in order to achieve this feat. Wang Jiandong was confident that he would be able to defeat those 5 inner disciples. But there was no way that he would be able to do it with such ease. He could not help but turn his gaze to Wuxia, hoping to know whether the number 1 expert of the inner disciples would be able to achieve this feat or not. I couldn't do it. Wuxia shook his head. He has only used a single surge of Jinqi to kill those 5, but I would require at least 5 surges. He would have been able to charge into the attacks of the 5 and swiftly slay all of them, but it was beyond his means to redirect their attacks against one another and defeat them without even lifting a single finger. Naturally, it was obvious which fighting style was superior. Wuxia paused for a moment before adding, "The precision of his control, his overview of the battlefield, and his swordsmanship skills are truly formidable. However, as long as I can uncover his ultimate technique and trump card, I should be able to kill him with my full strength." There was no doubt that the other party's movements were swift and unorthodox, but he could do the same. In terms of swordsmanship skill, he did not think that he was beneath I am low profile at all. As long as he could uncover what the other party's strongest move was and take precautions, it should not be too difficult for him to achieve victory given his strength. Slowly, the other cultivators among the crowd also saw through the crux behind Xianxia's earlier actions, and they exclaimed in horror, "Everyone, be careful. Don't use collaborative formations or go at him in a group. Otherwise, he'll just redirect your attacks against one another." If they continued going at him as a group, instead of expending his Jinqi and wearing him down, they would only become his murder weapon. What should we do then? If we don't go at him as a group, we'll just die much more pitiful deaths going up one by one. All of a sudden, the area around the dueling ring fell silent. No one dared to head up anymore. One by one would not work, and going as a group only backfired on them. It was like there was no way out of this at all. No matter which way they chose, the outcome was still a tragic defeat. Seeing that no one was moving at all, Wang Jiandong glanced at Wuxia before walking over to the dueling ring with widened strides. "Allow me." However, before he could step in, he discreetly sent a telepathic message to Wuxia and said, "I'll try to force him to use his strongest move. Take a good look and try to decipher it. When it's your turn, make sure to kill him in a single blow. Don't give him any time to react." Knowing Wang Jiandong's motives, Wuxia nodded. "All right." Those who had challenged I am low profile so far were not too strong. Not a single one of them was ranked in the top 50 among the inner disciples. On the other hand, Wang Jiandong was ranked 3rd place. With his strength, he should be able to force I am low profile to reveal his true strength, thus allowing Lu Lujia to make a more wholesome assessment of the other party. This way, Lu Lujia would stand a better chance of defeating the other party when it was finally his turn. I am Wang Jiandong. Please allow me to witness your strongest move, Wang Jiandong said. The leisurely aura around him vanished as soon as he stepped into the dueling ring. The Jinqi in his body roared, and his aura rose into the heavens. In an instant, it felt as if he had transformed into a war god. As if responding to his sword intent, his sword reverberated in agitation. It sounded like the growl of a massive dragon. It's Senior Wang Jiandong. He's actually here. This is wonderful. He's ranked third among the inner disciples, right? With his formidable swordsmanship, he should be able to end the other party quickly. Well, even if I am low profile wins the match by chance, he'll probably expend a huge chunk of his Jinqi in this battle. Hearing the name, the crowd began cheering excitedly. Lu Lujia and Wang Jiandong did not frequent the dueling ring, and they used aliases for the names of their avatars. Thus, unless they declared their names, no one would be able to recognize them. Hearing the discussions amid the crowd, Xianxia said, Wang Jiandong, you are ranked third among the inner disciples. Indeed. Shall we get started? Wang Jiandong asked. He channeled his sword qi into the sword in his hand, ready to launch a devastating strike on his opponent. Sounds good, Zhang Xian replied. He took a step forward. Pada! Wang Jiandong's head fell to the ground. Silence. What? Watching as the world rotate around him. All that was in Wang Jiandong's mind was incredulity. Even in his moment of death, he did not believe what was happening to him. He had driven his sword intent and sharpened his concentration to their limits. He had been prepared to meet anything that came his way. He had intended to last as long as he could against his opponent and put up a good fight. But as soon as the other party made his move, the world had begun rotating around him. Everything had ended before he knew it. When did the other party make the move? How did the other party make the move? He realized that he knew nothing at all. Was such a swift sword humanly possible? Lujia, I'm sorry. I was thinking of sounding out the other party's moves for your reference, but my strength is limited. To the other party, I am probably no different from an unmoving target. With a heart filled with regrets, Wang Jiandong dissipated into light fragments. Beneath the dueling ring, Lu Lujia witnessed everything that had happened clearly with his eyes, and he nearly blacked out. That was the third strongest expert among the inner disciples. Yet, he had helplessly been killed in a single move. How in the world did something like this happen? Will I really be a match against such a fast sword? Lu Lujia fell into deep thought. Deep inside, he already had a clear answer in his mind. There was no way he could block that blow. However, he was unwilling to give up just that. His tenacity did not allow him to give up just because a stronger opponent was standing before him. There had never been an obstacle that had brought him down before, and he did not think that this would be any different. All of a sudden, the fighting will in his eyes flared up once more. I get it. I get it. Jiandong, your death wasn't in vain. You didn't manage to force him into revealing his trump card. But I have managed to uncover the flaws in his swordsmanship. Lu Lujia clenched his fists tightly as his Jinqi roared within his body. He had finally found a way out of this quandary. Based on his analysis so far, the other party's so-called trump card was much simpler than what they had assumed, and that was his swiftness. His sword was so fast that most opponents he faced would not even be able to react to his attack. Most likely, the other party had comprehended the speed quintessence. Even the greatest might could be overcome, but absolute speed was undefeatable. He had been so interested in finding out what kind of move the other party had executed that such a simple fact had eluded him. In truth, the other party only had a single move, and that was his swiftness. As long as one sword was swift enough, even an expert of Wang Jiandong's caliber could be decapitated in an instant. There's only one way to avoid a swift sword, and that's to take the initiative. In the other words, I just have to be faster. Coming to understand the crux of the other party's strength, Lu Lujie swiftly stumbled upon the answer to overcoming the other party's swordsmanship. Defense was not enough to curb a swift sword, so the only true way to do so was to match its speed. Only by outmaneuvering the other party would he be able to force the other party into revealing his openings. Closing his eyes, Lu Lujie swiftly formulated several offensive maneuvers in his mind, and eventually, he settled upon one of them. He felt that as long as he executed it properly, his chances of victory would be over 70%. While Lu Lujie was still in deep thought, another 20 people had stepped into the dueling ring one after another. Just like those that had gone before them, their heads ended up rolling off their necks. None of them managed to last a single breath. By this point, the crowd was already trembling fearfully as the frightening strength of I Am Low Profile started to seep into their minds. In less than 3 minutes, I Am Low Profile had already killed 40 opponents, and 7 of them were ranked in the top 100. There was even the third ranker Wang Jiandong among the victims. Yet, no one had managed to land even a single blow on I Am Profile so far. Not only that, no one had been able to make sense of how the other party had managed to kill them. Initially, they had thought that they could eventually grind down this fellow with sheer numbers, but right now, their confidence was wavering. In their minds, I Am Low Profile had already transformed from an ordinary human into a callous Grim Reaper. Every move he made would signify a decapitation. It was almost as if this had become a rule on this dueling ring. It did not matter how many opponents he was facing or how powerful his opponent was. Seeing that morale had fallen to an all-time low, Lu Lujie shouted, "Everyone, don't panic. He's only a single man. We have more than enough people to take him down. Even if we stand here and allow him to kill us, how many of us will he be able to take down? Indeed, he might be powerful, but he's only a single man. We can't lose. Otherwise, what will other people think of us? Losing our money is a small deal. What's more important is that the sect will surely punish us for our weakness." Lu Lujie's shout made everyone snap out of their fear, and their eyes began blazing with fighting spirit once more. "Everyone, I have been analyzing his swordsmanship thus far, and the crux of his strength is simply his speed. It's not as complicated as what you are imagining. As long as we are able to move faster than him, he will be a goner," Lu Lujie said as he slowly made his way over to the dueling ring. "I'll kill him right now so as to show you that there are plenty of experts among the inner disciples." Hearing Lu Lujie's words, the crowd swiftly widened their eyes in realization. Indeed, it was their inability to comprehend I Am Low Profile's attacks that made him seem more frightening than he truly was. However, if all the other party had was speed, as long as they were able to move faster than the other party would be nothing at all. A swift sword was formidable, but it was highly demanding on one's vitality and jinqi. Given the limitations on his cultivation imposed by the ethereal hall, how much longer could I Am Low Profile keep up with such speed? To be able to see through all of this, it seems like that friend over there is a true expert. I wonder if he'll be able to defeat I Am Low Profile. It doesn't matter whether he's able to defeat I Am Low Profile or not. The knowledge that I Am Low Profile is using speed to overwhelm his opponents is a crucial piece of information. This means that the sacrifices of those that came before haven't been in vain. As long as we go at him relentlessly, he will eventually wear himself out. As Lu Lujie made his way to the dueling ring, the crowd instinctively opened up a path for him as they roared cheers of support. Lu Lujie was currently using a new ethereal token, and the nickname that he was using was different from before. As such, no one knew that he was actually the #1 expert of the inner disciples. Hearing the confident declaration from the new challenger, Xianxia could not help but chuckle softly. "You said that speed is the crux of my strength? How was his move fast at all?" This was nothing more than an ordinary slash from him after comprehending that sword intent. The more powerful one's sword intent was, the greater the burden on one's jinqi, physical body, and soul. His current ancient sage One Dan would not be able to bear the burden of executing a truly swift sword. In fact, even his real ancient sage 4 Dan consummation body would not be able to bear the pressure from unleashing the sword intent that he had captured with his golden page. As such, all he could only showcase a sliver of what he was truly capable of. Nevertheless, while the other party's analysis wasn't completely accurate, it was a good attempt. From the looks of it, it appeared that the new challenger was a fairly decent sword practitioner. Usually, he would be interested in seeing what the other party was capable of, but it was a pity that he was currently a little too feeble. He could not afford to squander any of his strength. Furthermore, he was pressed for time, so he could only end this quickly. Let's begin. While such thoughts were running through Xianxia's mind, Wuxia had already gotten into the ring and readied himself. He swiftly harmonized together with his sword before dashing forth like a burst of wind. Due to the sheer speed that he was moving at, the tip of his sword released a deafening rumbling reminiscent of the roar of thunder. Swift. But this move looks rather familiar. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. It's the Sword of Thunder Call. Legend has it that the elder who created this technique was inspired by a streak of lightning in the sky. This swordsmanship allows one to move with speed, as fast as lightning and strength as frightening as thunder. That swordsmanship is one of the top 3 sword arts within the inner disciples' library. But it's simply so hard that most who try give up eventually. So far, among the inner disciples, there's only one person who has succeeded. Wait a moment. You can't mean to say that the person in the dueling ring is... The new challenger moved with such agility that the crowd could hardly keep up with his movements. A huge uproar broke out among them. It was a well-known fact that only Senior Wuxia had mastered this move. This was more than enough to verify the identity of the new challenger. It seemed like even the number 1 expert of the inner disciples had decided to make a move to teach that arrogant fellow a lesson. That brat is finally done for. That fellow's tricks will be swiftly unraveled under Senior Lu's ingenuity. Everyone's eyes lit up in excitement as they cheered for Wuxia. In their hearts, Wuxia was an undefeatable legend. He had dominated the number 1 spot for 7 years now, and no one had come close to even shaking his position so far. With such an expert making a move, I am low profile would surely fall into defeat. With that, there was no way he would act arrogantly anymore. Back to the dueling ring, Wuxia was completely oblivious to the fact that his identity had been revealed. At that very moment, his complete attention was focused on his sword art. Knowing that his opponent's sword was capable of moving at inhuman speeds, he dared not let his guard down for even a second. Any opening that he showed could very well become his undoing. With his incredible speed, he covered over a dozen meters in the blink of an eye, but for some reason, perhaps because I am low profile was caught off guard or was simply that confident in his abilities, the other party remained rooted to the spot, not moving at all. Are you still not going to make a move? Or are you unable to make a move? It seemed like his guess was right. The only thing that the other party had was his speed. With him outdoing the other party's speed, there was no longer anything the other party could do. Victory was his to claim. Voila! But as this thought was circling in his mind, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation ahead of him. Glancing upward, his eyes widened in disbelief. At some point in time, the other party had lifted his sword and placed it in the trajectory of his movement, waiting for him to crash into it. As he was moving too fast, he was not even able to pull off a sidestep. Before he could say a word, the sword had already plunged right through his head. Put on. His body fell lifelessly to the ground. Next! Xianxia shouted out. The other party's movements were rather fast, so he had chosen to place his sword in the path of the other party. As he had expected, the other party had ended up running right into his blade, thus allowing him to achieve a headshot without even exerting much strength. Senior Lu was killed just like that? What's even more frightening is that I am low profile didn't even exert any strength. All he did was hold his sword in position, and Senior Lu simply ran right into it. Didn't Senior Lu say something about defeating speed with greater speed? The crowd shuddered in fear. At this moment, they were on the verge of a mental breakdown. Even the number 1 expert of the inner disciples had been killed with such ease. Just how powerful was I am low profile? What's wrong? Is there no one who dares fight me anymore? Can I take it that all of you are admitting defeat? Xianxia could not help but realize that the crowd had gone completely silent after he defeated the previous opponent. So he could not help but ask them that with a frown. Even when he defeated Wang Jiandong, the crowd did not react in such a manner. Could it be that the earlier opponent was a famous figure among the inner disciples? Thus, he turned to one of the more vocal inner disciples and asked, "Is the person whom I just killed someone who is deeply respected among the inner disciples?" "Why, you am hearing those words." The inner disciple nearly fainted on the spot. "Did you not feel anything different while fighting him? You were going against the #1 expert of the inner disciples. Surely you felt his extraordinary aura and superior strength. Feel anything different?" Zhang Xian's frown deepened. "Was I supposed to feel anything about him? Other than his decent speed, it doesn't seem like there's anything special about him at all." It was true that the previous challenger was fast, but his inability to control his speed properly made him extremely easy to kill. The current situation was just like a bunch of ants trying to oppose a human. Would a human be able to sense who was the stronger one among the ants? It was not like it made any difference at all. He's the #1 expert of the inner disciples, Senior Lu Lujia. The inner disciple cried out. "Oh, he's the #1 expert." Zhang Xian frowned doubtfully. "Even though he's so weak?" The crowd. In the courtyard located at the peak of the inner disciples' mountain, Wang Jiandong slowly opened his eyes. Feeling a little giddy, he clutched his head for a moment. Wang Jiandong meditated for a moment to recover from his abnormal condition before murmuring with a bitter smile. "It doesn't feel too good to have my head lopped off." He would usually be the one killing others in that dueling ring, and it was his first time experiencing his head being sliced off. While physical harm incurred in the ethereal hall would not be transferred into the real world, the mental pressure in that moment still left his heart thumping wildly. "Even though I lost an ethereal token, I hope that I have allowed Senior Lujia to see through that fellow's swordsmanship. It would be good if he's able to achieve victory," Wang Jiandong muttered. To be honest, he was full of awe toward Lu Lujia. Over the years, no matter how many formidable moves he had learned or what kind of maneuvers he executed, it was all futile in the face of Lu Lujia's absolute strength. It was as if he was a kid trying to fool around with an adult. To him, Lu Lujia's strength was as unfathomable as an abyss. It was just like how in a school exam, even if you scored 99 marks whereas a genius scored 100, the difference between you and the genius would not just lie in that single mark. It was just that the paper only had 100 marks for the genius to score. As long as Lu Lujia could see through the other party's moves, he should be able to win with ease. Dong dong dong. While Wang Jiandong was still in deep thought, he suddenly heard knocking outside. Who would visit at such an hour? Wang Jiandong murmured as he stood up and walked to the entrance of the residence. Usually, as this was Lu Lujia's residence, it would be inappropriate for him to receive the door the other party's place. However, as Lu Lujia was currently dealing with I am low profile in the ethereal hall, he could only receive the guest in his place. Jia. Opening the door, Wang Jiandong saw a few inner disciples looking at him with their heads lowered fearfully. One of them anxiously said, "Senior Lu, we beg your pardon for visiting at such an ungodly." But before they could finish their words, they realized that the person before them was not Lu Lujia. With an awkward chuckle, they quickly corrected their words. "Our apologies, Senior Wang. May we know if Senior Lu is inside?" "What's wrong?" Wang Jiandong asked with a frown. He recognized these fellows, but they had never interacted with one another before. They were not even in the top 1,000 among the inner disciples. Why were they looking for Senior Lu? Senior Lu is the #1 expert of the inner disciples, and he boasts great influence here. There's a matter that we would like to trouble him with, the inner disciple said with a reddened face. He's not free. Seeing that they were here to ask for a request, Wang Jiandong replied impatiently and prepared to close the door. It was true that Lu Lujia possessed great influence among the inner disciples due to his position. But how busy would he be if he helped anyone who came knocking? A precedent could not be set, or else it would cause a great deal of trouble in the future. Not free? What haughty words! Are all inner disciples nowadays so arrogant? As soon as Wang Jiandong finished his words, a cold feminine voice sounded behind the inner disciples. Raising his gaze, he saw a demure-looking young lady walking over with a displeased expression on her face. Upon taking a close look at the other party's appearance, Wang Jiandong's eyebrows shot up in horror. He quickly clasped his fist and greeted, "Senior Bai." The person who had appeared was none other than the renowned tyrant of the core disciples, Bai Ruanqing. She was neither the strongest nor the most talented among the core disciples, but she had a formidable grandfather, who happened to be one of the 3 grand elders, Elder Bai Yi. Even though Elder Bai Yi had been injured recently, no one would dare take their chances. As such, even though Bai Ruanqing had beaten up a lot of core disciples, no one dared do anything to her. Instead, all of them kept their distance from her and tried their best not to cross her path. She had never involved herself in the affairs of the inner disciples before, so why would she suddenly pay Senior Lu a visit? Seeing through Wang Jiandong's doubts, Bai Ruanqing explained, "I am here to engage Lu Lujia's help in finding an inner disciple. He should be able to do it, right? Of course, Senior Lu and I would never turn down a request from you, Senior Bai." Wang Jiandong nodded. How could he possibly turn this female dinosaur down? If he angered the other party, he would risk having his eggs of life crushed by a kick. No matter how frustrated he was, he could only bear with it. Even core disciples did not dare turn down a request from Bai Ruanqing lightly, let alone inner disciples like them. "Senior Bai, please come in." Wang Jiandong quickly invited her into the residence to have a seat. After settling down in the main hall, Wang Jiandong leaned forward a little and asked, "May I know which foolish inner disciple has offended you, Senior Bai? Feel free to name him, and I'll have my men investigate the matter right away." "He didn't offend me, but I have some business with him," Bai Ruanqing said with a frown, but she did not bother to waste her time explaining the matter. With a flick of her wrist, she took out a painting and said, "This is a painting of his appearance." Bai Ruanqing was not just a skilled sword practitioner. She was also an expert in ink painting. Her drawing of Xianxia was accurate to the finest detail, making it seem extremely lifelike. His painting. Wang Jiandong took the painting and examined it carefully. A moment later, he shook his head and said, "My apologies, but I have never met this person before." He had been an inner disciple for many years, and he practically knew all the inner disciples in Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. However, he was certain that he had never seen this person before. "You've never seen him before? What about Lu Lujia? Where is he? Bring him here to check the painting," Bai Ruanqing said. "Senior Lu is currently sparring with someone in the ethereal hall," Wang Jiandong quickly replied. "Sparring?" Bai Ruanqing frowned. "Isn't he the #1 expert of the inner disciples? Is there anyone who is a match for him in the ethereal hall? As the #1 expert of the inner disciples, would Lu Lujia not simply defeat all of his opponents with ease? Was there any point to sparring with others there then? Not too long ago, an arrogant sword practitioner named I Am Low Profile appeared in the ethereal hall. However, it shouldn't be an issue anymore. With Senior Lu making a move, he should be able to defeat the other party swiftly," Wang Jiandong said with a smile. Halfway through his words, though, the sound of a stool falling to the ground echoed from the courtyard. Looking over, he saw Lu Lujia walking over with a ghastly pale face. "Senior Lu." Wang Jiandong and the other inner disciples quickly rose to their feet and greeted him. Still seated calmly in her chair, Bai Ruanqing glanced at the young man who had just entered the main hall and asked, "Are you Lu Lujia?" Noticing the esteemed guest in the room, Lu Lujia quickly clasped his fist and greeted her. "Paying respects to Senior Bai. Senior, how did it go? Did you manage to get him?" Wang Jiandong asked anxiously. However, Lu Lujia shook his head and gloomily replied, "I was defeated by him." "Why, you were defeated?" Wang Jiandong recoiled in shock. "Senior Lu, did you manage to force him into showing his true sword art?" "Well," Lu Lujia shook his head bitterly once more. "I charged at him as swiftly as I could, but he ended up piercing my head with his sword. Just like that, I died." "He pierced your head with his sword?" Wang Jiandong was stunned. He was willing to admit his defeat, but this was Senior Lu they were talking about. He was the #1 expert of the inner disciples. Yet he had been defeated in a single move. Just who in the world was that fellow? From which hole did he pop out of? Noticing the slight change in the atmosphere, Bai Ruanqing asked, "What happened?" "Senior Bai, it's like this." Lu Lujie quickly recounted the entire matter to Bai Ruanqing. Someone haughtily challenged all of the inner disciples at once in the ethereal hall? Bai Ruanqing was stunned by the explosive news. There's actually another person who is even more arrogant than me in the sect? All in all, there were over 10,000 inner disciples in the sect. And he had actually challenged all of them at once. That was insane. She had thought that she was already the cockiest person in the sect due to her grandfather covering her. But to think that there was actually someone who could top her act. More importantly, despite being so pompous, he still sarcastically used the nickname "I am low profile," as if mocking everyone else. Vicious. There was truly no one more condescending than him. I would like to meet that fellow. Bai Ruanqing stood up with fighting will flaring in her eyes. The reason she was called a female dinosaur was not just because of her explosive temper. More than that, it was because she liked fighting and was darned good at it. With such an expert appearing among the inner disciples, how could she possibly not be moved? Her fighting will had been ignited, and it would not be quelled until she exchanged blows with the person in question. Senior Bai, you are a core disciple. It would be a breach of the rules if you headed over. Lu Lujie's face reddened. No matter what, this was a battle among the inner disciples. It did not feel appropriate for Senior Bai to involve herself in this. I'll just head in there to take a look and see if it's a core disciple pretending to be an inner disciple to cause trouble. Bai Ruanqing swiftly found herself an excuse. Of course. I'll just take a look at what kind of moves he has. This? Lu Lujie hesitated a little. While he did say earlier that I am low profile could not be a core disciple, but what if that was really the case? After his fight with the latter, such doubts had started popping up in his mind. The excuse that Bai Ruanqing had come up with was legitimate, and it was not a huge deal for her to head in to take a look. This was a good chance for him to determine if the other party was actually a core disciple in disguise. If that was truly the case, it would be meaningless for him to pit himself against the other party. I'll be troubling you, Senior Bai, Lu Lujie replied. He took out 2 ethereal tokens and passed one to Bai Ruanqing. As for the other one, he was going to use it for himself. In order to better disguise themselves, most inner disciples chose to carry a couple of tokens with them. In a sense, it was similar to how some people had multiple social media accounts for different purposes. It's no trouble at all. While I take a look at who that fellow is, I'll help you find the flaws in his moves so that you can defeat him. Then, I need you all to help me investigate who this person is. Bai Ruanqing said as she gestured at the painting. I don't like owing favors to others, so let's call it even with this. Yes, Elder Bai. Lu Lujie nodded. Together with Wang Jiandong, the two of them quickly entered the ethereal hall once more. Using another ethereal token, the both of them assumed different nicknames and appearances. Bai Ruanqing did not forget to conceal her appearance in order to prevent others from identifying her as well. After their disguising work was done, the 3 of them quickly headed for the dueling ring. By the time they arrived, there was already a massive crowd around the area. While they were gone, news had been spreading like wildfire among the inner disciples, and those who were absent quickly entered the ethereal hall. There was a tense and fiery atmosphere in the air. When Lu Lujie and the others first arrived on the scene, a group of 12 happened to step into the dueling ring. However, they were killed by I am low profile in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, yet another wave of opponents stepped into the dueling ring. It felt never-ending like the relentless tides. Lu Lujie swiftly grabbed a nearby disciple and asked, how many people has he eliminated so far? Probably around 200, I think. Those who get into the dueling ring are pretty much killed in an instant. No one has been able to last more than a single move against him. Even Senior Lu Lujie was sliced in 2 with a single move from him. The inner disciple replied agitatedly. While he felt enraged by this fellow's arrogant challenge, There was no denying that he was extremely powerful. Even the #1 expert of the inner disciples had been killed so easily, so there was no way the others could be a match for him. They could only hope to rally more people and swarm him with sufficient numbers. Slowly, they would grind him down before dealing a killing blow. He has already eliminated 200 people? Lu Lujia's eyebrows shot up. How long had it been since he left? 3 minutes? 5 minutes? Yet, that fellow actually eliminated 170 people within this short span of time. The heck? That was too much. It was as if inner disciples were no different from ants to the other party. Lu Lujia turned to Bai Wanqing and asked, "Senior Bai, could that person really be a core disciple in disguise?" This? After assessing the figure in the dueling ring for a moment, Bai Wanqing shook her head and said, "None of you are able to force him into showing his hand, so I can't say for sure." In terms of appearance and gestures, Bai Wanqing could not think of any core disciples who were similar to I am low profile. Then again, the other party would have surely disguised himself well before entering this ethereal hall, so it was meaningless to make deductions based on that. The best way to figure out his identity was to force him into revealing his true capabilities. I am low profile had been fighting for quite some time, but the moves that he had used so far were practically no different from the action of swatting flies. With each swing, he would reap the life of an opponent or two. There was nothing that one could discern from such a simple action. Even with her deep understanding of the core disciples, there was no way she could recognize the other party from a simple slash. He's simply too powerful. We aren't able to cause him any stress at all, Lu Lujie remarked bitterly. They had thought that Wang Jiandong would be able to force him into showing his hand, but he had been decapitated in a single slash. When Lu Lujie went up, he had been sliced in two. They were the first and third of the inner disciples. If even they did not stand a chance, what could the others hope to do? Furthermore, the other party had killed 200 inner disciples so far, but he did not even look tired. With the other party's skills, it felt like it would not make a difference no matter how many people they piled into the dueling ring. "Don't worry. Let me give it a try." A glimmer of excitement surfaced in Bai Wanqing's eyes. As a core disciple and the granddaughter of one of the 3 grand elders, she had a deep understanding of swordsmanship despite her young age. If it was in the real world, she would be able to pull off what I am low profile was doing, killing an opponent with a single slash each. However, with the pathetic body that was allocated by this ethereal hall, she would not have the stamina or jinqi to kill so many people and still be standing at the end of it. In other words, there was a good chance that the person in the dueling ring was even stronger than her. Before such an expert as a battle maniac and a female dinosaur, it was only natural that she would want to test the other party herself. Senior Bai, Lu Lujie and Wang Jiandong looked at one another awkwardly. "You are a core disciple. If you are caught interfering in a conflict among inner disciples." It was true that they had some lingering doubts about I am low profile being a core disciple, but there was also a chance that he might really be an inner disciple who had cultivated hard over the years. In the first place, it was already disadvantageous for him to have to face so many opponents at once. If they brought a core disciple in as well, their reputation would really be torn to shreds. Just the sheer embarrassment would be enough to kill them. "I'm using your ethereal token at the moment. As long as neither of you say a word, no one will know a thing," Bai Wanqing said with a grand wave of her hand. "There's no need to say anything more. I'm just going to test that fellow and verify his identity. As soon as I confirm that he isn't a core disciple, I'll immediately admit defeat. You can rest assured that I have no plans of interfering with this matter. Of course, if he's a core disciple, I'll get rid of him for you in view of the sect rules." This? Lu Lujie hesitated for a moment before bowing deeply. "Will be troubling you, Senior Bai." What the other party said made sense. If she was just going into the dueling ring to test I am low-profile skills, it would not contravene the rules of the sect. "Senior Bai, be careful. That fellow's sword is extremely fast," Wang Jiandong advised softly. "Fast? Ha! That's one thing that I'm not afraid of. From the age of 5, Grandpa Baifeng would take me to the northernmost winterlands to practice the heavy snow swordsmanship every year. It has been 15 years since then, and I have already mastered the technique to major accomplishment. With such swordsmanship, do you think that I would fear the speed of his sword? Bai Ruanqing replied proudly. The other party might be skilled in swift maneuvers, but that was even more so for her. It was through the swiftness of her movements that she was able to strike the vitals of the other core disciples before they could even react. Heavy snow swordsmanship? Lu Lujie and Wang Jiandong had heard that Bai Ruanqing was a formidable sword practitioner, but they had not been aware of the swordsmanship that she practiced. So, when they heard the name of the sword art, their eyes lit up in excitement. The heavy snow swordsmanship was renowned within the sect. It had been created by an expert 1,000 years ago during a snowy day. If one cultivated it to the peak, one would be able to deal 6 slashes in the time that a snowflake took to descend to shave off its 6 tips. Without its sides to cushion its fall, a snowflake would become no different from a snowball, resulting in the acceleration of its fall. This was also the inspiration behind the name of the technique, heavy snow swordsmanship. Snowflakes were known for their lightness, such that even the slightest gust of wind could blow them away. As such, the sword practitioner had to control their strength to the finest degree, and the speed of their movement needed to be incredible. As someone who had achieved the level of major accomplishment in a technique like that, Bai Ruanqing's speed and control had long reached a level far beyond their comprehension. If that's the case, I am low profile will surely be no match for Senior Bai, Lu Lujie remarked with a nod. He lowered his back once more and earnestly said, Senior Bai, pardon me for saying this, but I beseech you to halt after testing his identity. Please allow the inner disciples to deal with him instead. Regardless of whether I am low profile was a core disciple or not, it was still a fact that he had challenged and insulted all the inner disciples. If they had to rely on an outsider to deal with him, it would reflect badly on them. I didn't know that you were so noisy. Fine, I'll leave him to you. Bai Ruanqing waved her hand impatiently as she walked up to the dueling ring. Everyone, stop. I'm going to have a solo fight with I am low profile, Bai Ruanqing commanded. As a core disciple, her comprehension of swordsmanship far surpassed that of everyone on the scene. Even without making a move, she was able to exert an indescribable pressure on those around her. I don't really know who she is, but she seems to be very powerful. I feel like my sword intent has been suppressed to the extent that I can't even drive it properly anymore. It's the same for me. I've never felt such powerful sword intent from the other inner disciples before, so she could very well be a sword ascetic. In terms of swordsmanship, it's very likely that she's on par with Senior Lu. Let's just step back and watch the situation for the time being. She might just be able to get rid of that fellow and exact vengeance on our behalf. In deference to the powerful sword intent that Bai Ruanqing was emanating, those who were intending to climb into the dueling ring chose to heed her words and back down. True sword ascetics were rare, but they would still show up from time to time among the inner disciples, so most of the cultivators there knew of their existence. Despite their lack of fame, their true strength could easily rival the top 10 sword practitioners among the inner disciples. It was highly likely that both the senior who had just stepped onto the stage and I am low profile were sword ascetics. Seeing yet another self-assuming sword practitioner coming onto stage, Xianxia shook his head and sighed impatiently. Hurry up if you wish to make a move. You can also see that there are many people queuing behind you, waiting to be killed too. This kind of opponent was particularly troublesome. It was as if they were born with a natural inclination for fanfare and sticking out like a sore thumb. Otherwise, why would they have to specially demand a one-to-one battle and waste everyone's time? It's been long since I've met someone as brazen as you. Bai Ruanqing scoffed as she swiftly drew her sword and released a powerful slash toward Xianxia. Heavy snow swordsmanship. Right from the very start of the battle, she had already utilized her trump card. Sword chi burst forth and formed a violent snowstorm in the dueling ring. White snowflakes descended from the sky, blurring one's sight. How is it? Am I fast? Bai Ruanqing did not rush into continuing with her offense after executing her swordsmanship. Instead, she looked at Xianxia with a confident smile on her lips. Even though she had boasted to Wuxia and the others that she had reached major accomplishment in the heavy snow swordsmanship, the truth was that her mastery was still a little lacking. She was unable to bring out such prowess every single time. This time, she knew that she was facing a powerful opponent, so she pushed herself to the very limits. Under this pressure, she actually managed to bring forth a might beyond what she was usually capable of. Even out of 10 executions, it was unlikely that even one would be as powerful as this. As such, she was extremely excited to see how well things were turning out this time. If it was just a moment ago, she would not have dared claim that she would be able to defeat I Am Low Profile with utmost confidence. However, with the current momentum that she had built up, victory would be a piece of cake for her. Fast. Xianxia sighed in exasperation. Yes, you are very fast. Are you done executing your technique already? I am pressed for time. After which, he raised his blade and slashed it horizontally. Puha! As soon as Xianxia raised his blade, Bai Ruanqing immediately got into a defensive position to protect herself. But before she knew it, there was a sharp pain on her throat, and the next moment, she was already staring right at her toes. Putong! A corpse collapsed to the ground. Bai Ruanqing had been killed as if she was nothing more than an insignificant ant being squashed. Seeing how the crowd was building up faster than the rate at which he was eliminating his opponents, he shook his head in frustration at how inefficient the current system was. He pondered for a moment before making up his mind. Forget it, this is really too slow. All of you should come up at once. Or is the dueling ring a little too small to hold everyone? Shall I come down to fight all of you? Then, without any hesitation, he leaped right into the midst of the crowd. The dueling ring was simply too small, such that it could only fit 10 or so people at once. Anything more than that would be far too tight. At this rate, it would take too long for him to get rid of the thousands that had gathered around the dueling ring. Not to mention, there would be some hero wannabes coming up from time to time demanding a solo duel. What a pain in the ass. He might as well just dash right into the crowd and fight everyone all at once. What? You're asking for it. Everyone, let's make a move together. I don't believe that his two hands will be able to deal with thousands of us all at once. The crowd could hardly believe that the seemingly powerful senior would be unable to last even a breath before I Am Low Profile. And before they could even process the shock, the latter suddenly leaped down of the stage and began massacring everyone. In an instant, the entire situation descended into chaos. In truth, the small size of the dueling ring worked to I Am Low Profile's advantage. It would prevent anyone from easily getting behind him and assaulting him. Yet, that fellow had actually abandoned that advantage and dashed right into the crowd. This meant that he would have to defend against attacks from every direction. Was that even possible? No matter how fast I Am Low Profile was, there was no way he could keep up with 20 swords, 50 swords, or even 100 swords at once. Voila! In an instant, all kinds of sword chi came raining down on I Am Low Profile from all directions. It was as if the entire world was denying his existence. Senior Bai, Wuxia and Wang Jiandong were utterly frenzied to see that even the heavy snow swordsmanship executed by this female tyrant of a core disciple would fail to stop I Am Low Profile. They were still afraid that Senior Bai would go too far and end the opponent. But from the looks of it, it felt like it made no difference to I Am Low Profile at all. Whether the latter was slaughtering them or Senior Bai, there was simply no pressure to him at all. They would never have thought that the day would come when they would see core disciples, pseudo-immortals or possibly true immortal experts, actually get slain so easily. Wang Jiandong shook his head and said, "Well, I have to admit that I Am Low Profile is indeed formidable, but he's simply too arrogant. His arrogance will only eventually lead to his downfall. There's no way he'll be able to cope against the encirclement of so many inner disciples at once. No matter how powerful one was, there would eventually be a limit to one's strength, right? They were all ancient sage one-dan cultivators in the ethereal hall. In terms of strength, they were to equal to one another. No matter how skilled a person, there was no way he could fight against an army of thousands who boasted the same strength as him. Even a powerful martial artist would be overwhelmed by an army of 1,000 grannies. He's probably done for, Lu Lujie shared Wang Jiandong's view as well. He did not think highly of I Am Low Profile's actions. Senior Lu, there are a lot of people here. Should we make use of this opportunity to sneak in an attack against him? Wang Jiandong asked as he pulled his thumb over his throat to make a gesture of killing. That won't do. Lu Lujie shook his head adamantly. We have already fought and lost to him. We only entered the ethereal hall as spectators this time. If everyone could return endlessly after being defeated, there would be no fairness in this duel at all. I Am Low Profile had challenged all the inner disciple at once, and as embarrassing as it might be, it would still be fair for them to go at him one by one. However, if they continued challenging him in a different identity after they had already been killed, they would really become laughingstock once others knew about it. They might have lost, but they had to lose with pride and dignity. At the very least, this was his bottom line as the #1 expert of the inner disciples. Senior Lu, you're right. I asked an inappropriate question. Wang Jiandong lowered his head in embarrassment. He had been so engrossed in the idea of the getting rid of I Am Low Profile that such a notion had crossed his head. Thinking about it once more, he did agree that it would not be appropriate to take such a course of action. The sword was the conqueror of all weapons. The foundation to mastering the way of the sword started from tempering one's heart. If a sword practitioner could not even conduct themselves with pride and dignity, their sword intent was bound to be weak and impure. Speaking of which, since Senior Bai has been defeated, we should quickly return. Otherwise, I fear that Senior Bai might go berserk after returning to the real world, Lu Lujie said. He was just about to leave the ethereal hall when he suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his throat. He tried to turn his head, but before he knew it, he found himself staring right at his own bottom. The hell! In his peripheral vision, he could see I Am Low Profile marching forth like a relentless war machine. With each step he took, a huge bunch of heads would fly into the air, as if a lively bloodfest. The reason he had been killed was because he had simply been too close to the battle. Some of the sword chi that escaped from the center of battlefield had struck and decapitated him. Even a hint of sword chi leaking out from the other party was enough to kill him. How were they supposed to assassinate the other party like that? Assassinate your head. They would not stand a chance at all. With a resentful look on his face, Lu Lujie's head bounced up and down several times before eventually settling in a patch of grass not too far away. In his last sight, he saw Wang Jiandong's head also bouncing up and down. The expression on the other party's face was also one of melancholy. They were just innocent spectators who had come here to watch the commotion. Where did the law in the world go to? Why would innocent people like them be caught up in this mess? Who? Their consciousness retreated from the ethereal hall, bringing them back to the real world. While his consciousness was being pulled back into his body, he could not help but remember his encounters with I Am Low Profile. The first time he was impaled in the head. The second time, his head was decapitated while he was watching from a distance. He was a person who had retained the position as the #1 inner disciple for the past 10 years. His eyes were set on the Tenli Sword God. When did he become a side character who could be defeated so easily? While he was still feeling exasperated over everything that had happened in the past hour, he finally opened his eyes once more. The first thing he saw was Senior Bai watching trembling before him, and when he took a closer look, he realized that the entire room was a huge mess. It seemed like he was not the only one who could not accept the outcome. A certain someone who had been decapitated right after she had executed her ultimate move was unable to take her defeat and was currently venting her anger on his furniture. It was fortunate that those items were not worth much, or else he would have really suffered a huge loss this time around. Senior Bai, please calm down. Lu Lujie quickly stood up and clasped his fist. With a frosty look on her face, Bai Wanqing glared at Lu Lujie with tightly clenched teeth. Calm down? Do I look angry to you? Lu Lujie's heart immediately turned cold. While he was still at a loss as to how he should respond to the question, his vision blurred. Palipala. The sound of fists and kicks sinking into flesh echoed loudly in the air. Before long, all the inner disciples within the residence, including Zhu Yanji and Wei Suifeng, were lying on the ground with bruised cheeks and broken noses. It was a truly miserable sight. All right, I feel a little better now. The beating that she had just dished out alleviated the suffocating feeling in by Wanqing's heart a fair bit. Taking a deep breath, she assumed her lofty attitude once more and instructed, "Keep a close lookout for the person I told you to look for. Also, make sure the news that I visited you tonight doesn't reach the ears of another person. If I hear anyone talking about this matter, I'll make you regret having been born in this world." Lu Lujia, Wang Jiandong, and the others cowered in fear as they squeezed their thighs together. "I'll be leaving now." Hula. The next instant, Bai Wanqing had already left the area on an aerial beast, disappearing from everyone's sight. To think that a proud core disciple like her would be defeated in a single move in the inner disciple's ethereal hall. She would only have embarrassed herself further by staying there. Wang Jiandong double-checked that the female dinosaur had really left the area before asking with a bitter smile, "What should we do? What else can we do? Given how huge this matter is, we can't possibly hide it any longer. We have to report it to the elders." Lu Lujia said, "Even though I am low-profile, killing them was a huge affair, it would not be too big an issue. However, right now, I am low-profile, had already killed over 100 inner disciples and even destroyed a core disciple with ease. The situation was far beyond their control. If they did not report it to the elders soon, they would not be able to bear the consequences. You're right. We should report it to the elders and leave the matter to them." Wang Jiandong quickly nodded in agreement. After coming to an agreement, the two of them quickly made their way out to the courtyard, intending to ride an aerial beast to the quarters of the elders. But at that moment, a sharp beast call came from above. Raising their heads, Lu Lujia and the others saw 10 elders heading toward them on the back of an aerial beast. When they were finally directly above the residence, they quickly leaped down and landed lightly in the courtyard. They were the elders who were responsible for managing the affairs of the inner disciples. Lu Lujia and Wang Jiandong, what's going on in the ethereal hall? The elder standing at the front asked. This elder had a slightly sunken face and a long green beard. He was dressed in a light gray robe that flowed lightly with his movements. He was the strongest and highest-ranking elder in charge of the affairs of the inner disciples, Elder Mu. He was also the friend whom Elder Lu Yun had encountered outside the Elder Council that kept putting him down. If Xianxia was there, he surely would have noticed that Elder Lu Yun was standing amid the 10 elders who had just arrived at Lu Lujia's residence. He had just been promoted to an internal elder. Under normal circumstances, he would have had no right to follow behind the rest of them, but due to his merit from having just recruited an exceptionally talented disciple, the sect had made an exception just for him. Elder Mu, a sword practitioner known as I Am Low Profile, has appeared in the inner disciples' ethereal hall, and he has challenged all of the inner disciples. Lu Lujia immediately recounted the entire story to Elder Mu. As he had watched the deeds of I Am Low Profile from the very start to the end, he knew the details of the matter. A person challenged all of the inner disciples and has killed several hundred people so far. Even when the two of you went up, you were no match for him as well. Elder Mu frowned as his face turned terrifyingly livid. To think that I have taught you for so many years. How can the two of you be so useless? Lu Lujia's face reddened in embarrassment. Regardless of whether that fellow is an inner disciple or a core disciple, his cultivation is bound to be capped at Ancient Sage 1 Dan upon entering the ethereal hall. Elder Mu exclaimed in exasperation. Against an opponent of the same realm, how are several hundred of you not able to defeat him? This is a huge disgrace to the inner disciples. It seems like none of you have taken my teachings to heart at all. Elder Mu, I beg your pardon, but I Am Low Profile is simply too powerful a sword practitioner. Wang Jiandong protested indignantly. A load of bullcrap, Elder Mu interjected furiously. How powerful can the opponent possibly be? No matter how formidable his moves appear, they are still from the swordsmanship of our sect. Stop finding excuses for your own weaknesses. It's a pathetic sight. Fine. Wang Jiandong still indignantly wanted to protest against Elder Mu's words, but Lu Lujia gestured for him to stop with a tug on his sleeves. Thus, he could only reluctantly accept it. In truth, he knew that Elder Mu was actually a warm-hearted person who spoke awful words. Often, the things that he said did not reflect his true thoughts. Nevertheless, Wang Jiandong still felt deeply indignant at being criticized in such a manner to his face. After Elder Lu finished speaking his piece, Lu Lujie looked at him and asked, "Elder Mu, what should we do?" What they needed most was to resolve this matter as soon as possible. Otherwise, the ones who were disgraced would not only be the inner disciples but the elders as well. They enjoyed so many resources from the sect, but the disciples whom they had groomed had ended up being defeated so easily. It would not reflect well on them if word spread. Since we're here, we should go in to take a look as well. I'm curious to know where this fellow came from, conducting himself so lawlessly. Elder Mu waved his hand. If you are really that powerful, you could easily apply for a promotion to become a core disciple or even a sect elder. You would be granted all the fame and fortune you desire, yet you chose to challenge the inner disciples instead. This doesn't make sense at all. Somehow, this entire matter felt weirdly fishy to them. They wanted to find out the identity of the person who was messing with them. After confirming the other party's identity, we'll pay him a visit and inquire about the matter. We must try our best to suppress this matter as much as we can. Otherwise, you lot will go down in history as the most worthless batch of inner disciples. Elder Mu harumphed coldly. Yes. Lu Lujie and the others nodded. Prepare some ethereal tokens for us. It wouldn't be appropriate for us to enter the ethereal hall in our capacity as elders, Elder Mu said. The Inner Disciples' Ethereal Hall was a place for inner disciples to acquire resources and battle with one another. Under normal circumstances, elders were not allowed to enter the premises. If they entered the Ethereal Hall as elders to resolve the matter, it would only blow the matter up. More people would begin talking about the matter, making it harder to suppress the news. Elder Mu, please hold on for a moment. Lu Lujie quickly walked back into the main hall, and before long, he returned with more than a dozen ethereal tokens in hand. Even though Bai Ruanqing had already left the premises, the inner disciples who had led her there had not managed to find an opportunity to leave yet. They were vendors in the inner disciples market, so they had plenty of ethereal tokens on hand. Given that this was a request from the elders, they would not dare turn down the request. Each elders quickly activated an ethereal token before immersing their consciousness into it. Similar to Bai Ruanqing, they also made sure to conceal their true appearances, disguising themselves as ordinary inner disciples. Under Lu Lujie's lead, the large group swiftly arrived in the vicinity of the dueling ring. At that moment, the entire area was swamped with people. Sword chi flew all around as if it was the end of the world. Countless heads flew through the air as light fragments dissipated here and there. While Lu Lujie and the others were away, at least 800 more inner disciples had been slaughtered. In other words, so far, I Am Low Profile had already killed more than 1,000 people, which was equivalent to 1/10 of the inner disciples. This was too brutal. His Jinqi and stamina don't seem to have been depleted too much, Lu Lujie remarked in astonishment as he looked at the center of the crowd, where I Am Low Profile was strolling calmly. He would never have believed that a cultivator could kill 1,000 of his peers without exhausting himself to death prior to this incident. But such a thing was happening right before his eyes. Lu Lujie felt that he would not be surprised by whatever I Am Low Profile pulled off at this rate. Elder Mu, you can also see that the crowd is riled up. There's nothing much we can do at the moment. Lu Lujie sighed deeply. This battle could not be stopped that easily anymore. It was not just a one-sided slaughter from I Am Low Profile. The provoked inner disciples were burning with fighting will as well. Even if Elder Mu stepped in and ordered the fight to stop, it was unlikely that the crowd would simply heed his orders. The only reason you feel that there's nothing that can be done is because you are weak. Just take a good look instead. With a displeased look on his face, Elder Mu ordered, "Elders, follow me to stop that fellow from slaughtering any more people." Yes. The 10 strongest inner disciple elders nodded before proceeding forward. Even though their appearance looked no different from ordinary inner disciples, it was obvious that they were true experts just from the sword intent they emanated. The crowd swiftly opened up a path for them. Walking right up to Xianxia, Elder Mu waved his sword and shrouded the entire area with a sphere of sword chi. Enough, you have already done enough today. It's about time for you to step down, Elder Mu commanded. Seeing how the new group of challengers haughtily walked in to stop the battle, Xianxia shook his head impatiently. Yet another bunch of hero wannabes? Do you want to fight another one-on-one? My apologies, but I really don't have that much time to waste on you all. You! Not expecting the other party to put them down in such a manner, Elder Mu flew into a rage. He lifted the sword in his hand, intending to teach the young man before him a lesson. But all of a sudden, he felt a sharp pain along his neck. The next moment, his head slid down to the ground. Before his consciousness dissipated, he saw the heads of the elders who had gone over together with him falling to the floor as well. Elder Mu, Lu Lujie and Wang Jiandong froze on the spot. Elder Mu and the others were there to solve the matter on their behalf, but they had actually been killed as soon as they had made a move. Yet, they could be considered among the strongest people in the entire sect. Bro, don't you feel any difference fighting them at all? Do you not sense any difference in the intensity of their sword intent? Shouldn't it be obvious that they aren't ordinary disciples just from their disposition? Yet you still killed them so easily. What made the situation even harder to accept was that Elder Mu and the others had clearly attempted to retaliate against I Am Low Profile's attack. But the outcome was the same as before, killed with a single slash. It was still understandable that a core disciple might not be his opponents, but those were true immortal realm elders. To kill 10 of them with a single slash of his sword. This was utterly ridiculous. Just how freakishly powerful was I Am Low Profile. It was laughable how he, at one point, had thought that he could possibly defeat the latter. Lu Lujie's teeth just would not stop clattering as he stared at I Am Low Profile. He could not begin to imagine just what kind of monster was hidden beneath that human-like exterior. As for I Am Low Profile, right after defeating the 10 elders, he charged forth to engage the other inner disciples. It was as if he had not been affected by the earlier encounter at all, or rather, he did not even notice that the 10 people whom he had just faced were esteemed elders of the sect. It was as if they were all small ants trying to stand against a giant. Wow! There sure are a lot of people here. Just as Lu Lujie had guessed, Xianxia was completely unaware that the 10 people whom he had just faced were elders of the sect. They were dressed just like the other inner disciples, and they seemed to be in their early 20s from their appearances. Not to mention, they did not seem strong at all. Of course, if it was on any other occasion, Xianxia would surely have been able to tell the difference. However, it was unfortunate that he was in too much of a hurry. He knew that his Jinqi was limited, so if he did not quickly end them, he might just end up losing the battle. If he lost, not only would he not receive a single sword pavilion coin, he would also lose the only 32 sword pavilion coins that he had on him. That was his entire fortune. There was no way in hell that he would allow himself to lose that. Thus, he couldn't allow them to stall for time. You want to fight me one-on-one? Don't waste my precious time. You want to have a chat with me? Spare me your nonsense. If you can at least withstand a strike from me, I can still consider giving you the privilege of fighting me in a one-on-one battle. Otherwise, spare me from those unnecessary fillerish speeches. As such, when Elder Mu and the others were defeated in a single strike, he automatically assumed that they were no different from ordinary disciples. If there was any difference, it was just that they were much more supercilious. I have already expended a third of my Jinqi. I need to speed up. Lifting his head, Xianxia saw that the crowd, from 800 at the very start, had grown to a humongous 5,000. With the passing of time, more and more inner disciples would surely gather there. He could not afford to waste a second. Who? His silhouette vanished into an afterimage as he sped up his movements. Even Elder Mu and the others aren't a match for him. It seems like I Am Low Profile is a far more formidable figure than we thought. Let's hurry up and return. Otherwise, if Elder Mu throws a tantrum during our absence. Lu Lujie said. Wang Jiandong nodded in agreement. The situation was clearly way out of their control. There was no meaning in them staying there anymore. But just as they were about to leave, a sharp glint bolted through the air, heading their way. Pada, pada. Yet again, there was a sharp pain in their necks, and their heads bounced several times on the ground before coming to a stop. Shit! This is already the third time. The two of them were on the verge of tears. Just what in the world did they do so wrong to deserve being decapitated 3 times within an hour? It was ridiculous. They had never suffered such a huge setback ever since they started practicing the sword. Yet, shortly after I Am Low Profile made an appearance, they had already died 3 times back-to-back. Those two experts felt as if they were going berserk. As their consciousness retreated from the ethereal hall and returned into the main hall, Lu Lujie and Wang Jiandong found themselves awakening to a very still, heavy atmosphere. Elder Mu and the others were seated silently on the stools, not saying a word at all. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. There was an awfully long silence that left Lu Lujie feeling deeply uncomfortable. Eventually, he was unable to take it anymore, so he meekly called out, "Elder Mu!" It was then that the petrified elders finally seemed to come back to life. Was I beheaded by that fellow? It seems so. How were we defeated so quickly? I didn't even have time to react. Neither did I. The 10 elders had dazed expressions on their faces, as if they had just been through an unbelievable dream. As true immortal cultivators, they had spent long years immersed in the profoundness of swordsmanship. They might not be the strongest sword practitioners within the sect, but their skills were far beyond the level of ordinary core disciples. Even if their cultivation had been suppressed to ancient sage Wundan, they never would have thought that they could have been defeated that easily. Yet, just a moment ago, before they could even say their piece, their heads had already rolled. Implausible. Inconceivable. Impossible. It was as if the common sense that they always lived by had suddenly failed them. This was especially so for Elder Mu. He felt so embarrassed that he wished that he could simply meld into his shadow and disappear. It was a moment ago that he had confidently declared that Lu Lujie and Wang Jiandong had lost to that fellow due to their weakness. He had spoken as if everything would be settled now that he was there. But in the end, he was slaughtered before he could even finish his sentence, as if a half-assed villain. How humiliating! He had never felt so ashamed in his many years as an elder. There was another long silence in the air before an elder finally asked the golden question. What should we do now? This? Elder Mu pondered for a long while before turning to Lu Lujie and asking, "What's that fellow called?" "I am low profile," Lu Lujie replied. Low profile? Elder Mu suddenly felt spasms in his heart. He had to clutch it tightly in order to prevent himself from fainting on the spot. A person who had caused such a huge commotion by challenging all the inner disciples and unhesitatingly killing even the elders. Low profile? Why did this term sound particularly prickly to his ears? Elder Mu stood up as he sternly commanded, "Don't tell anyone that we were here." Ah! Lu Lujie was taken aback. Did this mean that not even Elder Lu and the others were going to bother about this matter either? "Let's leave," Elder Mu said before walking out. In just a few moments, the 10 elders had already vanished from the residence, as if they had never been there in the first place. Senior Lu. Wang Jiandong's face was warped in utter shock. Elder Mu had no other choice. As an elder, he was supposed to resolve this matter, but he ended up getting killed instead. Given what has happened, the only thing he could do is feign ignorance. Otherwise, how is he supposed to keep his head up in the sect in the future? Lu Lujie said with a bitter smile. It was not that they did not want to bother about this matter, but there was nothing that they could do. If others learned that they had been killed by an inner disciple, they would be laughed at by their peers. On an aerial beast, one of the elders turned to the silent Elder Mu and asked, "Are we really not going to interfere in that matter?" "Of course not," Elder Mu replied. "We are heading to the Sword Gazebo to check what exactly is up with I Am Low Profile." Sword Gazebo? That's the place where the sect controls the internal ethereal hall, right? It would indeed be possible to track down I Am Low Profile's exact locations from there. But as inner elders, we don't have the right to access such private information, the other elder replied. If the ethereal tokens were the devices used to enter the local network, The sword gazebo was where the central computer and the server were located. Through the central computer, it was possible to track the exact locations of those who were in the ethereal hall. However, such information was not allowed to be accessed easily. The reason the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion had chosen to establish an ethereal hall internally was because of the benefits it brought. They wished to create an anonymous world where their disciples could interact and fight with one another regardless of their identity and standing. As such, even the sect leader would not dare access the information lightly. Otherwise, the very nature of the ethereal hall would change if the disciples felt that their anonymity on the platform was being threatened. It would go against everything that the ethereal hall stood for. I don't need his personal particulars or where he is. Elder Mu shook his head. All I need to know is his exact strength. His exact strength? As activating the ethereal token required one to drip a droplet of blood on it, it was possible for the system to detect the strength of the cultivator to a very precise degree. An elder swiftly realized what Elder Mu was up to. Are you trying to verify if he's an inner disciple? Indeed. Given I am low-profile swordsmanship, I am really wondering if this is a prank pulled by a core disciple. If his cultivation hasn't reached pseudo-immortal, it means that he's truly an inner disciple. If so, there's no need for us to interfere any further in this matter, Elder Mu said. The crowd nodded in realization. If I am low profile was a core disciple, it would only be right for them as elders to intervene, or else it would be a huge blow to the inner disciples. On the other hand, if I am low profile was an inner disciple, at the very least, it would just be inner disciples losing to an inner disciple. It would be an internal affair, and it would not be too shameful. In fact, it might even be a blessing in disguise. The incredible strength displayed by I am low profile would serve as a perfect example of how powerful an inner disciple could actually be, and perhaps, it might even motivate them much more than before to push for greater heights after seeing that the sky was the limit. It did not take long for the aerial beast to arrive at the sword gazebo. Elder Mu placed his identity token down and said, I would like to check the strength of the cultivator who uses the nickname I am low profile. Wang. There was a flicker on the wall, and a line of words appeared, Dimension Shatterer Realm Consummation. He's at Dimension Shatterer Realm Consummation? If that's the case, he really is an inner disciple. The minimum requirement for becoming a core disciple is for one's cultivation to reach pseudo-immortal. He clearly hasn't reached that mark. But when did such a formidable figure appear among the inner disciples? All 10 elders were stunned by the result before them. After witnessing I am low profile's tremendous strength, they had really thought that the other party might be one of those overpowered geniuses of the core disciples. But the result reflected in the sword gazebo told them clearly that the other party was a true inner disciple. But as elders, how could they be unaware that there was such a powerful existence among the inner disciples? In Elder Baiye's residence, upon seeing Bai Wanqing, Bai Feng immediately rushed forward and asked, How is it? Have you found that medicine seller? He had to take care of the old master, so after taking the young lady to the inner disciples' market, he had quickly rushed back to the residence. Not yet. Bai Wanqing shook her head. Noticing that something was amiss with Bai Wanqing's current state, for some reason, she appeared to be a little subdued. Bai Feng worriedly asked, Did something happen? Yes. Earlier, there was someone who issued a challenge to all of the inner disciples. When I heard of the matter, I entered the inner disciples' ethereal hall and challenged that person to a battle. Bai Wanqing quickly went through what had just happened. You were defeated in a single move even after executing the heavy snow swordsmanship that I have imparted to you? Bai Feng's eyes widened in shock. That's right. Bai Wanqing replied awkwardly. I can't really describe it. But the other party's swordsmanship made me feel as though the heavy snow swordsmanship is completely useless. How can that be? Bai Feng frowned. Even though the heavy snow swordsmanship is not the most powerful sword art in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, it's still not something that an inner disciple would be able to withstand. He pondered silent for a moment before saying, Do you have another ethereal token? I would like to take a look myself. I don't have any on hand at the moment. Bai Wanqing shook her head. Grandpa Feng, you wish to head in to take a look, too? The heavy snow swordsmanship is profound and powerful. I find it hard to believe that someone was able to overcome it that easily. Bai Feng replied. I reckon that he might have resorted to some kind of underhanded means. I would like to challenge him and see it for myself. As diligent as Bai Ruanqing was, she was still limited by her age. Despite having reached major accomplishment in the sword art, the truth was that she had only barely scraped the surface of its true essence. Bai Feng felt that if he used the sword art personally, he should be able to defeat the person whom Bai Ruanqing was talking about. Through this, he would be able to restore Bai Ruanqing's faith in the sword art. He's only an inner disciple. Grandpa Feng, even though you aren't an elder, your strength is even above that of most of the elders. I don't think it would be appropriate for you to make a move on him, Bai Ruanqing said awkwardly. It was already beneath her to make a move in the inner disciple's ethereal hall. If Bai Feng made a move too, regardless of whether he won or lost, it would reflect badly on him. I'm just heading in to take a look at that fellow's swordsmanship. Depending on the situation, I might not necessarily make a move, Bai Feng replied with a smile. Besides, I am just an old servant. Nothing's inappropriate for me. No matter how powerful Bai Feng was, he was just a servant of Elder Bai Yi. He was not restricted by the rules and regulations of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Seeing that Bai Feng's mind was made up, Bai Ruanqing knew that it would be hard to talk him out of the matter. She nodded and said, All right then, I'll make preparations. Thus, together with Bai Feng, she made her way back to Lu Lujia's residence. When Lu Lujia saw the female dinosaur appearing before him moments after he had seen Elder Mu and the others off, he suddenly felt a lump in his throat. It had been so long since he felt like crying. Why are you all walking in and out of my residence so freely? I am an inner disciple, not the owner of a bed and breakfast. Of course, there was no way that Lu Lujia would respond with a no to Bai Ruanqing's request, so he could only obediently get his men to prepare an ethereal token. Soon, the entire group was back in the ethereal hall. To be honest, he did not want to return to that wretched place anymore, but under Bai Ruanqing's watchful glare, he felt like he would be pushed to the ground and violated if he did not enter. Thus, with a helpless sigh, he entered the ethereal hall once more together with Wang Jiandong, and they led Bai Ruanqing and Bai Feng to the dueling ring. Around 10 minutes had passed, and it seemed like yet another 1,000 inner disciples had been eliminated. This time around, the encirclement had clearly grown much smaller. No matter how furious and indignant the inner disciples were, with 2,000 of them getting eliminated, it was inevitable that some of them would start cowering away. In their eyes, I am low profile probably seemed no different from a perpetual motion machine who knew not of exhaustion. It felt like he could continue slaughtering for days on end without resting at all. This swordsmanship. After examining I am low profile's movements for a moment, Bai Feng frowned. There was only one word that he could use to describe the swordsmanship before him. Basic. He could see through it with a single glance. There was no technique or skill involved at all, almost as if the other party was a child who knew no swordsmanship brandishing a blade. But for some inexplicable reason, he was able to bring forth astonishing might with such simple movements. Those who stood in his path could only end up dying helplessly. This was the first time that Bai Feng had felt so conflicted upon seeing a swordsmanship. He had no idea whether it was powerful or not. More precisely, the difference in the strength between I am low profile and his opponents was simply too great, such that it was impossible to truly put that swordsmanship to the test. It was just like how, no matter how powerful the martial art one used against a 3-year-old was, it would still be impossible to assess if one was truly powerful or not. Grandpa Feng? Bai Ruanqing looked at Bai Feng. His swordsmanship is indeed formidable, but if we want to know the true extent of his abilities, I will need to test him personally. Bai Feng replied. Test him personally? Lu Lujia's eyebrows shot up. Elder Feng, there's no need for that. I fear that. What do you fear? Rest assured, I won't kill him and put you in a tough spot. Bai Feng replied with a frown. No, that's not it. Honestly, I'm not afraid that you will kill him, but that he will kill you. That will make the situation even more awkward, Lu Lujia said with a bitter smile. Audacious. Do you know how powerful Grandpa Feng is? How could he possibly be killed? How dare you even insinuate this possibility? Bai Ruanqing flew into a rage. Bai Feng might not be an elder of the sect, but his strength was far greater than that of an average elder. Such a possibility was so preposterous that it should not even be spoken of. Wuxia seemed to be itching for a beating. I apologize for my disrespect. Please, feel free to go ahead. Wuxia shook his head and sighed. Elder Mu and the others had come by earlier, but they had ended up being slaughtered. Elder Feng might be a formidable individual, but it did not seem too likely that he would be able to defeat 10 inner elders of the same cultivation realm simultaneously. However, since it did not seem like his words were going to go through, he did not want to waste his breath. After all, he could not reveal the fact that Elder Mu and the others had come by earlier. Bai Feng could not help but burst into laughter upon hearing those words. If you are worried that I will be killed, I must say that your worries are groundless. Other than the old master and a few other elders in the sect, I have never feared anyone. While he was not well known in the sect due to his humble personality, that did not mean that he was a weakling. He had been personally taught by Elder Bai Yi, and he had cultivated for over 100 years. His understanding in the way of the sword had already reached an astounding level. There was hardly anyone in the world who could scare him. Releasing his sword intent, Bai Feng began walking toward the center of the crowd with widened strides. There had never been any need for him to prove himself to others. The only reason he had gone there was to see how the other party managed to overcome the heavy snow swordsmanship. On the other hand, as Bai Feng walked toward the center of the crowd, Wuxia and Wang Jiandong's lips twitched a little, and they hurriedly backed away and hid behind a wall. What are you two up to? Bai Ruanqing frowned upon seeing the peculiar actions of those two. It's nothing much. Senior Bai, why don't you come over as well? We are able to see everything clearly with our eye of discernment anyway, so there's no need for us to stay so close to the battlefield. Wuxia advised nervously. He might not have suffered any physical harm, but the pain from having one's head decapitated was not something that one could ever get used to. He had no intention of letting it happen a fourth time. Cowards! To think that the you are the top rankers among the inner disciples. How embarrassing! Seeing through the thoughts of the two, Bai Ruanqing shook her head in disdain as she continued spectating the commotion from where she was. It was hard to tell what Bai Feng had done, but the crowd that was gathered around I Am Low Profile quickly opened up a route for him to walk through. Hula! Before reaching I Am Low Profile, Bai Feng raised his sword and gathered his sword chi at the tip of his sword. With a slash of his sword, he stirred up a powerful snowstorm in the surroundings. On the receiving end of the technique, I Am Low Profile visibly narrowed his eyes a little, after which he took a step forward and slashed his sword horizontally. Puha! Bai Feng's head fell to the ground. Bai Ruanqing was flabbergasted. Even when executing his strongest technique, Grandpa Feng was not able to withstand that I Am Low Profile's offense. She rubbed her eyes to check if she was seeing things, but the next instant, a sharp pain sliced through her neck. Her head fell to the ground as well. Even in her death, she could not believe what had just happened. She had been positioned 30 meters away from the culprit, but she had still lost her life just like that. It was no wonder Wuxia and Wang Jiandong had chosen to hide behind the wall. It seemed like they had already guessed that such a thing would happen. As her head fell to the ground, she glanced backward and saw another 2 surges of sword chi flying past her. Puha! Puha! With resentful eyes, the heads of those 2 plopped to the ground as well. It seemed like hiding behind the walls did not work either. How shameless! Xianxia cursed beneath his breath. To be honest, he was already getting tired of eliminating those fellows. The body given to him by the ethereal hall was simply too weak. He had been trying to conserve as much energy as possible, but after facing so many opponents, he had still ended up depleting a half of his jinqi. At the same time, his mind was starting to feel a little fatigued. Since he was the one who had issued the challenge, he planned to fully complete it. But there were some shameless inner disciples who had switched to another ethereal token after being killed to join the fray once more. That was ridiculous. If everyone did that, he would have to eliminate everyone at least 5 times. How was that fair? This was especially so for those 2 shameless fools who kept lurking around the perimeter. He had already killed them 3 times, but they kept going back to find an opportunity to assassinate him. Did they think that he would not notice that it was them just because they had changed their appearance? He was a swordmaster, for God's sake. It was the bare minimum to be able to discern cultivators by their sword intent. And that girl that was with them too. He was certain that he had eliminated her once already. Those shameless, cheating, lying lumps of dung. Forget it. Taking several deep breaths, Xianxia calmed himself down. They might be shameless, but he was a gentleman. He was a principled person, and he would not stoop down to their level. At the very most, he would just kill them every single time they appeared. There was no need to lose his temper over this. Just that, he did not have enough Xianxia to play around. It would not be defeating inner disciples any longer but destroying all their ethereal tokens. It seems like I'll have to end this all at once. Xianxia finally came to a decision. If he eliminated them one by one, they would just return with new ethereal tokens in hand. As long as there were ethereal tokens lying around, this would never come to an end. Since that was the case, there was only one way that he could win this duel. He had to end all of them at once. If he could just eliminate everyone present in a single minute, he should be able to end the duel. There are still roughly 3,000 people around. How can I end them all in a minute? It had taken him nearly half an hour to eliminate 2,000 inner disciples, and his energy had already dropped by half. If he went on as he had been, it would ultimately end in his loss. It seems like I can only use that move then. Xianxia gritted his teeth determinedly. He did have a move that was particularly effective at AoE mob clearing, but this move was very demanding on his Xianxia. Once he executed it, there was a good chance that his Xianxia would be completely depleted. As there were enemies constantly joining the battle, he had not dared to use the move so far. But since he had been forced into a corner, he had no other choice. Otherwise, there would be no end to the duel. I'll be going all out. Xianxia quickly calculated the timing a little. Then, without any hesitation, he threw his sword. Seeing that I Am Low Profile had suddenly released his grip on his sword, all of those around him were stunned. For a moment, they even forgot to press on with their attacks. Xianxia quickly drove his Xianxia before tapping his finger lightly in the air. Hoo! An incredibly concentrated surge of sword chi shot forth from the tip of his finger and rose into the air, following which it abruptly split into several thousand smaller strands of sword chi that floated quietly in the air, like floating guillotines. This move was not from the sword intent that he had just comprehended, but the fusion of the Sea-Severing Sword, Ocean Cataclysm Sword, and Heaven Desecration Sword that he had comprehended back at the Sword Lagoon of the Master Teacher continent. Previously, he had only been able to use one of them at once, but after comprehending the God's Sword intent, he was able to combine the 3 of them together and bring forth destructive prowess that was many times greater than before. Back then, he had manipulated 108 swords simultaneously, with each of them executing a different sword art to overwhelm his opponent. However, the move that he was currently executing was even stronger than that. But that being said, it was already the very limits of his current body to control 3,000 surges of sword chi simultaneously. If it was any more than that, he could very well dissipate on the spot. Seeing the massive formation above them, the closest inner disciple felt goosebumps rising all over his body. He could not help but cry out desperately, breaking the silence in the air. He's up to something. We can't let him succeed. Quick! Get! But before he could finish his piece, I Am Low Profile issued an imposing command to the thousands of sword chi in the air. Destroy them! Who? The thousands of strands of sword chi immediately plummeted from the sky. Puha! 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 3,000 cultivators and 3,000 heads fell to the ground simultaneously before dissipating into light fragments. The vast ethereal hall became emptier than it had ever been. Grandpa Feng, how is that person's strength? Bai Ruanqing asked anxiously. It had been 10 minutes since they returned from the ethereal hall, but as soon as their consciousness was brought back, Bai Feng had closed his eyes and fallen into deep thought. Seeing this, no one dared to say a word at all. Brilliant! It was truly brilliant. Bai Feng slowly opened his eyes, revealing the excited gleam within. Brilliant! Everyone's lips twitched a little. Had this old man been shocked silly from being beheaded? Lu Lujie could not help but look at Wang Jiandong as they touched their necks. Even though they knew that it was in a virtual world, being beheaded 4 times consecutively still left them feeling a little shaken. That being said, their heads had already been sliced off 4 times, but they did not feel any shred of the brilliance that Bai Feng was exclaiming about. I have cultivated the heavy snow swordsmanship for 100 years now, but I still can't help but find it an amazing work. Its speed is just one of its many strengths. What is more important is its ability to imbue one's Jinqi into a sword and control it with impeccable smoothness. This allows for the execution of seemingly inhuman moves, thus making it extremely difficult to deal with. Bai Feng looked into the air with a hint of admiration and reverence in his voice. For many years, I was convinced that the heavy snow swordsmanship is flawless. Yet, who could have known that the other party would overcome it in a single blow? That sword of his was truly ingenious. It was a breathtaking work of ingenuity. Even though Bai Feng had been killed in a single strike, he was still able to discern a sliver of the other party's swordsmanship, and that was enough for him to be immersed in it for many hours, as if a child stumbling upon a new. This? The crowd blinked their eyes blankly. Bai Wanqing looked at Bai Feng uncertainly for a moment before asking, Grandpa Bai, are you not angry at all? To be slain in a single move by a minor figure who had not even reached pseudo-immortal yet, should an expert of his caliber not feel embarrassed and humiliated? I am more than grateful to see such a formidable swordsmanship. Why should I be angry? Bai Feng was slightly surprised by the question. He glanced at the 3 faces around him, and as if seeing through their thoughts, he chuckled softly. Humility, and not pride, is of the utmost importance to a cultivator. The way of the sword is vast and profound. An entire lifetime is not enough for us to fully uncover its wonders. So why should we allow such transient pride to affect our emotions? If I truly desired prestige and honor, I would have been a core elder at the very least by now. Yes. Bai Feng's wise teaching made their faces redden in shame. In terms of strength, Bai Feng was more than qualified to become a core elder. However, in order to serve Elder Bai Yi, he had stayed true to his responsibilities as a servant, not overstepping his bounds in the least. It was hard to find another person like him in the world. Grandpa Feng, you seem to have a really high opinion of I am low-profile swordsmanship. Could it be that he's even more formidable than you? Bai Wanqing asked curiously. More formidable than me? Bai Feng shook his head. I'm not even qualified to be compared with him. Alright, I have really widened my perspective with this duel, so I'll be heading back to take care of the old master. Wanqing, try to find the medicine cellar as soon as possible. Following which, Bai Feng stood up and left the main hall. It did not take long for him to vanish over the horizon. On the other hand, Bai Wanqing did not think that Bai Feng would leave just like that. She had still been thinking of asking him a few more questions. Sighing deeply, she turned to Lu Lujie and the others and said, Since you aren't able to defeat I am low profile, just leave him be for the time being. I need you to help me check who this person is. Then she took out the painting once more. Right now, all the disciples are fighting with I am low profile, so it won't be too easy to look into it. Once the duel finishes, I'll start spreading the word to look for this person, Lu Lujie said as he stood up. However, Bai Wanqing frowned after hearing his words. There were at least 3,000 disciples surrounding I am low profile when we left the ethereal hall earlier. Furthermore, there are more inner disciples joining in the battle with each passing moment. It'll take too long for I am low profile to finish all of them. It was apparent that Bai Wanqing did not think that the inner disciples could win against I am low profile. Displeased by those words, Lu Lujie protested indignantly. No matter how long it takes, the inner disciples will surely persevere. We won't allow ourselves to be defeated just like that. This is our pride and dignity. I believe that as long as we push on, no matter how powerful I am low profile is, he'll eventually be worn down and killed. The final victory will be ours to claim. But just as Lu Lujie was making this impassioned speech, Wang Jiandong suddenly took out a jade token, and upon taking a look, his mouth fell open. His lips twitched a little, as if he had something to say, but he had no idea how to approach it. "What's wrong?" Lu Lujie asked. "Senior Lu, I just received a message saying that the duel has ended. I am low profile, killed the remaining 3,000 people with a single move. So, the system is currently processing the results," Wang Jiandong said. What? He killed 3,000 people with a single move. Lu Lujie nearly fell to the ground from shock. He stared at Wang Jiandong intently as he asked, "Are you certain?" Lu Lujie was not the only one taken aback by this piece of news. Bai Ruanqing seemed to be on the verge of losing her mind, too. It was understandable if a person was able to kill a person with one strike. 2 was still a logical number, and 10 was still barely acceptable. But to kill 3,000 cultivators of equal cultivation realm in a single move, are you messing with me? The matter has already been confirmed. All of the killed inner disciples have returned to the ethereal hall to wait for the final verdict, Wang Jiandong said. As the third strongest inner disciple, he had subordinates that were loyal to him, so he did not doubt this intelligence. Lu Lujie's eyebrows shot up. He quickly turned to Bai Ruanqing and clasped his fist. "Senior Bai, the fact that everyone has been killed simultaneously means that the duel has already come to an end. All of us who have participated in the battle have to enter the ethereal hall to accept the verdict. Please pardon me for a moment." "Go ahead." Knowing the rules, Bai Ruanqing gestured for him to go ahead. To be honest, she could still hardly believe it. To defeat 3,000 inner disciples with a single move and achieve victory in this seemingly impossible challenge. Just who in the world was I am low profile? More importantly, after causing such a huge uproar in the sect, did he really think that he was still as low profile as he claimed to be? In the sword gazebo, Elder Mu and the others had just recovered from their shock. The revelation of I am low profile's cultivation realm showed that he was indeed an inner disciple. But for an inner disciple to kill 1,000 cultivators consecutively and even defeat them with the utmost ease, what was with that ridiculous strength of his? However, no matter how formidable he is, there's no way he can win. There are at least 10,000 inner disciples within the sect, and in order to protect their dignity, more and more people will eventually join the fray. Eventually, he will be worn out and fall in defeat. Elder Mu shook his head. Thus, no matter how long I am low profile perseveres, the only outcome that awaits him is defeat. The other elders nodded in agreement. They shared Elder Mu's opinion as well. It was difficult enough for a person to single-handedly defeat all the inner disciples, and they were even in the ethereal hall, where everyone's cultivation was equal. This was simply too difficult. No matter how powerful I am low profile was, there was simply some things that were fundamentally impossible. Wang, just as Elder Mu was thinking about this matter, the communication jade token in his hand suddenly buzzed. After looking at the content of the message, he froze on the spot. To this, the duel has ended. I am low profile defeated 3,000 inner disciples in a single strike, thus signaling the end of the duel. How is this possible? You said that he killed 3,000 inner disciples in a single move? Stupefied, the elders fell into silence once more. Hoo. People were swiftly appearing in the ethereal hall one after another. Most of those who had participated in the duel only to be killed had rushed back as soon as they heard the news. They looked at the seemingly paralyzed young man sitting at the very center of the dueling ring with a complicated look in their eyes. Earlier, when that young man challenged all of them at once, they had thought that he was unbelievably arrogant, perhaps delusional even, but after going through a battle with him, they realized that the young man did wield the strength to obliterate all of the inner disciples. The duel has ended. I am low profile has defeated everyone present at the moment of challenge, and thus, he's awarded all the sword pavilion coins of everyone who participated in the duel. The exchange will be conducted now. The person who was managing the dueling ring walked out and declared, I hereby announce that I am low profile has achieved victory. Is this for real? He's really won? Is there no one among the inner disciples who is a match for him? This must be the most humiliating day for all of the inner disciples. 5,000 inner disciples actually fell in defeat just like that. How did things end up like this? Hearing the outcome, a lot of people found themselves suffering severe mental breakdowns. As inner disciples of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, they were extremely prideful individuals. However, that pride of theirs had been shattered so easily by a single man on this very day. "I don't agree with the verdict," someone amid the crowd shouted angrily. "I rushed here as soon as I heard the news, and I haven't even participated in the duel yet. I don't believe that he has the ability to defeat 5,000 people single-handedly. Even if he has managed to do so, it's likely that Senior Wuxia and the other experts haven't made their appearance yet. Otherwise, how could that fellow possibly win so easily?" Most inner disciples had rushed over upon hearing the challenge in the ethereal hall, but for various reasons, an entire half of the inner disciples were unable to make it in time. A lot of them had just entered the ethereal hall when the announcement that the duel had concluded sounded. They had not participated in the battle, yet they had to bear the shame of defeat. They could not accept such a verdict. Senior Wuxia has dominated the number 1 rank of the inner disciples for 7 years now. "I don't believe that I am low profile would be able to win if he made a move," another person shouted in agreement. Wuxia had been killed before he could even reveal his identity. As such, while many people recognized him by his swordsmanship, there was no guarantee that the person who had fought back then was really Wuxia. These chants caused a sliver of hope to blossom in the hearts of the crowd. Could it be that I am low profile had won because Senior Lu did not make a move? "Are you trying to refute the bet?" the person managing the dueling ring asked. "We dare not refute the results of the duel. There's no doubt that I am low profile is a formidable sword practitioner, but he only beat those who were present then. What we disagree with is the judgment that he has defeated all the inner disciples. Many of the experts of the inner disciples didn't make a move. If they participated in the battle, there's no way I am low profile could have lasted till the very end. No matter how they refuted the matter, they could not deny the fact that I am low profile had defeated 5,000 inner disciples. Since that was the case, as long as they insisted that the other party had not managed to defeat all of the inner disciples, they would at least be able to retain some of their dignity. There are 10,000 inner disciples in total, and 5,000 of you have been defeated by him. Is that not considered as a victory against all the inner disciples? Don't you think that you are trying too hard to refute the truth?" The person managing the dueling ring replied calmly. He was an elder of the sect, but he was independent from the external elders, internal elders, or core elders. As such, he would only make an impartial verdict based on facts and reasons. What we are saying is that the more formidable experts among the inner disciples haven't made a move yet. They represent the pinnacle might of the inner disciples. If even they did not make a move, we can't accept the outcome of this duel to be representative of all of us. A voice shouted out angrily. "How can you prove that they didn't participate?" The person managing the dueling ring rebutted. "I am unable to prove it, so I beseech the ethereal hall to reveal the details of the battle. Only with this will we be able to accept the outcome of this duel." The same voice cried out. "Indeed, please show the details of the battle. We want to know who participated in the battle. The rest of us just weren't able to make it in time to participate in the battle too, so we don't wish to bear the blame for the loss. I think that it's only fair that the ethereal hall reveals the details of the battle given that our reputation is on the line. What if all who participated in the battle are actually the weaker inner disciples? We are unwilling to bear the blame for their weakness." Such angry exclamations could be heard from the crowd. Most of those who were speaking up at this moment were those who had not participated in the battle and only made it in time to hear the outcome. To be honest, it was hard for them to believe that a single person could defeat 5,000 inner disciples within the short span of half an hour. How were they supposed to accept something as inconceivable as this out of the blue? Unless the details of the battle were revealed, no one could accept it. The person managing the dueling ring turned to the rest of the crowd and asked, "Are you certain? Can I verify if the other inner disciples are willing to accept this?" The identities of those in the ethereal hall were anonymous, but the battle details would reveal one's true identity. Of course, it would not go in depth to describe the details of the battle. The dual recording was there for this function. But just the revelation of one's real name had already infringed on the privacy of others. We are agreeable to this. Same here. We might have lost, but we want to know who he has won against. We need to know the results of this duel in order to accept it. Otherwise, it'll always remain a question in our minds. There were many cheers of agreement. Perhaps due to peer pressure, not a single person disagreed with the motion. Since there's full consensus for the matter, I will proceed with your request. The person managing the dueling ring nodded. He turned to the person behind him and issued an instruction. The latter quickly turned around and left. A moment later, the person returned with a jade token in hand. This is the list of opponents whom I am low profile has killed in the past half hour. Please feel free to take a look, the young man said as he tossed the jade token into the air. Voila! A huge list of names appeared before everyone's eyes. Look! Senior Wuxia is at the very top, someone among the crowd shouted. Everyone quickly turned their gazes over, only to see a glaring name at the very top. Wuxia. 4 times. This means that Senior Lu has been here before. Just that. What does the 4 times behind mean? Another person amid the crowd asked. 4 times refers to the number of times he has been killed. Most probably, he was indignant after dying once, so he returned with another ethereal token in another identity, only to be killed again. In the end, he was killed 4 times in total. The manager of the dueling ring replied nonchalantly. He was killed 4 times consecutively? The heck? Doesn't he feel shameful at all? That's not shameful anymore. It's more like he has a complete lack of shame. Wait a moment. Senior Wang Jiandong has been killed 4 times too? Many faces amid the crowd reddened in embarrassment. They had been saying that Wuxia did not participate in the duel, and being proved wrong the very next moment left them feeling as if they had been smacked in the face. It was on the grounds that the number 1 Wuxia had not been here that they insisted that it was unfair to claim that I am low profile had won against all of the inner disciples. Who could have known that the other party had actually come again and again even after being killed? What a shameful act this was. Who is Bai Wanqing? I don't recall seeing this name among the inner disciples before, but it seems like she has been killed 2 times over the course of the duel. Someone among the crowd said. Her name sounds incredibly familiar. Isn't she Elder Bai Ye's granddaughter? You know, that core disciple. Wait a moment. You are telling me that a core disciple snuck into our ethereal hall to challenge I am low profile, and she ended up being killed twice? Yet another wave of commotion was raised among the crowd. Just a moment ago, they had thought that it was shameful for Wuxia to be killed 4 times in the duel. But who could have thought that a core disciple would actually sneak into a duel among inner disciples? Even get killed twice. There's another unfamiliar name over there. Bai Feng. I don't think I have heard of that name. Does any one of you know this person before? I have heard of Bai Feng. He's Elder Bai Ye's servant. Even though he isn't an elder in terms of strength, he's far stronger than most core elders. He's even stronger than most core elders, but he still ended up getting killed here? As the inner disciples looked down the list, a lot of them looked as if they were on the verge of a mental breakdown. They could understand Wuxia and Wang Jiandong getting killed 4 times. After all, the reputation of the inner disciples was at stake, so it was understandable for them to be a bit more shameless at a moment like that. However, even a core disciple was killed twice, and someone as powerful as a core elder was killed once. Wasn't this getting a little out of hand? It was as if some powerhouses had snuck into this little party of theirs. Given the huge commotion, why did none of the inner elders come by to resolve this matter? Indeed, no matter how slow the information network of the elders is, half an hour should be more than enough for them to learn of the matter. The same doubt emerged in everyone's minds. Even core disciples had gotten involved in this battle only to be killed in the end. Why were the inner elders not intervening in something as huge as this? Wait a moment. There are still names below. Someone suddenly shouted out. and the crowd turned their gazes over. At the very bottom of the list, several more names were slowly appearing. Mu Xian, Huang Yu, Zhang Lingbo, Lu Yun. If I recall correctly, Mu Xian is Elder Mu's full name, isn't it? Huang Yu is the name of the elder in charge of our peak. Zhang Lingbo is the inner elder who has been teaching us. In an instant, everyone's face turned livid from sheer frustration. They felt like their hearts were going to burst from how stifled it was becoming. I thought that it was weird that none of the elders intervened in this issue, but to think that they hid as inner disciples to challenge I am low profile too. Yet, they still ended up getting killed. They were the ones who taught us swordsmanship, but they were defeated. What the hell? How monstrously powerful is I am low profile? Everyone was really on the verge of losing their mind. This was especially so for the inner disciples who demanded to view the battle details earlier. They really wished to slap themselves to death. They had thought that this revelation would restore some of their reputation, but it ended up doing the contrary. It was their duel, but they had ended up bringing core disciples and even their own elders to fight on their behalf. It would have been one thing if they won, but they had actually lost. It was just like a child challenging the kindergarten he was in, but instead of mediating in the duel, the teachers and adults ganged up with the other children against the child, only to end up being beaten up themselves. How humiliating. There was nowhere they could put their face anymore. They really should not have asked for the details of the battle. Now, they felt like they were ready to wither from embarrassment. Meanwhile, Xianxia was also listening to the conversation among the crowd, and he was browsing through the battle details. He was flabbergasted by what he saw. When did that core disciple and those elders appear before him? Why did he not notice their presence at all? Logically speaking, if those people had made a move, he should have noticed it. But in the half an hour that he had been battling, everyone had pretty much been ended in a single slash. He did not feel much resistance at all. Oh well, it doesn't matter. As long as I manage to earn a decent sum, everything is fine. Unable to figure it out, Xianxia decided to simply stop thinking about it altogether. Instead, he turned to look at his ethereal card. He had killed 5,000 people over the course of the duel, and under the rules of the duel, the sword pavilion coins that they had with them would have to go to him. Since that was the case, he should have made a killing with this. With trembling fingers, he tapped on the ethereal card. A series of number quickly appeared on top of it. 283,764. I earned 280,000 sword pavilion coins? Xianxia nearly burst out laughing like a maniac. Given that he had killed 5,000 people, that would average out to around 50 sword pavilion coins for each kill he made. In any case, he had half of the total fortune of the inner disciples with him now. If he used this money to buy pills, he should be able to tame the Dongshu gourd easily. Farewell. Seeing that his body was so depleted that it was on the verge of dissipating at any moment, Xianxia quickly walked over to the receptionist to buy a couple of standard immortal pills before finally leaving the ethereal hall. Since he had already acquired what he wanted, there was no need to dawdle in there anymore. Returning to his room, he took out the pills before releasing the Dongshu gourd once more. Here are 10 standard immortal pills. Acknowledge me as your master, and I'll give them to you. Xianxia uncorked the jade bottle, allowing a whiff of concentrated spiritual energy to flow out. This left the Dongshu gourd feeling deeply tempted. Why? Are you going to renege on your words? Xianxia looked at the Dongshu gourd and smiled. Ahahaha. Of course my words count. It's nothing for me to acknowledge you as my master. However, you must promise to give me ample medicine and treasures so that I can recover to my full strength, the Dongshu gourd said with a shake of its bottom. That's a given, Xianxia replied. A small droplet of liquid melted from the Dongshu gourd's exterior before flying right into Xianxia's glabella. Wang! Xianxia sealed the contract, and the next moment, his consciousness was already linked up with the Dongshu gourd. Even without opening their mouths, they were also able to communicate with one another telepathically. Just what in the world are you? However, despite their telepathic communication, Xianxia still sensed a barrier between him and the Dongshu gourd. It was hard to describe what kind of feeling it was, but if he really had to put it into words, it felt like the Dongshu gourd was an egg. He was able to communicate what was outside, but he could not peer through the shell to see what lay inside. Didn't I tell you that already? I am a legendary beast who once ruled over the lands. The Dongshu gourd replied proudly. Stop bragging. All right, here are your pills. Seeing how the Dongshu gourd was only able to repeat the same few words again and again, Xianxia was rendered speechless. With a helpless sigh, he tossed the standard immortal pills over to the other party. Opening its mouth, the Dongshu gourd swallowed all the pills in a single mouthful. Following which, it looked at Xianxia with a pitiful look as it whimpered. I still want more. Give me more. More. All right, I'll get more for you. Xianxia replied in resignation. Since he had plenty of money, it was not that big a deal. Thus, he returned to the ethereal hall and purchased another 90 standard immortal pills, which he tossed to the Dongshu gourd so that the latter could slowly work its way through them. Meanwhile, he sat down quietly by the side and began pondering over what had just happened. To be honest, he had benefited a lot from the earlier battle against the 5,000 inner disciples. It had allowed him to reinforce his understanding of swordsmanship and sharpen his control over his strength. He tried driving his Xianxia a little, and he could immediately feel that the bottleneck limiting him before loosening up. He was ready to push for a breakthrough to pseudo-immortal at any moment. To think that practicing my swordsmanship in the ethereal hall would be useful to my cultivation too, Xianxia thought in excitement. Normally, considering that he had only achieved a breakthrough to Dimension Shatter Realm consummation a few hours prior, it should have taken several days for him to reinforce his cultivation even with the Heaven's Path Divine Art. However, after going through the earlier battle, he managed to condense his Xianxia to the limits, and he was able to control it freely. Just like that, the pseudo-immortal realm, which should have been a long distance away, was suddenly within reach. As long as he found a suitable cultivation technique, he would be able to push for a breakthrough to the pseudo-immortal realm. Only after achieving a breakthrough to the pseudo-immortal realm is one able to become a core disciple. The cultivation techniques in the inner disciples library only went up to the pseudo-immortal realm. If an inner disciple wanted to push for a breakthrough to pseudo-immortal, they would have to consult an elder to find the corresponding book that they required. Dan Xiaotian is currently only at Ancient Sage 1 Dan consummation. He's simply too far away from reaching the pseudo-immortal realm. As a low-profile and humble individual, Xianxia was unwilling to reveal his identity and cultivation. Thus, he could only entrust the heavy responsibility of becoming a core disciple to his 10th direct disciple. However, his student was only entrust the heavy responsibility of becoming a core disciple to his 10th direct disciple. However, his student was, even if Dan Xiaotian cultivated a simplified version of the Heaven's Path Divine Art and had plenty of resources to squander, it would still take at least 2 months for him before he was ready to push for a breakthrough to the pseudo-immortal realm. Otherwise, if he advanced too fast, his cultivation would be shaky. That would adversely affect the future progression of his cultivation. He could not possibly compromise his students for his own needs. Other than approaching an elder for a cultivation technique, there's another way for one to become a core disciple, and that's the Valley of Falling Rain. Many inner disciples who seek to make a breakthrough head there, as there are many insights on advancing to the pseudo-immortal realm. Since Xianxia was unable to count on his disciple, he would just have to rely on himself. He could not help but remember a book that he had read previously in the inner disciples library, and his eyes lit up in excitement. Even if Dan Xiaotian did reach Dimension Shatter Realm consummation, it was hard to say whether he would be able to gather enough pseudo-immortal realm manuals required for him to compile a complete Heaven's Path Divine Art. On the other hand, the Valley of Falling Rain was a popular place for inner disciples to achieve a breakthrough, and those who successfully made a breakthrough there would inscribe their own experience and insights there. As such, it had become a treasure trove of wisdom. While those insights and experiences were not cultivation techniques, if he could compile enough of them, he should still be able to push for a breakthrough to the pseudo-immortal realm. It was fortunate that his current cultivation realm tallied with the inner disciples. This allowed him to move around openly by blending in with the inner disciples without anyone doubting his identity. I should head to the Valley of Falling Rain to take a look. With that thought in mind, Xianxia stepped out of his room. Young master. At this moment, Chao Qingli had finished his business with the other 300 Jin, a female disciple, and returned to the residence. The intense battle that he had just been through caused his presence to feel a little withered. From the looks of it, the female disciple was no weakling at all. Despite Chao Qingli's remarkable skills from his many years of experience and his superb stamina, the clash still left him severely weakened. Most likely, he would have to rest for quite a long time before making a comeback. Xianxia looked around the residence, but he was unable to find his disciple. Thus, he turned to Chao Qingli and asked, "Where's Dan Xiaodian?" Chao Qingli quickly bowed slightly before responding to Xianxia's question. The inner disciples have been gathered for an urgent meeting, and the young master has already headed over there. They have been gathered for an urgent meeting? Xianxia asked doubtfully. It seems like some fool challenged all the inner disciples at once, and that has left the elders extremely infuriated. They are pushing the inner disciples to investigate the matter and catch the culprit, Chao Qingli replied. While he was battling with 300 Jin, a subordinate had reported this matter to her through the door. As such, he still knew a thing or two about this matter. Fool! Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. You are the one who is a fool. Your entire family are fools. It's just a bet. Do you really need to go so far as to hold an urgent meeting just to apprehend me? It's fortunate that I had the foresight to change my name in advance. Otherwise, if they got me, I'd be in deep trouble. With his comprehension of swordsmanship, it was no exaggeration to say that he was invincible among those of the same cultivation realm. However, it was unfortunate that his cultivation was still too weak. Previously, when he heard from one of the inner disciples that it was possible to earn money so easily, greed had gotten the better of him for a moment, and he had ended up getting too engrossed in the fight. If they uncovered his identity, it might lead to a great deal of trouble and danger. Currently, he was not completely confident in protecting himself against true immortals or even high immortals, so he could not allow his true identity to be revealed. What have you heard so far? Is there any news on where the person who challenged the inner disciples lives or who he is? Xianxia asked with a nonchalant look on his face. So far, the only thing I got is that the person is called I Am Low Profile. Seriously, what an eccentric name that is. He calls himself low profile when there's no one as boastful as him in the world. As for who he is and where he is, there's still no updates on that at the moment. Chao Qingli replied with a shake of his head. Seeing that his true identity had not been compromised so far, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief in his mind. He lowered his head contemplatively for a moment before asking Chao Qingli, "Do you know where the urgent meeting is held?" "It's held at the sparring field located at the top of the mountain," Chao Qingli replied. "Got it." Xianxia nodded as he slowly walked over to Chao Qingli. "Pa!" Clutching the back of his head, Chao Qingli was shocked. "Young master, why did you hit me?" That strike was so powerful that he felt his teeth loosening from his gums. "I answered what you asked me without hiding anything at all, and my news was timely this time as well. What did I do wrong to warrant this beating? You stepped into the residence with your left foot instead of your right. I don't like it." Xianxia threw those words at Chao Qingli before walking away coldly. "He struck me just because I entered the residence with my left foot?" Chao Qingli's eyes widened in bewilderment. What kind of nonsensical rule was this? Was the young master experiencing his andropause early? Otherwise, why would he make up such a ridiculous rule? Jot it down, jot it down. I must make sure to remember it. Chao Qingli murmured to himself as he patted his heart to console his wounded soul. After leaving the residence, Xianxia did not head to the Valley of Falling Rain but the mountain peak where the sparring field was located. He had to find out how the elders intended to find him and how much they had found out so that he could prepare countermeasures. Otherwise, it would be extremely dangerous if he did not even know when the other party was already onto him. Being low profile is the most important thing in the world. I must make sure to never act as I did earlier in the future. Xianxia sighed deeply in regret. It was indeed exhilarating for him to defeat so many people at once. But the implications sure were troublesome. If they traced the matter back to him, He would be a goner. After acting so prudently all his life, why did he give in to recklessness this time? Arg. Seated at the very center of the Elder Council was First Elder Xianxia, and the other elders who sat by his side carried imposing presences that weighed down on those before them. At the bottommost of the council was Elder Mu, who managed the inner disciples. Elder Mu was no weakling, but he paled in comparison to the elders who sat the topmost region. Even from a distance away, he could feel immense pressure crushing down on him, causing cold sweat to form all around his forehead. At this moment, another elder walked into the hall and took his seat, after which he asked, "Elder He, may I know the reason you have gathered us so urgently? It looks like everyone is here." Elder Mu, "I'll be troubling you to relay what you said earlier to the council once more." Elder Xianxia looked at Elder Mu and nodded. "Yes." Elder Mu quickly rose to his feet and said, "Greetings, fellow members of the council. I am Elder Mu Xian of the Inner Disciples section. During the previous Elder Council, Elder He instructed all of us to search for the genius who comprehended the God's sword intent. Shortly after the announcement, a formidable sword practitioner appeared among the Inner Disciples. We suspect that the person might be the genius Elder He talked about." "Oh? On what basis are you presuming that?" an elder in the council asked with a frown. The God's sword intent was viewed to be the very zenith of swordsmanship across the entire Forsaken continent. Even if anyone comprehended it, they should be from the core disciples at the very minimum. It did not seem too likely for it to be an inner disciple. In the Inner Disciples' ethereal hall, he issued a challenge to all of the inner disciples, and he slew 5,000 of them within half an hour. Elder Mu swiftly recounted the matter that had just happened. After hearing that the person had slain 3,000 inner disciples with a single move and eventually achieved victory, intense discussion immediately broke out among the Elder Council. Not long ago, Elder He had said that someone had comprehended the God's sword intent, and then such a figure appeared and caused such a huge uproar. Could they be the same person? If that was really the case, that incident would not be a mockery to the inner disciples. On the contrary, they might even be viewed in reverence for such a powerful figure appearing from their ranks. Losing to a person who had comprehended the same divine swordsmanship as the founder was not an embarrassment but an honor. He eliminated 5,000 fellow inner disciples in the ethereal hall within half an hour? Are you certain? Some of the elders stood up as they questioned the authenticity of Elder Mu's statement. This matter was simply too inconceivable. It was a fixed rule that all of those who entered the ethereal hall would be of the same cultivation realm. Putting aside whether it was possible to slay 5,000 people alone or not, the fact that he was able to pull it off within half an hour was already an absurd notion. Was it possible for someone to be so much more powerful than his peers on the basis of his skills alone? "I have the video of the fight here," Elder Mu said as he presented a record crystal to the Elder Council. The Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion's ethereal hall also had a video recording function, similar to the ethereal halls outside too. Cultivators could purchase the video recordings at a set price. Knowing that this matter was of grave importance, Elder Mu had made sure to purchase the recording of the battle between I Am Low Profile and the inner disciples beforehand. With a tap of his finger, the crystal immediately reflected the details of the earlier battle. Due to time constraints, he skipped the earlier segments of the battle to show the final move, where countless strands of sword chi each morphed into a sword art, decapitating the heads of 3,000 cultivators in a flash. This sight caused everyone's eyebrows to shoot up in astonishment. Even they would be unable to pull off a move of such imposing might once they suppressed their cultivation to ancient sage One Dan. Yet that fellow was able to pull it off so easily. Just how deep was his comprehension of swordsmanship? That swordsmanship isn't our founder's God's sword intent though. Nevertheless, the fact that he's able to cultivate his swordsmanship to such a level likely means that he's the man we are searching for, the elder who spoke earlier remarked. Even though he found it bizarre that someone who had achieved such a formidable level of swordsmanship was still only an inner disciple, all of the evidence pointed in the same direction. "That's what I thought as well." Elder He nodded in agreement. "Thus, I would like to confirm I Am Low Profile's identity and trace his location, but such actions are strictly prohibited by the sect rules. It would undermine the significance of the ethereal hall. The elder earlier replied with a frown. The ethereal hall was incapable of identifying a person directly. Even for the battle details that were reflected previously, that was achieved through cross-referencing the blood droplet used to activate the ethereal token together with the inner disciple's identity token. An exception was made earlier because the people presumed to be involved in the duel had expressly consented to having their identities revealed, but this was not the case for I Am Low Profile. As such, this matter had to be viewed separately. I understand this as well. Thus, I gathered all of you here to discuss this matter. Elder, he said. This is an extenuating circumstance. If the experts of the Hall of Gods find him earlier than we do, it might lead to unnecessary complications. As someone who has comprehended the God's sword intent, if he's allowed to grow, he will eventually obtain the strength to challenge the authority of the gods. The experts of the Hall of Gods won't allow for that. It's likely that they will make a move on him in advance. Such matters have occurred in history before. Many talented geniuses have been killed by the Hall of Gods because their sects failed to protect them. The atmosphere in the room grew a little heavy following Elder He's speech. Elder Mu's body stiffened from the pressure, and he did not dare breathe loudly. His standing was such that he was not privy to the secrets of the Forsaken Continent. However, from the discussion in the council, he was able to figure out the situation. He immediately understood the severity of this matter and why this issue had to be kept confidential by any means. Otherwise, a disaster might really strike the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. An elder stood up and proposed, I suggest that we liaise with the sect leader and have him make the decision on this matter. I think this is the safest move we can make. Indeed, such a major decision requires the judgment of the sect leader. Another person echoed in agreement. I have already informed the sect leader of the matter, and this was his response. Elder, he replied as he took out a communication jade token and flashed it to the crowd. There were 7 words on the token. Deal with it as you deem fit. Since the sect leader has already made such a call, let's look into that person's identity and location them. This is so that we can offer him greater protection from the Hall of Gods. Like the first elder said, this is a special circumstance, and we need to deal with it accordingly. Since the sect leader had entrusted the decision to them, the other elders quickly nodded in agreement. All right, let's head to the Sword Gazebo. Seeing that there was a majority agreement in the council over this issue, Elder he stood up and walked out of the room. The crowd also rose to their feet, and they swiftly made their way over to the Sword Gazebo. As for Elder Mu, due to his inability to fly, Elder he wrapped him within a surge of his Xianxia and pulled him along with the group. Since that genius was likely to be among the inner disciples, it would be helpful for Elder Mu to be with them as well. They quickly arrived at the Sword Gazebo. Without any hesitation, the elders quickly passed their identity tokens over and placed them on the wall. After which, Elder he commanded, reveal I Am Low Profile's identity and exact location. Wang. There was a slight buzz as light flickered on the wall for a moment. However, nothing appeared. What's going on? Elder he frowned. With so many elders together with them, they should have had the authority to uncover I Am Low Profile's identity and location. Why was nothing appearing at all? It could be because he isn't in the ethereal hall at the moment. That's why nothing is reflected on the wall, someone said from afar. Everyone quickly turned their heads around, and they saw an elder descending toward them. He was none other than the leader of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, Sect Leader Han. He had finally returned. Paying respects to the sect leader, the elders quickly bowed respectfully. After which, Elder he looked over and asked, Sect Leader Han, you mentioned earlier that the person in question is not in the ethereal hall. What does that mean? Most of them had never used the Sword Gazebo to find the identity and location of a person before, so they were unaware of the details surrounding it. The ethereal hall uses one's consciousness to determine the location of the body. If the consciousness is not within the ethereal hall, how can you check the person's whereabouts? Sect Leader Han replied. Elder he and the others widened their eyes in realization. Previously, the reason Elder Mu had been able to check I Am Low Profile's cultivation without any problem was because the latter had still been fighting with the other inner disciples. However, now that I Am Low Profile was no longer in there, it made sense for the search to fail. Looking at the frustrated faces around him, sect leader Han chuckled softly before saying, "Don't worry. We just have to wait here patiently. As long as I Am Low Profile enters the ethereal hall once more, we'll easily be able to uncover his position." Hearing those words, the other elders quietly nodded. Given the huge fuss that the other party had caused, as well as the humongous wealth that he had earned through the duel, it was just a matter of time before he appeared in the ethereal hall once more. As long as they bided their time, they would eventually be able to catch him. Since that's the case, we'll just stay here for the time being to keep a lookout. Elder Mu, since this matter concerns the inner disciples, you should remain here, Elder, he instructed. Yes, Elder Mu quickly nodded. Just like that, the strongest experts of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion ended up waiting quietly at the sword gazebo, waiting for Xianxia to enter the ethereal hall once more. Meanwhile, the person in question, Xianxia, was unaware that the top experts of the sect were on a stakeout for him. He was rushing all the way up to the sparring field on the mountain peak. A huge crowd had already gathered around the area. All 10,000 or so inner disciples had halted their cultivation and rushed over as soon as they received the news. Following the crowd, Xianxia found a corner and hid himself. There were many people around the area, so no one would really notice an ordinary person like him. I believe that most of you should have guessed why I have gathered all of you here. There was an old man at the very center of the crowd. His voice echoed loudly in everyone's ears. He was the second in charge of the Inner Disciples section, Elder Huang Yu. Upon hearing the elder's words, all the inner disciples lowered their heads in embarrassment. Just a moment before being gathered, they had been defeated by an individual in the ethereal hall. Even the slowest of minds could easily understand what was going on. This is the first time that something like this has happened in the long history of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. I don't know which of you is I Am Low Profile, but the fact that he was able to triumph over 5,000 people alone is huge for the sect. He's worthy of praise. As for the rest of you, despite 5,000 of you ganging up on a single person, you couldn't even kill him? Let me ask you this. What have you been learning in the sect over the years? Have you just been idling your time away? Elder Huang Yu's face was completely nonchalant, which made it hard to read whether he was angry or excited. The crowd was not too sure what they should expect from him. However, his words caused all of them to lower their heads in embarrassment. It was indeed a humiliation that they were unable to defeat a single person. There was no way that they could argue there out of this matter. Just that, if we recall correctly, Elder Huang Yu, you also snuck there and ended up being killed. Is it really fine for you lecture us like this? Of course, none of the inner disciples dared say those words out loud. It's true that we are not a match for I Am Low Profile, but, given how formidable he is there a chance that he's a core disciple in disguise? One of the inner disciples asked. As soon as this question was asked, it immediately sparked a lot of nods of agreement from the crowd. As fellow inner disciples, they knew each other's standards. If someone who was slightly stronger than that appeared, it would still be believable to them. But I Am Low Profile had far exceeded that level. As such, this got them thinking. Knowing that the inner disciples would pose such a question, Huang Yu calmly waved his hand. Elder Mu and the rest of us paid a visit to the sword gazebo to check on the matter, and his strength is indeed only at Dimension Shatterer Realm consummation. This is the result of our investigation. Wang. A recording surfaced in the air. It showed the sight of the 10 elders heading toward a wall to check on I Am Low Profile's strength. Very soon, the wall reflected a result corroborating what Elder Mu had said. He really is a Dimension Shatterer Realm consummation cultivator. An inner disciple, just like us. Is it really possible for inner disciples to be this powerful? I can't believe that skills can make one so much more powerful than others. This sight vanquished any doubts that I Am Low Profile might not be an inner disciple. What else do you have to say for yourselves? After playing the recording, Elder Huang, you looked at the inner disciples around him coldly. As soon as you think that you are unable to defeat him, you think that he's a core disciple. Have you tried searching within you for the reason behind your defeat? Before the crowd could even answer, his aura grew even sharper and more imposing, leaving the crowd feeling a little suffocated. Why do you think that I am low profile was able to become so much more powerful than the rest of you? That's because, just like his nickname, he has humbly trained harder than any of you without fussing over transient things like fame and honor. He has never wasted his time flaunting his skills in public or engaging in useless politics. All that was in his heart was cultivation, cultivation, and cultivation. It's by shedding more blood, sweat, and tears than any single one else of you that he managed to reach his current level. What about the rest of you? Elder Huang Yu's voice gradually got louder with every word he spoke. You are obsessed with honor and glory. Fighting can improve your skills, but you content yourselves with picking weaker opponents and staying within what you are used to so that you can win your duels. You view loss to be something more frightening than remaining stagnant. With such mindsets, how can you possibly cultivate the best swordsmanship in the world? How can you become real experts? Those words struck a chord in everyone's heart. Realizing how much time they had wasted on pursuing honor and glory among themselves, they lowered their heads in shame. On the other hand, Xianxia was rendered speechless by the high praise being heaped on him. The reason he had never appeared in public or engaged in useless politics was because this was only his first day at the sect. He could not have done it even if he wanted to. That being said, the thing about him shedding a lot more blood, sweat, and tears in order to reach his current level was indeed true. Don't be content with what you already have. Don't restrict yourself to what you already know. Don't blame others when you find yourself outmatched. While you might not be as talented as the other party, you aren't even close to being as hardworking as he is. Elder Huang Yu's voice reverberated across the crowd. From this day forth, I hope that you can throw away all the needless baggage weighing you down and make the inner disciples sector stronger than ever. Are you able to do it? Do you have the confidence to do it? Yes, Elder Huang. We have the confidence to do it. With fists that were tightly clenched, the crowd roared in agreement. Seeing the high morale among the crowd, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He had thought that the elders were going to investigate his identity, so he had come running over out of fright, but in the end, they were just using him as an antagonist in order to spark everyone's motivation. That's all I'm going to say today. I have heard your response, and I'm looking forward to what you can achieve. Elder Huang Yu replied. One last thing. Whoever I am low profile is, I hope that you can take the initiative to look for me. All right, you are all dismissed. Seeing that his identity had not been compromised yet, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He left his hiding spot, and just as he was going to make his way over to the Valley of Falling Rain, an anxious voice suddenly sounded behind him. It's him. It's him. This voice was extremely abrupt and urgent, such that it caught everyone's attention. Xianxia also turned his head over, only to feel cold sweat raining down his body. He nearly fainted in that instant. The person who had shouted out loud was currently pointing agitatedly at him, and everyone's eyes were centered on him. The heck? Xianxia felt goosebumps rising all over his body. Surely he would not be recognized just like that, right? If that was the case, how was he going to continue being low profile? More importantly, once his identity was confirmed, it was likely that he would not have time to cultivate anymore. Challengers would come buzzing to him like incessant flies, hoping to fight him again and again. If it was possible for anyone to die out of annoyance, that would probably be the way. After all, who would not want to make a name for themselves? If they could defeat him, who was reputed to have defeated 5,000 cultivators, would that not immediately place them higher than him? No, it's not me. Your eyes are bad, and you have the wrong person, Xianxia replied as he turned around and bolted off. While everyone was still in a daze over what was going on, Xianxia was already sprinting off like an unbridled horse, nearly disappearing in an instant. Don't run! The inner disciple who had shouted earlier was stunned by how fast Xianxia's response was. He was just about to pursue the other party when he suddenly felt immense pressure crushing down on him. At some point in time, Elder Huang had already arrived by his side and asked, "You mentioned that it's him. Who is he?" "He's a fake medicine peddler." No, I mean real medicine peddler." The inner disciple quickly replied with a bow. Elder Huang Yu's eyelids twitched. If he could, he would have slapped this fellow into the bottom of the ocean. It was just a moment ago that he was talking about "I am low profile" when this fellow shouted, "It's him!" His spirits were raised as he thought that he had finally found that powerful sword practitioner. But it turned out to be just a medicine peddler. Do you really have to get so agitated upon finding a medicine peddler? Realizing that Elder Huang Yu's face was getting more and more livid by the second, the inner disciple quickly clarified, "This is a request from Senior Bai Ruanqing. I've been unable to find him, so I couldn't contain my excitement when I finally saw him once more." Even though this inner disciple had not been located closest to Xianxia at the inner disciple's market back then, he had still managed to catch a good look at the latter's appearance during his encounter with Bai Ruanqing. It was just that Xianxia had not really been paying much attention to those present in the market then, so he did not recognize this inner disciple. "Bai Ruanqing is looking for him?" Elder Huang Yu frowned. Even as an elder, he had also heard many things about Bai Ruanqing. Why would Elder Bai Ye's granddaughter look for a mere inner disciple? It seems like the medicine that she bought from him was still rather effective, so she wanted to buy a bit more. The inner disciple replied. "I see. Go on and find him then. Don't get on Bai Ruanqing's bad side." Elder Huang Yu waved his hand helplessly. Since the other party was not I am low profile, he also lost his interest in pursuing this matter any further. Uni. Knowing that there was no time to inform Wuxia and the others, the inner disciple immediately dashed down the mountain to pursue Xianxia. That was a close one. After running for some time, Xianxia glanced backward and saw that no one was on his tail anymore before finally coming to a halt. With a deep sigh, he rubbed his forehead in distress. He just wanted to be an ordinary man living an ordinary life. Why was it so difficult? It's not as if I asked to be born so outstanding. Anyway, if someone was able to recognize me, that means that my current identity has already been compromised. He did not know how he had been revealed, but as long as he refused to admit it and did not display his true strength, the other party should not be able to prove that he was indeed I am low profile. I have to destroy the ethereal token. If he did not destroy it, someone might just match his ethereal token to the records, and that would be concrete evidence of his identity. By then, there would be nothing that he could say that would salvage the situation. It's fortunate that the Sword Pavilion coins that I've earned are stored inside the untraceable ethereal card, so I don't need to rely on the ethereal token to withdraw my wealth, Xianxia thought as he took out his I am low profile ethereal token and crushed it. It was not uncommon for cultivators to be killed in the ethereal hall, so it was common sense to place one's wealth in an ethereal card instead. This way, they would at least be able to retrieve their wealth even after their ethereal token had been deactivated. After all that was done, Xianxia was finally able to relax a little. It was at this moment that the person who had pointed him out caught up with him. Xianxia looked behind that person, but strangely enough, there was no one following him. This was both relieving and bewildering at the same time. Since this fellow had already pointed him out as I am low profile, it would have made sense for Elder Huang Yu and the others to pursue him too, right? Why did this fellow come alone then? Were they afraid of scaring him or something? Well, no matter what plans they had in store, he just had to deny everything. He had already crushed the ethereal token anyway. There was no way they could identify him. Brother, you sure run fast. Upon catching up with Xianxia, the inner disciple lowered his body and panted loudly from exhaustion. While Xianxia had intentionally slowed himself down a lot to prevent anyone from noticing any anomalies with him, it was still not a speed that anyone could easily catch up with. It's fortunate that I was the first one to recognize and catch you. Ha ha ha, I have really struck gold this time. Despite his exhaustion, the inner disciple looked at Xianxia with eyes reminiscent of a treasure hunter staring at a treasure. Recognize me? Don't spout nonsense. There's no way I could be that incomparably handsome and hopelessly valiant I am low profile. He's like a brilliant sun in the sky, whereas I am nothing more than an ordinary inner disciple, not even worth a mention at all. So, don't start spouting nonsense. Someone will die because of that. Xianxia immediately waved his hand defensively. I am low profile? What the heck are you talking about? The inner disciple was stunned by Xianxia's words. Ah! Xianxia's body froze on the spot. Then why in the world are you chasing me? If not because you recognized I am low profile, why did you sprint after me so anxiously? You even scared me into crushing my ethereal token, you know. Didn't you sell a bottle of recovery medicine to Senior by launching a while ago? She ordered us to look for you, or else she will give us a severe pummeling. Look at these bruises all over my body. They were all inflicted by her. If I didn't find you soon, she might have tortured us to death. The inner disciple pointed all over his body and cried. Taking a closer look, Xianxia noticed that the inner disciple was indeed wounded all over, and he nearly burst into tears, too. You should have said it earlier if that was the case. Do you know how many years you have shaved off my life from the earlier shock? I even crushed my ethereal token. That's 20 Sword Pavilion coins, you know. It all turned out to be an empty scare. It's fortunate that I didn't lose anything else other than that, or else I might just strangle you alive. Why is she looking for me? Xianxia asked. I'm not too sure. It seems like your recovery medicine is effective, so she wishes to buy a few more bottles from you, the inner disciple said. She wishes to buy more medicine from me? Finally making sense of the situation, Xianxia heaved another sigh of relief. Everything was fine as long as his identity as I am low profile was not compromised. As for the recovery medicine that he sold, of course it was effective. Otherwise, it could not have healed him so quickly either. Indeed, the inner disciple nodded. I'll have to trouble you to visit Senior Wuxia with me. He's the only one who is able to contact Senior Bai. Xianxia's initial thought was to turn the inner disciple down. After all, he felt that this matter would just be a load of trouble. However, an idea suddenly came to his mind, and he asked, if I recall correctly, Senior Bai Wanqing is the granddaughter of Elder Bai Yi, right? She has quite a high standing among the core disciples too, doesn't she? The news concerning that female dinosaur had reached even his ears. Possessing both standing and influence, she might just be able to secure him a trip to the core disciples' library. If so, it would be much better than him making a trip to the Valley of Falling Rain. Indeed, her standing is extremely high in the sect, such that no one dares to cross her. Your recovery medicine has won her approval, and she specially engaged us to look for you. I believe that you will surely be highly regarded by her, and it will be a great opportunity for you to rise through the ranks, the inner disciple said with a hint of envy in his eyes. Just make sure that you don't forget about me once you reach the top. It was for this young man that Bai Wanqing pummeled them to the ground. From the looks of it, it felt like Bai Wanqing had already made up her mind to cover this young man. It was for this reason that he did not dare disrespect the young man standing before him. Let's go then. Having confirmed this matter, Xianxia's eyes lit up as he nodded without any hesitation. Following behind this inner disciple, it did not take too long for them to arrive at Wuxia's residence. Are you the person who sold the recovery medicine to Senior Bai? When Wuxia and Wang Jiandong saw that Xianxia was even younger than them and was a foreign face, they were slightly taken aback. The recovery medicine is something that I acquired by chance, and it's mostly used up, Xianxia said. I found that it's effective on most wounds and afflictions, so I have always viewed it as my greatest treasure. It's only because I had an urgent need for money that I was forced to sell it. I didn't think that it would end up helping Senior Bai. He knew about the analogy of the man with a jade. It was with no other choice that he had chosen to sell the gourd's bathwater. But he knew better than to reveal its true source. In any case, he should first claim that its quantity was limited, or else it would be troublesome if everyone who was injured came to him for medicine. The analogy talks about how a person who flaunts their wealth, beauty, talents, or the like could end up bringing envy upon them, and thus provoking others to harm them. I have already informed Senior Bai of the matter. She'll be here in a moment. I hope that you still have some recovery medicine left, or else, I fear that even I won't be able to protect you, Wuxia said. Yes, I still do have some left, Xianxia replied with a smile. You should wait for Senior Bai here. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave first, Wuxia said before heading to the courtyard. Being killed by I Am Low Profile had made him feel deeply pressured. He realized that he was still sorely lacking. While he was a little fearful of Bai Wanqing, he did not want to waste even a second anymore. Stepping into the courtyard, he picked up his sword and began discussing a sword art with Wang Jiandong, who had been waiting for him for some time. This is the sword art that I Am Low Profile executed, Wang Jiandong said as he swung his sword and released a surge of sword chi. No, that doesn't seem like it. I think it's something more like this, Wuxia said with a frown as he executed another move. Through their exchanges, they tried to decipher I Am Low Profile's move while analyzing the various flaws in their own. Watching the entire process, Xianxia murmured quietly with a nod. Their talent's not too bad. If one just looked at sheer talent, they were far above Dan Xiaotian. It was truly not easy to analyze that much just by observing. However, his swordsmanship was far too deep and layered to be interpreted that easily. Not even Bai Feng dared claim that he really understood what was going on, so it was indeed a little too tough on the two inner disciples to comprehend the essence of his swordsmanship. As a result, the more that they discussed, the more they deviated from the truth. As a teacher, Xianxia's eyelids began twitching as the urge to berate them welled up within him. He really could not bear seeing those two straying further and further. However, if he spoke, he would risk exposing his identity. Thus, he shifted uncomfortably in his seat as he tried to tune out what those two were talking about. Who? At this moment, the call of a beast echoed in the air. Bai Wanqing had arrived. Seeing this, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that she had arrived, or else he might have succumbed to his urge and given those two a huge tongue lashing. For his swordsmanship to be distorted to such an extent, he really did not know what to say. As soon as Bai Wanqing leaped off the back of the aerial beast, she immediately recognized Xianxia and rushed over excitedly. I've finally found you. Do you still have the recovery medicine that you sold me back at the market? With just that little bottle, her grandfather was already showing some signs of recovery. If she could procure more of the medicine, her grandfather might just be able to make a full recovery. I only have 3 bottles left at the moment. Xianxia flicked his wrist and took out the few remaining jade bottles. I'll take all 3, Bai Wanqing said excitedly. She took the jade bottles and inspected their contents before heaving a EF. With an expectant look on her face, she asked, May I know if these bottles of recovery medicine were concocted by you? Or did you acquire them from somewhere? I chanced upon them while exploring an ancient domain. These are the only bottles that I have left. If I hadn't been strapped for cash, I would never have brought them out, Xianxia said. It was not as if the other party would ever know of the truth anyway. What a pity, Bai Wanqing sighed. She had hoped that she could buy a bit more, so she could not help but sigh in disappointment when she heard those words. She quickly took out 60 sword pavilion coins and passed it over to Xianxia. Instead of receiving the money, Xianxia looked at her and asked, Senior Bai, I don't really need money anymore. Instead, there's actually a favor that I would like to ask of you. Those words immediately dampened Bai Wanqing's good mood. With a hint of displeasure between her eyebrows, she asked, What is it? If the other party had accepted her money, the deal would have been sealed. However, if the other party was asking her for a favor instead, it was likely something that could not be resolved with just money. Nevertheless, it was still a fact that the other party's medicine had saved her grandfather's life, so the other party could be considered their benefactor. As long as the request was not too overboard, she would try her best to help him. Senior Bai, you should be able to tell that my cultivation has reached Ancient Sage 4 Dan consummation. I am only a step away from achieving a breakthrough, Xianxia said. You want me to help you achieve a breakthrough? Bai Wanqing frowned. An advancement to pseudo-immortal signifies the gap between an inner disciple and a core disciple. The value is definitely not just 60 sword pavilion coins. I understand that, and I don't intend to ask for such an insolent favor either, Xianxia replied with a smile. The current issue I am facing is a lack of reference material to refer to. I have been searching through the Inner Disciples library for quite some time, but I have been unable to find the information I am looking for. Thus, I was hoping that perhaps you could bring me into the Core Disciples library for a moment. I won't require too long. Just 6 hours will do. You wish to enter the Core Disciples library? Bai Ruanqing had been wondering what Xianxia would ask for, but to think that this would be it. She did mention that a breakthrough was worth more than 60 Sword Pavilion coins, and that was a fact. However, if the other party had insisted on that favor, she still would have secured an Immortalhood breakthrough pill for him to increase the chances of him making a breakthrough. If required, she could even have imparted some of her experiences making a breakthrough to him. Yet, instead of requesting for that, he only wanted to enter the Core Disciples library for 6 hours? Even Bai Ruanqing felt like she would be taking advantage of this poor lad if she only gave him this much in exchange for such valuable medicine. So she said, "Choose another favor." "That's too simple." Xianxia clasped his fist and said, "That's all I require." There was nothing that was more valuable than books to him. As long as he had books, achieving breakthroughs would be as easy as ABC to him. Bai Ruanqing looked at Xianxia for a moment before slowly nodding. All right then. Everyone knew that great knowledge could be found in books, but reading was both tiresome and time-consuming. Thus, many sought to find shortcuts. It was hard to find someone who valued reading this much. Senior Bai. Just as the two of them were about to leave the area, Lu Lujia and Wang Jiandong walked into the main hall and greeted Bai Ruanqing. "Are you currently studying IM low-profile swordsmanship?" Bai Ruanqing asked. She had simulated her battle with IM low profile in the ethereal hall many times in her mind after her tragic defeat. Earlier, when she was alighting from the aerial beast, she had seen the two of them practicing their swordsmanship, and she had quickly figured out what they were trying to do. "Yes, that's right." Lu Lujia nodded. "Did you manage to figure anything out?" Bai Ruanqing asked. "Yes, but there are also many doubts that we have in mind that we would like to consult you on, Senior Bai," Lu Lujia said. He might have been the #1 expert of the Inner Disciples, but the young lady before him was a core disciple, as well as the granddaughter of one of the 3 Grand Elders. Furthermore, there was a good chance that she might be a true immortal expert. Her understanding of swordsmanship was bound to be much higher than his. "Feel free to speak." Bai Ruanqing gestured. "The horizontal slash that I am low profile executed is simple and smooth. Despite its slow speed, it's somehow impossible to avoid it. Wang Jiandong and I have discussed it for quite some time now, but we are still unable to grasp the principles behind it." As Lu Lujia spoke, he raised his sword and slashed horizontally. He repeated the same movement 3 times, but every single one of them appeared to be off the mark compared to what I am low profile did. Seeing this, Xianxia was rendered speechless. That was not a sword art at all but a simple movement of his sword. A horizontal slash would allow him to more easily dissipate all the sword chi coming his way while going from the defensive to the offensive in a single move, thus saving some energy. The key of the technique lay not in its speed but the angle and trajectory of the sword chi. It was that simple a move, but the other party was unable to figure it out after spending such a long time on it. To think that he had called them geniuses earlier. That technique combines offense with defense impeccably. Only the most ingenious of swordsmanship is able to achieve that. "It's perfectly normal that you aren't able to comprehend it," Bai Ruanqing said. "Even after an intense discussion with Grandpa Feng, I'm still a little confused by the principles behind it. Nevertheless, I am just about able to execute it now." After saying those words, she raised her sword and conducted a horizontal slash. While it did not carry the same absolute might that I am low profile's attack did, it had roughly 40% resemblance to it. This attack isn't a specific sword art, but simply a casual move that I am low profile executed. Bai Ruanqing repeated what Grandpa Feng had told her earlier. It's truly astounding how powerful even a casual move from him is. I really wonder just what kind of swordsmanship level I am low profile has achieved. If you figure out who he is, make sure to inform me immediately. He's the only person I have felt so much admiration for in my entire life. I have already sworn to the heavens that I shall marry him in the future. Marry? Xianxia's entire face convulsed a little as he took a step back in horror. This was too much information. Sis, you mustn't joke around like this. My heart isn't able to take such stuff. To be fair, Bai Ruanqing was quite a beautiful lady. Her long, slender legs drew the eyes of others to them, filling the minds of men with fantasies. But he was someone who already had a girlfriend. Not to mention, there were many rumors that Bai Ruanqing was a female dinosaur who pummeled others when things did not go her way. Not even the toughest of men would be able to take her on. At the very least, he did not think that he had a masochistic streak in him. What's wrong? Noticing the horrified expression on Xianxia's face, Bai Ruanqing, who had been reveling in her fantasies a moment ago, turned to look at him doubtfully. I only said that I'm going to marry. I am low profile. Why are you acting like this all of a sudden? Ah, it's nothing much, Xianxia quickly replied as he wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. At the same time, he made up his mind that he would take his other identity as I am low profile to the grave. Bai Ruanqing looked at Xianxia weirdly for a moment before turning her attention back to Lu Lujie and Wang Jiandong. Grandpa Feng explained the swordsmanship to me, and it should be something like that. Hearing Bai Ruanqing's explanation, Lu Lujie and Wang Jiandong widened their eyes in realization. On the other hand, Xianxia found himself on the verge of vomiting after hearing the first few sentences. So he quickly turned his gaze away and tuned out whatever was being said. It really pained him to see how his swordsmanship was being distorted into something so unseemly. If he continued listening on, he might just become a raging dinosaur himself. To be honest, if not for the limitations of his cultivation, he would have loved to pry open the coffin of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion's founder so as to see how he had groomed his successors for his heritage to end up like that. I really should find an opportunity to guide them, Xianxia thought. A while later, Bai Ruanqing was finally done lecturing her two juniors. With a satisfied smile on her face, she gestured for Xianxia to get onto the back of her aerial beast. The peak where the core disciples lived was not located too far away. Nevertheless, it had a far more imposing presence than the inner disciples' peak. The upper body of the mountain was completely concealed amid the clouds, giving the feeling of an unworldly utopia. Xianxia could clearly feel that the spiritual energy in the core disciple sector was much more concentrated than in the inner disciple sector, allowing one to cultivate much faster. The library is right ahead. Here is my identity token. You should be able to enter the premises with it. I'll come and fetch you in 6 hours. Bai Ruanqing instructed as the aerial beast landed before a majestic tower. True to her reputation as a female dinosaur, while she admired those who read vastly, she was unable to find the patience within her to read. Instead of boring herself in the library, it would be better for her to deliver the medicine to her grandfather so that he would be spared from some suffering. You have my gratitude. Xianxia clasped his fist. It was also preferable for him not to have Bai Ruanqing following him around. After all, he had quite an unusual way of reading. Similar to the inner disciples' library, he was granted entry into the premises after flashing the token and paying the required sword pavilion coins. The cost for the inner disciples' library was 2 sword pavilion coins per hour, but the price was 10 times of that here. Every hour cost a hefty 20 sword pavilion coins. Fortunately, money was not an issue for him anymore. He paid the 120 sword pavilion coins and entered the library. The cultivation techniques and sword art manuals that the core disciples had access to were much more profound than those in the inner disciples' library. There were plenty of pseudo-immortal realm cultivation technique manuals in sight. With glowing eyes, Xianxia swept through all the books in sight and collected them into the library of Heaven's Path. With the money that he had and those cultivation technique manuals, he would be able to advance his cultivation easily. Returning to her residence, Bai Ruanqing immediately headed to her feeble grandfather's side. Grandfather, I have brought the medicine back, Bai Ruanqing said as she took out the 3 jade bottles that she had just acquired. Is it the same recovery medicine that you fed me previously? Elder Bai Yi asked weakly as he uncorked the cap to examine the content. Weird. The sect physicians had forged many precious pills for his consumption, but none of them had been effective on his injuries. He had thought that something that could make him regain consciousness would surely be even greater in value, but it turned out to be something no different from clear water. He could not sense the slightest hint of spiritual energy from it. To be exact, he could not even sense medicinal energy in it. Was this really effective on him? I know it might seem unremarkable, but it's indeed what healed you previously. Hurry up and drink it, Bai Ruanqing urged with a chuckle. Back then, she had bought it because she did not know what it was. If she had not been desperate, she never would have believed that such medicine could cure the wounds of her grandfather. I'll give it a try. Elder Bai nodded as he tilted his head upward and drank it. As soon as the medicine flowed down his throat, he immediately felt the wounds that he had been helpless toward for so long alleviating a little. The energy that was relentlessly corroding his organs seemed to grow significantly thinner. Incredible! Elder Bai's eyes glowed in exhilaration. He immediately uncorked and downed the other 2 bottles. How is it? Bai Ruanqing asked anxiously. Who? Instead of responding to the question, Elder Bai pressed his palm against his bed lightly, and the next instant, he was already in the courtyard with a sword in his hand. Tzzzzzzzzzz. The movements of his sword drew the spiritual energy in the surroundings along like a gust of wind. Move after move, the sword in his hand seemed to flow smoothly like a flowing river. There was no hint of the sickly old man that had been lying on the bed from him. Seeing how her grandfather had gone to the courtyard to practice his swordsmanship, Bai Ruanqing's eyes turned red in agitation. Grandfather, have you fully recovered? As Elder Bai's swordsmanship came to a stop, he turned to his granddaughter and spoke with irrepressible delight in his voice. I'm still a little way off from making a full recovery, but the destructive energy that I was unable to clear away previously has been cleared. As long as I nourish my body, I should be able to recover to my peak within a month. The bedridden him had already resigned himself to his fate back then. He had despaired at the thought that his life would come to an end just like that, but nothing he did had helped at all. He had never thought that this humble-looking medicine would bring him a miracle. Congratulations, grandfather, Bai Ruanqing cried out. Elder Bai continued practicing his swordsmanship for a moment as he felt spirit and strength swiftly returning to his body. Some time later, he finally turned to Bai Ruanqing and said, The person who sold you this medicine is my benefactor. Where is he now? I would like to meet him. He's an inner disciple. I just took him to the core disciples library, Bai Ruanqing replied. The core disciples library. Noticing her grandfather's incomprehension, Bai Ruanqing quickly recounted her conversation with Xianxia earlier. Despite giving away such a potent medicine, all he requested was access to the core disciples library? Elder Bai found it hard to believe what he had just heard. Indeed, Bai Ruanqing nodded. She was also surprised by Xianxia's request. It was such a good opportunity to ask for pointers on his cultivation and advance his strength, but he had given it up for this. After asking a few more questions, Elder Bai nodded and said, Let's head to the library to take a look. Wait a moment first. Ah Feng. Yes, old master. Bai Feng quickly walked over. I have a transmogrification pill here. After consuming it, you'll be able to alter your appearance temporarily for 2 hours. Suppress your cultivation to the same level as that young friend, and try to find an opportunity to test his skills. Elder Bai said as he passed a jade bottle over. Test his skills. Taking the pill, Bai Feng's eyebrows shot up in astonishment as he asked, Old master, are you intending to take him in as your student? As a sect elder, Elder Bai would not test the skills of a disciple for no reason, let alone the fact that he was indebted to the other party. The only reason Elder Bai would do this was because he was intending to take the other party in as his student. Despite knowing that Ruanqing needs the medicine, he didn't make use of the opportunity to extort something valuable out of her. From that, it can be seen that he's a person with principles. Furthermore, he's saved my life. If I just turn a blind eye to him, won't that mean that my life is actually worthless? Elder Bai placed his hands behind his back as he spoke deeply. No matter what, he was one of the 3 grand elders of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, a renowned figure in the Forsaken Continent. He could not let his benefactor walk away without doing anything for him. I understand your intentions, old master. Bai Feng smiled. Even someone of your influence and strength was unable to overcome the wounds sustained in the city of collapsed space. If others learn that the young man has something that can cure that affliction, it could draw those with malicious intentions to him even if he claims that he has no more of the medicine. You fear that he might meet with a mishap as a result of this, so you want to accept him as your student. In a sense, this is your way of protecting him. Countless treasures were hidden in the city of collapsed space, making it a region that experts look toward. However, the dangers were very real, too. Not even 1 in 100 who dared venture into its depths managed to return alive. Most of the survivors also sustained severe injuries that were untreatable, and they eventually died with regrets. Many talented individuals had sought to uncover a way to overcome the dangers that lurked in the city of collapsed space, but none had succeeded so far. There was no doubt that a medicine that could cure the injuries sustained within the city of collapsed space would increase the chances of one's survival many times over. Thus, if the world learned that the young man had something like that, he would become the target of many experts. His life would be in grave danger. By accepting the young man as his disciple, even if someone wished to touch the young man, that person would have to consider if they were willing to offend Elder Bai Yi for it. This identity would shelter the young man from many dangers. Taking a deep breath, Elder Bai Yi said with a distant look in his eyes, "The Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion might be relatively safe, but human greed must never be underestimated. It's always better to be safe. This is my way of repaying my debt to the young man while protecting him from the dangers of the world. Of course, I also have my own expectations of my students. If his comprehension of swordsmanship is far too lacking, I'll just have to repay him some other way. I understand. I'll have it done." Bai Feng nodded before leaving the room. "Grandfather, are you really accepting him as your student?" Bai Wanqing asked with a conflicted look on her face. "Wouldn't that mean that I'm a generation younger than him? I have never accepted any students before. Let's see if he's able to clear Bai Feng's examination before talking about that." Elder Bai Yi chuckled softly as he patted his granddaughter's head. "If he succeeds, he will be your senior uncle. You must treat him as such, all right? I have heard a lot of stories about the things you've done in the sect, and I have only been turning a blind eye to them." "Senior uncle?" Bai Wanqing felt a little choked up within. It was just a moment ago that she had thought that the other party's earnest appearance looked a little adorable, but just the thought of a person younger than her becoming her senior uncle filled her with rage. A glint flashed within Bai Wanqing's eyes as she quickly said, "Grandfather, since you're fine now, I'll be heading out to cultivate. Go on," Elder Bai Yi said with a wave of his hand. As Bai Wanqing walked out of the room, Elder Bai Yi sighed deeply before shaking his head. How could he possibly not see through his granddaughter's intentions? He knew his granddaughter well. Even if he could stop her this once, she would still find some other way to make trouble for that lad. He could only hope that the lad would be able to find a way to cope with his granddaughter. On the other hand, as soon as Bai Wanqing left the residence, the obedient look on her face immediately vanished. With a devilish expression, she scoffed, "I should at least teach that fellow a lesson. At most, I'll just address him as senior uncle before grandfather, but elsewhere, he will have to address me as senior." As a famed female dinosaur, not once had she been taken advantage of before. She really could not bring herself to call a person weaker and younger than herself senior uncle. Whoever that person was, she would make sure to drive the difference in their seniority into his head. Since her grandfather was going to test that lad anyway, she could be the first phase of the trial. Riding her aerial beast, she swiftly arrived before the core disciples' library. With her standing, even without her identity token, she could enter the premises right away. Didn't he say that he was here to study? The entire core disciples' library was bizarrely silent. It was as if no one was there at all. The sound of flipping pages, the retrieving and returning of books, or the strokes of a brush were nowhere to be heard. Bai Wanqing walked for quite a while before she finally found the person whom she was looking for walking down an aisle, glancing at the books around as he walked past. What was weird about this was how he had positioned himself at the center of the aisle, which meant that the books on both sides were out of his reach. This gave the feeling that he was not going to grab any books from the shelves at all. Perplexed, she followed him for quite a while, but just like she had thought, the young man simply walked from aisle to aisle without taking any books. Wang finally walked up to him and asked, "What are you doing?" "Oh, you're here." Seeing that it was her, Xianxia gestured to the shelves and replied with a smile, sir, I'm still searching for the book I want." To be honest, even he was impressed by the quantity of books in the core disciples' library. After such a long period of time, he had not even collected half of what was in there. It seemed like he would really need 6 whole hours to take everything in. "I've been to the core disciples' library many times. What books do you need? Tell me and I'll bring them here for you," Wang said with a frown. She could not possibly make a move there, where the valuable heritage of the sect was stored. However, she could not just keep following him around till the 6 hours were up either. "It's fine. I'm just looking around at the moment. I haven't really decided on which book I want. Don't worry. I'll make sure to head out once the 6 hours are over," Xianxia said with a wave of his hand. It had not been easy for him to get in there, so he definitely had to collect all the books. This would be extremely helpful for future advancement in his cultivation and battle techniques. Seeing how the young man's eyes had already moved on to the next shelf while he was speaking, Wang felt like ages would have passed by the time the young man was done. "So," she nodded for a moment as she said, "Is that so? May I trouble you to come with me for a moment?" She had never been a patient person. Waiting there for a few more hours could really cause her head to explode. "Where do you want to lead me to?" Noticing the bizarre look on by Wang's face, Xianxia finally tore his gaze away from the books and looked at her. "Is there a problem?" "Not really. I can't really say it here. Can you come with me to the silent chamber over there?" Wang gestured to the isolated space where cultivators could study and practice some of the theories in the books. "Ah!" Xianxia was slightly taken aback. "I'm not too sure if this is really appropriate. I don't mean any offense, but I wish to focus on my cultivation for the time being." Wang's eyebrows leaped up. At that moment, she really wanted to strangle the fool before her to death. "You're misunderstanding something. I just wish to ask you some questions relating to cultivation." "Ah, I see." Xianxia visibly heaved a sigh of relief. He valued his purity a lot. He could not lose it there. "You?" Seeing how relieved Xianxia was, Wang nearly punched him in the face. She knew that she had a violent temper, but at the very least she was pretty. Many in the core disciples would more than fancy the idea of having some private time with her, and yet, this fellow actually reacted in such a manner when she proposed going into a private chamber with him. "What do you mean by this? Did you think that I would eat you up?" Wang took 2 deep breaths to quell the flames in her heart before walking toward the private chamber. She might not have known this fellow for long, but this was the first time that she had met someone who could make one's blood pressure rise with every word that he said. It served him right to be single. After the 2 of them entered the silent chamber, the doors suddenly closed. "What are you going to do?" Xianxia placed his hands defensively before his chest as he looked at Wang warily. Wang rolled her eyes. She activated the sound isolation barrier in the room before turning to look at Xianxia. "I want to ask you what your name is and what your current cultivation realm is. Didn't I tell you while we were making our way here? I am Xianxia, and my current cultivation realm is Dimension Shatterer Realm Consummation," Xianxia replied. The other party had asked those 2 questions before, and thinking that there was no need to hide the truth, he simply replied honestly. "Dimension Shatterer Realm Consummation, is it?" Wang muttered as her aura swiftly plummeted down to his level. "I have suppressed my cultivation to Dimension Shatterer Realm Consummation as well. I wish to have a duel with you. The losing party has to heed the words of the winning party obediently from now on." "You want to have a duel with me?" Xianxia was confused. He had thought that Wang was lusting over his flesh. But to think that she just wanted to have a duel with him. Just that. What in the world was this female dinosaur planning? "That's right." Wang nodded. You said that the losing party has to heed the words of the winning party from now on. Does that mean that I'll have to commit suicide if you ask me to do so? Xianxia asked. It was pretty much a guaranteed victory for him, but he did not like to engage in such duels. What kind of person do you think I am? Don't worry. All I will ask of you is to address me as your senior no matter what kind of identity you assume in the future. Just like any junior, you shall treat me with the utmost respect and obey my orders. Wanching smirked as she began stretching her arms, causing cracking sounds to echo in the air. On the other hand, Xianxia was so bewildered by the request that one could almost see question marks above his head. Haven't I been calling you senior by all along? All right, I really have to finish browsing through my books, so I don't really have time to spar with you. Pardon me, but I'll be taking my leave. After saying those words, he turned around to walk out of the room. Where do you think you are going? With a bellow, Wanching whipped out her sword and directed it right toward Xianxia. Regardless of whether he was willing to acknowledge it or not, there was no mistake in beating him into submission first. As she was only suppressing her cultivation down to dimension shatter realm consummation, she was able to execute more sword maneuvers than she could back in the ethereal hall. At the same time, she was also much more accustomed to her current strength. This single pierce was far more powerful than the attack that she had executed in the ethereal hall, and it instantaneously sealed all of Xianxia's path of retreat. She had no intention of killing Xianxia, but years of experience as a tyrant told her that people listen better after going through a beating. She would feel much more assured after beating the person in question into submission. On the other hand, Xianxia was rendered speechless by Wanching's actions. It was no wonder others called her a female dinosaur. It was impossible to reason with her. With a series of quick Z-shaped sidesteps, he dodged all of Wanching's attacks as he shrugged helplessly and said, "Senior Bai, I really am no match for you. Let's not continue with this meaningless duel." What? Wanching was shocked to see how easily Xianxia managed to avoid all her attacks. Not only so, the latter even had the leisure to be shrugging and talking to her. Take out your sword and let me see your true prowess. Don't blame me for not going easy on you otherwise. So. After saying those words, Wanching executed 3 consecutive slashes toward Xianxia, each faster than the previous. In an instant, the silent chamber was completely filled with sword chi. When the library was built, there had been concerns that cultivators would suddenly release tremendous energy from suddenly epiphanies, resulting in the destruction of the building. Thus, the silent chambers were built to be extraordinarily resilient. The reinforcement formation constructed around it was such that even core disciples would be unable to phase it. As such, even though Wanching's attack was powerful, it did not tear down the wall at all. Xianxia's silhouette tilted from side to side as he adeptly dodged the 3 swords. At the same time, he spoke earnestly. Look, you are a core disciple while I am just a mere inner disciple. There's no meaning in someone as powerful as you bullying me. Wanching was getting more and more astounded by the moment. Xianxia appeared to be far stronger than she had expected him to be. Her motivation to fight was growing with each passing second. Quickly draw your sword. I'm going to get serious now. Who? A burst of sword chi gushed forth as Wanching's sword pierced forth with even greater speed than before. As someone who cultivated the heavy snow swordsmanship, she was capable of moving at extreme speeds with precision. Driving her current prowess at Dimension Shatterer Realm consummation to the limits, numerous afterimages of her appeared all around the silent chamber, surrounding Xianxia. It felt like innumerable attacks would fall upon Xianxia as soon as his guard fell. But as swift as Wanching's movements were, Xianxia was even faster. It was almost as if she was constantly a step slower than Xianxia. Be it her sword or sword chi, nothing was reaching Xianxia at all. How can this be? Wanching remarked in astonishment as she hastened her movements further. She had thought that she would at least be able to force Xianxia into a coma with her attacks. But somehow, the other party simply yawned in boredom as he continued spewing the same nonsense. Even if I draw my sword, it's not as if I can defeat you. Aren't you forcing me to commit suicide at this rate? Arg! Wanching felt deeply stifled within. If your forehead was laden with sweat and you were gasping for air, I might still be able to believe that you are really no match for me. But here you are, yawning and scratching your back lazily, not even bothering to put on an act. Are you messing with me? Frustrated, Bai Wanqing's movements grew faster and faster, but her opponent, despite repeatedly claiming that he was not a match for her, managed to match her speed with ease. It was as if he was a leaf on the ocean. No matter how powerful the waves and ocean currents were, they were unable to drown it. Draw your sword. This continued for 20 moves, but Bai Wanqing was unable to even nick Xianxia's sleeves. Unable to stand being looked down upon like that, she was starting to lose her temper. Don't blame me for getting nasty. Who? With a flick of her sword, she executed her strongest trump card, the heavy snow swordsmanship. She had never been a patient person, or else she would not have ended up crippling so many core disciples. Her inability to harm the other party despite the moves that she had executed thus far had ground the little bit of patience she had down to nothing. Her sword chi materialized as snow, causing the temperature in the surroundings to plummet. Sigh! Walking calmly amid the other party's swordsmanship, Xianxia rubbed his glabella as he sighed deeply. I really wish to live a low-profile life, but why do you have to force me so? All he wanted to do was to read his books and advance his cultivation quietly. Why was this simply so hard? Even while he was just visiting a library, someone simply grabbed him from where he was and forced him into a fight. Just how in the world did I offend you for you to have to ruin my peaceful life like that? What are you saying? Bai Wanqing roared as she saw Xianxia muttering to himself, seemingly unconcerned by her strongest move at all. However, the next instant, a thought came to her mind, and she widened her eyes in astonishment. Wait a moment, it can't be that you are actually within the same cultivation realm. Most core disciples would not be able to withstand her heavy snow swordsmanship, let alone an inner disciple. Even Wuxia would be defeated swiftly under its might. Yet, this little-known person was able to tread between her attacks without sustaining the slightest damage. She could not help recalling the person who had killed her twice back in the ethereal hall. I am low profile. Could that mysterious person really be the young man before her? Just as Bai Wanqing spoke her doubts, the young man before her sighed deeply as his leisurely eyes suddenly turned frighteningly sharp. Since I can't hide it any longer, I'll have to ask you to pardon me for my discourtesy. Who? The next instant, a palm strike appeared right before her. His arm was not long, but it immediately sealed her sword chi. The immense force coming at her caused Bai Wanqing's breathing to become a little ragged as she struggled to catch her breath. No! Not expecting that a Dimension Shatterer Realm Consummation Cultivator would be able to bring out such tremendous might, Bai Wanqing narrowed her eyes as she swiftly released the seal on her cultivation. Kacha! Kacha! In an instant, her cultivation rose back up to the pseudo-immortal realm, and it was still surging upward. Lesser pseudo-immortal, great pseudo-immortal, earthly pseudo-immortal, heavenly pseudo-immortal, lesser true immortal. Just as many had guessed, she had overcome the limitations of the pseudo-immortal realm and reached the true immortal realm. True immortal realm experts were rumored to possess boundless Xianxia. Even in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, she was already more than qualified to become an inner elder. Who? Even as her cultivation returned to normal, the first thing she did was retreat, but for some reason, no matter where she retreated to, the palm strike continued following her closely. It was almost as if the other party was able to predict her movements. How is this possible? Are you really a Dimension Shatterer Realm Consummation Cultivator? Bai Wanqing was frenzied. She could clearly feel that the other party's cultivation was only at Dimension Shatterer Realm Consummation, but for some reason, despite having regained her true cultivation as a lesser true immortal, she was actually unable to dodge his attack. It was as if the other party was able to read into her. But how could that be? The Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion was filled with remarkable geniuses, and there were a handful of people were able to challenge those whose cultivation was beyond them. But usually, a cultivation stage or two was the limit. After all, everyone there was an expert, and the cultivation techniques and sword arts that they all practiced were the same. Yet, as a lesser true immortal fighting against a dimension-shatterer realm cultivator, she actually felt helpless. Really, how powerful was this fellow? I don't believe it. Releasing another powerful surge of energy, Bai Wanqing's prowess as a true immortal pulsated into the surroundings. It was to such an extent that the reinforcement formation cast around the silent chamber was starting to creak under the pressure. Don't bother, it's useless. The young man's voice echoed by her ear. Who? The palm strike abruptly vanished from view. Put on. Bai Wanqing's body collapsed to the ground. What should I do? Xianxia sighed as he looked upon the unconscious Bai Wanqing. Due to the latter pushing him again and again, he felt like he might be pressured into doing something that he was reluctant about if he did not make a move soon. But right after making a move, he regretted it. If it had been any other inner disciple, he would still have had his own means of dealing with the other party. But the person before him was the granddaughter of one of the 3 Grand Elders, as well as a lesser true immortal. His soul arts would not work as well against such an opponent, and if any mishap came to the other party, he would surely suffer grave consequences. He could not afford to become a wanted man less than a day after entering the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Outstanding people always have an endless source of trouble. Xianxia sighed helplessly. If he was violated because he was not as strong as Bai Wanqing, he would have no choice but to accept it. However, it was clear that Bai Wanqing was no match for him at all. If so, how could he possibly allow himself to be violated over here? Unfortunately for him, his actions had also inadvertently exposed his identity as I am low profile. If he failed to deal with this properly, it could spell major trouble. There are only 2 options for me now. I could choose to kill her and dispose of her corpse. No, that wouldn't work. Her entry into the core disciples' library would be logged, and someone might have seen us entering the silent chamber together. If she were to disappear all of a sudden, it's very likely that someone might track the matter down to me. Otherwise, I can also force her to make a vow to never reveal this secret. It seems like I can only count on this then. Xianxia stared at Bai Wanqing's unconscious body for a moment before sighing deeply yet again. It felt like sighs had been coming out from his mouth a lot more frequently over the past day. With a flick of his finger, he shot a surge of heaven's path Jinqi into Bai Wanqing's body, and the latter's eyelashes immediately fluttered a little. Her eyes slowly opened, and she swiftly assessed her surroundings with a slightly confused look. Senior Bai, I don't like to stain my hands with blood, but I'll have you vow that you will never. Just as Xianxia was going to control the heaven's path Jinqi, he had infused into Bai Wanqing's body to force her to heed his words. The young lady suddenly turned to him with an overexcited look and kowtowed. Senior Zhang? No, it should be Senior Uncle Zhang instead. Can you teach me swordsmanship? As long as you impart to me your swordsmanship, I'll do whatever you want me to. Senior Uncle? Once again, Xianxia found himself completely dumbfounded by Bai Wanqing's actions. Are you the weather? The way that you change your face is simply too fast. It was not too long ago that you were so determined to kill me. But your attitude suddenly made a 180 degrees turn. Really, what is going through your mind? Besides, where did you get the idea that you should be calling me Senior Uncle? But that being said, Xianxia's motive was to stop the other party from revealing his secret. As long as she was willing to keep her mouth shut, it didn't really matter how she addressed him. He assessed Bai Wanqing for a moment before asking, Do you really want to learn my swordsmanship? Bai Wanqing nodded her head vehemently. In that instant that she was knocked out, she was absolutely certain that the young man before her was indeed I am low profile. Only that man could overcome her heavy snow swordsmanship so easily despite the difference in their cultivation realms. This young man's swordsmanship was far stronger than that of Grandpa Feng. If she could learn from him, the sky would be the limit for her mastery of swordsmanship. She would need not worry about those monsters from the core disciples anymore, and she might even be able to surpass them. She couldn't allow such a precious opportunity to slip past her fingers. It's not entirely impossible for me to impart to you my swordsmanship, but I do have a condition. Through Xianxia's eye of insight, he could tell that Bai Wanqing was making this request with utmost sincerity. Knowing that there was a way to solve this amicably, He heaved a sigh of relief before saying, I am a person who doesn't like to stand out. I don't wish for others to learn of my other identity and capabilities. If you are able to keep it a secret, I promise that I'll allow your swordsmanship to grow swiftly within a short period of time. Even the position as the #1 sword practitioner of the core disciple would be easily within your reach. Senior uncle, you can be assured that my lips are sealed. Realizing that the young man had already seen through her intentions, Bai Ruanqing's face reddened. She quickly straightened her back, held her palm up, and vowed solemnly, I, Bai Ruanqing, swear to the gods that I will not reveal the slightest information regarding Senior Uncle Xianxia. If I were to violate this vow, may thousands of arrows pierce through my heart. With this, Xianxia's heart was finally settled. In his short period of time here, he came to learn that the term God had a special significance to the people of the Azure. No one would dare to go against a vow to the gods for fear of heavenly retribution. Of course, that was just what he had heard and seen so far. As for whether it was indeed the case or just a superstition, that still required further investigation. The horizontal slash that you have demonstrated and lectured Lu Lujie and Wang Jiandong on earlier is wrong. I'll explain it to you now. As if having finally found an outlet for the frustration building up in his chest, Xianxia immediately went through the crux of his swordsmanship excitedly. Listening to the explanation, Bai Ruanqing's body shuddered with zeal. She never thought that swordsmanship could be utilized in such a manner. Simple as it may seem, the prowess that one could draw forth was boundless. All right, I'll leave you here to slowly comprehend what I have said. I'll head back to browsing through the books. Seeing that Bai Ruanqing had fallen into deep thoughts, she would stand up from time to time to test the theories of some of the moves to further her understanding. Xianxia opened the doors of the silent chamber and walked out. Just like before, he continued walking through the aisles to collect the books into the library of Heaven's Path. 2 hours later, he was finally done collecting all of the books. Compile, Xianxia willed. All of the books relating to pseudo-immortal realm immediately gathered together to form a new book. Xianxia anxiously flipped open the newly compiled book to take a look, and a moment later, relief could be clearly seen on his face. Just like what he had guessed, the books in the core disciples' library were enough to compile a complete pseudo-immortal realm Heaven's Path divine art. As long as he had sufficient immortal pills, he should be able to swiftly make a breakthrough. There were also some true immortal realm cultivation technique manuals in the core disciples' library too, but due to their lacking numbers, he was only halfway through compiling the perfected manual thus far. I should be making my way back now, Xianxia thought as he took a look at the time. It had already been nearly 6 hours since he had arrived in the library. Stretching his back lazily, he headed back to the silent chamber and walked in. As soon as he entered, a burst of sword chi flew right past him. The movements of her slash appeared to be slow, but the trajectory of the movement seemingly formed a barrier that sealed the space ahead of her, keeping others at bay. At the same time, she released a burst of sword chi that carried the might of a serpent, severing everything in its path. Not too bad. Xianxia nodded in approval. Bai Ruanqing had only practiced the technique for 2 hours so far, but her form and conceptualization were already 60% on point. That being said, it was still far from matching up to him. Senior uncle. Noticing Xianxia's arrival, Bai Ruanqing quickly halted her practice and rushed up to greet him. The more she practiced that swordsmanship, the more astounded she was by its might. At this moment, she was filled with nothing but respect for the young man before her. Her initial thoughts of marrying the other party had already vanished from her mind. She knew that she was unworthy of taking such an outstanding individual as her spouse. I have already finished looking through the books, so I'm going to head back to Cultivate now, Xianxia said. I hope that you can keep my identity a secret from Bai Feng and your grandfather too. I don't wish to get involved in too many things at the moment. Yes, senior uncle. Bai Ruanqing nodded obediently. Obviously, she was only going to keep this secret to herself. Why would she even share it with anyone? If everyone were to bug her senior uncle Zhang to learn from him, the time that she would have learning under him would be reduced. That's good. That's good. Xianxia nodded before turning around to leave. In any case, he had left a surge of heaven's path Xianxia in by Wanqing's body, so he didn't really fear her messing around behind his back either. Senior uncle, please wait a moment. Grandpa Feng is waiting for you on your way back to your residence. He intends to test your strength and swordsmanship. Bai Wanqing suddenly recalled a matter and hurriedly called out. Test my strength and my swordsmanship. Zhang Xian was perplexed. Was his identity already compromised? But even if his identity was compromised, the ones who would make a move on him should be the inner elders instead of Bai Feng. Yes, your recovery medicine has treated my grandfather's injuries. As repayment, my grandfather hopes to take you in as his student. However, he fears that your capabilities might not be able to meet up to his expectations, so he instructed Grandpa Feng to test your strength. Bai Wanqing unhesitatingly gave her own kin away. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian nodded in realization. Everything suddenly clicked together with puzzle pieces. That explained why this woman was so determined to make a move on him earlier, attempting to force him into addressing her as senior and heed her words. It turned out that she was afraid that she would be pushed down the hierarchy of seniority if he were to become her grandfather's student. This also explained why she addressed him as senior uncle instead of teacher. What's Bai Feng's current cultivation realm? Zhang Xian asked. With his superior swordsmanship, as long as he could dominate the flow of the battle right from the start, he would still stand a good chance at defeating Bai Wanqing. However, it was clear that Bai Feng was stronger than Bai Wanqing, so he could be a little more troublesome to deal with. Just like my grandfather, Grandpa Feng is a high immortal, Bai Wanqing replied. High immortal? Zhang Xian's lips twitched a little. Are you certain that he would make a move? High immortals were also known as immortal kings. Only the core elders of the sect would possess such a level of strength. Even though Zhang Xian had made significant advancements in his swordsmanship, the overwhelming difference in their absolute strength would leave him no choice but to flee as far as he could against such an enemy. He simply wouldn't stand a chance at all. Yes, Bai Wanqing replied. It's a direct order from my grandfather. Grandpa Feng would not disregard his order. This set Zhang Xian's mind thinking. The current situation was yet another dilemma for him. If he were to win against Grandpa Feng, that would definitely discourage Elder Bai Yi from taking him in as his student. The downside to that plan was that it would expose his identity as I am low profile. Given the current limitations of his cultivation, he knew that he didn't have the capability to seal Bai Feng's mouth. On the other hand, though, if he were to lose the battle, there was no guarantee that Elder Bai Yi wouldn't insist on taking him in as his student. To be honest, after how far he had come, he was deeply reluctant to become the student of another. Zhang Xian closed his eyes for a moment before he turned to Bai Wanqing and said, I might need you to put on a show together with me. Sure, Bai Wanqing replied without any hesitation. They quickly discussed the plans before Zhang Xian walked out of the core disciples' library alone. He flitted forth swiftly, dashing from the core disciple sector back to the inner disciple sector. Without an aerial beast to ferry one around, the trip would take roughly 2 hours. As Zhang Xian dashed ahead, he made a conscious effort to limit his speed to the level of an ordinary dimension Shatter Realm consummation cultivator. After traveling for roughly an hour, just as he was crossing a particularly remote region, Zhang Xian suddenly felt a heavy might weighing down on him from the surroundings. Alarmed, he swiftly halted his footsteps and scanned his surroundings warily. In the next moment, a young figure walked out from the woods and appeared before him. He was no other than Bai Feng. Having consumed the transmogrification pill, his current appearance was vastly different from before. Nevertheless, Zhang Xian was still able to clearly see through the facade via his eye of insight. Hula! Without speaking a single word, Bai Feng drew his sword and lunged at Zhang Xian. His cultivation had already been suppressed to the same level as Zhang Xian, Dimension Shatter Realm Consummation. What? Who are you? Why are you making a move on me? Don't you know that the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion prohibits anyone from making a move on its disciples? Caught off guard by Bai Feng's sudden assault, Zhang Xian's face paled in horror. He swiftly retreated fearfully, but fear seemed to have gripped his legs. causing him to fall to the ground. Who? Before he knew it, Bai Feng's sword was already pressed against his neck. Bai Feng wasn't in a good mood at the moment. It wasn't easy for the old master to want to take in a student, but who could have thought that this fellow would actually be so weak? He hadn't even exerted a tenth of his full strength in his current cultivation realm yet. But the other party was already cornered by him. If such a person were to become the old master's student, it would really sully the old master's reputation. Pick up your sword. If you can't withstand my strike, the only fate that awaits you today is death. Bai Feng uttered coldly as he took a step back. Grandpa Feng, allow me to deal with him instead. In this instant, a masked lady dressed in a white robe descended from the sky. Through Xianxia telepathy, Bai Feng knew that this masked lady was Bai Ruanqing. A slight frown formed on his face, but he eventually chose to back down. Hula! Bai Ruanqing tossed a sword over to Xianxia's side before executing a series of relentless slashes against the latter. The flustered Xianxia hurriedly picked up the sword to parry Bai Ruanqing's movements, but his form and maneuvers were all around the place. It was clear that he had never really trained diligently in the way of the sword before. It was hard to tell whether his skill was lacking or his strength was simply not up to par, but one particular clash caused the sword in his hand to fly off from his hands. It stabbed into the floor not too far away as it reverberated loudly with a metallic whong. Completely powerless after losing his weapon, Xianxia's body stiffened as another sword was pressed against his neck yet again. With a look of disappointment on her face, Bai Ruanqing retracted her sword before walking over toward Bai Feng. With a voice that expressed deep disapproval, she remarked, "Too weak. Xianxia's face reddened in embarrassment upon hearing those words. He simply stood there with a confused look on his face, not knowing what he should do at all. "Grandpa Feng, let's go," Bai Ruanqing said. Bai Feng appeared to be a little conflicted at how things had gone, but eventually, he nodded slightly and left together with Bai Ruanqing. It seems like I have managed to fool him for the time being. Watching as the two figures departed into the distance, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He really had no intention of becoming a disciple of an elder or something. Well, if Elder Bai Yi wanted to become his student, he might still consider the matter a little. Thus, he chose to put on the earlier show together with Bai Ruanqing. By feigning weakness and having Bai Ruanqing to report on the matter personally, it was highly likely that Elder Bai Yi would give up on the idea of taking him in as his student. After settling the issue, Xianxia quickly flitted all the way back to his residence. When he walked through the residence doors, he noticed that Dan Xiaotian was still practicing his swordsmanship. The latter was making good progress with the third young master's swordsmanship, having achieved a mastery of roughly 90% in terms of form and conceptualization. With sufficient money on hand this around, Xianxia bought several basic immortal pills for him and provided him some guidance on his cultivation. It didn't take too long for Dan Xiaotian to advance his cultivation to Ancient Sage 2 Dan. As for Chao Qingli, despite his lustful nature, he was much more hardworking than Sun Chong when it came to cultivating. As a bandit, he knew of the importance of strength. After receiving an ample amount of basic immortal pills and high-tier cultivation techniques, his progress in his cultivation was extremely swift. Over the past 10 days since coming under Xianxia, he had managed to advance his cultivation from Great Sage 2 Dan to Great Sage 3 Dan, and he was steadily progressing toward Great Sage 4 Dan. At this rate, he should be able to push for a breakthrough to Ancient Sage within the next few days. Xianxia told them to keep up the good work with their cultivation before finally returning back to his room. "It's my turn to make a breakthrough now." Using the second ethereal token he had, Xianxia bought 100 standard immortal pills before swiftly browsing through the pseudo-immortal realm Heaven's Path Divine Art once more. Once he was ready, he calmed his mind and began his cultivation. He first swallowed a few standard immortal pills, which instantaneously dissolved into a relentless current of spiritual energy within his meridians. He swiftly circulated them around his body before refining them into his Jinqi. His cultivation had already reached the zenith of Dimension Shatterer realm consummation previously. With the appropriate cultivation technique in hand right now, he would be able to overcome the bottlenecks in the way of his cultivation without any problems. As he assimilated the spiritual energy from the standard immortal pills, his Xianxia began to undergo a qualitative change. 10 minutes later, when he finally built up Xianxia across the tipping point, his cultivation burst forward and tore through the final ceiling that was limiting it. He had successfully reached pseudo-immortal realm. However, he didn't stop just there. He consumed several more standard immortal pills and continued cultivating. Cultivating the pseudo-immortal realm Heaven's Path Divine Art caused his standard immortal pills to deplete swiftly, but fortunately, he had enough money to sustain his cultivation this time around. As soon as he sensed the momentum of his cultivation dying down, he would immediately consume a couple of standard immortal pills to replenish his energy. Under the circulation of the Heaven's Path Divine Art, his cultivation rose steadily. Lesser pseudo-immortal, greater pseudo-immortal, earthly pseudo-immortal. By the end of 2 hours, he had already successfully raised his cultivation by an entire realm, reaching heavenly pseudo-immortal realm. Nearly all 100 of the standard immortal pills he had purchased earlier had been depleted in the midst of his cultivation. At the same time, he realized that standard immortal pills were no longer effective enough to raise his cultivation anymore. If he wanted to advance his cultivation further, he would require something more potent. Alacrity in thoughts, purity of soul, and invulnerability to flames. So this is the strength of a pseudo-immortal. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly in agitation. His cultivation had only risen by another realm, but the increment in his strength was massive. There was a qualitative difference between Dimension Shatterer realm and pseudo-immortal realm. Be it his lifespan or strength, they were completely different from before. If what he was using before was origin energy, the energy that flowed through his meridians this very instant could only be described as immortal energy. This was the energy that only immortals were able to access. It's really a huge stroke of luck that I was able to knock out by Wanqing, Xianxia thought in relief. It was only after feeling the humongous strength in his body did he realize how tremendous the fundamental difference between him and Bai Wanqing had been. Had he not taken the initiative and strike out relentlessly back then, most likely, he would have been the one who would have lost the battle once Bai Wanqing had regained her footing in the battle. Putting aside true immortals, even pseudo-immortals were already at least 10 times stronger than Dimension Shatterer realm cultivators. At the same time, the massive growth in his cultivation also gave him a deeper insight into what the God's sword intent truly was. With the current might of his swordsmanship, he felt that he would be able to subdue even heavenly true immortals with ease now. As for high immortals, as he had never crossed blows with one before, he had no clear gauge of how powerful they actually were. Nevertheless, based on the records from books, it didn't seem likely that the current him would be a match for them. It's also about time for Vicious and my clone to make a breakthrough too, Xianxia thought. He bought more standard immortal pills before letting his clone and Vicious out to cultivate. As for the Dongshu gourd, it was still nowhere close to recovering its original body even after eating 100 standard immortal pills. As soon as Xianxia let it out, it immediately began bawling for food. Finding it too noisy, Xianxia unhesitatingly stuffed it into his storage ring. Just thinking about how he would have to deal with the annoying Dongshu gourd left him with a huge headache. He must have sinned greatly in his previous life to deserve this. And to make things worse, he still didn't know what it was capable of other than the fact that its bathwater could be used to heal injuries. Maybe he could try letting a high immortal split the Dongshu gourd in the future. If it was able to survive even that, he could consider using it as a shield in the future. While Xianxia was still cultivating, Bai Wanqing and Bai Feng had already returned back to Elder Bai Ye's residence. "How is it?" Elder Bai Ye asked. "The young mistress has tested the young man's skill personally, so I'll allow her to speak instead." Bai Feng took a step back and said, "Grandfather, Xianxia's swordsmanship is truly horrid. He is incapable of even executing the most basic sword art. I have suppressed my cultivation down to his level and tested him out with some of the most fundamental swordsmanships of our sect, but it's already more than enough to subdue him. He's unqualified to be your student," Bai Wanqing exclaimed. As she said these words, she couldn't help but feel even deeper admiration for her senior uncle. Within the sect, There were countless who would bleed their heads dry just to become her grandfather's student. But her senior uncle actually had no interest in it at all. He would go through so much trouble to put on an act just to turn it down. He sure was a humble person. All cultivators should really learn from his example. On the other hand, Elder Baiyi frowned upon hearing his granddaughter's words. I have taken down a recording of the earlier battle. Do take a look, Bai Ruanqing said as she passed a record crystal over. Elder Baiyi took the crystal and infused his Xianxia in. The earlier scenario surfaced on the crystal, showing how Bai Ruanqing had managed to easily subdue Xianxia. Look, I'm not lying to you, right? His skill is really abhorrent. Grandfather, it would only undermine your authority if you take a person like him in as your student, Bai Ruanqing exclaimed. All right, I understand. You should take your leave for now. There are some private matters which I want to discuss with Ah Feng privately. Elder Baiyi replied with a wave of his hand. Yes, grandfather. Bai Ruanqing turned around and left the room. Barely after she left the room, Elder Baiyi turned to look at Bai Feng and asked, What's your view of the matter? I'm confident of my disguise, but for some reason, I got a feeling that the other party anticipated my arrival. His eyes and gestures speak of fluster, but I can sense a hint of assurance from him. It's like he isn't worried that he would be killed at all. Bai Feng revealed the doubts that had been in his heart. He had always been a very discerning and meticulous person. Even though Xianxia had put up a good act, he was still able to keenly notice that something was off. If he was really afraid, he would have tried to run away or desperately cry for help. He wouldn't have reacted in the way he did. Elder Baiyi nodded in agreement. He shared the same thoughts as Bai Feng too. Then, old master, Bai Feng asked doubtfully, I have really spoiled that granddaughter of mine. She's an intelligent and discerning child, but she often allows her emotions to overtake her rationality, resulting in that incredible reckless nature of hers. Usually, she would have probably gone to confront that young man straight, but this time around, she waited patiently for you to appear before confronting that fellow. I find it hard to believe that this isn't an act between that young man and her. Elder Baiyi stroked his beard and he sighed bitterly. An act? Old master, you mean that? Bai Feng frowned upon hearing those words. That lass left the residence shortly after your departure, so I had someone follow her. My men reported that she had entered the core disciples' library and shared a private chamber together with Xianxia. She ended up staying in the private chamber for nearly 2 hours straight. Elder Baiyi tossed a jade token over to Bai Feng as he spoke. Bai Feng quickly caught the token, and after seeing the contents, his lips twitched in horror. For a man and a woman to share a private chamber for such a long period of time, could there really be something between them? Old master, are you suspecting that there might be some kind of unusual relationship between Xianxia and the young mistress? Bai Feng asked. I want you to discreetly follow her the next few days so as to find out what she's up to. Report anything that you find to me right away. Also, make sure to keep a lookout on Xianxia as well. I would have never thought that an inner disciple would be capable of making that fearless granddaughter of mine obediently put on an act together with him. I sure would like to see what he's truly capable of, Elder Baiyi instructed. To be able to become one of the 3 grand elders of the Ascendant Cloudsword Pavilion, Elder Baiyi's ability to analyze situations was naturally superb as well. He was afraid that her granddaughter would cause some kind of trouble after learning that he was intending to take Xianxia as his student, so he had his men follow her. As a result, he caught wind of the happenings at the core disciples' library too. The fact that they had been together with one another in the private chamber for quite some time, as well as his granddaughter's sudden appearance while Bai Feng was testing Xianxia, it was very obvious that something was amiss here. Make sure not to follow her too closely. Otherwise, if she notices your presence, she would kick up a fuss with me once again. Also, I want you to investigate Xianxia's background and identity. Somehow, I don't recall seeing his name amongst the inner disciples, Elder Baiyi said with a wave of his hand. Yes, old master. Bai Feng nodded before taking his leave. Bai Ruanqing was completely oblivious to the fact that the act she had put up together with her senior uncle had already been exposed. At this moment, She was busy practicing her swordsmanship in her room. By the 10th move, a furrow was already gradually etching itself onto her forehead. The swordsmanship imparted to her by her senior uncle was truly profound. She was able to grasp the initial phases easily and improve swiftly, but as she progressed on, she realized that the swordsmanship was a lot more layered and veiled than what appeared on the exterior. There were far too many seemingly minor yet significant details that she was unable to make sense of, causing her to frequently bump into bottlenecks. Let me consult him on this. She continued cultivating for another hour, but it felt that she was really getting nowhere at all. Thus, she got onto her aerial beast and began making her way over to the inner disciple sector. Prior to their parting at the core disciples library, she had asked the other party here he resided at. She was able to swiftly find her way, and it didn't take long for her to reach her destination. She leaped down from her aerial beast and knocked on the doors of the residence. Jia, a middle-aged man, opened the door. Upon seeing Bai Wanqing, his eyes immediately lit up as he asked in the most gentlemanly voice possible, "May I know you are?" "I am here to find Sani mean Junior Xianxia," Bai Wanqing said. She knew that her senior uncle was unwilling to reveal his identity in public, so she dared not address him in a manner that would compromise his identity. "You are looking for our young master?" the middle-aged man asked in surprise. Of course, this middle-aged man was no other than Chao Qingli. He thought that his fame as a skilled lover had brought this beautiful lady to his door, causing his heart thump in excitement for a bit. But it turned out that she was here for their young master. He would have never thought that the dense-looking young master of his would actually have it in him after all. There was a period of time which he thought that the eccentric young master of his belonged to a certain breed of humans whose special trait was forever alone. But who could have thought that the latter would actually get entangled with such a beautiful lady within less than a day after his arrival? One must indeed not judge a person by his appearance or his character. "Our young master is inside. This way, please." Chao Qingli gestured Bai Wanqing into the residence. He was just about to take the lead to guide the guest in when he suddenly recalled something. With a slightly awkward shuffle, he switched to his right leg before stepping across the doorsill. After stepping across the doorsill himself, Chao Qingli turned to the young lady and said, "Pardon me, but please lead with your right leg when stepping across the doorsill." Bai Wanqing was confused. "This is a rule set by our young master. I hope for your understanding," Chao Qingli said earnestly. Bai Wanqing was really bewildered by this ludicrous-sounding rule. She could not tell if this middle-aged man was making fun of her or not. In the end, though, she did not go against this rule for fear of displeasing her senior uncle, so she made sure to step across the doorsill with her right foot. Upon entering the courtyard, she saw a young man practicing his swordsmanship. The ground around him was drenched with sweat, indicating that he had been practicing for a very long time. This swordsmanship? Bai Wanqing looked at the young man's movements from afar for a moment, and her body could not help but stiffen. Before she knew it, cold sweat was trickling down her back. The young man before her should be around 16 to 17 years of age, and his cultivation was only at ancient sage 2 Dan. He should have been nothing more than an ordinary inner disciple. Yet, his swordsmanship was wholesome and relentless. His movements were simple, but it was profoundly aligned with the surroundings around him. She could feel the air of a swordmaster from him, as if he was someone who had immersed himself in the way of the sword for many decades. In fact, perhaps it was just her seeing things, but she actually felt that his swordsmanship might be even more profound than that of Grandpa Feng's. To think that a teenage lad would be able to match a veteran swordmaster like Bai Feng. This made Bai Wanqing feel as if the swordsmanship that she had learned over the years was nothing more than child's play. "He is Dan Xiaotian." Bai Wanqing bit her lips. "Yes, he is young Master Xiaotian," Chao Qingli replied with a nod. "How long has it been since he has started learning swordsmanship from Junior Zhang?" Bai Wanqing asked. "He must have been studying under Senior Uncle Zhang ever since he was BOM in order to comprehend such advanced swordsmanship." "How long?" Chao Qingli began counting on his fingers before eventually lifting 6 fingers up. "It should be roughly this long." 6 years? It only took him 6 years to become so formidable. Bai Ruanqing was astounded. She had been learning swordsmanship ever since she was 3, and it had been 20 years since then. She had the privilege of being personally taught by her grandfather and grandpa Feng, and she had never lacked precious cultivation resources. It was due to all of this that she had been able to come so far despite her young age. Yet, this young man had only been taught for 6 years, but it somehow felt like that he was already stronger than her. This was really hard for her to swallow. 6 years. Chao Qingli was stunned. You seem to misunderstanding something. I meant 6 hours. Over the last few days of interaction, Chao Qingli had noticed that Zhang Xian was a very busy person. Even though it was clear that Zhang Xian did care a lot for Dan Xiaotian, he did not spend too much time guiding the latter on his cultivation. More often than not, he would simply point out the flaws in Dan Xiaotian's cultivation before passing him a jade token for him to study by himself. As a result of that, even though Dan Xiaotian had been Zhang Xian's student for quite a few days, the actual time that the latter had spent guiding him was probably 6 hours at the very most. Hours! Bai Ruanqing nearly fainted on the spot. How could a person become so formidable after learning swordsmanship for 6 hours? In that instant, she felt as if her mind had shut down. The information was simply too great for her to bear. While Bai Ruanqing was shocked beyond words, Dan Xiaotian noticed the presence of the visitor and quickly stopped his sword practice. He quickly walked up to Bai Ruanqing and greeted her with a smile before explaining the matter. Actually, the time that my teacher has spent teaching me is only 2 hours at most. As for 6 hours, I'm afraid that I'm not worthy of my teacher spending so much time on me yet. The fact that Bai Ruanqing had come to this place in search of his teacher meant that she already knew about their relationship. Thus, there was nothing for him to hide. 2 hours. Bai Ruanqing was shocked beyond words. There was a long silence before she finally spoke once more. Would it be fine if I challenge you to a swordsmanship duel? Sure. Dan Xiaotian nodded. He had always been cultivating by himself, so he was more than happy to have someone spar with him so that he could check his own progress. Let's begin. Bai Ruanqing quickly suppressed her cultivation to Ancient Sage 2 Dan primary stage before drawing her sword. Hoo! She kicked off the ground and lunged right toward Dan Xiaotian. She had seen Dan Xiaotian's sword practice earlier, and she knew that his mastery of swordsmanship was superb. As such, she did not dare let her guard down. She decided to use her strongest move at the very start, allowing her to maneuver around at lightning speed. Wang! She quickly closed the gap between her and Dan Xiaotian, and just as she thought that she could clinch victory, Dan Xiaotian suddenly made a move. There was a momentary blur, and, all of a sudden, there was a sword flying right toward her head. All of Bai Ruanqing's danger senses sounded out in alarm. She hurriedly released the seal of her cultivation and regained her strength as a true immortal. Under the protective layer of Jinqi around her, Dan Xiaotian's sword was jolted off. If not for her speed, there was a good chance that the sword might have impaled her head. That dose brush with death left Bai Ruanqing gasping slightly for air. She did not even manage to see how the young man threw out his sword and how it managed to come so close to her without her realizing. In other words, if she had been facing another true immortal, she would have been dead by now. This was truly frightening. Bai Ruanqing could not help but reevaluate Dan Xiaotian with wary eyes once more. She thought that the sword art that he had been practicing earlier was already extremely powerful, but who could have known that he would have a stronger trump card than that? Against opponents of the same cultivation realm, this move was truly a one-shot, one-kill. I'm truly sorry. I have practiced this sword art for some time now, but I have never used it in a real battle before. Furthermore, I am still unable to control the strength of this technique freely yet, so. He had planned to halt the sword right before the opponent, but he had overestimated his own capabilities with the sword. As hard as he tried, he had been unable to stop it. It was fortunate that the other party had reacted quickly and deflected his sword away with her protective Jinqi. Otherwise, if he had lodged a sword into a guest of his teacher, he would surely be berated for it. You have only learned 2 hours of swordsmanship from him, but your swordsmanship is already far beyond mine. Bai Ruanqing gulped in horror, but at the same time, She could not help but wonder. I also learned a horizontal slash from senior uncle. My skills are still not on par, and I still have a long way to go before grasping its essence, but I wonder how powerful it will be if I use it in a real battle. She knew for certain that the horizontal slash was powerful, but knowing it theoretically was different from putting it into practice. As soon as this notion came into her mind, her hands began itching to try the technique on someone. She looked at the young man before her once more, but she eventually shook her head. She did not want to risk having a sword plunged into her head. It was only due to her swift reflexes that she had managed to escape unscathed earlier. If her mind had wandered for a moment back then, she would have been a corpse by now. Are there any private chambers that I can use in this residence? Wanqing asked. That room over there is empty, so you can use it as you deem fit. My teacher is currently cultivating, so please have a good rest in the room for the time being. I'll call you as soon as he's out, Dan Xiaotian replied as he gestured at a nearby room. As most inner disciples had servants to take care of their needs, the residences that they lived in were very spacious and had many rooms. Wanqing thanked Dan Xiaotian before walking into the room. She took a seat on the bed before taking out an ethereal token. This was the ethereal token to access the core disciples' ethereal hall. Immersing her consciousness into the ethereal token, her surroundings swiftly faded into darkness. When she came to once more, she was already standing in the midst of the ethereal hall. Unlike the dueling ring of inner disciples, core disciples have the option of fighting in public duels and private duels. Wanqing thought. In the previous core disciple tournament, I was only ranked 17th. 16th place is Wang Hao, and so far I haven't been able to defeat him yet. I guess this is a good opportunity to try my hand. The reason Wanqing was well known among the core disciples was mainly due to her grandfather, Elder Bai Yi. While she was considerably talented, the truth was that there were still many monsters among the core disciples who were stronger than her. In terms of fighting prowess, she would not be able to even make it into the top 10. The top few core disciples even possessed strength that was above that of most elders. Since she had not been able to defeat the 16th place Wang Hao thus far, he would be the perfect opponent to test out her new sword art on. Thus, she walked up to the front receptionist and said, I want to send a duel invitation to 16th place Wang Hao. Soon, the core disciple named Wang Hao walked over. Upon seeing her, his lips crept up. What brings you here today? Did you learn some kind of new sword art that you think you'll be able to defeat me with? You can give it a go, but I doubt that it'll make a difference. We had a duel half a month ago, and you clearly aren't a match for me. I did learn a new move, and I wanted to find someone to test it on. Wanqing admitted frankly. Regardless of the outcome, it'll be good training for you and me. She had no clear gauge of how powerful Senior Uncle Zhang's horizontal slash was. So honestly, she was not too sure whether she would be able to defeat Wang Hao or not. Sure. Give it your best shot. Wang Hao chuckled. Let's start. The two of them quickly found a private dueling ring and entered the room. Every single one of the core disciples were spectacular existences within the sect. They were highly respected and had many fans around. As such, most of them preferred some privacy when it came to their duels. After getting into positions, Wang Hao looked at Wanqing and said, I'll be making my move. Hula. The next instant, he drove his sword forth with incredible momentum. It was true that Wanqing had not defeated him yet, but her skills were remarkable. It would be foolish to underestimate someone who had been personally trained by Third Elder Bai Yi. Not daring to get careless, he did not pull any punches at all. A frontal assault? Wanqing could not help but chuckle a little. The horizontal slash that she had just learned happened to be the best at dealing with such attacks. It was as if the other party was offering himself to her. Without any hesitation, Wanqing executed the horizontal slash that she had just learned. Be careful. I haven't really gotten the hang of this move of mine, but it'll probably be quite powerful, Wanqing remarked with a smile. But before she could even finish her words, she felt the pressure coming at her suddenly dissipating. Kacha! A head rolled all the way to the corner of the room, and shortly after, Wang Hao's body fell frontward to the ground. Ah! Wanqing was stunned. Putting aside the fact that she hadn't mastered the horizontal slash, she had not even fully executed the technique yet, and before she knew, the enemy whom she had not been able to defeat was suddenly killed just like that. The slain Wang Hao quickly returned with another ethereal token, and he asked Bai Wanqing with an incredulous look on his face. "You? What happened?" He was completely flabbergasted. Bai Wanqing had never been a match for him, but she actually managed to behead him just like that. This was really hard for him to accept. "I'm not too sure either," Bai Wanqing replied in a daze. She had executed the move just as Senior Uncle Zhang had taught her, and never in her wildest dreams did she expect it to be so powerful. "I want a rematch. This time, I will go all out from the very start," Wang Hao said adamantly as he drew his sword once more. Hoo. He immediately released a series of sword chi that lingered in the air, allowing him to tap into for both offense and defense at his will. As the 16th place among the core disciples, his grasp of swordsmanship had reached an incredible level. Ordinary sword practitioners would simply despair upon seeing his prowess. On the other hand, Bai Wanqing knew that Wang Hao was really serious this time around. If she used any other technique, it was unlikely that she would be able to achieve victory. Thus, she unhesitatingly executed the technique that Senior Uncle Zhang had imparted to her once more. Pada! Once again, before she could complete the technique, Wang Hao's head had already been lopped off. This time around, it rolled even further than it did before. This? Bai Wanqing was completely stunned. Somehow, since she had grasped this move, it felt like the other party's neck had become incredibly fragile. Even a simple slash was enough to remove his head from his neck. Tang Yen was a highly esteemed figure even among the core disciples. He had ranked 7th in the previous core disciple tournament. The swordsmanship that he practiced, the immaculate swordsmanship, was well known and feared throughout the world. He had once pursued an infamous heavenly true immortal bandit into his den and destroyed all the sects and powers associated with him. Due to that incident, his name rung out loudly in the world. He was 51, but in terms of his outer appearance, he looked no different from someone in his early 20s. His jinchi was condensed and wholesome, and it felt like he could whip up a devastating storm of sword chi with a wave of his hand. Be it standing, fame, or strength, he lacked none of them. At that moment, he was standing in the courtyard of his residence, drawing out beautiful strokes with his sword. It was an aesthetically pleasing sight, almost as if one was looking at a skilled painter. "Who?" Tang Yen stopped his movements and retracted his sword. Those strokes still floated beautifully in the air, reminiscent of drifting smoke. Gua. A wild bird unintentionally flew into the midst of the smoke. Pong! As if it had dashed right into the midst of a meat slicer, fresh blood splattered all around the area. In the blink of an eye, its entire body had already disintegrated into dust. "Congratulations, Senior Tan. You have finally reached major accomplishment in the immaculate swordsmanship." Applause sounded as a young man walked over. He was ranked 8th among the core disciples. Gua. Even though he looked like he was in his 20s, the truth was that he was also in his 50s. The lifespan of those who had reached pseudo-immortal would exceed 300 years. An advancement to the true immortal realm would not increase one's lifespan, but the further condensation of one's energy and vitality would allow the cultivator to retain their strength and youth. As such, those in their 50s could still be considered young among true immortal cultivators. After cultivating this technique diligently for 30 years, I have finally accomplished something. Should be able to get into the top 5 in the next core disciple tournament. Tang Yen nodded with a satisfied smile. It was because he had failed to master this swordsmanship that he had been stuck in the 7th place during the previous tournament. However, now that he had reached great accomplishment, it should not be too difficult for him to get into the top 5. The Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion had always been known for its fighting prowess, such that those who could get into the top 5 of the core disciples could already be considered to be within the top 20 of the younger generation. Those who manage to get into the top 5 of the core disciples will have a chance to become a core elder of the sect. Congratulations in advance, Senior Tang. Gua clasped his fist. The core elders who managed the crucial affairs of the Ascendant Cloudsword Pavilion mainly came from the top 5 experts of the core disciples. For example, 100 years ago, Elder Bai Yi had consistently ranked in the top 3 among the core disciples. The only one who was able to outdo him was Elder He Tian. Don't worry, I won't forget about you after I become a core elder. Tang Yen chuckled a little before looking over. It's rare for you to visit me. Is there something up? Well, the thing is, Senior Tang, you have always been interested in Bai Wanqing, right? Gui asked. Yes, that's right, Tang Yen admitted frankly. Bai Wanqing might have a bad temper, but her background and looks were excellent. If he could marry her, it would be extremely useful to his future development. He might even become the successor of the sect. That would make him one of the top figures on the continent. She's ranked 17 among the core disciples, but for some reason, she suddenly challenged Wang Hao earlier today. You mean the 16th rank Wang Hao? Tang Yen asked. That fellow can't be said to be too powerful, but his water-reminiscent sword is still quite terrifying to deal with. His sword intent flows smoothly like a river, creating an impenetrable defense. Even I would require quite some effort to deal with it. I don't think Bai Wanqing will stand too much of a chance against him. Wang Hao is indeed a difficult opponent to deal with, but I just received news that Bai Wanqing just sliced off Wang Hao's head twice. All in all, she took less than 3 moves, Gui exclaimed. In less than 3 moves, she killed Wang Hao twice? Tang Yen was stunned. He was acutely aware of Bai Wanqing and Wang Hao's capabilities, and it could be said that Wang Hao was firmly ahead of Bai Wanqing even though they were only 1 rank away from one another. How could Wang Hao be killed by Bai Wanqing in less than 3 moves, not to mention twice? When did that female dinosaur become so powerful? Bai Wanqing didn't stop after dealing with Wang Hao. She went on to challenge those above Wang Hao, and the news I have received is that she also used a single move to defeat rank 15 Sun Jian, rank 14 Yang Hu, and rank 13 Du Chuan, Gui said. With a single move, she eliminated everyone from 16th to 13th? How is that possible? Tang Yen could not believe what he was hearing. Let's head over to take a look. Let's go. Gui nodded. The main reason he had gone over to look for Tang Yen was indeed due to this matter. They both took out their ethereal tokens and entered the ethereal hall. Very soon, they arrived at the private duel sector. There, they saw quite a few people seated outside with gloomy looks on their faces. Hong Qing? Why are you here? One of them was a young man named Hong Qing, and he was ranked 10th of the core disciples. The fact that he could get within the hugely contested top 10 positions of the core disciples showed that he was someone who possessed true capability. There was an informal segregation of powers among the core disciples. The first rank formed the topmost echelon, the second and third place formed the second echelon, then the 4th to 6th place formed the 3rd echelon, 7th to 10th place formed the 4th echelon, and the 11th to 20th place formed the 5th echelon. Each of these echelons represented a huge power gap. Ranked 7th, Tang Yen belonged to the 4th echelon, but the strength that he possessed was already enough to leave many despairing. Did Bai Wanqing not only defeat opponents up to the 13th rank? Why would Hong Qing be waiting outside with such a defeated expression on his face? Considering that Hong Qing belonged to the same echelon as him, it should not be possible for Bai Wanqing to defeat him. My head was just lopped off by Senior Bai in a single move, Hong Qing said with a bitter smile. Regardless of whether it was the inner disciples or the core disciples, it was a convention to address a person stronger than them than their senior. This was one of the unspoken rules within the sect. Are you saying that Bai Wanqing challenged you and won? Guiyi's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. She challenged the opponents above her one by one. I thought that it wouldn't be anything much, but I ended up being decapitated with a single blow. It's the same for me. A few other young men and women in the area cried out as well. Glancing over, Tang Yen saw that ranks 11 and 12 were present as well. They had helpless looks on their faces. Even they were unable to withstand Bai Wanqing's swordsmanship. In the ethereal hall, our cultivation is fixed at lesser pseudo-immortal. Yet, she was able to single-handedly subdue everyone from 16th place to 10th place without taking any rest at all. Does she still have the strength to carry on? Tang Yen could hardly believe what was going on. He could not believe that Bai Ruanqing's swordsmanship had actually advanced to such a level. Guo Yi suddenly thought of something, and his eyes widened in shock. Wait a moment. The fact that all of you are actually out here, does it mean that she is? Indeed. She's challenged the 9th rank Lu Yu. If she wins the battle, you'll be... Hongqing nodded. Before he could finish his words, the doors suddenly creaked open. A woman's head peeked out. Guo Yi, you are here. What good timing. Come on in. Guo Yi. The casual tone sounded as if she was just inviting him in to have a talk. You are challenging core disciples here, not interviewing candidates. Are you sure you don't need a rest? There's no need to go in. Why don't you have your duel here? Tang Yen suddenly said. Indeed. Why don't we just have a public duel for everyone to see? There's just the few of us here anyway, so there's no need to hide anything. Someone echoed in agreement. Since Bai Ruanqing was already going at them one by one, there was not much to hide anymore. A public duel? Bai Ruanqing turned to Guo Yi and asked, What do you think? I'll follow Senior Tang's suggestion. Guo Yi nodded. Fine by me. Bai Ruanqing nodded as she walked out of the room. Let's head to the dueling ring outside then, Guo Yi said. There's no need to go through so much trouble, Bai Ruanqing said as she raised her sword and walked right up to Guo Yi. Do you intend to make a move here? Guo Yi did not think that Bai Ruanqing was going to make a move there. Astonished, he quickly raised his sword to defend himself. But before he knew it, he suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his throat. Pada! His head fell right to the ground. His eyes were widened in horror, as if he could not believe this to be true. After dealing with Guo Yi, Bai Ruanqing turned right to Tang Yen and said, Done. It's your turn next. Initially, she had been a little unfamiliar with the horizontal slash that Senior Uncle Zhang had imparted to her. But after slaying several core disciples one after another with ease, her confidence was soaring. Her senior uncle had only taught her for several minutes, but her swordsmanship had already improved so much. It was no wonder she was no match for Dan Xiaotian. She could hardly imagine how powerful she would be if she had been through 2 hours of guidance. 2. You want to challenge me here too? Tang Yan's face turned livid. This place will do. It'll spare us quite a lot of trouble. Bai Ruanqing replied. Aren't you getting a little too arrogant? Tang Yen replied menacingly. It was true that he had not been too much stronger than Guo Yi in the past, but having cultivated the immaculate swordsmanship up to major accomplishment, he was already no longer the same person. I'm pushed for time. I still have to challenge the top 5, so let's not waste each other's time. All right? Bai Ruanqing said with a wave of her hand. Tang Yan's face reddened. Since that's the case, don't expect me to go easy on you. With a flick of his wrist, he immediately released innumerable strokes of sword qi into the surroundings. Did he reach major accomplishment in the immaculate swordsmanship? How formidable! With such prowess, he should be able to get into the top 5 at the very least. Indeed, those present were skilled sword practitioners, so they quickly noticed the improvements in Tang Yan's swordsmanship. Who could have known that Tang Yen would have made such a huge breakthrough over the past few months? Formidable! Bai Ruanqing remarked upon seeing the move as well. The immaculate swordsmanship left traces of sword qi everywhere, such that those who barged into its area of attack would be sliced into pieces. Even though her horizontal slash was a powerful offensive move as well, it was not a good match for the immaculate swordsmanship. I never would have thought that you would have cultivated the immaculate swordsmanship to such a level. Give me a moment. I'll head out for a while and come back to fight you. Then her body dissipated into light fragments and vanished from sight. The crowd stared at one another in bewilderment, unable to comprehend what was going on. Tang Yen was stunned, too. He had thought that the other party would dash right over to sever his head, similar to what she had done with Guo Yi. If she had really done so, he would have counterattacked. In the end, it would boil down to who was faster. He did not expect the other party to simply turn around and leave. She even told him to wait for her before leaving. Senior Tang, Guo Yi, who had just re-entered using another ethereal token, was stunned as well. Let's wait here, Tang Yen replied. I don't believe that she'll be able to win just by having us wait here for some time. Bai Ruanqing shook her head as her consciousness returned to the real world. She sat on the bed with a conflicted expression on her face for a moment before pushing the door open and walking out. In the courtyard, Dan Xiaotian was still practicing his swordsmanship. 10 meters away, Chao Qingli's legs were trembling with a walnut on his head. So, a sword flew forth, but it missed the walnut by a fraction and ended up grazing Chao Qingli's head instead. Fresh blood spurted out from the wound. I think I'm injured, Chao Qingli said as he touched his head. You're fine, it's no big deal. Who doesn't get injured? Dan Xiaotian replied calmly. Keep the walnut steady on your head. But I'm really injured, Chao Qingli cried in despair. Before he could finish his words, yet another sword flew past and grazed some other part of his head. Seeing fresh blood trickling to the ground, Chao Qingli trembled as he bawled, Arg! I'm going to die at this rate. Don't worry. I controlled my sword very carefully that time. I only scraped the skin without hurting your skull, Dan Xiaotian said leisurely as he walked forth and retrieved his swords. Just as Dan Xiaotian had said, Chao Qingli's wounds were indeed superficial, so there was no way that he would die from them. He had been practicing the control of his sword toss after receiving his teacher's guidance, and he was proud to say that his training had been going well. Otherwise, he would not have dared use Chao Qingli's head to practice. Bai Ruanqing could not help but shudder upon seeing the incredibly dangerous sight before her. Taking a deep breath, she walked over and asked embarrassedly, Junior Dan, the truth is, I started learning under Senior Uncle Zhang recently. Is it fine for you to impart your sword toss technique to me? Dan Xiaotian was taken aback for a moment before nodding. Is that so? Well, if my teacher is already teaching you, I guess it should be fine. While the time that he had spent with his teacher was limited, he knew that his teacher was an extremely magnanimous person. He cared not about fame and glory, choosing to name this third young master's swordsmanship after him. On top of that, he did not hesitate to impart the technique to Chao Qingli and Elder Yi too. Considering that his teacher was already teaching Bai Ruanqing, it was likely that his teacher would not have any qualms with him imparting the technique to her. It would be difficult for you to master the third young master's swordsmanship within a short period of time, but you can focus on the form and the Jinqi circulation pathway first. Once you grasp that, you can slowly study the various transformations and countermeasures, Dan Xiaotian said. The third young master's swordsmanship was not too difficult to execute, which was also the reason he had been able to learn it despite being only at Great Sage 3 Dan back then. Under Dan Xiaotian's guidance, Bai Ruanqing grasped the fundamentals within 3 minutes. So, without any hesitation, she tossed the sword in her hand, and the next moment, it appeared on the wall beside Chao Qingli. Ah! Chao Qingli slumped to the floor out of sheer fear. He nearly lost his wits from that unexpected attack. If a sword carrying such speed and strength struck his head, he would really die on the spot. Seeing Bai Ruanqing's execution, Dan Xiaotian began to go through some of the more important concepts. The key of the third young master's swordsmanship lies in the absoluteness of the attack, not the speed. Only when you are absolutely sure that you will be able to strike your opponent should you toss your sword. Of course, that means that you'll have to predict your opponent's next move and uncover the flaws in their maneuver. The crux behind the third young master's swordsmanship was not its strength nor its speed. Rather, it was because it exploited the flaws in the enemy's movements. That was where the crux of the sword art lay. The act of tossing the sword was just the most superficial layer of the technique. How long did it take you to grasp the technique? Bai Ruanqing asked with a frown. There were still a bunch of people waiting for her in the ethereal hall. It would not be appropriate for her to keep them waiting too long. I took an hour, but it's because it was my teacher who imparted the technique to me. My comprehension of the technique is still not wholesome, so if I do it for you, it will likely take 2 days at the minimum. Dan Xiaotian scratched his head awkwardly. While he had already practiced this move for 10 days and was starting to see some success, he knew that he was still grossly lacking compared to his teacher. In form, they might appear similar to one another, but when it came to the crux of the technique, They were on completely different levels from one another. His teacher's lecture was superb in the sense that it used simple logic to construct an even larger system of knowledge, breaking down something that was frighteningly large into digestible bits of information. He did not think that he had the capacity in him to do something like that. It's fine, I'll focus on learning it later. For now, I'll just have to give it a try. Bai Wanqing pondered for a moment before shaking her head, following which, she returned to the room. She had never been a patient person, or else she would not have come to be known as a female dinosaur either. There was no way someone as hot-tempered as her would be able to put aside an ongoing duel for 2 days in order to learn a technique. Returning to the location of the duel, she saw that Tang Yen and the others were indeed waiting for her. I'm back. Let's resume our duel, Bai Wanqing said as she drew her sword and got into position. Seeing that Bai Wanqing had only taken 5 minutes to come back, a hint of doubt surfaced on Tang Yan's face. Nevertheless, he still nodded and executed the immaculate swordsmanship once more. Strokes of sword chi swiftly filled the sky in the form of fleeting smoke. Forget it. I have no choice but to give it a try. Bai Wanqing was actually familiar with the flaws of the immaculate swordsmanship. She had never practiced the sword art before, but due to her grandfather being the third elder of the sect, she had access to many of the top-tier swordsmanship manuals. The problem was that she had no way of exploiting the flaws. It was similar to how, even if you knew that it was possible to kill a certain man who wore red underwear on the outside with a certain rock, it did not necessarily mean that you would be able to put it into action. Most of Bai Wanqing's swordsmanship was intended for close-quarter combat, which would require her to bypass the layer of drifting smoke created by sword chi. However, if she even approached, she would surely be torn into pieces by its sheer sharpness. However, it was different now that she had a sword toss technique in her arsenal. Without any hesitation, she flicked her wrist. Her sword shot forth with incredible speed. What? She tossed her sword. Taken aback, Tang Yen immediately raised his blade to deflect Bai Wanqing's attack, only to feel a sharp pain in his head the next instant. So, with a sword lodged in his head, Tang Yen staggered a little before falling to the ground. KO. The battle has already ended? Even Tang Yen was killed in a single move? My gosh. Did you see the speed of the earlier sword? I was truly entranced. Does the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion have such a sword art? I don't think I have heard of it before. In fact, it's not just this move. I have never seen the move that Bai Wanqing used to kill us before either. The surroundings were plunged into silence. It worked. While the crowd was stunned speechless, Bai Wanqing was taken aback by what she had just done. She had only learned this technique a couple of minutes ago, and given how rushed it had been thinking of just using this technique to scare the other party into gathering the lingering sword chi around him in order to defend himself. Yet, the other party had died just like that. That was way too formidable. Next! With eyes glowing with excitement, Bai Wanqing's confidence was boosted yet another notch as she issued her challenge to the 6th place. In Elder Bai Ye's residence. How's it going? Elder Bai Ye asked. I followed the young mistress and found that she has entered the residence of an inner disciple. However, this inner disciple isn't Xianxia but Dan Xiaotian. Passing a jade token over, Bai Feng said, Here are his personal details. Dan Xiaotian? Elder Bai Yi quickly browsed through the content as he frowned in bewilderment. I know of this young man. He was brought into the sect by Elder Lu Yun. A subordinate has been reporting the happenings in the Elder Council to me, and I've read through the minutes of the council too. Even though he's only at Ancient Sage 1 Dan, he was able to manifest his sword intent to 499 meters, just a step away from reaching Sword God. Yes, that's him. Based on my investigation, he brought a friend with him to the sect, and this friend is none other than Xianxia. However, the cultivation of this Xianxia is at Dimension Shatter Realm primary stage, which doesn't tally, Bai Feng said as he passed another set of information over. With Elder Bai Ye's influence, it was a walk in the park for him to investigate a person's background. Even though it had not been long since Xianxia had entered the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion behind Dan Xiaotian, his information was also logged in their records. That should be him, Elder Bai Yi remarked after looking through the records. He had no idea why there was a disparity between the cultivation recorded and Xianxia's real cultivation, but the other details tallied with what he knew. Most likely, Ruanqing has gone to Dan Xiaoyan's residence in order to look for Xianxian. I want you to continue investigating the matter. Despite not being an inner disciple, this Xianxian impersonated one. I fear that he might have malicious intentions, Elder Bai Yi said. Yes, old master, Bai Feng replied. Rising to his feet, he was just about to leave the room when another old man abruptly barged in. Elder Bai Yi, we are extremely delighted that you have healed from your wounds, but you really have to keep your granddaughter in check. My granddaughter? What's wrong? Elder Bai Yi was taken aback. Stop feigning ignorance. After she entered the core disciples' ethereal hall, she challenged everyone from the 16th rank onward and defeated everyone in a single blow. Right now, she has already reached the top 5, the elder said with a wave of his hand. She has reached the top 5? Elder Bai Yi and Bai Feng were stunned. They were well aware of Bai Ruanqing's strength, and to be honest, even reaching 17th place was no easy feat for her. Yet, she had actually gotten into the top 5? How was that possible? The old man tossed a recording crystal over and said, This is the recording of her duel. Take a look at it yourself. Elder Bai Yi quickly opened the recording and viewed its contents. Within the recording, he saw Bai Ruanqing killing the core disciples with just a slash each, causing each of them to suffer a mental breakdown. All in all, his granddaughter had only used 2 moves in all the duels, a horizontal slash and a sword toss. Regardless of which one it was bound to end in a sure kill as soon as she made a move. This went to show just how powerful those 2 moves were. But who in the world did she learn them from? This is his technique. Bai Feng narrowed his eyes in shock. Whose? Elder Bai Yi asked. Bai Feng quickly switched to a telepathic mode of communication before carrying on. This is the technique that was executed by I Am Low Profile. I studied it and even interpreted it to her. I never thought that she would actually use it even more proficiently than me. It feels as if what? As if she has personally been taught by I Am Low Profile, Bai Feng exclaimed. The matter concerning I Am Low Profile had already echoed throughout the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, such that there was no one who did not know of the matter. Even though Elder Bai Yi was injured, he had already heard about how his granddaughter had been beheaded twice and his loyal subordinate had been decapitated once. I Am Low Profile was a person who was very likely to have comprehended the God's sword intent. As one of the 3 Grand Elders, he could not possibly not keep a lookout on it. Yet, at that very moment, he was being told that the swordsmanship executed by his granddaughter originated from that man. You are saying that there's a good chance that I Am Low Profile has personally taught Ruanqing, and that's why she dared challenge the other core disciples? Elder Bai Yi swiftly came to a realization. Indeed, there did not seem to be any other logical explanation. Yes, old master, Bai Feng nodded. The entire sect has been looking for I Am Low Profile, but he actually managed to impart his swordsmanship to Ruanqing and challenged the core disciples through her. Interesting. Truly interesting, Elder Bai Yi said with a smile. Say, who do you think that fellow might be? I'm not too sure either. Bai Feng shook his head, but halfway through his words, he suddenly widened his eyes in realization. With quivering lips, he asked, It can't be that, old master, are you thinking of Xianxian? Elder Bai Yi nodded. Other than him, who else could it be? This. Bai Feng was rendered speechless after hearing the old master's confirmation. If they put it like that, everything made perfect sense. The young mistress had left with the intention to challenge Xianxian, but somehow, she had ended up willingly putting on an act with Xianxian. After she returned, she had somehow managed to learn I Am Low Profile swordsmanship, and using his moves, she dominated all the core disciples. Thinking back, it was indeed suspicious how Xianxian had medicine that was capable of treating the old master. Furthermore, it had just been a day since he entered the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Yet he had somehow managed to comprehend the God's sword intent and challenge all of the inner disciples. Thinking more into it, all the clues indeed pointed toward Xianxian. They could not deny it even if they wanted to. Let's not rush to conclusions. We still need to verify whether it's truly him or not, Elder Bai said. I'll test him out myself. Yes, old master, Bai Feng replied. As the two of them had been communicating via Jinshi telepathy all this while, the old man before them was unaware of the exchange that had just gone on between them. Do you not intend to interfere in this issue? Seeing how they were ignoring him, the old man was so angry that he could have exploded on the spot. Of course not. We'll head over there to take a look now. Elder Bai instructed Bai Feng to fetch 2 ethereal tokens of the core disciples, and immersing his consciousness into it, he swiftly entered the ethereal hall together with Bai Feng. Upon entering, they swiftly disguised themselves so that outsiders would not be able to tell. At that very moment, the dueling location had already switched from the private rooms to the public ring. Many core disciples had received the news about Bai Wanqing's consecutive successful challenges, so more and more of them were gathering around the dueling ring. At this moment, there were already dozens of people. Their names were a little unfamiliar, presumably because they had used their spare ethereal tokens so that no one was able to tell who was who. In the dueling ring, Bai Wanqing was currently exchanging blows with 5th-ranked Mo Shangyun. Just as her name suggested, Mo Shangyun was a female disciple. But unlike Bai Wanqing, she had a massive physique that towered over most men. Furthermore, she made no attempt to tidy herself up, resulting in her appearance being frequently unkempt. If one did not hear her name, one might just mistake her for a male. This was not limited to her appearance but extended to her swordsmanship. In contrast to the usual elegant and delicate swordsmanship that most female sword practitioners opted for, her swordsmanship was extremely brutish, almost reminiscent of the hack of an axe. Let's begin. As soon as they got into position, Mo Shangyun could not be bothered to waste any time on words. Without any hesitation, she dashed forward like a tank while swinging her sword forcefully. Her sword was different from that of most sword practitioners. It was freakishly huge, standing at 7 chiel long. Sonic booms echoed along with its movements, leaving one with no doubt that it would smash everything in its path. Bai Wanqing knew better than to face Mo Shangyun in a direct encounter. She skillfully deflected Mo Shangyun's first attack with a horizontal slash before decisively flicking her sword outward. She was basically betting everything on the sword toss. It was one of the 2 strongest moves that she had. She knew that her other sword arts would not work against the top 5 of the core disciples. If anything, it was likely that the other party would exploit the openings in that swordsmanship to corner her instead. As a result, she knew that she had no choice but to use her trump cards right from the start. Heh! That move is useless against me, Mo Shangyun said as she swiftly swept her sword upward. Dang lang! The incoming sword was deflected away. Astonished, Bai Wanqing quickly backed off. As expected of an expert from the top 5, each of them had their own trump cards. She could not hope to defeat them just by learning the bare basics of Senior Uncle Zhang's swordsmanship. Not to mention, the other party had watched her previous battles and knew that she was only capable of those 2 moves. Naturally, it was much easier for the other party to take precautions. If you dare, why don't you wait here a moment? I'll come right back to fight you in a moment's time. Seeing that it was impossible for her to defeat Mo Shangyun with just 2 moves, Bai Wanqing decided to make a strategic retreat. Bring it on. I'll be here whenever you wish to pick a fight, Mo Shangyun roared while laughing. She had heard of what had happened previously, and she knew that Bai Wanqing was not just joking around. She was curious to see what Bai Wanqing would be able to do once more within a few minutes. Bai Wanqing clasped her fist toward Mo Shangyun before dissipating into light fragments. The next moment, she was already back at Zhang Xian's residence. Junior Xiaotian, teach me another 2 moves, Bai Wanqing shouted as soon as she rushed out of her room. But the next moment, she saw a figure who caused her face to immediately crumble from awkwardness. Senior Uncle Zhang. That figure was none other than Zhang Xian. Having advanced his cultivation to heavenly pseudo-immortal, he had finally concluded his momentary seclusion. What's going on here? Zhang Xian asked with a frown. Why was this woman in his residence? Not to mention, She was even asking Dan Xiaotian to impart swordsmanship to her. Senior Uncle Zhang, I'm using your swordsmanship to challenge others in the core disciples' ethereal hall. With a crimson tinge on her cheeks, Bai Ruanqing quickly filled Zhang Xian in on the details. After hearing the full story, the first question that Zhang Xian asked was as followed. Did you place a bet on the battle? Ah, I didn't. Bai Ruanqing was surprised by that abrupt question, but she quickly shook her head. I am using the swordsmanship you taught me to fight with others. Why are you asking me if I placed a bet on the battle? She found that she was completely unable to keep up with Zhang Xian's train of thought. If there's nothing on stake, what's there to fight over? Zhang Xian's face looked as if he could not have been more disappointed in Bai Ruanqing's stupidity. He had been thinking of finding an opportunity to sneak into the core disciples' ethereal hall to earn another killing. After all, he was not so naive as to think that the sword pavilion coins that he had earned would be enough for him to reach high immortal. Who could have known that this woman would do something so futile as to fight without earning anything in return? Are you running a charity? Do you have too much time on hands so squander around on meaningless pursuits? Seeing the look of disappointment on Zhang Xian's face, Bai Ruanqing suddenly found herself utterly speechless. All along, she had thought that I Am Low Profile was a low-profile expert who thought nothing of fame and glory, but it turned out that he was simply too absorbed in making money to care about anything else. The reason I'm challenging them is to prove my own swordsmanship. Yet, somehow, you make it seem as if I'm foolishly missing out on an ideal opportunity to rob them of their money. Would I, the granddaughter of one of the 3 grand elders, need to rob others of their money? Oblivious to the fact that his transcendental image was crumbling at the moment, Zhang Xian continued asking, Do you have any core disciple ethereal tokens left? Give me one, I'll head in to challenge them. The core disciples should be rather wealthy, right? He felt that he should clarify some matters first so that he would not be too disappointed by the results later. Why yes, I guess so. Bai Ruanqing could not help but clasp her face. That being said, most of the core disciples in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion were indeed rather wealthy. Given that even the weakest of them was at the pseudo-immortal realm, there was no way the wealth of inner disciples could begin to compare to theirs. Good. Where's my ethereal token? Zhang Xian stretched out his hand. Even the weakest core disciple is a lesser pseudo-immortal. In other words, there's a strict limitation that only those who have reached the pseudo-immortal realm are able to access the ethereal hall. This is to ensure that inner disciples aren't able to sneak in by any chance, Bai Ruanqing said hesitantly. When she fought against Zhang Xian 4 hours ago, the latter had only been at Dimension Shatter Realm Consummation. It was clear that his cultivation was still insufficient to enter the core disciples' ethereal hall. That won't be a problem at all. I have already achieved a breakthrough, Zhang Xian said as he allowed a hint of his aura to flow out. Heavenly pseudo-immortal? Bai Ruanqing nearly fainted on the spot. She was extremely certain that the other party had only been at Dimension Shatterer Realm Consummation when she fought him earlier. Yet, in just 4 short hours, he had actually managed to advance an entire cultivation realm. What the holy cow! Even a pill junkie would not be able to advance his cultivation that fast. Amazing! Chao Qingli muttered as his eyes glowed in excitement. Dan Xiaotian also clenched his fists tightly. They knew that Zhang Xian was extremely powerful, but they did not think that he would actually be that formidable. Given young master's incredible strength and superior swordsmanship, he would definitely be able to defeat that I Am Low-Profile fool easily, Chao Qingli exclaimed in agitation. Over the last few hours, he had kept hearing others talk about how powerful I Am Low-Profile was, but no matter how strong I Am Low-Profile was, could he be any more powerful than the young master? Look at how our young master advanced from Dimension Shatter Realm Consummation to Heavenly Pseudo-Immortal within a day. Is there anyone in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion who could match this accomplishment? Pa! But barely after Chao Qingli said those words, he suddenly felt yet another painful smack on the back of his head. He indignantly turned his head around, only to see the livid face of the young master looking back at him. I saw you stepping into the residence with your right foot earlier. You broke my rules, so you deserve to be punished. But you said that I can't step in with my left leg too. How am I supposed to get into the residence? Chao Qingli nearly burst into tears from sheer indignation. It was like there was no correct answer at all. Let's go. Paying no heed to that thick-skulled, lustful bandit, Xianxia walked into a room together with Bai Wanqing. With a flick of his finger, he infused a droplet of his blood into the jade token. His consciousness faded from reality, and the next moment, he was standing in the core disciples' ethereal hall. I caused a huge fuss previously with the nickname, I am low profile, so the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion will surely be keeping a close lookout for that name. Thus, I should avoid using it again. Xianxia fell into deep thought. Given that inner elders were on the lookout for him, he could not use that name again. Thus, he had to find a new, fitting nickname for himself. It sure is difficult to find a good nickname. Since I can't use low profile, I'll just have to find other strengths of mine instead. Xianxia pondered for a moment before he finally nodded affirmatively. I guess I should just call myself I am very handsome. It might not be as low profile, but it's honest at the very least. He was fairly satisfied with this new name that he had put so much thought into. Of course, nothing would beat I am low profile in his mind. That was the name that perfectly embodied his ideals and dreams. Nevertheless, I am very handsome was still able to capture his disposition to some degree, so it was acceptable to him. On the other hand, seeing the name that her senior uncle had come up for himself, Bai Wanqing clasped her face for the umpteenth time that day. Bro, can you come up with something that sounds a little more pleasant and humbler? It feels almost like some sort of humiliation play walking beside someone with such a nickname. With an awkward and conflicted look on her face, Bai Wanqing walked toward the dueling ring together with I am very handsome. While walking over, Bai Wanqing sent a telepathic message to Xianxia. I am going to fight with Mo Shangyun right now, but I'm no match for her. What should I do? She had come back without learning anything at all, so there was no way there would be any difference in the outcome of the match. Simple. What you have to do right now is make a bet with her where the loser must give all of their sword pavilion coins to the winner. After that, I'll give you some guidance during the duel, so that you can easily achieve victory. Xianxia replied telepathically. During the duel? Bai Wanqing's lips twitched in disbelief. The situation in a battle was ever-changing, such that every decision had to be made instantaneously. Would it not be way too late to give her guidance only during the duel? Even an expert of her grandfather's caliber would not dare do something like that. How could her senior uncle be so sure that he would be able to do it? If it was just an ordinary battle, she would have had no qualms about it. After all, she had been killed plenty of times in the dueling ring. However, it would be completely different with that bet in place. She had no desire to go bankrupt. Indeed, Xianxia nodded. Go on, you won't lose. All right then. Bai Wanqing was not too sure if it was the right decision to heed Xianxia's words, but eventually, she decided to trust him. With a heavy heart, she marched back up to the dueling ring. Since you're back, let's resume our duel. Mo Shangyun replied as she raised her sword with a resounding screech. Wait a moment. Even without turning her head over, Bai Wanqing could feel the piercing glare that Xianxia was shooting at her. It almost felt like he would skin her alive if she failed to propose the bet. Thus, she pursed her lips tightly for a moment before saying, Since we're going to have a duel, I think it would be good if we spice things up with a bet. A bet? Mo Shangyun frowned. Indeed. If I win, you must give all your sword pavilion coins to me. On the other hand, if I lose, I'll give you all my sword pavilion coins. As Bai Wanqing said those words, her face turned as red as it could get. She dared not go against her senior uncle's words, but still, it just felt so shameful saying those words aloud. You want me to bet all of my money? Mo Shangyun widened her eyes. Are you trying to rob me? Why yeah. Bai Wanqing thickened her skin. That's exactly it. The old man earlier had come into the ethereal hall with Elder Bai Yi and Bai Feng. At this very instant, he could not help but look at Elder Bai Yi in utter shock. Your granddaughter? Has she gone mad from being too poor? Elder Bai Yi was stunned, too. To gamble on a duel in front of so many people Was this really the obedient and filial granddaughter he knew? If there was a volcano right there, Bai Feng would have leaped into it without the slightest hesitation. The old master is one of the 3 grand elders of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. With his influence, even those of the top echelons would not dare disrespect him. Did he limit your pocket money? Or did he starve you of food? To think that you would resort to gambling, not to mention you even proposed such a thievery-like conditions to the bet. She couldn't beat Mo Shangyun earlier. It hasn't even been 2 minutes since she left, so I doubt that there will be any difference in the outcome. Despite knowing that it's a certain loss, Bai Ruanqing still made such a bet. She can't possibly have gone mad, can she? Probably not. She might be intentionally trying to humiliate Senior Mo so as to make the latter lose her temper. That could very well be the case. After all, one's mental state is extremely important in a battle. However, there's no way that someone of Senior Mo's caliber could be emotionally affected that easily. Such a bet is completely meaningless. The rest of the crowd looked at one another as they tried to figure out Bai Ruanqing's true intention. Which of the top 5 core disciples had not struggled through countless battles to reach the top? If they lost their rationality just because of such a provocation, they would have lost long ago. They would not have been able to hold onto their position so securely and become figures highly respected within the sect. Just as everyone else thought, not only did Mo Shangyun not lose her temper, she even looked at Bai Ruanqing playfully. Very well, the bet sounds wonderful to me. Let's see who will take whose money, shall we? Sure. Bai Ruanqing's face was so red that she could have died from embarrassment. While she was violent and reckless at times, her straightforward temperament made it hard for her to do something as embarrassing as this. This should have been a sacred swordsmanship duel to compete for the top spot. But as soon as Senior Uncle Zhang came, somehow, something just feels really off right now. It feels like a cheap underground duel. It was fortunate that she was fighting in the ethereal hall, and her grandfather was unaware of her actions. Otherwise, she would surely be beaten to death. What was done was done. It was already too late to take back her words, so she could only push on. Let's carry on with our duel. Mo Shangyun roared as she dashed forward once more. It was the same move as earlier, and it carried the same tremendous might. Gritting her teeth tightly, Bai Ruanqing was just about to execute the horizontal slash to deflect the attack, as she had done earlier, when she heard a voice in her head. Toss your sword. The one speaking was none other than Senior Uncle Zhang. This? Bai Ruanqing's eyebrows shot up in bewilderment. Mo Shangyun's sword was rushing over with thunderous roars from the frightening momentum of its movements. It was about to land on her head. If she chose to toss her sword instead of deflecting the attack, should the sword fail to land on target, she would be doomed. After all, once the sword left her hand, she would be completely defenseless. Hurry up! Senior Uncle Zhang's voice urged her impatiently in the midst of her dilemma. Forget it! Recalling the various miracles that the other party had pulled off in the inner disciples' ethereal hall, managing to slay even Grandpa Feng in a single blow, Bai Ruanqing gritted her teeth furiously as she tossed out the sword without paying any heed to the swiftly incoming strike. Pooh! The sword shot right out of her hand. What? It was completely out of Mo Shangyun's expectations that Bai Ruanqing would not try to protect herself at all. Just as she thought that she would be able to smash Bai Ruanqing into a flattened pancake, a sharp pain suddenly assaulted her head. Before she knew it, a sword had already plunged right into her forehead. So, her sword was just a finger's length away from Bai Ruanqing when her body, together with her sword, suddenly dissipated into light fragments. She was off by just that little bit. What a close shave! Bai Ruanqing's heart was beating so wildly that she could hardly tell if it was out of fear or exhilaration. She had thought that she was a goner. But who could have known that her senior uncle's calculations would be so spot-on? It was the same 2 moves, but she had been unable to win earlier. Under Senior Uncle Zhang's guidance, everything had happened so smoothly that she could hardly believe what had just happened. Even with the best swordsmanship, if one was unable to grasp the flow of the battle, one would still be unable to seal the battle with it. Her senior Uncle Zhang had already taught her a valuable lesson in swordsmanship, Even the most ordinary move could be used to achieve victory if it was utilized well. By watching one? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Senior Mo really lost just like that. What sharp grasp of timing that is. If she was off at all, the results would have been vastly different. It's this seemingly infinitesimal difference in timing that is the crux to Bai Wanqing's victory. When did she become so formidable? Her swordsmanship capitalizes on big movements in order to bring forth superior might. However, this means that her defense is weakest while her offense is the strongest, thus making it the ideal moment to strike. Challenge 4th place? And don't forget to place a bet. Senior Uncle Zhang's voice echoed in Bai Wanqing's mind. Bai Wanqing replied telepathically before turning to a young man amid the crowd, who had been watching the commotion. Senior Hu, it's your turn. The 4th-ranked core disciple, Hu Chan. Hu Chan knew that Bai Wanqing would challenge the rest of them if she won against Mo Shangyun. So he had chosen to use his real name. Hu Chan unhesitatingly walked into the dueling ring. A challenger had already come knocking on his door. He could not turn down this battle, or else he would risk losing his honor and prestige. Just like before, I wish to propose a bet between the two of us with all of the Sword Pavilion coins we have. Senior Hu, may I know if you are willing to accept this bet? Bai Wanqing asked. It seemed like daylight robbery, and that sort of naughty stuff just needed some getting used to. She was visibly much calmer when she proposed the bet this time around. As you wish. Hu Chun nodded. Let's begin then, Bai Wanqing said. The two of them quickly got into position and grabbed a sword each. Bai Wanqing was just about to grasp the initiative when her senior uncle's voice suddenly echoed in her ears once more. Retreat 7 steps. Toss your sword toward your left. Retreat? Toss my sword to the left. Bai Wanqing was confused. Hu Chan hasn't even moved at all, seemingly trying to prepare a huge move. Is it really fine for me to retreat and toss my sword before even seeing what he's up to? Isn't it foolish to use my one-time off-trump card so recklessly? Bai Wanqing could not comprehend what her senior uncle was up to at all, but she did not dare disobey his words. She hurriedly retreated 7 steps without any hesitation. The moment that she moved, the silhouette right before her abruptly vanished from sight. That's the steps of the Ghost Sword Saint, Elder Bai Yi exclaimed with a grim look. Steps of the Ghost Sword Saint? Are you talking about the ghost swordsmanship created by that remarkable genius 800 years ago? The old man not too far away exclaimed in horror. That move rattled the entire continent back then. But ever since then, no one has succeeded in cultivating it. Are you saying that Hu Chan has managed to do it? That seems to be the case. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to move at such speed. Even I am unable to figure out where he has flitted off to, and where he's going to appear from, Elder Bai Yi remarked. The crux of the ghost swordsmanship lies in its stealth. It's a sword art that's intended for assassination. There are many experts who viewed it with disdain, thinking that it's underhanded, but there's no denying its strength, the old man said deeply. I think that your granddaughter is going to lose the battle. It's beyond Bai Wanqing's current ability to overcome this. Elder Bai Yi sighed deeply. The fact that Bai Wanqing had chosen to retreat right from the start likely meant that she had seen through Hu Chen's attack. But what was truly fearsome about the steps of the Ghost Sword Saint was how it was impossible to track at all. It did not seem like there was any plausible way she could win this battle. After all, by the time she finally caught sight of the opponent to launch her attack, she could already have been killed. It could be said that this move was enough to make Hu Chun nearly unrivaled among those of the same cultivation realm. In fact, the main reason the top 3 were able to defeat him back then was because they were swift enough to make the preemptive move and suppress him right from the start. On the other hand, his granddaughter had only learned 2 moves so far, a horizontal slash and a sword toss. Neither of them seemed to be of much use in this situation. Amid the discussions, Bai Wanqing had finished retreating 7 steps, but she was still unable to see Hu Chan. However, she could not care as much at this moment. Gritting her teeth, she decisively tossed her sword to the left without any warning. The sword shot forth like a shooting star. Elder Bai Yi was rendered speechless. He knew that the chances of his granddaughter winning were indeed extremely slim, but to toss her sword before even seeing anyone, even if she was leaving it to fate, this felt a little too ridiculous. Sighing deeply, he was just about to cover his eyes when the air in the dueling ring suddenly distorted. A silhouette abruptly appeared in the trajectory of the flying sword. Die! Hu Chun bellowed frighteningly as he lunged forth. But before he could even take a single step, a sword had already plunged right into his head. Holy shit! He could barely utter a curse before his body burst into innumerable light fragments. The surroundings fell completely silent. It was yet another one-hit KO. This was Hu Chun, the fourth strongest core disciple in the sect. Those who knew of the steps of the ghost sword saint knew just how frightening the technique was, such that even the top three would have a huge headache trying to deal with it. Yet, Bai Ruanqing defeated Hu Chun in a single move? That was insane. I really won? Bai Ruanqing also scared herself with this feat. She had been convinced that she was a dead woman. But somehow, everything had turned out fine just by following her senior uncle's words strictly. It was as if her senior uncle was able to peer into the future and predict her opponent's future moves to make preparations in advance. Having won 2 battles with ease, Bai Ruanqing was more confident than ever. She turned to a young lady among the crowd and said, "Senior Lu, it's your turn." The third strongest core disciple, Lu Yulian. Lu Yulian was a ravishing lady, carrying the demure charms of a traditional beauty. In terms of appearance, she did not lose out to Bai Ruanqing at all. However, those who had exchanged blows with her would know better than to judge her swordsmanship by her delicate appearance. Her defensive swordsmanship was airtight, such that even Hu Chun, when executing his steps of the ghost sword saint, was unable to breach her defenses at all. Eventually, he had ended up revealing an opening, which she had unhesitatingly exploited to subdue him. Lu Yulian stepped daintily into the dueling ring. Bai Ruanqing chuckled softly and said, "I have long heard that your lotus swordsmanship is inviolable, Senior Lu. I'm eager to see for myself." Rising above the water, the proud lotus refused to allow the slightest droplet of water to stain its surface. It was such a conceptualization that gave rise to Lu Yulian's lotus swordsmanship. "You are too courteous. Junior Bai, if you are able to breach my defense, I'll admit my defeat and give all of my sword pavilion coins to you," Lu Yulian replied with a subtle smile. Knowing that the other party would want to make a bet, she decided to be the one proposing it instead. "Thank you, Senior Lu." Bai Ruanqing nodded. Her reputation was probably going to go down to the drain after this. Her motive had been very innocent at the start. She just wanted to challenge the core disciples and climb to a higher position. But right now, she probably looked no different from a greedy thief who wanted to steal money from everyone else. It sure was difficult to keep up a good reputation. All it took was a moment for everything to come crashing down. "Let's begin." With a flick of her wrist, Lu Yulian flicked her wrist, and innumerable sword afterimages appeared around her as if blooming lotuses rising above the dirt. Lotus swordsmanship. Only those who had reached major accomplishment in the swordsmanship were able to carve out blooming lotuses around them. Bai Ruanqing could feel goosebumps rising all over her body as she looked at the swordsmanship display before her. Against this impenetrable defense, she really had no idea where she should start. The other party's sword chi was stacked upon one another, forming a multi-layered barrier that one could hardly see the end of. If one made a bad move, one could be easily caught within the multi-layered barrier and slowly ground to a pulp. "Toss your sword." Just as Bai Ruanqing was at a complete loss, her senior uncle's voice echoed in her head once more. This time, without any hesitation, she threw out her sword. Pooh! The lotuses abruptly dissipated as a sword mystically plunged into Lu Yulian's head. Her eyes were widened into large beads as she stared at Bai Ruanqing in disbelief. Then her corpse fell heavily to the ground. The third strongest core disciple had been defeated. The crowd went completely quiet. Not a single person in the area was able to utter a single word in this instant. "Is that really your granddaughter? Are you sure she isn't someone else in disguise?" The old man turned to Elder Bai Yi and asked. He knew about Bai Ruanqing's condition very well. Even if she had managed to learn 2 extremely powerful sword arts from somewhere else, there was no way she could have been so powerful as to perform an OHKO on Lu Yulian. Wouldn't this mean that Bai Ruanqing already possessed fighting prowess that rivaled the top 3 of the core disciples? To rise from the 17th place into the top 3 in less than half an hour, that was enough for her name to go down in the history of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. I think so. Elder Bai Yi was also a little overwhelmed by the current situation. He had guessed that his granddaughter had received low profile's direct impartation, but it was hard to believe that just those 2 moves were actually enough for her to get into the top 3. After Lu Yulian was defeated, the second-place disciple voluntarily walked up to the dueling ring. His strength was pretty much equal to Lu Yulian, so under Xianxia's guidance, he also ended up getting one shot by a sword toss. The top ranker of the core disciples is a person named He Jingxian. He's the grandson of First Elder He Tian. It seems like we're going to witness an exciting wrestle over the first place of the core disciples. Even if Bai Ruanqing is rise to the top spot of the core disciples in the ethereal hall, she still isn't necessarily the strongest of the core disciples. After all, the cultivation of all of the fighters is suppressed to lesser pseudo-immortal in here. I heard that He Jingxian has already reached heavenly true immortal, and he's only a step away from becoming a high immortal. You are being too short-sighted over there. I heard that Bai Ruanqing has also reached true immortal realm as well. As long as she's able to surpass He Jingxian in the field of swordsmanship, given Elder Bai Ye's identity, he should be able to acquire the cultivation resources for her to swiftly reach heavenly true immortal within a short period of time too. It's indeed easier to advance one's cultivation than to refine one's swordsmanship to greater heights. Watching as the representative of the highest fighting prowess of the core disciples walked onto the stage, the crowd couldn't help but chatter excitedly amongst themselves. If even He Jingxian were to be defeated, it would be no exaggeration to say that Bai Ruanqing had triumphed over to the entire core disciple sector. I'll make the same bet with you, He Jingxian said calmly, unaffected by the many victims before him. Thank you for your understanding, Senior He. Bai Ruanqing nodded. Let's begin then. Taking a deep breath, He Jingxian took the first step forward. His movements were not fast, and his swordsmanship didn't look fanciful at all. The impression he gave out was reminiscent of a sealed black tortoise. No matter how one tried to strike him, it felt like there was nothing that could pierce through his defense barrier. It's the spirit tortoise swordsmanship. Someone swiftly recognized the move. The spirit tortoise swordsmanship is centered around defense. It seems like Senior He is also fearful of the enemy's flying sword. Well, it can't be helped. It has never missed so far. As soon as it's thrown, it would strike ahead. Who wouldn't be wary against a technique like that? That's true. In any case, I would probably be doomed if I had to face it. There were fervent discussions amongst the crowd. Even though the spirit tortoise swordsmanship was centered around defense, there was no one who would think that He Jingxian was weak. Instead, they felt that it was a good idea that he chose to use this move. Those who allowed their pride to get in the way of their decisions in a duel were subpar fighters. In the end, it was the ones who won in the end that would retain their dignity. Seeing how the other party's swordsmanship was reminiscent of a tortoiseshell, leaving her no way to attack, Bai Ruanqing panicked. How could she overcome a defense like this? If she couldn't overcome He Jingxian's defense, how would she be able to achieve victory? While Bai Ruanqing was still looking at the situation before her worriedly, her senior uncle's voice sounded in her ear. Have you ever killed a tortoise before? Killed a tortoise? Bai Ruanqing repeated those words slowly beneath her breath. She had never killed a tortoise before, but she had heard about it before. You need to lure it with food. Attract it so that it would reveal itself. Create the opportune moment to slay it with a fast blade. Xianxia's voice continued. Such is the current situation too. If your opponent wishes to defeat you, he would have to eventually make a move. So what you have to do is to use yourself as a bait to lure the other party in. His offense would be the best moment for you to strike. I have already shown you a way, and whether you are able to achieve victory or not, that would be up to you. Yes, Senior Uncle Zhang. Bai Ruanqing nodded gratefully. She knew that this was a test that her senior uncle had set for her. He had already told her the way to fight the battle. If she was still unable to win the fight, even if she were to obtain the highly contested #1 spot, she would still lose it soon enough. As long as she could win this battle, regardless of whether it's her swordsmanship or her state of mind, they would elevate to new heights. She would become an existence whom none could rival amongst the core disciples. This was similar to how Shimin Chueshua's swordsmanship, despite its formidable prowess, could not be considered to be #1. However, after he killed Yi Guqing, his state of mind changed. As time passed, he eventually became the sword god of his generation, rising to become an unsurpassed existence in the world. Such was the situation before Bai Ruanqing too. She had won battle after battle under her senior uncle's guidance. But this only built up a mindset of dependency within her. If this went on, it would form a notion in her mind that she was incapable of winning a battle with her own capabilities. So, she urgently needed a personal victory so that she could affirm herself, as well as her swordsmanship. So, knowing that her senior uncle was doing all of this with her welfare in mind, Bai Ruanqing unhesitatingly bolted toward He Jingxian. Is she intending to use her body to lure He Jingxian out? Elder Bai Yi narrowed his eyes. It went without saying that he, as one of the 3 grand elders, would be able to see through the flaws of He Jingxuan's swordsmanship too. It was just that he didn't think that her granddaughter could make such a decisive move. One had to know that charging over like that was no different from presenting oneself to the opponent. The slightest carelessness could easily end in one's death. I thought that the reason why your granddaughter was able to win battle after battle is due to the bizarre swordsmanship she has learned from somehow. Even if she were to get into the top 3, she wouldn't be able to secure her position for long. She doesn't have the stable foundations of the other core disciples, and the others would swiftly overtake her once they uncovered the flaws in her swordsmanship. But it seems like my judgment is wrong, the old man beside Elder Bai Yi said with a bitter smile. Challenging from the 16th rank all the way up to the 2nd rank, the only moves that Bai Ruanqing had used were either the horizontal slash or the sword toss. There were no skillful maneuvers involved at all. She was relying completely on the prowess of her swordsmanship to push forward. Even if she were to take the first place, would anyone recognize her? Would she even be able to recognize herself? But in this instant, Bai Ruanqing had seen through the opening in the other party's swordsmanship and chose to charge right in to bait He Jingxian out despite the threat of death. Just on that itself, it could be seen that her comprehension of the way of the sword had reached an even higher level. She wasn't just relying solely on the sheer strength of her sword art. Hoo. While the two of them were chatting with one another, the situation on the dueling ring was changing. He Jingxian could discern Bai Ruanqing's intents, so he refrained from taking the offense. Instead, what he did was to slowly back away. He wouldn't reveal any opening that would allow Bai Ruanqing to breach his defense. Until he was absolutely guaranteed a victory, he wouldn't make a move. Such a countermeasure is not too bad either. Xianxia nodded. It seemed like He Jingxuan's instincts were quite sharp too. It was no wonder why he could become the #1 amongst the core disciples. His state of mind was indeed not too bad. The current him was reminiscent of a patient hunter, lying in wait in the grasses for the ideal opportunity to slay his opponent. Any other opponent would have leaped at the opportunity to claim the tides of the battle and pressure Bai Ruanqing on. However, that would have given Bai Ruanqing the opening she desperately needed in order to launch a decisive attack too. On the other hand, if he were to drag the battle out, Bai Ruanqing would have no choice but to bide her time as well. Right now, what they were competing on was their patience. Both sides traded a few blows, but they were all shallow attacks that left no opening for the other to exploit. Seeing how He Jingxian refused to make the first move, Bai Ruanqing began to get anxious. She had never been a patient person, and all of this waiting and shallow clashes were really grating on her nerves. Right now, He Jingxian keenly perceived that Bai Ruanqing was getting more and more impatient by the moment, and her movements fully reflected her mood as well. He knew that the opportunity to strike had finally surfaced itself. Amidst the bizarre calmness of the battle, he abruptly dashed forth to strike down Bai Ruanqing. It was as if a predator pouncing on a prey. The calmness before was nothing more than a facade to make the other party put down her guard. As soon as the true hunt began, his speed surged to the extent where one could hardly perceive his movements anymore. "He's coming." Wanqing gritted her teeth tightly together as she shot out her sword. It was true that she had been getting more and more frustrated as time ticked by, but she didn't neglect to abide by her senior uncle's teaching. All this while, she had been keeping a close lookout for He Jingxuan's move as well. Puha! He Jingxuan's sword stabbed right through Wanqing's chest, but at the same time, Wanqing's sword had already been plunged into He Jingxuan's head. Pada! He Jingxian was dead, but Wanqing had been defeated too. The battle had ended in a draw. "She's still too weak." Xianxia shook his head. He had already pointed a way out for her, so he thought that she would be able to achieve victory. But who could have thought that she would end with a mere draw? How embarrassing. It was lucky that she wasn't his student, or else he would have surely given her a good tongue lashing. But speaking of which, it sure was a huge pity. She could have taken the money of the top-ranking core disciple as well, but all of that money had slipped past her fingers due to her weakness. In contrast to Xianxia's frustration, the crowd was utterly silent. Everyone was shocked beyond words. It was apparent that all of them found it hard to believe that Wanqing was actually able to equal He Jingxian in a battle. Watching as the two figures on the dueling ring dissipated into light fragments, the old man turned to Elder Bai Yi and said, "Congratulations, you really have a good granddaughter. Ha ha ha. It seems like she has been enlightened recently," Elder Bai Yi replied cheerfully. Of course, he was proud that his granddaughter was able to fight on equal grounds with the #1 core disciple. "She's indeed formidable, but it's just not too good that she made a bet against the core disciples to take their sword pavilion coins. It doesn't reflect too well on you either," the old man said. "It would be fine just to have a normal duel, but to bet money on that as well, that would undermine the spirit of sportsmanship amongst fellow core disciples. You are already the third elder of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, and yet your granddaughter is actually so desperate for money that she goes around gambling with others. Those who heard of the matter might even think that you are mistreating your own granddaughter. This, I'll make sure to give her an earful later on," Elder Bai Yi replied. "Old master, I'm afraid that it might be too late by then," Bai Feng said worriedly. Those words made Elder Bai Yi ponder deeply for a moment. Indeed, the matter would have spread far and wide by then, and his granddaughter's achievements would be sullied by the news of her gambling. "You're right. I should deal with it right away." Elder Bai Yi nodded as he took a step forward to address the crowd. "Please listen to me." His voice was loud and clear, and it immediately drew everyone's attention to him. "The bet that Wanqing has made earlier with the rest of you concerning your sword pavilion coins is just a jest. Her motive is to motivate you to give your all to the fight so as to ensure the fairness of the battle. Since it's just a jest, you need not take it too seriously," Elder Bai Yi said with a chuckle. "Need not take it too seriously?" As soon as Elder Bai Yi said those words, a displeased voice echoed from the crowd. "What rights do you have to tell them not to take it too seriously? Who do you think you are?" Elder Bai Yi turned his head over with a frown, only to see a young man walking over. "Well, I am only an ordinary core disciple. However, I believe that these are the thoughts that Wanqing had in mind when she proposed the bet to her opponents. May I know who are you?" Seeing how this young man had confronted him angrily, Elder Bai Yi's first reaction was to reveal his true identity. However, after a moment of hesitation, he still decided to conceal his identity and probe on first. As an elder, it was best for him not to get involved with the matters concerning the disciples, or else it might reflect badly on him. I am very handsome, and I'm a good friend of Wanqing's. My words represent her will," Xianxia replied. "Since it's a bet, what meaning is there if the other party doesn't pay up? This is no longer an issue about the bet but the fundamental trust between humans. If we start undermining the sanctity of promises over here, who would take them seriously in the future? If you don't wish to pay up, sure. Just see if my sword agrees to it or not." How could he give up on the money that he had so painstakingly earned just like that? "You must be joking with me." Whoever asks me to give up on my money, be prepared to have the shit beaten out of you. Audacious! Do you know who you are standing before? Seeing how this fellow dared to step forward and utter such arrogant words, the face of the old man standing beside Elder Bai Yi immediately darkened. Elder Bai Yi was Bai Ruanqing's grandfather, so he had the right to speak on behalf of Bai Ruanqing. It was just that it was inconvenient for him to reveal his identity due to his standing in the sect. Who do you think you are to interfere in the affairs of their family? I'm talking to him. An outsider like you should just scram aside. Xianxia scoffed as he swung his sword toward him. The old man didn't expect Xianxia would dare make a move toward him, and he couldn't help but roar in furious laughter. What audacity you have! Come then, let me see just what you are capable of then. I'll acknowledge you if you can just withstand 3 blows. Put on. But before the old man could finish his words, his head had already slid to the ground. He had already drawn his sword to deflect the young man's offense, but clearly, the young man somehow still managed to slip through his defense. What a load of nonsense! Xianxia scoffed after decapitating the old man with a single strike. That fellow is just spouting rubbish, so there's no need to pay him any heed. Oh, money pay money. There's nothing more natural than that in the world. If even esteemed disciples of our sect were to shirk from their debts, what would become of our credibility? This young man over here, we don't disagree with what you are saying, but I don't think that you have the right to speak on Bai Ruanqing's behalf. We want to hear her direct opinion. A core disciple harumphed. There was no way they would willingly part with the money they had earned so painstakingly. When someone stood up and said that it was all a jest, they felt like they had finally seen a ray of hope. But before they could even start celebrating, that fellow suddenly stood forward to refute those words. Naturally, they wouldn't feel any goodwill toward the fellow standing before them. Furthermore, none of them was conscious of just how powerful the young man before them actually was. The young man had killed the old man standing with Elder Bai Yi with a single strike, but as the old man was disguised as a young lad in the ethereal hall as well, everyone simply thought that he was an unimportant cannon fodder that was not worthy of a mention. He was killed too easily that it highlighted his weakness instead of the young man's strength. No one could have possibly imagined that the old man was actually one of their elders. Oh? Judging from what you are saying, it seems like you are quite reluctant to pay up, Xianxia asked lividly. He never thought that he would witness such shamelessness from the core disciples. They had agreed to the bet earlier, but they refused to admit it just because Bai Ruanqing had been killed and hadn't returned yet. Really, some people can become so shameless when money is involved. It's not that we want to shirk on our debts, but you don't have the final say in this matter. Instead, I think the words of that friend over there makes more sense. As the granddaughter of the third elder, Bai Ruanqing is not someone who lacks money. Surely the only reason why she would be prompted to make such a bet is to heap pressure on us. So the core disciple who had spoken earlier turned to Elder Bai Yi and asked, "Isn't that right, that friend over there?" "Yes, that's indeed the case," Elder Bai Yi said. "The only reason why Ruanqing did what she did was to place more pressure on you all in hopes that it would be a fairer battle. There's no reason for her to take anyone's money." But before Elder Bai Yi could finish his words, the glint of a sword suddenly flashed over. "What?" Hurriedly turning his head over, Elder Bai Yi saw I Am Very Handsome slashing his sword toward him. His eyebrows shot up in displeasure as he reached out to grab his sword in order to deflect the blow. But before his hand could even reach, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation at his wrist. When he finally lowered his head, he realized that his wrist had already been severed. Dang lang! The sword in his hand clanged on the ground. This? Elder Bai Yi narrowed his eyes in horror. As one of the 3 grand elders of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, his cultivation had long reached high immortal realm, making him one of the strongest experts on the Forsaken Continent. This was especially so for his swordsmanship. In the field of swordsmanship, there were simply not many who were a match for him, but right now, before he could even make a move, his hand had already been severed at the wrist. It was true that the other party had assaulted him abruptly, but with his mastery of swordsmanship, he should have been able to deal with it easily. It seemed like the other party was much stronger than he had thought. It was no wonder why his old friend would be killed in a single slash. He thought that the latter did not retaliate out of fear of exposing his identity, but from the looks of it now, it seemed more likely that he was unable to retaliate at all. Of the entire sect, other than the sect leader, there was only one more person who could render his old friend completely helpless and sever his wrist with such ease, the genius who had comprehended the god's sword intent. I am low profile. I am very handsome. I am low profile. As these two names revolved in Elder Baye's head, the truth swiftly came to him. So it's you I am. The reason why Elder Baye was unable to think of it till now wasn't because he was slow-witted, but that it was a known fact that I am low profile was at Dimension Shatter Realm consummation. On the other hand, the minimum cultivation requirement to enter the core disciple's ethereal hall was lesser pseudo-immortal realm. Given the vast disparity between the two realms, it was hard to imagine that I am low profile would actually be able to achieve a breakthrough within such a short period of time. However, after the profound swordsmanship displayed by the other party, he would really be a fool if he was still unable to draw the links. But before Elder Baye could finish his words, he felt a sharp pain on his tongue. A sword was entered his mouth, and with a swift flick, his tongue and teeth were crushed by a surge of sword chi. Blood flowed profusely out of his mouth as he was rendered incapable of words by the excruciating pain. Don't you try to mess around with me. Even I would get frightened of myself when I get nasty. Xianxia glared at Elder Baye coldly. Whoa! Elder Baye cried out. There were words that he wanted to speak, but he was unable to do so as a result of his current condition. He tried to speak to the other party via telepathic communication. The other party was completely warding him out. Despite the illusory nature of the ethereal hall, the pain was extremely real. Just the severing of one's wrist was enough to make one scream for hours at end. But his tongue and teeth had been torn apart by sword chi too. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead as his body trembled uncontrollably. To think that he, a powerful high immortal, as well as one of the most esteemed powerhouses on the Forsaken Continent, would have been placed in such a state by two simple slashes. You are seeking death. Everything happened within just 2 short breaths. And it was only around this moment did Bai Feng finally recovered from his shock. Overwhelming rage erupted from him. Insolence. How dare this arrogant lad make a move on Elder Baye? You are asking to be killed. Who? Bai Feng charged forth with his sword directed toward Xianxia. But before the tip of his blade could even come close, he felt a sharp pain on his neck. Pada! His head fell to the ground. You are. In the moment that Bai Feng found himself faced with his own feet, it finally dawned on him who the other party was too. To think that he would be killed twice by the same people within the span of a day. He really felt like crying. After dealing with the 3 meddlesome fellows, Xianxia looked at the crowd and uttered coldly, Is there anyone else who thinks that Bai Wanqing is simply joking around? He wanted to maintain a low profile and not get into any trouble either, but these fellows had the audacity to not pay up. They must be unaware that they were provoking a sleeping dragon. Have you never heard of the saying, never touch the inverted scales of a dragon? He knew that his words held little power, so it was important for him to establish his authority first. Thus, he acted decisively and slew the 3 loudest naysayers right away. If he hadn't done so, the others would have shrugged him away as if he was a nobody. That friend over there, don't you think it's inappropriate for you to make such a vicious move on them? May I know who you are? A core disciple stepped forward and asked. Upon seeing that this person had stepped forward to mediate the situation, everyone immediately fell silent. She was no other than the 3rd strongest core disciple, Lu Yulian. After being killed, she quickly returned with another ethereal token. To ensure that the others were still able to recognize her, she chose to assume the same appearance as before. You don't wish to pay up either. Xianxia looked at her and sneered. I believe in Bai Wanqing's character. There's no way she would accept money over a... Lu Yulian was only halfway through her words when she suddenly found herself faced with her bottom. Pada! Her head fell to the ground and rolled around the area. Done. Is there anyone else who doesn't want to pay up? It's fine by me if you don't want to pay up either. Just be warned that I'll kill you each time I see you in the ethereal hall until you finally pay up. Xianxia flicked his sword coldly to the side as he spoke. You must have been thinking that you can gang up on me and pressure me into forgetting your debts, but too bad for you. What you have provoked is not an ant but the devil himself. You. The reason why they thought little of I am very handsome was because they had no clear notion of how powerful he was. Elder Bai Yi, Bai Feng, and the old man were in disguise, and they were killed so easily that it appeared like they were weak instead. They thought that no matter how powerful I am very handsome was, there was no way he could have matched the top experts of the core disciples. However, this was Lu Yulian they were talking about over here. She was actually decapitated just like that. Everyone was horrified. It was only in this instant that it dawned on them that the young man was no ordinary core disciple at all. This fellow is extremely weird. We should move together to kill him. I think it's very likely that he's not one of the core disciples. The crowd shouted. Even the strongest amongst the core disciples, He Jingxian, was incapable of slaying Lu Yulian with a single slash. Yet this fellow was able to do so. Something was surely wrong here. The lengths which people will go to shirk payment sure is frightening. Xianxia scoffed. Who could have thought that this bunch of fellows would be so shameless as to come up with all kinds of excuses to kill him just so that they could avoid paying up? I wanted to solve this amicably, but it seems like the world only talks with strength. Since that's the case, let me give you all a lesson that you will never forget. This shall become the worst decision you have ever made in your life. As long as you refuse to pay up, I'll kill all of you until none of you dares to enter the ethereal hall any longer. Who? Xianxia leaped right into the midst of the crowd. In an instant, sword chi gushed around the area, and the ground quaked furiously. Elder Bai Yi, who had his tongue sliced and wrist severed, looked at the sight before him with a pale face. At this rate, it felt like the entire ethereal hall would be destroyed. This fellow is getting way out of hand. After causing a commotion at the inner disciples' ethereal hall, he wishes to do the same over at the core disciples' side too. Elder Bai Yi thought furiously. Bearing with the pain, he was just about to step forward and reveal his identity when he suddenly felt a sharp pain stabbing into his neck. Pada! A sliver of sword chi leaked out from the heart of the battlefield and decapitated him. Elder Bai Yi. By the time he opened his eyes once more, he had already returned back to his own residence. In front of him, Bai Feng and the old man were staring at one another face to face with incredulous looks on their faces. Somehow, their faces seemed to appear more wrinkled than before, as if they had aged a decade. As high immortals, they were top experts of the Forsaken Continent who could influence the politics of the world with every move that they made. But earlier in the core disciples' ethereal hall, they were subdued in just a single move by the young man. They were simply no match for the young man at all. You have been killed too, the old man exclaimed when he saw Elder Bai waking up once more. Elder Bai Yi nodded slowly. How many moves? The old man asked. He was asking Elder Bai Yi how many moves from the other party he had survived. As he had died the earliest, he was unaware of the happenings afterward. Elder Bai Yi stuck out 3 fingers. 3 moves? That's already a lot. Just recalling how he was killed within a single move left the old man feeling so stifled that he could die on the spot. He found it hard to believe that Elder Bai Yi could actually withstand 3 moves from the other party, so he asked, "What sword art did you use in order to survive 3 moves?" While Elder Bai Yi was indeed stronger than him, he didn't recall the gap between the both of them being so huge. "I didn't use any sword art at all," Elder Bai Yi replied with a bitter smile. "You didn't?" The old man shook his head in disbelief. "That's impossible. Given how fast that fellow's sword is, it's impossible for those of the same cultivation realm to evade it. There's no way you would have been able to survive his attacks if you hadn't counterattacked. The first move he made, he severed my wrist, causing my sword to fall to the ground," Elder Bai Yi said. "The second move, he stabbed into my mouth and severed my tongue, preventing me from speaking." Hearing those words, the old man's goosebumps rose up and he felt feeble all over. But those aren't killing moves. Indeed, they aren't killing moves at all. It's because he didn't intend to kill me in the first place that I was able to survive the first 2 moves. Elder Bai closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. Then you? The old man continued asking. I was intending to step forward to reveal my identity and mediate in the conflict while he was killing the other core disciples. But I ended up getting killed by a random surge of sword chi that escaped from the center of the battlefield. Elder Bai said. You were killed by a random surge of sword chi. The old man was stunned. What was with this situation? A random surge of sword chi leaking out from the center of the battlefield actually killed one of the 3 grand elders of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Was such a thing even possible at all? He's the genius who comprehended the god's sword intent? The old man narrowed his eyes as realization struck him. Even though he was a core elder, his mastery of swordsmanship didn't stand out within the sect. While he did feel a little stifled at being killed within a single move, it was still something he could accept. But for Elder Bai Yi, one of the 3 grand elders, to be killed by a random sword chi that leaked out of the battlefield, just how powerful must the other party be? No matter how dumb he might be, he knew that such a thing was impossible for an ordinary sword practitioner. Heck, not even the sect leader would be able to do it. There was only one person in the world who could possibly achieve this feat. And that was the man who had sent the entire Elder Council into an uproar over not too long ago. That genius who had comprehended the god's sword intent. That's very likely to be the case. Elder Bai Yi nodded. Previously, he had heard Bai Feng lavishing compliments on I am low profile. While he knew that Bai Feng was not one to exaggerate, he felt that the latter might have overstated I am low profile strength by a little too much. However, in the short encounter that he had with I am low profile, he realized that those compliments were not excessive at all. Despite the other party's seemingly ordinary swordsmanship, his maneuvers were precise and spot on. Every single flaw that could be exploited were exploited, thus rendering whatever moves he could execute completely meaningless. It was as if he had been stripped clean before the other party. There was nothing he could do that would possibly deceive the other party. No, something is not right. Did you mention earlier that he was killing the other core disciples? Does that mean that he's challenging everyone at once, similar to what he did back at the inner disciples' ethereal hall? The old man narrowed his eyes in horror as a thought struck his mind. What are we idling around here for? We have to stop him. It's already too late. Elder Bai Yi shook his head and sighed deeply. He has already killed all of the core disciples by now. He has already killed all of them? The old man and Bai Feng were stunned by what they had just heard. All in all, it was probably less than a minute since they had been forcefully ejected from the ethereal hall. And within this short period of time, dozens of core disciples had been killed? We should hurry up and inform Elder He and the others of the matter then. They are probably still unaware of this matter at the moment. They should be at the sword gazebo at the moment, so they should be able to confirm I am low profile's location right away. The old man was silent for a brief moment before he exclaimed in agitation. There's no need for that. I have a good idea of who that person is. Let's head over to find him right now. Elder Bai Yi said as he rose to his feet. He looked at the old man once more and instructed. Look for Elder He and report everything that had happened at the core disciples' ethereal hall earlier to him in detail. After which, I need you to request him to return to the Elder Council with the other elders. Meanwhile, Bai Feng and I will be looking for I am low profile. Most likely, we should able to bring him over very quickly. After saying those words, he gestured for Bai Feng to follow him before quickly walking out of the residence. Back at Xianxia's residence. Shortly after Bai Ruanqing was killed by He Jingxian, she swiftly grabbed another ethereal token and returned back to the core disciples' ethereal hall. Where is everyone? She was surprised by how empty the area around the dueling ring was. It was just a moment ago that a crowd was gathered around this area, so why would all of them disappear in the short interval that she was gone? While she was brooding over this matter, the person who had died together with her earlier, He Jingxian, appeared not too far in the distance with a dazed look as well. What happened over here? Bai Ruanqing asked in astonishment. I just received news that a person named I Am Very Handsome has made a move against all of the core disciples. Xianxia replied with a dazed look in his eyes. He was still pondering over the battle he had earlier with Bai Ruanqing when he received the news that a formidable opponent had challenged all of the core disciples. Thus, he immediately returned to the ethereal hall, intending to lend a hand, but who could have thought everyone would actually be killed so quickly? Wasn't the other party's swordsmanship a little too powerful? So, I Am Very Handsome killed everyone that was here? Bai Ruanqing suddenly felt a little lightheaded, and she nearly fainted to the ground. Senior uncle, are you trying to stage a revolt here? It's like you didn't have enough fun dominating the inner disciples, so you came over to bully the core disciples as well. Are you intending to challenge the Elder Council next then? I'll head out to take a look. Bai Ruanqing rubbed her glabella in frustration as she backed out from the ethereal hall. Just as she finally returned back to the room, she saw Xianxia rising to his feet, stretching his back lazily. Senior uncle, did you, by any chance, kill all of the core disciples in the ethereal hall? They were despicable people. They have lost the duel, yet they refused to pay up. Thus, I had all of them killed in order to teach them a lesson. It's not as if they could be harmed in the ethereal hall anyway. Xianxia harumphed coldly. Bai Ruanqing was frenzied. Was there really a need for you to go so far over something as minor as this? Right, I need you to check if they have paid you yet. Quickly transfer the money over to me if they have done so. Otherwise, I'll return to the ethereal hall later to purge them again later on. Xianxia waved his hand coldly. There was so much frustration bottling up in Bai Ruanqing's chest that she could hardly breathe anymore. Why would such a formidable expert stoop so low as to kill all of the core disciples over mere money? Shaking her head, she took out a jade token and glanced at it before replying, "They have already paid me. The total sum is roughly 100,000 sword pavilion coins." 100,000? Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. It seems like the core disciples are quite wealthy after all. He had killed half of the core disciples, only to earn 200,000 sword pavilion coins in total. On the other hand, just by defeating 5 core disciples, he was able to make a killing of 100,000 sword pavilion coins. It seemed like the wealth disparity was really no joke. Well, it seemed like he had just found himself a reliable avenue to resolve his monetary issues once and for all. It didn't take long for Bai Ruanqing to transfer the money over, and Xianxia couldn't help but celebrate a little gleefully on the inside over the mini-fortune he had earned within a single day. A while later, he raised his head and looked at Bai Ruanqing. Your swordsmanship is still not too bad, but the sword toss you have learned from Dan Xiaotian is riddled with far too many problems. I'll correct it for you now. Later on, I need you to return to the dueling ring and earn more money back for me. Understood. Bai Ruanqing. She was conflicted on whether she should feel happy that she should be delighted that her senior uncle would be teaching her personally or that she was being used as a tool to earn money. But eventually, her desire to learn advanced swordsmanship won over. She quickly stood up and prepared herself to listen to her teacher's impartation when she suddenly heard several knocks coming from the main entrance of the residence. Following which, Chao Chengli's shout echoed loudly, "Who are you?" "We are here to find Xianxia," a voice replied. Upon hearing the voice, Bai Ruanqing immediately felt goosebumps rising all over her body. With quivering lips, she exclaimed, "Senior uncle! It's my grandfather. He's here." "Your grandfather?" Xianxia was stunned. "You are referring to Elder Bai Yi?" Based on what he knew, Elder Bai Yi was one of the 3 Grand Elders of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, a true expert of the continent. Why would such an esteemed individual come knocking on his door? Was the acting he had put on earlier not good enough to convince the other party not to take him in as his student? That should be the case, right? After all, he had only been at the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion for a single day, and he had made sure to maintain a low profile all along. He didn't seem to have done anything really excessive yet. So, there didn't seem to be any reason why Elder Bai Yi would want to pay a visit to him. That's right. Bai Ruanqing nodded. I reckon that the reason why he's here is because he still wishes to take me in as his student. Since that's the case, I'll need you to feign as if you are trying to teach me sword art later on. You'll criticize me for my weak mastery of swordsmanship and express your disappointment in me for having let down your grandfather's expectations," Xianxia said. This, Bai Wanqing was conflicted. She had never been good at acting and deceiving others. It's settled then. Otherwise, don't expect me to teach you any swordsmanship anymore, Xianxia replied. All right then. Hearing those words, Bai Wanqing had no choice but to agree to his request. She would do anything as long as she could learn from her senior uncle. The latter's swordsmanship was simply that formidable. She had only learned 2 sword arts so far, and they were only the 2 most basic moves, but it was already enough for her to fight the number 1 core disciple to a draw. If she were to just study a bit longer under him, even she would dare not imagine how powerful she could possibly become. This was an opportunity that she couldn't give up on. While they were still discussing the matter, Bai Feng stepped forward and flashed his token to Chao Qingli. Why? Do you think that you can enter by keeping mum and showing me a token? Chao Qingli frowned in displeasure. He was still angry at having his head smacked, so his attitude toward the 2 guests wasn't too nice either. To shove a token right in my face when I'm asking you a question. Do you think that this is a place for you to show off? TSK. As if you are the only one who knows how to show off. I am an elder of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. I'm here to pay a visit to your young master, Xianxia. Seeing that the other party didn't recognize the elder token, Elder Bai Yi explained calmly. Considering how Dan Xiaotian, Xianxia, and the others had only entered the sect a day ago, it was understandable for them to have never seen such a high-tiered elder token. You are an elder of the sect? Chao Qingli was still at the peak of his rage when those words scared his wits out of him. His face immediately paled as he bowed down respectfully. Pardon me for my previous disrespect. Please, this way. Chao Qingli was different from Sun Chong. As a bandit, he had been through many life-and-death situations, so he was extremely wary about offending those who were stronger than him. Naturally, there was no way he would dare to cross an elder of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. If the other party were to make a move on him, he would be dead before he knew it. Pulling his weight before such a figure? Forget it. There were still many carnal pleasures in the mortal world waiting for him to explore. He had no intention of losing his life just yet. Elder Bai Yi nodded as he raised his feet to enter the residence. But Chao Qingli suddenly rushed forward to stop him. My apologies, but the young master has a rule that those who walk into the residence aren't allowed to enter with their left leg or right leg alone. I beg your pardon for this. After which, he took the lead and hopped across the doorsill with both his feet. This? Elder Bai Yi and Bai Feng glanced at one another in confusion. What kind of eccentric rule was this? Geniuses usually have their own quirks. Since we're here to visit, I guess it would be good for us to abide by the other party's rules, Bai Feng said. Back then, the Ghost Sword Saint was known to have an extremely eccentric temper as well. Considering that Xianxia had comprehended the god's sword intent, it was still understandable that his personality would be a little peculiar. Put on. The 2 of them hopped into the residence too. As soon as they stepped into the residence, they were just about to ask where Xianxia was when they suddenly heard a harsh voice sounding from one of the rooms. How can you be so dumb? I have been explaining it to you to this for 2 hours now. But it seems like nothing has gotten into your head at all. How do you expect my grandfather to take you in as his student like that? You are really daydreaming. Pong! In the next moment, the door to the room opened, and a young lady stomped out furiously. Following behind her was a young man with his head lowered in shame. Elder Bai Yi and Bai Feng stared at each other silently. The heck? What in the world are these 2 up to this time around? Grandfather and Grandpa Feng, why are the 2 of you here? While the 2 of them were still trying to figure out what kind of act those 2 were trying to put up here, Bai Wanqing turned to them with a surprised expression on her face, as if she had only noticed their presence. She quickly walked up to them. We came here to... Elder Bai Yi was just about to reveal the purpose behind his arrival when Bai Wanqing abruptly interjected impatiently. Grandfather, it's good that you are here. This person over here is the person who sold me the medicine, Xianxia. I'm extremely grateful to him for having saved your life. But I must say that his swordsmanship is truly mediocre. I have already taught him for several hours now. But he hasn't even understood the most basic sword art yet. Bai Ruanqing said as she glared at Xianxia in disappointment, as if she couldn't believe that there could be such a useless disciple in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. I'll give you one last chance. Execute the sword art which I have just taught you to my grandfather. As you know, my grandfather is one of the 3 grand elders of the sect. If you can just do well this once, you will be able to acknowledge him as your teacher. Why yes, Senior Bai. Xianxia hesitantly lifted his sword and slashed down. His movements were incredibly awkward, and they carried not the slightest hint of sword chi at all. It would be an insult to call even something like this a sword art. Elder Bai Yi looked at Bai Feng once more with a conflicted look in his eyes. Do we look like fools in their eyes? I don't even know if they are really trying to fool us or mock us. It doesn't even seem like they are putting any effort into their act at all. I'm really starting to feel a little offended over here. Grandfather, look. His skills are really disappointing, and he doesn't have the slightest talent for swordsmanship at all. Such a dumb person isn't worthy of being your student at all. I do know that he's our benefactor, and this debt must be repaid somehow. But we shouldn't do it at the expense of your reputation either. Or else, why don't we just give him some money instead? Seeing that her grandfather and Grandpa Feng had gone completely silent, Bai Ruanqing thought that she had managed to fool them with her acting. Heaving a visible sigh of relief, she monotonously repeated the script, which Xianxia had forced her to remember a moment ago. Dumb. Isn't worthy of being my student? Elder Bai Yi nearly choked on his saliva. It was one thing if he didn't know a thing at all. But this was the young man who had severed his head with just a stray surge of sword chi. If there was anyone here who was unworthy, it would have to be him. It was lucky that there was no crater here, or else he would have dived right like an ostrich. I am deeply ashamed of my weakness, but I fear that I really don't have any talents in the way of the sword. I'm truly apologetic to have let Third Elder down. Xianxia lowered his head in shame. In the depths of his eyes, one could see a hint of regret and low self-esteem, reminiscent of a person who had tried time and time again, only to be struck down by the cruelty of reality each and every single attempt. His eyes were so expressive that it almost felt as if he was the protagonist of some kind of hot-blooded youth drama. Seeing this, Elder Bai Yi and Bai Feng felt their chest getting even more stifled. They were convinced that they were going to bottle up some sort of severe internal injuries at this rate. What the hell was this? It turned out that this young man was not only a vastly talented sword practitioner, he was also a born actor. With such talents, he was already set for his life. Elder Bai Yi took several deep breaths to assuage the stifled sensation within him, so as to ensure that his veins wouldn't suddenly rupture from high blood pressure before finally speaking up. If you are lacking in your swordsmanship, it's indeed inappropriate for me to take you in as my student. However, it's not for show that the sword is known as the conqueror of weapons. There's nothing that can replace what it is capable of. If you do want to acknowledge me as your teacher, I can start teaching you from the basics. I trust that you'll soon reach Bai Ruanqing's level under my guidance. Xianxia didn't think that the other party would still want to take him in as his student even after all the acting he had put on. Speechless, he hurriedly waved his hand and said, I'm deeply honored, but I dare not accept your offer. Given my lack of aptitude, I am not confident that I'll be able to meet up to your expectations. I don't mind sullying my reputation, but I dare not besmirch Third Elder's name. It's nothing much. I am indebted to you for saving my life, and it's only right for me to repay your favor. Or could it be that you are interested in other weaponry instead? It was not that Elder Bai Yi was toying with Xianxia, but he wanted to force the latter to admit to his identity as I am low profile. Otherwise, if the latter were to deny it to the bitter end, there was very little that he could do either. He could try resorting to force too, but it would carry the risk of possibly pushing this talented sword practitioner away from the sect. On the other hand, Xianxia's eyes lit up upon hearing Elder Bai Yi's words. Indeed, I'm not too interested in swordsmanship. I don't mean to be rude, but my true passion actually lies in the way of the saber. Third elder, I dare not lie to you. It is truly my earnest wish to learn the saber. The way of the saber crushes everything in its path with overwhelming might, and I find it extremely fitting of my personality and temperament. Seeing the slight doubt in the other party's eyes, Xianxia quickly added on with an earnest look on his face. The agile sword and the forceful saber. It was a conventional notion that it was impossible for a man to master both weaponry together. Since the other party was intent on making him learn swordsmanship, there was no better excuse than to claim that his true passion lay in the way of the saber. It was not as if he was a disciple of the sect, so it didn't contravene the rules of the sect. As long as he could show that he was skilled in the way of the saber, he should be able to convince the other party to give up on the notion of taking him in as his student. Cough, cough. If that's the case, may I ask you to display your saber art? I'm quite interested to see how adept you are in the way of the saber. Elder Bai Yi took another deep breath to calm himself down before asking. I know that someone as formidable as you would surely be unwilling to become my student, but of all excuse you can come up with, you are telling me that you wish to learn the way of the saber instead? Very well, let me see what you can do then. Just watch as I spot traces of sword intent in your saber art. I'll see how you are going to explain yourself afterward. To be honest, he wouldn't have minded if Xianxia had turned him down directly. But to put up all these acts and toss him so many ridiculous excuses, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't displeased. I'm afraid that I don't have any saber with me. Don't worry, I have one here. Xianxia was just about to turn Elder Bai Yi down with a wave of his hand when the latter suddenly whipped out a saber. Even though Elder Bai Yi specialized in swordsmanship, he still had some other types of weapons with him. This was a part of his swordsmanship training as well. A useful way to better understand the strengths and limitations of swordsmanship was to try out other weapons too. Through uncovering the possibilities of other weapons, one could uncover unconventional ways to exert one's swordsmanship. This was similar to how the 9 swords of Dugu El had saber subduing stance, whip subduing stance, arrow subduing stance, palm subduing stance. Alright then. Seeing that there was no other way out of this, Xianxia took the saber and flicked it lightly. A powerful saber intent swiftly suffused his entire body, contrasting him to be an incomparably mighty saber that would even smash a hole into the heavens above. Elder Bai Yi and Bai Feng narrowed their eyes in speechlessness. At this very instant, they felt the sword intent in their body being suppressed by the other party's saber intent to the extent such that they couldn't even lift their heads up. To put it in other words, Xianxia's saber intent was actually even purer and more powerful than their sword intent. But the young man before them was supposed to be the person who had comprehended the god's sword intent. How in the world was it possible for his saber intent to be so formidable as well? It almost felt as if their years of hard work had gone completely to waste. On the other hand, Xianxia carefully assessed the shocked expressions on the 2 elders before nodding in satisfaction. From the looks of it, it seemed like he had finally managed to convince Elder Bai Yi of the matter. As I have mentioned, my true expertise lies in saber arts instead of swordsmanship, Xianxia said as he flicked his saber and retracted his saber intent. He had really gone all out, so that he wouldn't have to become Elder Bai Yi's student this time around. You are indeed more skilled in saber art. Elder Bai Yi swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Knowing that he was going nowhere at this rate, he decided to just come clean with the matter. To be honest, the reason why I'm here is not to take you in as my student. Instead, it's to confirm your identity and bring you over to the Elder Council. Confirm my identity? Xianxia's heart skipped a beat, but he concealed it with a confused look. What do you mean by that? If I'm not mistaken, you or I am low profile and I am very handsome, right? Elder Bai Yi asked. Huh? Pardon me, but I'm not really catching what you were saying over here. Xianxia was panicking a little inside, but he maintained a look of bewilderment on his face. What do you mean by low profile and handsome? There's no need for you to deny this matter any further. I know my granddaughter very well. She's an impatient and reckless person, and she has never been really serious about learning swordsmanship before. Otherwise, she wouldn't have only reached the level she's currently at after years of training. However, within a short hour after meeting you, she gained the strength to confront the #1 expert of the core disciples. Other than I am low profile, the genius who has comprehended the God's sword intent. I can't think of another person in the world who could pull off a feat like this, Elder Baiyi said. Xianxia's panic quickly turned into embarrassment before eventually culminating into burning rage. Your mum. If you have already known my identity right from the start, why didn't you just say it out loud? You made me put on an act and display my saber art. Are you treating me like a monkey for your entertainment? In order to alleviate Xianxia's worries, Elder Baiyi hurriedly added, I bear no ill will toward you. If I did, I would have already made a move. While you have comprehended the God's sword intent, your cultivation is only at lesser pseudo-immortal realm at the moment. I don't mean to be rude, but you wouldn't be able to pose a threat to me with your current strength. He had no idea what kind of methods Xianxia used in order to achieve a breakthrough within such a short period of time, but the fact that he was able to enter the core disciples' ethereal hall meant that he had managed to advance his cultivation to lesser pseudo-immortal realm. Fine then, I'll admit to it. With an irritated sigh, Xianxia tossed away his excessively respectful attitude and replied. He did notice that the other party had failed to see through his cultivation, but he chose not to clarify the matter. He didn't want to give himself away until he finally discerned Elder Baiyi and the sect's intentions. If it was possible, he would have preferred not to reveal his identity as I am low profile at all, but he could sense the conviction in Elder Baiyi's words. The latter was definitely not just trying to sound him out. Since he had already been revealed, there was no point in him struggling so desperately to conceal his identity. He might as well just admit to it candidly. Furthermore, there was some truth in what Elder Baiyi had said. He had no gauge of a high immortal's prowess at the moment, but at heavenly pseudo-immortal realm, it didn't seem like he would have a good chance of triumphing over Elder Baiyi. For the time being, it didn't seem that Elder Baiyi harbored malicious intentions toward him. Indeed, seeing Xianxia admitting to it, Elder Baiyi clenched his fists tightly together. While he was confident in his deduction, he was still unable to curb his heart from beating in agitation when he heard the news. The man who had comprehended the God's sword intent was really standing before him. Ever since the founding of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion several thousand years ago, there had been no one who had reached such a height other than the founder. Would you be willing to accompany me to the Elder Council? As the person who has comprehended the God's sword intent, your existence is of great significance to our sect. If nothing goes wrong, it's very likely that you would become our sect leader in the near future. Elder Baiyi clasped his fist and spoke respectfully. The way in which the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion chose its sect leader was extremely simple. It was determined by one's mastery in swordsmanship. As the one who had comprehended the God's sword intent, as long as Xianxia was able to raise his cultivation up to par, it was only a matter of time before he became a sect leader. It's likely that I would become your sect leader in the near future? Xianxia was stunned. He had thought of many possibilities, but he never thought that the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion would actually be looking for him to become their new leader. To be honest, he was indeed moved by this offer. This identity would grant him greater protection to survive in the Azure. Furthermore, with the influence of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, it would be much easier for him to unearth Luo Ruoxin's trails too. Elder Baiyi nodded. I understand. I'll follow you to the Elder Council. However, I do have a request. I understand that I'll be facing the other elders, so it's inevitable that they would learn of my identity too. But as far as possible, I hope that this matter doesn't reach the ears of too many people, Xianxia said. Even if Elder Baiyi and the sect had no intention of harming him, it would still be best for him to act prudently. As the saying went, a tree rising above the forest will eventually fall to the fiery wind. It was for practical reasons why he was so determined to conceal his identity. If others were to learn of his abilities, there was no guarantee that some might attempt to harm him. Don't worry. We have no intention of doing anything that would put you in the way of harm, Elder Baiyi replied with a nod. He understood the dangers of drawing the attention of others onto one as well. He turned to Bai Ruanqing and instructed sternly, Ruanqing, Do not speak of whatever that has happened here to anyone else. I'll be heading out with Brother Zhang for a while. After which, he turned to Xianxia and said, Let's go. Elder Baiyi quickly wrapped Xianxia around in his jinqi before soaring into the sky. Watching as Xianxia disappeared in the horizon, Dan Xiaotian couldn't help but fall into deep thoughts over what he had just heard. There's a chance that teacher might become the next sect leader of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion? He had always known that Zhang Xian was a highly talented individual with extraordinary fighting prowess, but still, he had never imagined that the latter would actually have comprehended the god's sword intent. Despite his young age, he was already next in line to become the leader of one of the 6 sects. As for Chao Qingli, he suddenly widened his eyes in utter shock as a realization finally struck him. It dawned on him why the young master had so many weird rules, prohibiting him from entering the residence with both his left leg and right leg. He actually had the audacity to criticize I am low profile loudly before the young master. Wasn't that equivalent to insulting the young master in his face? Chao Qingli hurriedly stroked his chest to calm himself down. He thanked the heavens for allowing him to survive what that could have very well been a fatal mistake. Sword Gazebo. Sect leader Han, Elder He, and the others were staring at the wall before them with such intent gazes that it almost seemed as if they would bore a hole in the wall. Dang 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 dang. A series of flurried footsteps echoed from the outside. Elder He quickly glanced at the arriving elder and asked, Is there an update on I am low profile? No, that's not it. Someone has challenged all of the core disciples. The old man exclaimed anxiously. It was the very same old man who had visited Elder Baiyi just a moment ago. Someone challenged all of the core disciples? Could he be I am low profile? Elder He narrowed his eyes in shock as he swiftly rose to his feet. No, that's not right. Isn't his cultivation supposed to only be at Dimension Shatterer Realm consummation? That person is called I am very handsome. He challenged dozens of core disciples simultaneously and slew all of them. Elder Baiyi and I have headed there discreetly, but we ended up getting killed as well, the old man said with a reddened face. He was able to kill dozens of core disciples and even defeat Baiyi and you. He must indeed be the genius who has comprehended the god's sword intent. Sect leader Han nodded slightly. He turned to the wall before him and ordered, Find where I am very handsome is at the moment. If it was just killing dozens of core disciples, it was still well within his means to do so as well. However, if his opponent included Elder Baiyi and the old man before him, even he would have a fairly tough time dealing with them. There was no doubt about it. I am very handsome, and I am low profile, were likely to be the same person. Wang. The wall in front flickered, but nothing appeared. Sect leader Han, that person has already left the ethereal hall after killing the core disciples, the old man explained. However, Elder Baiyi seems to have confirmed that person's identity. He's looking for that person at the moment, and he requests for you and the other elders to return to the Elder Council to await his return. He believes that he would be able to bring that person over soon enough. Baiyi has already confirmed that person's identity? The few elders looked at one another with a look of disbelief on their faces. It was a known fact that Elder Baiyi was severely wounded, and his life was hinging on a thread. Due to his physical condition, he was even excused from the Elder Council. How did he manage to confirm the identity of that person ahead of them? Well, it's like that. The old man began explaining the matter. He was unaware of the matter regarding Bai Ruanqing purchasing the medicine from Zhang Xian, but he did know about what that came afterward. He felt that it was the basis behind Elder Baiyi's deduction of that person's true identity. Bai Ruanqing has only learned 2 moves from that person, but her ranking swiftly rose from the 17th place to the 1st place. She even fought my grandson to a draw. Elder He widened his eyes in disbelief. If he was still a little uncertain a moment ago, right now, he was utterly convinced that Elder Baiyi had gotten the right person. Let's quickly return then. Knowing that this matter had been resolved, the crowd quickly made their way back to the Elder Council. Barely after they took their seats, the doors opened. Elder Baiyi walked in with a young man beside him. Sect leader Han, you are back. Elder Baye's eyes lit up after seeing the person sitting on the center seat. He quickly gestured to the young man beside him and introduced, "This is the person who has comprehended the God's sword intent, Xianxia." Xianxia. The crowd quickly glanced over out of curiosity. To their surprise, the other party was only in his early 20s. That was an unbelievably young age for a cultivator who had reached the zenith of swordsmanship in the Azure. Xianxia. This is our sect leader, Han Jianxiu. Elder Baiyi gestured to the old man sitting at the center of the group and said, "Sect leader." Xianxia gazed over. Han Jianxiu had the appearance of someone in his 60s. He was dressed in a green robe, and his presence seemed to be suffused with sharp sword intent, making it difficult for one to gauge the depth of his cultivation. There were no records of what came after high immortals in the books that Xianxia had accessed so far, and Elder Lu Yun had no idea what was there either. Nevertheless, his gut feeling was that the old man before him, sect leader Han Jianxiu, had already reached that unknown level. He could tell that Han Jianxiu did not bear him any ill will, but if the latter really wanted to make a move against him, he would be completely helpless to retaliate. "Xianxia, is it convenient for you to display your swordsmanship to us?" Han Jianxiu asked with a chuckle. "May I know how you wish for me to display my swordsmanship?" Xianxia asked. "Your cultivation is only at lesser pseudo-immortal realm, so it would be impossible for you to enter the Elder's ethereal hall. Since that's the case, let's enter the core disciples' ethereal hall and have a duel there. I think that there's no better way to demonstrate one's swordsmanship than a real battle," Han Jianxiu replied. The elders also had an exclusive ethereal hall, but there was a minimum cultivation to enter its premises. Clearly, the young man had not reached the minimum requirement, so they could only make do with the core disciples' ethereal hall instead. Seeing that the other party did not notice that he had intentionally suppressed his cultivation, Xianxia replied with a smile, "Entering the core disciples' ethereal hall? That's too troublesome. Why don't you just suppress your cultivation and have a fight with me here?" "Here? Are you certain?" Before Han Jianxiu could say anything, Elder he had already interjected with a frown. "Everyone's cultivation, Xinqi capacity, and physical prowess are at the same level as one another in the ethereal hall, so it's indubitably the fairest battlefield for all of us. On the other hand, here, even if we suppress our cultivation, there will still be some differences in the resilience of our bodies, souls, and purity of Xinqi. Those are not factors that we can control. Entering the ethereal hall only required a sliver of one's consciousness, and one would be instantaneously paired with a body whose attributes were identical to everyone else. In a sense, it was similar to one's consciousness being brought over to a puppet's body. It was only under such circumstances that the differences in the prowess of one's swordsmanship would show clearly. But in reality, even if they suppressed their cultivation, their physical bodies and souls as high immortals would still grant them a decisive advantage in the battle. There was no way a lesser pseudo-immortal would stand a chance against them. "It's fine," Xianxia replied. While he could uncover the other party's identity from their sword arts in the ethereal hall through the Library of Heaven's Path, the information that he received was limited. If he used the Library of Heaven's Path in reality, he could even track down the other party's ancestors. If anything happened, this information could become the key for him to preserve his life. "Humph! Since you have already made up your mind, we also want to see just how powerful the God's sword intent is," an elder said as he stood up. The God's sword intent was the swordsmanship comprehended by the founder, and just the fact that the founder was able to steal half a character from the Hall of Gods spoke a lot about its prowess. Unfortunately, over the past several thousand years, no one had been able to reach the same level as the founder. In fact, even they, despite being the strongest sword practitioners in the sect, were unable to tell just how powerful it was. Since the person before them wanted to challenge them outside the ethereal hall, that would be for the best. They were more than willing to test the prowess of the God's sword intent for themselves. In any case, given the resilience of their physical bodies and souls, even if they suppressed their cultivation, the other party would not be able to hurt them anymore. "I am Cho Hua, the first elder of the core disciple sector. My cultivation is at the heavenly high immortal realm, and I wish to test your swordsmanship." The elder named Cho Hua stepped forward and swiftly suppressed his cultivation to Xianxia's level. With a simple flick of his blade, a crisp metallic reverberation echoed through the air. It was customary for each elder to be bestowed with a sword from the Elder Council. The swords that elders received were identical, and they were intended for dueling purposes. The reason behind that was to ensure that the prowess of the weapon did not interfere in the results of the duel. Xianxia looked at Cho Hua calmly, not drawing his blade at all. Instead, he chuckled lightly and said, "You won't be enough. The rest of you should come down as well." "Not enough." The eyebrows of the other elders shot up in astonishment. Among them, Elder Bai Yi even clasped his forehead. To think that this fellow actually called himself "I am low profile." Just tell me, how the heck is this low profile at all? Those who are present aren't just the top sword practitioners of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. They are renowned even across the entire Forsaken continent. Even if your swordsmanship is formidable, any single person here would be enough to be an opponent for you. Yet, you actually want to fight everyone, including the sect leader Han? Is there any limit to your arrogance? It seems like you all dare not face me? Xianxia's eyebrows shot up, and a provocative smile crept onto his lips. Seeing how Xianxia was snubbing him, Cho Hua's complexion did not look too good. "I admit that the God's sword intent is indeed formidable, but it's not for no reason that I was able to become the first elder of the core disciple sector. Not to mention, only my cultivation has been suppressed here. If you wish to fight everyone else, you would do well to defeat me first." In the first place, it was already beneath a heavenly high immortal like him to challenge a lesser pseudo-immortal, but the other party thought that he would not be able to put up a fight. This was as good as slapping him in his face. Furthermore, it was the kind that utilized a skillful combination of backhand and forehand to create a rhythmic pa, pa, pa kind of face slap. Is that how it works here? I see. Seeing that no one else intended to join the battle, possibly due to their confidence in Cho Hua's strength, Xianxia smiled lightly as he raised a single finger up. "What does that mean? Do you intend to defeat me in a single move?" Cho Hua was stunned for a moment before he roared furiously in laughter. "Aren't you being a little too arrogant?" Hearing those words, Xianxia shook his head and clarified himself. "You misunderstand. What I'm saying is that without using a sword or moving an inch, I can defeat you with a single finger in a single breath." "You..." Cho Hua nearly exploded on the spot. As the first elder of the core disciple sector, he had tempered his state of mind to a level where he could remain unfazed to most matters. But he had never met someone as infuriating as the other party. It was not just the other party's words that were leaving him so maddened. Even the other party's gaze and gestures were incredibly condescending, almost as if he was looking at an ant. He was a heavenly high immortal, one of the strongest experts on the Forsaken continent. Yet, why did it feel as if he was a nobody attempting to challenge someone far beyond his league? "Very well, allow me to assess your prowess. I'm looking forward to seeing how you defeat me with a single finger in a single breath." Cho Hua harumphed as he glared at Xianxia. "Isn't that young man a little arrogant?" "Arrogant? More like his head is up in the clouds." Han Jianxiu and Elder He looked at one another as they traded bitter smiles. For a lesser pseudo-immortal lad to remain unfazed in the presence of so many heavenly high immortals and even utter such haughty words, did he have a screw loose in his head? Or did he have the skills to back his words? The God's sword intent is known to be powerful enough to deal with even the deities. Let's hope that this young man's strength is enough to awe us. I guess that's all we can do now. Shaking their heads, the two of them turned their gazes back to Cho Hua and Xianxia. Seeing how no one else was coming even after his provocation, Xianxia was a little disappointed. At a pity, he knew that his words were a little arrogant, but he was doing it on purpose. He wanted everyone to make a move so that he could gather the flaws of everyone on the Elder Council. This would allow him to be prepared for whatever came his way in the future. Otherwise, the duels would probably end after he defeated around 3 enemies and proved his strength. He did not think that he had the strength to oppose a heavenly high immortal in his current state, so he could only find other means to escape from them in case any of them intended him harm. Forget it. I should defeat this one before challenging the rest of them again. I believe they should all come down after this. Seeing how snugly seated the elders were, Xianxia knew that it was impossible for him to convince them to come down for the time being. Thus, he turned his gaze to Chou Hua and said, "Let's not waste any time and get it over with." Who? Right after he said those words, Chou Hua moved. Even though Chou Hua had suppressed his cultivation to the lesser pseudo-immortal realm, his movements were still swift like a hurricane. The sword in his hand seemed to pierce right through the limitations of space, arriving before Xianxia's face in an instant. In terms of prowess, there was no doubt that he was many times stronger than the number 1 core disciple, He Jingxian. But just as Chou Hua's sword was about to reach Xianxia's throat, Xianxia raised his finger and flicked it lightly. His movements were not too fast, but they felt solemn and incredibly heavy. In an instant, Chou Hua felt as if a comet was crushing down on him, leaving him feeling as if he was facing a force that he could never hope to oppose. How is this possible? Chou Hua widened his eyes in disbelief. He was a heavenly high immortal expert. Even if he suppressed his cultivation, his mental resilience would still be at a much higher level. It should have been impossible for the other party to make a move that would have left him feeling so helpless. But that single finger actually made him feel as if he was facing something far beyond him. How did the other party manage to do that? Kacha! Kacha! With a furious roar, Chou Hua tried to shake away that feeling in his mind and push through with sheer courage. However, as the finger came into contact with his sword, the Jinqi infused into the sword immediately dissipated. The sword swiftly bent into an awkward angle, causing cracks to appear all over it before it shattered into innumerable fragments. As for Chou Hua himself, he tried to move, but the overwhelming feeling kept him bound to the spot. He could only watch helplessly as the other party's finger slowly approached his glabella. On the seats above, Han Jianqiu was slightly stunned by the sight for a moment before the edge of his lips curved up a little. This fellow. Interesting. Sect leader Han. This is... Elder. He glanced at Han Jianqiu in confusion. Ignoring the fact that Chou Hua had the body and soul of a high immortal, even if one assumed that they were of the same cultivation realm, how could Xianxia possibly destroy Chou Hua's sword with a single finger and seal his strength too? What were the principles behind this move? If I'm not mistaken, his expertise lies not only in swordsmanship but in formations as well, Han Jianqiu explained. Formations? Elder. He was even more confused. That move made use of not just his sword intent but the formation around the entire Elder Council. He used the formation to refine his sword intent to a tremendous level, far beyond what Chou Hua could stand against, Han Jianqiu explained. The reason he used his words to goad the other party earlier was, in truth, to stall for time. He was in his process of refining his sword intent then. At this point, Han Jianqiu remarked, "It's no wonder he was able to comprehend the God's sword intent. His ability to tap into whatever resources are around him is truly formidable." This? Elder. His cheeks twitched a little. How long had it been since the other party entered the Elder Council? All in all, not more than 10 minutes. But within this period, not only did he see through the formation cast around the Elder Council, he was even able to make use of it to nourish his sword intent. This was too remarkable. Previously, he had thought that it was impossible for someone to be so much more powerful than them in the same cultivation realm, but it seemed like he might have been underestimating the other party. Pang! While they were shocked beyond words, the battle between the two people fighting below had already come to an end. As Xianxia's finger fell on Chou Hua's forehead, the latter was sent flying into the distance. Chou Hua hurriedly released the seal on his cultivation while he was flying back, or else he would have sustained severe internal injuries. How is it? Xianxia placed his hands behind his back as he looked at Chou Hua impassively. All in all, from the moment he made his move to the moment that Chou Hua was sent flying, he had spent exactly one breath. I have lost. Chou Hua lowered his head and surrendered. Even though he felt that the other party did not triumph over him on the grounds of just swordsmanship alone, he felt that it was an embarrassment to even point that out. After all, it was a great humiliation for a high immortal like him to be defeated by a pseudo-immortal within a single breath. Ha ha ha! Xianxia chuckled softly as he suddenly turned his gaze to the other members of the Elder Council. His voice echoed loudly in the ears of every single elder present. I wonder if I could have the honor of facing the rest of you. Won't you allow me to give each of you a good pummeling with my sword? You! He's way too arrogant. I have never felt like hitting someone so much in my life before. In my 200 years alive, I have seen countless geniuses, but this is the first time I've wanted to strangle someone so much. Have we made a mistake by bringing him here? Hearing those words, Han Jianxiu, Elder He, and the others were so furious that they gnashed their teeth together. When they first heard that someone had comprehended the God's sword intent, they had been so excited that they had immediately put everything aside and even breached the conventions of the sect just to find him. But when they finally found him, it felt like they had just made the worst mistake of their lives. By saying that you'll pummel us with your sword, what you mean is that we won't be a match for you even if all of us combine our might together. Is that so? Conceited. Pompous. Low profile your head. Taking a deep breath, Elder He stood up and said, that being said, even though he used the formation of the Elder Council to his advantage, the fact that he could defeat Elder Cho with a single move does show that he has superior battle senses. Allow me to give him a try. At that moment, Han Jianxiu shook his head and stood up. He wishes to challenge all of us at once. Let's not waste any time and fight him together. Sect leader Han. The faces of the elders around immediately stiffened. They had never thought that they would hear such words from the mouth of their sect leader. They were the strongest experts on the continent. If someone learned that they had suppressed their cultivation to challenge a pseudo-immortal realm lad, they would be mocked for their entire lives by their peers. One who has comprehended the God's sword intent is capable of reaching the gods with his blade. It's not an embarrassment for all of us to face him together, Han Jianxiu replied calmly. The crowd hesitated for a moment before eventually nodding in agreement. Yes, the Forsaken Continent was a land abandoned by the gods. Comprehending the God's sword intent meant that one's mastery of swordsmanship had already reached a level that could compete with the gods. Even though their cultivation was indeed much higher, there was no doubt that the other party had something in him that far surpassed the rest of them. Otherwise, it would not just have been the founder who had comprehended the God's sword intent in the several thousand years since the founding of the sect. Voila! Several elders walked down to the open space at the center of the Elder Council with a sword each in hand. They were sect leader Han Jianxiu, Elder He, Elder Bai Yi, and 2 other elders. All in all, there were 5 people. Those 5 people represented the highest fighting prowess of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Every single one of them was ranked within the top 30 strongest cultivators of the Forsaken Continent. Wait a moment. Despite the formidable lineup before him, Xianxia did not seem nervous in the least. Instead, he seemed to heave a sigh of relief before speaking up. Don't you think that a plain battle is too boring? Since we are going to fight, we might as well put something on the line to make things a little more interesting. You want to make a bet? Elder Baiye's eyebrows shot up as an ominous premonition loomed over his mind. This money-minded fellow could not be thinking of cleaning them out as well, could he? As the sect leader and the 4 strongest elders of one of the 6 sects, if even they got robbed despite putting their strength together, Elder Baiyi was not too sure if he would still be able to find the strength to continue existing in this world. They would surely become the greatest joke in the Forsaken Continent in all of history. Bet? What kind of bet do you wish to make? Han Jianxiu asked. If I win the duel, there's something that I would like to ask you. If you know the answer, I hope that you can answer it honestly. If I lose, I'll apologize for my earlier disrespect, Xianxia replied. Hearing those words, Elder Baiye's heart finally settled down a little. All is fine as long as no money is involved. To be honest, he felt like he had already been traumatized by the word bet. Each time someone said that word, he would immediately jolt in horror. You wish to pose a question? Even if you lose this battle, I don't see any harm in answering your doubts, Han Jianxiu replied. Also, there's no need for you to apologize for your disrespect. It'll suffice as long as you don't speak of whatever that has happened here today. Sounds fine to me. Xianxia nodded. It's settled then, Han Jianxiu smiled. Let's begin the duel. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia drew his sword from its sheath. The reason he had made the bet was to inquire about Luo Ruoxin. Since the other party had agreed to it, what he had to do now was win the battle. While Han Jianxiu had said that he would answer his question even if he lost the battle, Xianxia knew that the matter concerning Luo Ruoxin was likely classified as the most confidential secret of the Forsaken Continent. After all, the fact that the Spirit God Palace had the character Sun God, one in its name, spoke volumes about the significance of its existence. As such, he could not just rely on Han Jianxiu's goodwill. He needed a compelling reason to force the latter to answer his questions. He could not afford to lose this duel. While he had been putting up a leisurely front all along, he knew that defeating the opponents before him would be no easy feat. Dealing with one of them would be well within his means, but dealing with all of them at once would definitely pose some trouble. Meanwhile, Han Jianxiu glanced at the other four elders and said, "He is the man who has comprehended the God's sword intent. It would be a horrible mistake to underestimate him. We have to go all out right from the start." Agreed. The other four elders replied solemnly. They too understood this. Just the fact that Zhang Xian was able to defeat Chouhua in a single move proved his prowess. So, Han Jianxiu's sword burst forth as he claimed the first move. While he had suppressed his cultivation to the lesser pseudo-immortal realm, his sword intent still gushed forth like a boundless ocean. His very presence left one feeling as if one was falling continuously in the endless abyss. Even escape was impossible. Seeing this, Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes warily. As expected of the sect leader, Han Jianxiu's mastery of swordsmanship was too much higher than the earlier elder Chouhua. As soon as he made a move, Zhang Xian could already feel great pressure being heaped upon him. Flaws, Zhang Xian willed. The main reason for him challenging all of them at once was to analyze their flaws. This was the perfect opportunity for him to do so. Wang. There was a light buzz before a book materialized within the Library of Heaven's Path. Tapping on it lightly, knowledge flowed into his head. Han Jianxiu, 23rd sect leader of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, Semi-Divinity Realm Cultivator, comprehended the Emerald Ripple Tide swordsmanship, resulting in the relentless nature of his swordsmanship. There is a total of 23 flaws, namely, Semi-Divinity Realm Cultivator? Zhang Xian nodded in realization. So, that's the realm that's above High Immortal. He had previously noticed that Han Jianxiu's strength was far above that of Elder Bai Yi and Elder He, and that was indeed the case. While there was the prefix semi in front, the fact that it carried the term Divinity 1 showed what kind of frightening existence he was. But as powerful as Han Jianxiu was, once his cultivation was suppressed down to pseudo-immortal realm, there was no way he could be a match for him. Just the flaws reflected in the Library of Heaven's Path would allow Zhang Xian to defeat him without any trouble. Zhang Xian flicked his sword toward one of the flaws reflected in Han Jianxiu's swordsmanship. His movements were imposing like a great dragon, and his swordsmanship carried the indomitable aura of the god's sword intent. Due to the limitations of his cultivation, he had not been able to utilize too much of the prowess of the god's sword intent. However, with his cultivation rising to heavenly pseudo-immortal, it had already fused together with his body, allowing him to exert 70 to 80% of its true might. Han Jianxiu did not expect Zhang Xian to be able to see through the flaws in his moves with just a glance. Taken aback, he retreated a step as he hurriedly gestured for the others to join him. Let's attack him together. At this point, the others had also finished their preparations. For swords bolted toward Zhang Xian from 4 different directions. A metallic screeching sound reminiscent of the cry of a banshee echoed throughout the room. Flaws. With just a slight sidestep, Zhang Xian was able to evade their collaborative offense with ease. At the same time, 4 books materialized in the Library of Heaven's Path with a jolt. Before long, he gained some degree of understanding of the 4 elders too. Other than sect leader Han Jianxiu, Elder He was the strongest expert within the group. His cultivation had also reached the semi-divinity realm. Elder Bai Yi and Elder Huangqing were both at the heavenly high immortal realm, and they were just a step away from reaching the semi-divinity realm. The fifth elder shared the same surname as him, and his full name was Zhang Wuxiang. His cultivation was conspicuously lower than the rest of the group, being only at earthly high immortal. However, just because his cultivation was at a lower level did not necessarily mean that he was the weakest of the group. On the contrary, Zhang Wuxiang's mastery of swordsmanship was actually above that of Elder He. While he was still some way off from matching Han Jianxiu, the gap was not extremely large. As a result of the four elders he was facing, the one who posed the greatest threat to him was actually Zhang Wuxiang. Each of their swordsmanship has its own flaws and problems, but the issue is that their reflexes are simply too quick. Before I can even finish exploiting one of their weaknesses, the other one will swiftly step in to intervene. After trading a few blows, Zhang Xian's complexion was looking more and more awful. He knew that it would not be easy to win against them, but they were tougher opponents than he had expected. As expected of the top experts of the Forsaken Continent, the likes of He Jingxian and the others could not begin to compare to them. I'll have to calculate their openings as a collective group in order to deal the conclusive blow, Zhang Xian thought. Back on the Master-Teacher continent, he had noticed that it was possible to view a collaboration among multiple individuals as an entity and have the Library of Heaven's Path compile a book on that. Naturally, that would be much more useful than analyzing each of the individuals. The Library of Heaven's Path jolted, and a book materialized. It was filled with the information and flaws of the collaboration of the five sword practitioners. I see. Zhang Xian nodded in realization. After coming to know the flaws of their collaboration, it was as if everything before him suddenly cleared up. Who? He flicked his wrist and took out a piece of black cloth. What is he intending to do? Han Jianxiu and the others were having a difficult time as well. The young man had been striking at their flaws one after another in quick succession, such that they had their hands full just trying to defend themselves. Thus, they had been brainstorming ways to turn the tables around and at least push the duel to a draw when they noticed Zhang Xian's anomalous actions. Frowns of bewilderment filled their faces. Sect leader Han and Elder He, hurry up and attack him. He's intending to cover his eyes. Elder Cho was shouted by the side. He's intending to cover his eyes? He feels that he can cope against the five of us even without his vision? Screw this. I'm going to kill that bastard. The five sword practitioners were astounded for an instant before something erupted within them. You can't humiliate us like that. It's already beneath the five of us to gang up against an individual like you. But you still want to cover your eyes to fight with us? So. Under the effects of their rage, their swords grew even faster and mightier. They swiftly sealed Zhang Xian's surroundings with their sword qi, such that numerous holes would be punctured into the young man if he took the slightest misstep. But for some reason, even as the other party was tying the black cloth around his eyes, every step that he took evaded their sword qi with such incredible precision that it seemed as if he had measured every step with a ruler. Even though their offense crashed down like raging tides, it did not seem to have fazed him in the least. It was almost as if he was a specter treading around their wrath rage without sustaining the slightest bit of damage. Who? After tying the black cloth over his eyes, Zhang Xian continued treading around their attacks, but vaguely. It seemed like his movements were getting more and more agile. His eyes were no longer distracted by the feints executed by his opponents, and he could ignore all the baits that his opponents laid out before of him. All he had to do was focus on the flaws listed in the Library of Heaven's Path and execute his moves one after another. Dang 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 dang. With the flaws of their collaboration exploited again and again, it did not take long for their teamwork to fall apart. Seeing that the time was ripe, Zhang Xian decided to end the battle. Break! Infusing the god's sword intent into his blade, Zhang Xian executed 8 stabs consecutively. Each strike was aimed at the flaws of their collaboration once more. Dang lang! Dang lang! Dang lang! The sounds of swords falling to the ground echoed loudly in the Elder Council. The 5 experts felt a sudden numbness in their hands, which caused them to lose their grip on the sword in their grasp. Making use of this opening, Xianxia moved with such agility that he seemed to have warped into 5 silhouettes as he stationed 5 surges of sword chi right next to their throats. Of course, as high immortals, it was likely that sword chi of such a level would not have been able to harm them. But the same could not be said now that they had suppressed their cultivation to the pseudo-immortal realm. If the other party willed it, he could have killed them all. "We have lost," Han Jianxiu conceded with a bitter smile. The 5 of them, despite being the strongest existences in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, had actually been defeated by a blindfolded individual. It seemed like Xianxia was a much more fearsome sword practitioner than they had imagined. Seeing that the sect leader had admitted his loss, Xianxia quietly heaved a sigh of relief as he removed the black cloth. It might have appeared as if he had beaten the 5 of them easily, but in truth it was much more complicated than that. In terms of difficulty, this would definitely be far above that of slaying 5,000 inner disciples in the ethereal hall. If he had shown the smallest opening, there was no doubt that those 5 would have exploited it right away to crush him. It was fortunate that everything turned out well in the end. The god's sword intent is indeed formidable. Returning to his seat, sect leader Han Jianxiu chuckled softly. It did not seem like the earlier defeat had induced any negative emotions in him at all. "I thank you for going easy on me," Xianxia replied with clasped fists. "A loss is a loss." Han Jianxiu shook his head. "So, what's the question you would like to ask?" "Sect leader Han, I would like to ask if you have heard of the Spirit God Palace?" Xianxia asked nervously. The person before him was the leader of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, one of the top figures of the Azure. The things that he knew of were likely well above what Elder Lu Yu knew. There was a good chance that Han Jianxiu would be able to provide him with some clues to Luo Ruoxin's whereabouts. The Spirit God Palace? Han Jianxiu frowned a little before shaking his head. "I've never heard of this place before." This left Xianxia a little taken aback. The 6 sects of the Forsaken Continent are namely the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, Starchaser Palace, Myriad Beast Hall, 7-Star Pavilion, Black Mirror Citadel, and Evanescent Immortal Sect, Han Jianxiu said. Of the 6 sects, the only one who is qualified to use the Zusun God, one character, is our Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. None of the other 5 sects would dare use the word carelessly. The only existence that towers above the 6 sects is the Ethereal Hall. It was founded by Hall Master Kong 4,000 years ago, and he single-handedly entered the Hall of Gods to steal the God character. It's precisely due to this that the Ethereal Hall was allowed to expand throughout the world, and not even the 6 sects dare oppose it. However, in the thousands of years since, no one else has been able to pass through the Azure Bridge, let alone enter the Hall of Gods to grab the character. Given so, there's no other major power in the Forsaken Continent that would dare use the Sun God character. There are only 2 possibilities. 1, the Spirit God Palace doesn't exist at all. 2, it's not a power that's located on the Forsaken Continent. As the Forsaken Continent was a world cast away by the gods, the usage of the Sun God _ character was an extremely sensitive issue. Without the explicit permission of the Hall of Gods, there was no power that would dare carry the word in its name. If the Spirit God Palace really existed, there was no way he would not have heard of it. On the other hand, Xianxia's face paled upon hearing those words. Could it be that what the summoned deity had told him back then was all lies? Did the Spirit God Palace not exist at all in the Azure? Han Jianxiu could see that Xianxia was particularly concerned about this matter, so he asked out of curiosity, "Where did you hear about that place from?" "I happened to overhear someone speaking of it." Xianxia shook his head in disappointment. If even someone of Han Jianxiu's standing had never heard of the place before, it was likely that no one in the entire Azure would know about it. So, where could the Spirit God Palace be? Did it even exist? Where could Luo Ruoxin be? Han Jianxiu paused for a moment before replying. "If the news you have heard isn't false and the Spirit God Palace is truly existent, perhaps you could try asking Du Qingyuan. She might know a thing or two." "Du Qingyuan?" Xianxia asked. "She's the head of the Starchaser Palace. In the Forsaken Continent, she is the one who has the deepest understanding of the Hall of Gods." It's rumored that she has even communicated with real gods before and was rewarded by them, Han Jianxiu replied. She has communicated with real gods? Zhang Xian froze as a thought came to his mind. If Luo Ruoxin was not in the azure, could she possibly be a real god? This mysterious girlfriend of his knew about the existence of the Library of Heaven's Path and was able to fuse Kong Shi's great codex of spring and autumn together with it. If one looked at her abilities, she seemed to surpass even sect leader Han. If so, it seemed to make perfect sense to say that she was a real god. However, Du Qingyuan is not a person with a good temper, and she treads very carefully when it comes to matters regarding the gods too. She might not necessarily be willing to answer your question, Han Jianxiu warned. Considering that the Forsaken Continent is a land cast away by the gods, the thing that they abhor the most is us investigating their affairs. If the Hall of Gods notices such a thing, there's a good chance that they might come after us. Zhang Xian frowned as he nodded grimly in agreement. The books that he had read did give him some understanding of the Forsaken Continent. It was said that those living on this continent had disobeyed the rules of the gods, which resulted in this entire piece of land being cast away. It would not be inaccurate to say that all life forms living on this piece of land were exiles. The descendants of the exiles worked hard day and night cultivating, hoping to cleanse the name of their ancestors and return to the Empyrean, the world where the gods lived. Their hope lay in what was known as the Azure Bridge. It was the only pathway leading to the Empyrean, but it would only connect once every 100 years. Furthermore, the Hall of Gods stood in their way at the other end of the bridge. There were guardians in the Hall of Gods that denied entry to those from the Azure. It was from there that Hall Master Kong and the founder of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion had stolen the Zhu Sun God character. The Hall of Gods seals this world away, preventing any of us from becoming real gods. Furthermore, if anyone dares probe into the secrets of the gods, the Hall of Gods swiftly finds out about it and takes action. In fact, at this point, Han Jianxiu suddenly lowered his voice grimly, as if fearing that someone would overhear him, before carrying on. A person like you who has comprehended the God's sword intent is deeply feared by them. If they learn of your existence, it might provoke them to make a move as well. Surprised by the revelation, Zhang Xian asked, "Why?" "I don't know either. Perhaps they don't wish to see anyone questioning their divine authority. Those who have comprehended the God's sword intent will eventually gain the strength to challenge them, and they don't wish to see such a thing happening. All in all, it's best to stay away from matters concerning the gods wherever possible," Han Jianxiu said. "So, I hope that you will avoid drawing the attention of those from the Hall of Gods. Until you possess the strength to stand on equal grounds with the Hall of Gods, it's best to ensure that as few people know of your identity as possible." This? Zhang Xian closed his eyes for a moment before nodding slowly. "I'll watch my words." "It's not just your words. Don't reveal your strength easily either. Being too high profile will kill you," Han Jianxiu continued. "Don't worry. It's my nature to remain a low profile," Zhang Xian replied with a confident smile. Cough cough. Seeing how much Zhang Xian was lacking self-awareness, Han Jianxiu's face turned red as he suddenly found himself not knowing how to respond to the other party's remark. In a single day, Zhang Xian had caused the mountain gate to collapse, following which he challenged all the inner disciples and core disciples in the sect. Not too long after that, he proceeded to provoke the entire Elder Council and defeated the sect leader and the 4 strongest elders. He had probably caused a far greater uproar than an ordinary person would in their entire lifetime, and yet he dared to say that he was low profile? Where is your face? Knowing that he would faint from anger at this rate, Han Jianxiu took out a token and passed it over. "Hall Master Kong from the Ethereal Hall learned that you have comprehended the God's sword intent, so he asked me to give this token to you. With this, you'll be able to acquire any resources in the Ethereal Hall you need to advance your cultivation at no cost at all." "It's given by Hall Master Kong?" Zhang Xian's body tensed up a little, and he could not help mumbling to himself, "Is that Kong Shi? Is he still on the Forsaken Continent?" The lifespan of a pseudo-immortal was only 300 years, and even those who had reached the high immortal realm or semi-divinity realm would not live too much longer than that. Kong Shi had left the master-teacher continent tens of thousands of years earlier, and using a 1:10 ratio, it meant that he had been there for several thousand years at the very least. Was it possible for him to still be alive after so many years? Kong Shi? Well, people did use to address him like that in the past. Han Jianxiu chuckled. Of course, he's on the Forsaken Continent. As for where he resides at the moment, I fear that I'm not too aware of that. For the past several thousand years, he has been roaming the lands, rarely appearing before others. It's only in recent decades that he's begun appearing in public once more, and it's only then that people knew that he's still alive. This? Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement. This was probably the best news that he had heard the entire day. If Kong Shi was still alive in the Azure, it would only be a matter of time before they met one another. Taking the token from Han Jianxiu, he touched it lightly and felt a surge of warmth flowing into his body. It's him. Xianxia's body trembled a little. If he still harbored some doubts as to whether Hall Master Kong was truly Kong Shi or not, from the moment that he came into contact with the token, he knew that was definitely the case. As fellow celestial master teachers who had originated from the master teacher continent, there was some kind of inexplicable connection between them. Hall Master Kong has always been generous to those who possess superior talent. As the sect leader of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, I would be mocked if I didn't offer you something as well. Han Jianxiu chuckled. With a flick of his wrist, he took out a sword and said, "This sword is called Tongsheng. While it's nowhere in comparison to my Ruantian, it's still a heavenly high immortal artifact. I'll give it to you now. Try to decipher it. And if you can claim it as your own, it'll be highly beneficial to your cultivation and your fighting prowess." Who? The Tongsheng sword floated in front of Xianxia, emanating immense pressure. It was almost as if a high immortal expert was standing right before him. "Thank you, sect leader Han." Xianxia bowed deeply. He had been worrying that he would be helpless if a high immortal came after him. But with such a sword in hand, it would be no different from having a heavenly high immortal constantly protecting him by his side. Of course, that was only if he managed to tame the Tongsheng sword. Swords of such a tier possessed their own spirit, and given the current limitations of his cultivation, it would be no easy feat for him to win it over. Nevertheless, with the Library of Heaven's Path, he should still be able to pull it off. Xianxia swiftly placed the Tongsheng sword away in his storage ring for the time being. Most likely, Han Jianxiu must have placed some kind of seal on the Tongsheng sword as well, or else it would not have allowed him to store it in his storage ring. Han Jianxiu nodded as he watched Xianxia depositing the sword into his storage ring. A moment later, he suddenly thought something and asked curiously, "Oh right. Which peak are you under at the moment? Who is the elder managing you?" The elder of the peak had really done well to nurture such a talented disciple. There was no doubt that the elder had to be handsomely rewarded. "I am currently still residing in the peak where the inner disciples live in. As for the elder, I believe that it's Elder Lu Yun," Xianxia replied. "Lu Yun?" Han Jianxiu frowned. Seeing that the sect leader had never heard of Elder Lu Yun before, he quickly filled him in on the details. He was an external elder who was promoted earlier today for his meritorious contribution in bringing in a highly talented disciple. As he managed to achieve a breakthrough to the true immortal realm, I promoted him to inner elder. External elders were not allowed to participate in the elder council, so it came as no surprise that Han Jianxiu did not know of the other party. An external elder? If that's the case, does it mean that you were previously an outer disciple? Han Jianxiu looked at the young man before him in disbelief. An outer disciple had comprehended the god's sword intent? Was this for real? When did the outer disciples of the sect become so formidable? It was no wonder he wanted to challenge the inner disciples, core disciples, and even the elders. He must have been really frustrated at having his talents buried like that. Outer disciple? Hearing those words, Xianxia's face reddened as he replied, "To be honest, I'm not a disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion." As soon as he said those words, he noticed that everyone around him went completely silent. So, He hesitated for a moment before reluctantly asking, "Should I give this token and the Tongs Hang sword back to you?" Elder Bai Yi did not have the time to report Xianxia's true identity before everything happened, which resulted in this huge misunderstanding. As such, no one in the room had known that this incredible genius who had comprehended the God Sword intent was not a core disciple. Not an inner disciple, not an outer disciple. Heck, he was not a disciple of the sect at all. Well, this sure made things awkward. A person who was not even a disciple of the sect had comprehended the sword intent of the founder and pummeled everyone from the inner disciples upward. The faces of Han Jianxiu, Elder He, and the others turned bright red as their breathing became a little ragged. They were contemplating if it was possible to vanish on the spot. What the heck was this? They would be utterly humiliated if others learned of this matter. Have you really been in our sect for a single day? Furthermore, you comprehended the God's sword intent while passing by the massive sword. Elder He was on the verge of crying. He had stood outside the mountain gate to comprehend the profoundness of the sword intent for more than 30 years, only to make hardly any advancement at all. On the other hand, this young man had managed to comprehend it while he was walking by. Was there anything in the world that was more traumatizing than this? I guess so. I reckon that it took me several breaths. Xianxia replied. Elder He immediately felt everything around him becoming dark. It seems like the God's sword intent is not something that can be comprehended with time, Han Jianxiu consoled, when he saw the desolate look on Elder He's face. Following which, he turned to Xianxia and said, "The fact that you have comprehended the God's sword intent means that you are the next leader of our sect. In a way, it's good that you aren't a disciple. From this moment on, you will be a core elder of our sect, and you'll enjoy all the privileges of one." Whether the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion would be able to become the Ascendant Cloud Sword God Pavilion or not depended on the young man before him. Naturally, there was no way he could allow the young man to leave like that. The young man was not a disciple yet, but it was clearly inappropriate to place him among the inner disciples or core disciples. After all, as someone who had defeated the 5 strongest experts of the sect, there was no one there who was qualified to teach him swordsmanship. Since that was the case, he might as well confer the young man the position of core elder. With such a position, it would be easier for him to succeed him as the sect leader in the future. Core elder. Xianxia was a little stunned. I have become the core elder of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion just like that? Indeed. Of course, due to safety concerns, it will be an honorary role for the time being. We won't be announcing the matter until your cultivation finally reaches the high immortal realm. Han Jianxiu replied. It was just a moment ago that it was revealed that a genius had comprehended the God's sword intent. If a pseudo-immortal realm cultivator was abruptly promoted to the position of core elder, would it not be as good as telling the entire world that this person was the very same genius? Thus, while it might bring about some inconvenience, it was still best to maintain a low profile for the time being. If so, can I access the library of the elders? Xianxia asked. He was perfectly fine with the current arrangements. He did not like being in the spotlight after all. As long as he could get whatever he needed, the rest was unimportant. Of course, Han Jianxiu replied. This is your elder token. Your name isn't inscribed on it, but I have imprinted my aura on it, so you will still be able to access any facilities available to the core elders. At the same time, you can use the resources available in the sect freely, but of course, I'll have to ask you not to use them wastefully. Thank you, Sect Leader Han. Xianxia received the Elder Token delightfully. With this, he should be able to gather true Immortal Realm cultivation technique manuals and successfully push for another breakthrough. As long as he could reach the heavenly true Immortal Realm, he would be able to put up a fight even against high immortals, thus allowing him to ensure his safety. Usually, every elder is allocated their own independent residence, but for your own safety, we'll have to ask you to bear with your current residence for the time being, Han Jianxiu said awkwardly. Considering that it was their future sect leader, such treatment was unacceptable. It's fine. There's no need to worry about it, Xianxia replied calmly, paying the matter no heed at all. If he was allocated an elder's residence, it would be no different from having his identity announced. it would be hard for him not to catch anyone's attention. After dealing with this issue, Han Jianqiu hesitated for a moment before saying, "Since you are a core elder, I hope that you can avoid entering the inner disciples and core disciples' ethereal halls too often." Xianxia replied with an affirmative nod. With the token given by Kong Shi, he would not lack cultivation resources. Naturally, he would not have to earn money from those inner disciples and core disciples anymore. "I'll be taking my leave then." After asking all that had to be asked, Xianxia turned around and walked out of the Elder Council. Elder Baiyi quickly followed along to escort him back to his residence. As soon as Xianxia left the room, the surroundings turned incredibly silent. Not a single person said a word or moved at all. It was some time before Elder he finally turned to Han Jianqiu and said, "Sect leader Han, considering that Xianxia has comprehended the God Sword intent, it would be best to take him into the Palace of Sword Intent to cultivate. That way, he would be able to advance his cultivation faster. He has already met the prerequisites to do so." "But why did you?" The Palace of Sword Intent was the most elusive location of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Generations of sect leaders had tempered their sword intent at that venue in order to achieve a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm. Since Xianxia had comprehended the God's sword intent, it was a done deal that he would become the sect leader. Thus, their priority should be helping the young man advance his cultivation as quickly as possible, and the most direct route to doing so was indubitably the Palace of Sword Intent. But why did Han Jianqiu not raise the matter at all? Stored in the Palace of Sword Intent are the precious sword intents of the preceding leaders of our sect. They are there for the later generations to learn from and temper themselves. It would indeed enhance the growth of normal cultivators. But a bitter smile crept onto Han Jianqiu's lips as he continued. Xianxia has comprehended the God's sword intent, and it's likely that his conceptualization of swordsmanship has reached a level higher than our predecessors. I fear that if he enters the Palace of Sword Intent, not only will he learn nothing at all, he might even end up unintentionally destroying the place. Considering his previous track record, I think that it will be for the best to preserve the dignity of our predecessors. Elder He's eyebrows shot up. What Han Jianqiu said made perfect sense. That fellow had gone around challenging everyone that he saw. If he headed to the Palace of Sword Intent and challenged the predecessors instead of learning of them, what would become of the dignity of their predecessors? It was fortunate that sect leader Han had thought things through properly, or else, if a mishap occurred, they would not dare face their predecessors after their passing. Elder He and Elder Cho, even the sect might not necessarily be safe anymore. I'll need to trouble the two of you to keep a lookout and take care of Xianxia. He has already comprehended the God Sword intent a day after arriving here, so I believe that he might be the key to restoring the sect's glory. If it really happens, we might become an existence similar to the ethereal hall, towering above the other 5 sects. Han Jianqiu said agitatedly. While Xianxia did not seem too reliable as a human being, his strength was indeed formidable. His mastery of swordsmanship was far above theirs and anyone else on the Forsaken Continent. As long as he could advance his cultivation to the same level as the rest of them, it was likely that the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion would be able to snatch the other half of the Sun God, character from the Hall of Gods and rise above the 6 sects. There was no saying that it might even surpass the Ethereal Hall and the Hall of Gods. The possibilities were endless. Rest assured, Sect Leader Han, Elder He and Elder Cho replied with a nod. For the sect, they would do everything they could to help and protect Xianxia. After returning to Dan Xiaotian's residence, Xianxia quickly looked over Dan Xiaotian and by watching swordsmanship and gave them some pointers before returning to his room. He set up an isolation barrier around the area before taking out Kong Shi's token with a flick of his wrist. He dripped a droplet of blood on the token in order to claim ownership of it. Soon, he found out the true purpose of the token. Unlike what he had thought, this token was not an ethereal token, so he could not enter the ethereal hall through it. Rather, it was some kind of insignia. With it, if he entered any ethereal halls outside, he would be able to freely purchase any resources from the ethereal halls without spending any money at all. In other words, it was like a black card that he could swipe again and again without paying a single cent, Kong Sure was generous. I'll have to try it out when I finally leave the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, Xianxia thought as he placed it back into his storage ring. It was impossible to access external ethereal halls within the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, so he would have to leave the area in order to enjoy the benefits of endless credit. After placing the card back into his storage ring, Xianxia flicked his wrist and took out the Tongs-Hang sword that Han Jianxiu had given him. As soon as the sword appeared, slight cracks immediately appeared in the surrounding space. It was as if the fabric of the world could not withstand the tremendous energy that the sword was emanating, causing it to seem as if it was being torn apart. As expected of a heavenly high immortal artifact, its prowess was indeed formidable. The Tongs-Hang sword harumphed coldly. "Brat, it's under Han Jianxiu's orders that I have reluctantly come along with you. You are still far from strong enough to tame me, so I advise you not to waste your strength. Also, you'd better not bring me out for no reason, or else I fear that I'll lose my temper and beat you up." It felt that it was a huge humiliation for a heavenly high immortal artifact like itself to acknowledge a pseudo-immortal realm lad as its master. "You'll beat me up?" Xianxia burst into laughter. He tapped his finger lightly on the Tongs-Hang sword's blade and said, "If I'm not mistaken, you were forged by Ouyang Qingfeng, the third greatest blacksmith on the Forsaken Continent, right?" "Indeed," the Tongs-Hang sword replied proudly. Ouyang Qingfeng was a renowned blacksmith of the Forsaken Continent, and the weapons that he forged were much sought after by those in the top echelons. In his entire life, he had forged 7 high immortal artifacts, thus becoming a legend in his field. It was precisely due to this that the Tongs-Hang sword was extremely proud of its origins. Ouyang Qingfeng's sword forging technique is indeed formidable. He combined the rare Shenyang metal and oceanbed Xian crystals together, using his superior forging techniques in order to create you. However, given how valuable the materials that were used to make you are, don't you find it regrettable how you have only reached heavenly high immortal tier? Xianxia asked. The materials that were used to make the sword before him were incredibly precious on the Forsaken Continent, and the forging method was ingenious as well. With enough luck, there was a chance that the eventual product would have reached semi-divinity. It was honestly a huge pity that it had only reached heavenly high immortal tier. Only reached heavenly high immortal tier? Do you know that only a handful of semi-divinity artifacts exist across the entire continent? The conditions required to forge a semi-divinity artifact are so extreme that it's nigh impossible to succeed. Don't bother using such words to beguile me, the Tongs-Hang sword sneered. If you think that you can win me over with just a few words, don't bother. You are wasting your time. An artifact of the Tongs-Hang sword's tier had its own pride, so it would not easily acknowledge anyone as its master. Even its previous master had gone through a lot before he eventually won its recognition. Beguile? You are really thinking too much. All I am doing is stating a fact. Given the materials and forging method used to make you, the chances of you becoming a semi-divinity weapon are roughly 10%, and that's under the assumption that the conditions are perfect. Xianxia replied with a nonchalant shrug. But with me, as long as I will it, I can ensure that you'll be able to reach the semi-divinity realm with 0% chance of failure. You seem to be very confident. Sure, I'll listen to what you have in mind then, the Tongs-Hang sword replied coldly, clearly harboring no confidence in Xianxia. If it was that easy for a weapon to reach semi-divinity, there would not be so few of them on the Forsaken Continent. Even the powerful Han Jianxiu was unable to do so, so there was no way a mere pseudo-immortal realm cultivator would be able to pull it off. It's very simple. Xianxia focused his sword intent on the tip of his finger before infusing it into the Tongs-Hang sword. It was the god's sword intent that he had comprehended. Feeling the deep conceptualization behind the sword intent, the Tongs-Hang sword felt as if it had been kissed by the gods. It was a profound yet warm sensation. It exclaimed in astonishment, "You have comprehended the god's sword intent? Indeed. You should also be aware that a sword practitioner who possesses the god's sword intent wields the power to oppose even the gods. You should also know how likely you are to reach semi-divinity if I nourish you with the god's sword intent," Xianxia said. If a high immortal tier sword wished to advance to higher realms, There was no better way than for it to be nourished with sword intent. Naturally, there was no better sword intent than the powerful God's sword intent for this. I concede. It's highly likely that I will be able to reach semi-divinity under your nourishment. However, your cultivation is still too weak. I won't submit to you. The Tongs-Hang sword hesitated a little, but it still chose to turn Xianxia down. Who? At that moment, the Dongshu gourd suddenly appeared and swallowed the Tongs-Hang sword whole. Why are you wasting so much time on it? If it refuses to submit to you, just eat it. The Dongshu gourd replied in displeasure. You? Not expecting the Dongshu gourd to be so vicious as to swallow even a heavenly high immortal tier sword just like that, Xianxia anxiously whipped out his axe and struck down on the Dongshu gourd furiously. What the heck are you doing? Hurry up and spit it out. This sword was to become the trump card that would guarantee his safety. It would be a huge loss to him if it was swallowed just like that. After all, there was no way he could depend on the Dongshu gourd to protect him. It's just a lousy lump of metal, but it sure acts as if it owns the world. Why don't you just let me eat this fool? The Dongshu gourd protested with a shake of its bottom. Hurry up and spit it out. Otherwise, you won't be getting anything from me at all. Xianxia was on the verge of erupting like a fiery volcano. What the heck was with the Dongshu gourd? It was as if eating was the only thing on its mind. But as infuriated as Xianxia was with the Dongshu gourd, he was also extremely shocked by the matter. All along, he had thought that the only use of the Dongshu gourd was its bathwater. But who could have known that it would actually be capable of swallowing a high immortal artifact whole? If it was capable of pulling off such a feat, did this not mean that it was stronger than even high immortal tier artifacts? Under Xianxia's threat, the Dongshu gourd hesitated for a moment before reluctantly spitting the Tongs-Hang sword out. It had no choice but to do it after all. It knew that whatever its master gave it in the future would definitely be worth much more than this tiny little sword over here. It could at least weigh the losses and gains of a situation. Putting everything aside, just the jinchi of its master was already something that no mere sword could compete with. Who the hell are you? The spat-out Tongs-Hang sword was nearly scared out of its wits. It was a heavenly high immortal tier sword, a renowned artifact of the Forsaken Continent. But it had actually been swallowed whole by a mere gourd. To make matters worse, it had found that it was completely helpless. Just thinking about it was enough to send shivers down its glistening surface. The Dongshu gourd harumphed coldly. You piece of shit. If you don't acknowledge this lad as your master, I'll really swallow you whole and turn you into a literal piece of shit. The Tongs-Hang sword shuddered for a moment before it abruptly straightened its blade and declared, From the first time I set my sights on Master, I already knew that he's an extraordinary man who will achieve great things in the future. In that instant, I made my mind up that I would acknowledge no master other than him. I only refused earlier to test his resolve. Xianxia covered his face from sheer speechlessness. He never would have thought that a high immortal artifact could be so shameless. Xianxia quickly conducted the acknowledgement ceremony, and before long, he felt the Tongs-Hang sword coming fully under his control. It seemed like the Dongshu gourd was not just a glutton. It still had its uses after all. While the Library of Heaven's Path was able to see through the flaws of the Tongs-Hang sword, which made Xianxia confident that he would eventually be able to tame the latter, he knew that it would not have gone so smoothly if not for the threats of the Dongshu gourd. However, it seems like wielding a high immortal tier sword is still far beyond my current ability. Even with the God's sword intent, I am unable to utilize its full prowess, Xianxia thought. Only after placing the Tongs-Hang sword under his control did he realize just how frightening an existence it was. That would explain why it was so reluctant to submit to him. In comparison to the power it wielded, the strength of a pseudo-immortal was indeed not much more than an ant. With his current strength, he would not even be able to draw out 1/100th of the Tongs-Hang sword's full prowess. Nevertheless, with this sword in hand, no one beneath high immortals would be able to pose any threat to him. In fact, he might even be able to slay high immortals if he caught them off guard. With this, he finally had the means to protect himself. Keep. Xianxia placed the Tongs-Hang sword back into his storage ring. He turned to the Dongshu gourd and nodded in approval. You've done well this time around. I'll buy you some pills later on as reward for you. After appeasing the Dongshu gourd and putting it back into his dantian, Xianxia walked out of his room. From what he had gathered from Han Jianqiu earlier, it seemed like there was a good chance that Luo Ruoxin was a god. This left him feeling even more pressured. He felt an urgent need to raise his cultivation once more. It had already been 2 hours since he reached heavenly pseudo-immortal. Quite some time had passed since his last breakthrough. It was about time for him to start looking for true immortal realm cultivation technique manuals so that he could push for another breakthrough. As long as he could reach the true immortal realm with the sheer purity of the heaven's path Xinqi, the god sword intent, and the Tongshang sword, he should be able to stand on equal footing against even high immortals. So, he walked over to Bai Ruanqing and requested to borrow her aerial beast. After which, he quickly made his way over to the Elder Peak. Just like how most of the books in the Inner Disciples Library were beneath the pseudo-immortal realm, most of the books in the Core Disciples Library were beneath the true immortal realm. If he wanted to gather sufficient true immortal realm cultivation technique manuals or even that of high immortal realm, he would have to head to the Elder's Library. Upon arriving at his destination, he passed the identity token that he had obtained from Han Jianqiu over, and as the latter mentioned, he was immediately granted entry. The Elder's Library was not as large as that of the Core Disciples Library. It was only a 2-story high building with a couple of bookshelves scattered around the room. A slight frown formed on Zhang Xian's face as he swiftly glanced at the books around him. There were indeed true immortal realm cultivation technique manuals around, but it did not seem like there were too many there. It did not take him too long to collect everything into the Library of Heaven's Path. Only 600? Zhang Xian sighed. It was far from the usual 1,000 that he required to form a complete Heaven's Path divine art. Shaking his head, he proceeded up to the 2nd floor. The cultivation technique manuals of high immortals were stored there, but the quantity was even more limited. All in all, there were only 12 books. Zhang Xian found himself extremely conflicted. It was true that most cultivators only needed a single good cultivation technique manual to advance to greater heights, but he needed as many books as possible in order to perfect his Heaven's Path divine art. To be fair, the cultivation technique manuals of true immortals were incredibly rare. Aside from major sects such as the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, there was probably nowhere on the Forsaken Continent where one could find so many of them lying around, but it was still far from what Zhang Xian required. Compile. Not bearing too much hope, Zhang Xian tried putting all the true immortal realm cultivation technique manuals together. He flipped open the compiled book, and very soon, his face sank in disappointment. Just as he had thought, the compiled cultivation technique was incredibly flawed. There were shockingly 7 flaws in it. There was no way he could cultivate something as disgusting as that. It seems like I'll have to find ways to gather more true immortal realm cultivation technique manuals. Zhang Xian rubbed his glabella in distress. Most likely, he would need another 400 true immortal cultivation technique manuals in order to complement those flaws, but they would surely cost quite a hefty sum. At the very least, the Sword Pavilion coins that he had just earned would be far from sufficient. He continued walking around the library and ensured that he had taken all the books into the Library of Heaven's Path before leaving the premises with a helpless sigh. As he returned to his residence, he pondered deeply. Even in a place like the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, becoming a true immortal was enough to land one the position of an inner elder. Among the core disciples, there were not too many who had reached this level. It would be no exaggeration to say that true immortals were strong enough to become a regional powerhouse in most parts of the Forsaken Continent. Using the context of the Master-Teacher Continent, it would be equivalent to the significance of the great sages. It was perfectly normal that the cultivation technique manuals at this realm were severely lacking. It was only due to the great influence of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion that it was able to gather 600 books like that. But as long as he could not perfect his Heaven's Path divine art, he would not be able to continue cultivating. He would rather die than cultivate a technique that had 7 flaws in it. Kong sure did give me a token that allows me to acquire anything from the ethereal halls. I should be able to purchase cultivation technique manuals through it, right? Zhang Xian thought. Based on what Han Jianqiu had said, the token that he had received from Kong Shi had endless credit. Since that was the case, could he make use of it to purchase all the cultivation technique manuals that he required? He did try in the past, but it was simply too expensive for him to do so back then. However, with this token in hand, money was not a problem. With such a thought in mind, Xianxia's eyes lit up. But the next moment, his face crumbled into bitterness as he muttered, "But I'll have to leave the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion first." It went without saying that he could not use this token for the internal ethereal hall that the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion operated. He would have to head to the ethereal halls outside in order to exploit its privileges. I should do some information gathering before deciding on my next move, Xianxia thought as he finally arrived back at the residence. Seeing that Bai Wanqing had yet to leave, Xianxia walked up to her and asked, "May I know where the nearest city to the sect is? Is there an ethereal hall there? You wish to head out?" Bai Wanqing was slightly taken aback. "I do have such intentions in mind," Xianxia replied frankly. "The nearest town to the sect is called Wuxia City, and it's roughly 3,000 li away. Its name originates from its proximity to the Wuxia. It's a huge, first-tier city, so it does have an ethereal hall," Bai Wanqing replied. It's not too far away." Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. At a distance of 3,000 li, he could reach it with just 2 hours on the back of an aerial beast. It's indeed not too far away, but the sect doesn't allow disciples to leave its premises freely. There's a lot of administrative processes that one must go through before one is permitted to leave the area. In fact, depending on the nature of business, it might even require a judgment from the Elder Council. The entire process can easily take several days, Bai Wanqing explained. Several days? Xianxia frowned. Darn bureaucracy. With a deep sigh he asked, "What about elders? Are they allowed to freely leave the premises?" "They don't have such privileges. Unless they have some important business, they aren't allowed to freely leave the sect either," Bai Wanqing replied. Unless, knowing that she was a troublemaker, her grandfather, Elder Bai Yi, had made sure to pound the rules of the sect into her so that she would not get into too much trouble. Unless what? Unless they have a mission. Usually, elders and disciples who are entrusted with a mission are able to leave the sect easily, without too much trouble, Bai Wanqing replied. Mission. When inner disciples and core disciples find themselves in need of Sword Pavilion coins, they head over to the Hall of Missions. As long as they have a mission token with them, they are able to freely leave the sect without any restrictions, Bai Wanqing explained. Xianxia widened his eyes in realization. He did previously hear that it was possible to earn Sword Pavilion coins through missions, but he had found it a little too slow for his liking. "Senior uncle, if you really wish to head out, I can grab a mission and take you to Wuxia City," Bai Wanqing said. She had wanted to leave the mountain range to explore the world for a long time, but it was a pity that her grandfather had never allowed it. While she had taken on quite a few missions so far, she had never been able to travel far from the sect. However, now that she had senior uncle with her, her grandfather was unlikely to stop her. Wuxia City was an extremely prosperous city near the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. She had long heard of it and wanted to visit the area to take a look. "All right, let's head to the Hall of Missions together then." Xianxia nodded in agreement. Given his current identity, it would be incredibly inconvenient for him to take on a mission. Thus, it was better to leave it to Bai Wanqing. "Let's go!" Bai Wanqing excitedly leaped up onto the aerial beast, and the two of them swiftly made their way over to the Hall of Missions. The Hall of Missions was the place where the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion allocated missions. It would set the difficulty of mission based on the description of the request and determine the reward accordingly. Browsing through the various posters pinned on the boards, they swiftly found a couple of missions regarding Wuxia City. The missions from Wuxia City tended to be harder, but the compensation was extremely tempting. An appraisal mission from Wuxia Market with a reward of 30 Sword Pavilion coins. "Let's take this then," Xianxia said with a smile. The other mission would take up quite a bit of time and effort, whereas this one only required him to appraise several items. It should be a piece of cake for him. After completing the mission, he would have plenty of time to explore the regional ethereal hall. Senior uncle, I fear that it isn't as simple as it seems. Bai Ruanqing frowned. There's a total of 17 missions from Wuhai City, and most of them are only priced at around 20 sword pavilion coins or so. Even this one, saving the city lord's daughter, is only worth 25 sword pavilion coins. Don't you find it weird that an appraisal mission is actually worth so much? Even she, who was rarely meticulous, had noticed that something was wrong with the request. She found it hard to believe that her senior uncle had not noticed that something was wrong. It's fine, Xianxia replied with a wave of his hand. Naturally, he could tell that something was amiss. However, as long as it was something in the fields of appraisal, it should not pose a problem to him since he had the Library of Heaven's Path. Since you're confident, I'll be leaving the mission to you. I'll first say in advance that I know nothing at all about appraisal. Bai Ruanqing got straight to the point. She had close to blind admiration for this senior uncle of hers. Since the latter had no qualms about it, there should not be too much trouble. After confirming the mission that they wanted to take on, Bai Ruanqing quickly applied for it with the receptionist. Soon, she obtained the mission token. Once the mission was accomplished, it would automatically be reflected on the mission token, and the reward would be transferred over to the applicant's ethereal card. One thing to note was that there was a time restriction as well. As Wuhai City was relatively close and the mission did not involve adventuring and the like, if the mission was not completed within 3 days, one would have to pay a late compensation fee of 3 sword pavilion coins. Carrying the mission token, the two of them got back onto the aerial beast and headed straight for Wuhai City, leaving the premises of the sect. Hearing the report from the elder in front of him, Han Jianxiu pinched his glabella tightly. This future sect leader of theirs sure was one to make them worry. It was just a moment ago that he indirectly told the other party not to cause trouble within the sect. But in the blink of an eye, that fellow had already flown over to Wuhai City. Why could he not just obediently stay within the sect and cultivate patiently? The fact that he had comprehended the god's sword intent meant that his understanding of swordsmanship had already reached the peak. What he had to do right now was raise his cultivation. As long as he could reach the high immortal realm, even Han Jianxiu himself might not necessarily be a match for him. By then, he could be considered unrivaled in the Forsaken Continent then. But this fellow would not rest at all. After bullying the inner disciples, he carried on and bullied the core disciples, the elders, and eventually even the sect leader himself. Once he was done, he freaking went on to Wuhai City. Would he die if he simply gave his tendency to humblebrag a rest just for a day? Besides, even if he did not want to cultivate, he had just been given a heavenly high immortal tier sword. Surely he should cultivate some feelings with the sword so as to lay the groundwork to tame it in the future? Should we capture him and force him to cultivate? Elder He's face was also frighteningly livid. It would be best if we could bring him back. Han Jianxiu nodded before he abruptly halted. He pondered deeply for a moment before asking, how is his speed of cultivation? If he's able to reach lesser pseudo-immortal in his 20s, that means that he has his ways to advance his cultivation, right? If that's the case, we should not interfere in his plans. It might be slower, but it will at least temper his will. Comprehending the god's sword intent was dependent on one's intelligence and luck, but cultivating was centered around relentless diligence. One had to take a step at a time and travel forward steadily. The fact that the other party was able to reach the lesser pseudo-immortal realm at such a young age likely meant that he was quite a disciplined individual. Why would he become so unruly all of a sudden? Ruanqing is with him at the moment. I'll ask her, Elder Bai said. Han Jianxiu nodded in response. Elder Bai sent a message over, and it did not take long for him to receive a response. When he saw the response, he suddenly rubbed his eyes intensely, as if fearing that he was seeing things. Noticing Elder Bai's bizarre response, Han Jianxiu asked with a frown, "What's wrong?" Bai Ruanqing told me that Elder Lu Yun and the others told her that Xianxia's cultivation was only at Ancient Sage 4 Dan primary stage when he entered the sect yesterday. Elder Bai replied in bewilderment. Ancient Sage 4 Dan primary stage? Wait a minute, are you telling me that in the span of a day, He raised his cultivation from the Dimension Shatterer realm to the pseudo-immortal realm? That's an entire cultivation realm. Han Jianxiu narrowed his eyes. It was true that ancient sage Fordan was not too high a cultivation realm, but to advance a single realm in the span of a day was still a nigh impossible feat. It's not only that, according to what I have heard from Ruanqing, it seems like he has already reached the heavenly pseudo-immortal realm. Elder Bai Yi said. Heavenly pseudo-immortal realm? Everyone was stunned. It was just an hour ago that they had fought with him, and he should only have been at the lesser pseudo-immortal realm. Just when in the world did he find the time to advance his cultivation so much? Han Jianxiu pondered for a moment before instructing, "Call Elder Lu Yun over." Under the direct order of the sect leader, it did not take long for Elder Lu Yun to arrive before the Elder Council. "I want you to go through what happened back in Shenzhong City in detail," Han Jianxiu said with a wave of his hand. "Yes, sect leader Han." Elder Lu Yun swiftly explained everything that he had seen and heard in detail. "You mentioned that Xianxia allowed Dan Xiaotian to achieve a breakthrough from Great Sage 3 Dan to Ancient Sage within just an hour. Everyone was trembling so much that their wrinkled cheeks were tingling. As high immortals, they had seen far more things in the world than they would have liked. But it was completely unheard of for a cultivator to achieve a breakthrough of 2 cultivation realms within an hour. Yes, I understand how ludicrous it might sound, but I witnessed the scene personally," Elder Lu Yun said. "I am certain that Zhang Xian's cultivation realm was only at Dimension Shatterer realm primary stage then." "All right, I understand. You can rest for the day. Make sure not to speak of what has happened today to anyone else," Han Jianxiu said as he dismissed Elder Lu Yun. With his departure, the Elder Council was suddenly plunged into silence. They had thought that fellow was capable of nothing but bragging all day long, opting to neglect his cultivation. But who could have known that while causing all those incidents within the sect, he had also managed to advance his cultivation from Ancient Sage 4 Dan primary stage to the heavenly pseudo-immortal realm. Such a rate of advancement, even the founder of the sect would be pouring down buckets of cold sweat when compared with him. "This?" An elder suddenly broke the silence. "Should we capture him then?" It was just a moment ago that Han Jianxiu and Elder he had been discussing plans to drag Zhang Xian back so as to stop him from messing around and force him to cultivate properly. Yet, in the end, it turned out that Zhang Xian's rate of cultivation was far more frightening than they had thought. In comparison, it felt like they were mere snails. So, should they go ahead and capture him? The reason he can cultivate so quickly must be because he has his own way of cultivating. Let's put that matter aside for the time being. Han Jianxiu pondered for a moment before instructing, "Elder Cho, I want you to follow him discreetly. Make sure that he doesn't notice you, and you must guarantee his safety by any means." "Understood." "Yes, sect leader Han." Elder Cho clasped his fist before quickly leaving the Elder Council. Once again, silence descended upon the Elder Council as they tried to reassess the current situation. To be honest, the shock that their future sect leader had brought them was truly tremendous. An invincible swordsmanship paired with an invincible rate of cultivation. Just how many more surprises were in wait for them? It seems like he has a really strong understanding of saber arts as well. He was able to even suppress my sword intent easily, Elder Bai Yi remarked as he recalled what had happened earlier today. "He suppressed your sword intent with his saber intent? Tell me more about it," Han Jianxiu said. The others quickly turned their gazes over as well. It did not take long for Elder Bai Yi to go through what had happened earlier in detail. Everyone was rendered speechless once more. Sword arts? Formations? Saber arts? How was that fellow capable in everything? "Bring Dan Xiaotian here," Han Jianxiu ordered. Very soon, Dan Xiaotian was brought before the Elder Council. "Tell me honestly, the sword toss that you specialize in, did you learn that from Zhang Xian?" Han Jianxiu asked. Knowing that it was impossible for him to hide the matter anymore, Dan Xiaotian decided to come clean. "That's right. Even though I claim that he's my friend to others, in truth, he's my teacher." "Just as I thought," Han Jianxiu nodded. "Since that's the case, I want you to use that sword toss against us so that we can test its prowess. Ah? To be honest with you, I have only studied under my teacher for several hours, and the knowledge that I was able to absorb from him is quite limited as well. However, if you wish, sect leader Han, I'm still willing to give it a try, Dan Xiaotian said hesitantly. Several hours? I see. Don't worry, we'll go easy on you, Han Jianxiu said with a smile. 3 minutes later, the doors to the Elder Council opened and out came Dan Xiaotian. Within the room, Han Jianxiu, Elder He, and the others had a sword each on their head. While their vitals were not hurt, the sword still managed to scrape their skin, causing blood to ooze from the tops of their heads. The crowd reached out to pluck the swords from their heads as the room fell silent once more. A very long time later, Han Jianxiu's hoarse voice sounded. He has only learned from Xianxia for several hours, but we already aren't a match for him. It almost sounded as if he was going to burst into tears. Based on what they had heard from Dan Xiaotian, it seemed like he had known next to nothing about swordsmanship prior to meeting Xianxia, but after several hours of teaching, they were no match for him. As for Bai Ruanqing, she had only learned from him for an hour now, but she was practically unrivaled among the core disciples. Was this not a little too exaggerated? Why did it feel like all their cultivation over the years had been nothing but mindless meandering? The atmosphere within the Elder Council grew so heavy that it was getting rather tough to breathe. Shall we ask him to teach us after he gets back from that mission? Elder He asked hesitantly. They knew that Xianxia had comprehended the god's sword intent, but they had thought that he was only adept in a single type of swordsmanship. In terms of overall comprehension of swordsmanship, that fellow should not have been able to compete with them. After all, they had immersed themselves in the profound world of swordsmanship for countless years. But from the looks of it, they could not have been any more wrong than that. As depressing as it was to them, they knew that it signified an opportunity as well. If they could put their pride aside and humbly request for his teaching, they might be able to make significant advancements in the way of the sword. Very well, we shall request for his lessons after he returns from his mission. Han Jianxiu nodded deeply, oblivious to the fact that his fake cultivation had already been exposed by Ruanqing. At that very moment, Xianxia was staring at the immense city before him in agitation. As expected of the largest city in the vicinity of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. In terms of its scale, it would not pale in comparison to even the capital of conferred empires. Stretching over a span of 2,000 li, the massive city was protected by layers of ingenious formations. Experts could easily be spotted here and there, hinting at the terrifying military power of the city. The city lord of Wuhai City is a high immortal, and he's said to be no weaker than my grandfather, Bai Ruanqing explained. Even though she had never been there before, she had already built a mental image of what it would be like based on the stories that she had heard from her grandfather. So she was not particularly surprised by what she was seeing. High immortal? Xianxia nodded slowly. It was no wonder that it was able to become a first-tier city on the Forsaken Continent. Just the strength of the city lord was enough draw talents and powerful cultivators in laying the groundwork required for a prosperous city. Most likely, there should be plenty of true immortals in the city as well. That's right. Bai Ruanqing nodded before turning to look at Xianxia grimly. As such, even though we are disciples of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, we have to make sure to tread carefully. Where many experts gathered, there were bound to be politics and factional rivalries. Things could turn out horribly if one accidentally crossed one of the powerhouses in the city. Then, Senior Uncle, will we be heading to Wuhai Market right now to complete the appraisal mission? Bai Ruanqing asked curiously. There's no hurry for that. Where can we acquire an ethereal token here? Let's pay a visit to the local ethereal hall first, Xianxia said with a smile. You wish to enter the ethereal hall? Bai Ruanqing did not think that her senior uncle would be so anxious regarding this matter. She pondered for a moment before nodding. All right then. In any case, they had 3 days to finish their mission, so there should not be any trouble. Besides, they were out there to explore the region. Given their wealth, it was inconsequential whether they accomplished the mission or not. Bai Ruanqing quickly took out a map and scanned it carefully before directing her aerial beast accordingly. Roughly 30 minutes later, they arrived before a towering building. It was the Wuhai branch of the Ethereal Hall. The local currency in Wuhai City is similar to the ethereal coin used back in Xinjiang City, just that its value is greater. As the value of the local currency has been pegged to our Sex Sword Pavilion coin in a 1-to-1 ratio, it's possible to purchase resources here using Sword Pavilion coins, Bai Ruanqing explained with a smile. Hearing that, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He was still worrying that he would have to find some way to earn some money in order to purchase an ethereal token, but it seemed like his worries were unfounded. He had plenty of Sword Pavilion coins with him, so purchasing an ethereal token should not be too much of a problem for him. The two of them quickly headed over to the front receptionist. The price of the ethereal token differs according to its tier. It's 20 ethereal coins for Ancient Sage 4 Dan, 200 ethereal coins for the Lesser Pseudo-Immortal Realm, and 2,000 ethereal coins for the True Immortal Realm, the receptionist explained. The prices were slightly cheaper than that of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. We'll buy 2 Lesser Pseudo-Immortal Realm ethereal tokens, Xianxia said as he transferred 400 Sword Pavilion coins over through his ethereal card. Receiving the money, the receptionist quickly passed 2 jade tokens over and said, "Do you two need a room, too? There are silent chambers over there. They cost an ethereal coin every 2 hours. Xianxia requested a single room. After making payment, he quickly headed over into the room with Bai Ruanqing. Already familiar with how the ethereal token worked, it did not take long before they entered the ethereal hall. The layout of the ethereal hall was similar to the branch in reality, which left one feeling slightly taken aback. Shaking off that bizarre feeling, Xianxia proceeded to the front receptionist and revealed the token that he had obtained from Kong Shi. "Can you show me what I can purchase with this?" The receptionist took the token, and a moment later, her eyes widened in shock. "Esteemed guest, this way please. I'm afraid that the value of your token is too great, so I have to invite my superior over to serve you personally." Xianxia and Bai Ruanqing were swiftly led to a spacious room, and a moment later, an elder rushed in with an anxious look on his face. "I am an elder of Wuhai City's Ethereal Hall. I have seen your token, and it's definitely an insignia bestowed personally by our hall master. It entitles you to the right to purchase any cultivation resources required for you to advance your cultivation without incurring any cost." The elder bowed deeply as he presented the token back to Xianxia. This token could be said to be a physical representation of their hall master himself, so they had to show the utmost respect to the person who carried it. As such, the elder dared not display the slightest discourtesy to the person before him despite his young age. Seeing that the token was indeed real, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. With a smile, he said, "Since that's the case, I would like you to bring me 100 superior immortal pills." After reaching the heavenly pseudo-immortal realm, he realized that standard immortal pills were no longer effective in advancing his cultivation anymore. If he wanted to further his cultivation, he would need to acquire superior immortal pills at the very least. At the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, each superior immortal pill was valued at a whopping 20,000 Sword Pavilion coins. Despite the huge wealth that he had accrued thus far, it would dry out swiftly if he spent his money on it. 100 superior immortal pills? The eyebrows of the elder shot up. Superior immortal pills are invaluable cultivation resources that are sought after by even high immortals. I fear that our Wuhai City Ethereal Hall doesn't have the means to bring out so many of them. How many of them do you have then? Xianxia asked. I'd say roughly 20 of them. The elder paused for a moment before continuing. If you aren't in any hurry, we should be able to gather the required amount within 3 days. All right then. Bring me the 21st and begin preparing the rest, Xianxia instructed. He knew that using this token would not be exactly free. Even though he shared the same origin as Kong Shi, he was not so naive as to think that the latter would express such generosity to him without expecting anything in return. Most likely, he would have to repay this favor somehow in the future. However, what was more important for him at the moment was to advance his cultivation. After speaking to Han Jianxiu, he knew that he was in a precarious position, so he had to strengthen himself and secure his position in the Forsaken Continent as soon as possible. "Yes, I understand," the elder replied before quickly left the area. Sometime later, he returned with a storage ring in hand. He passed the storage ring over to Xianxia, and with a deep bow, he asked once more, "Esteemed guest, may I know if there's anything else you require? I would like to browse through the true immortal realm cultivation technique manuals. May I know if this token will allow me to purchase them?" Xianxia asked. "This token can only be used to purchase consumables that would aid in the advancement of your cultivation. I fear that it's impossible for you to purchase books with it." At this point, the elder suddenly thought of something, so he quickly added, "Furthermore, the consumables you have purchased cannot be resold. If you are found to have broken this rule, the privileges of your token will be permanently revoked." Hearing those words, Xianxia shook his head bitterly. When he heard the elder using the term cultivation resources, he had already had a hunch that he would not be allowed to purchase cultivation technique manuals with the token. Nevertheless, he could not help but feel a little disappointed when hearing it directly. Other than cultivation technique manuals, there was nothing that Xianxia really needed anymore, so he could only back out of the ethereal hall. Using the teleportation token on the ethereal token, he withdrew the superior immortal pills. The superior immortal pills were indeed overflowing with concentrated spiritual energy. One could feel tremendous energy pulsating from them, giving one a feeling of incredible richness. In comparison, standard immortal pills did seem to pale far in comparison. Here, Xianxia casually tossed a superior immortal pill over to Bai Ruanqing. "Thank you, senior uncle." Bai Ruanqing's face reddened in agitation. She had only seen superior immortal pills in her grandfather's place, but due to their immense value, she had never used one before. Looking at it with a leaping heart, she opened her mouth and swallowed it whole. Goo. The pill melted in her body, releasing an incredible surge of spiritual energy. Her eyes narrowed in astonishment as her body trembled uncontrollably from the sheer energy. Sweat was raining down from her body. Noticing the anomalies in her condition, Xianxia asked with a frown, "What's wrong?" "Senior uncle, the spiritual energy in the superior immortal pill is simply too concentrated. I can't handle it," Bai Ruanqing cried out with a pale face. Even the spiritual energy within a single standard immortal pill would take her quite a while to assimilate, let alone that from a superior immortal pill. It was similar to attempting to stuff an entire car into the mouth of a baby. It would be a wonder if the latter did not explode. At this moment, she finally understood why her grandfather had never allowed her to use a superior immortal pill before. It was not because he could not bear the price, but because it would be a huge waste of resources given her lesser true immortal realm cultivation, and if things went wrong, her life would be at risk. "Ah!" A cry of agony sounded from Bai Ruanqing's lips. Due to the overwhelming energy gathered within her body, some traces of it were leaking out from her acupoints. Her face reddened as her body inflated like a balloon, seemingly ready to explode to any moment. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. He has not expected to encounter such a situation. He had only given the superior immortal pill to Bai Ruanqing in order to repay her for doing him this favor, and he had not thought that such a situation would occur. If Bai Ruanqing really exploded from eating the superior immortal pill that he had given to her, how was he supposed to explain this to Elder Bai Yi in the future? "Hurry up! Execute a battle technique!" Xianxia roared in command. Knowing how critical the situation was, Bai Ruanqing immediately gritted her teeth and forced herself to display a sword art. With a quick glance, Xianxia's consciousness immediately dived into the Library of Heaven's Path to view the book that was compiled on her. A frown swiftly formed on his forehead. It seems like the only way out of this is for her to swiftly cultivate the rampaging spiritual energy and convert it into Jinqi, Xianxia thought. This way, she will be able to place it under her control and deposit it safely into her dantian. Given Bai Ruanqing's current condition, it was too hard to release the energy from her body. The buildup was too great for Xianxia to guarantee that he would be able to facilitate the flow of energy out of her body safely. The safest way was for her to assimilate the spiritual energy into her body. However, the current issue was that she was limited by her own cultivation technique. Ordinary cultivation techniques were like a straw. No matter how much one tried to suck water out of an ocean using a straw, it would not make much of a difference. So, what was most important was finding a sufficiently powerful cultivation technique for Bai Ruanqing so that she could swiftly place the rampaging spiritual energy under her control. It seems like I'll have to take her in as my student. Xianxia sighed helplessly. It was fine to him that Bai Ruanqing had learned a couple of sword arts from him without acknowledging him as her master. It simply was not of much concern to him. However, the same could not be said about the Heaven's Path divine art. It was one of his greatest secrets, and he would not allow the slightest bit of negligence concerning it. As such, he had already made up his mind to only impart the simplified versions of the Heaven's Path divine art to his direct disciples. While Bai Ruanqing was reckless at times, he could tell that she was still a kind person at heart. She would not waver on her own principles, and once she had found a goal, she would work tenaciously toward it. As such, he was not too reluctant to take her in as his direct disciple. The true immortal realm Heaven's Path divine art has 7 flaws at the moment. While it's hard for me to cultivate something like that, it is at least much better than what she was cultivating previously, Xianxia thought. While the true immortal realm Heaven's Path divine art still was not perfect, it was at least a complete cultivation technique. In terms of quality, it was on par with the simplified Heaven's Path divine art that he had imparted to his other direct disciples thus far. Of course, it was not that he did not want to impart the perfected Heaven's Path divine arts to his direct disciples, but he was the only one who could cultivate them in the entire world. Without any hesitation, Xianxia quickly sent a telepathic message to Bai Ruanqing. I can resolve your current crisis, but you have to acknowledge me as your teacher before I can impart the cultivation technique of my lineage to you. Student Bai Ruanqing pays respect to teacher. Bai Ruanqing immediately kneeled onto the floor and cried out. She had long wanted to acknowledge Xianxia as her teacher, but the latter had never expressed anything regarding that matter, so she had been unable to find an opportunity to broach the subject. As such, when this opportunity presented itself before her, she delightfully grasped it without any hesitation. Good. This is my cultivation technique. Practice it well. After accepting Bai Ruanqing's bow, Xianxia swiftly modified the Heaven's Path divine art to suit her constitution before imparting it into her mind. At the same time, he whipped out innumerable silver needles and infused them with Heaven's Path Xinqi before inserting them all over her body. Gugugugu. The rampaging spiritual energy swiftly calmed down under the Heaven's Path Xinqi's guidance, thus alleviating the excruciating pain from the energy inflation that Bai Ruanqing was suffering from. This cultivation technique. Bai Ruanqing swiftly browsed through the cultivation technique that she had just been imparted, and she could not help but narrow her eyes in amazement. This cultivation technique was fundamentally similar to what she had been practicing at the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion all along, but it was much more profound and powerful. If the spiritual energy that she could absorb after driving her old cultivation technique was nothing more than a small trickling stream, with this new cultivation technique, she could foresee her capacity expanding to that of a raging river. Knowing that this cultivation technique would be able to save her life, she quickly closed her eyes and began practicing it. Her cultivation immediately began soaring. Lesser true immortal. Greater true immortal. Earthly true immortal. 6 hours had passed, and her cultivation progressed without the slightest resistance until it finally reached heavenly true immortal. Since you have become my student, you have to heed my instructions from now on, Xianxia said solemnly. Also, you mustn't impart the cultivation technique I have just taught you to anyone else, and this includes Elder Bai Yi. Are you able to do that? Yes, I can. Bai Ruanqing nodded anxiously. The fact that a golden page had formed meant that Bai Ruanqing was sincerely thankful to him and was unlikely to leak his secrets, so he was not too worried. The concept of lineage was important in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion as well. A student was expected to follow their teacher's words, and the debt of nurturing was something that must never be forgotten. Good. I'll need to head out for a while. You should remain here to reinforce your cultivation. Xianxia said, following which he opened the door and left the room. He had managed to acquire the superior immortal pills required for him to advance his cultivation. So what he had to do now was find more true immortal realm cultivation technique manuals to perfect his heaven's path divine art. The current destination that he had in mind was the Wuxia market, as he thought that it might be possible for the books that he required to be on sale there. Of course, these books were likely to be pricey, but he did not need to buy the books, just collect them into the library of Heaven's Path. He had looked at the map beforehand, so he knew that the Wuxia market was located nearby. Even without riding on an aerial beast, it only took him an hour of leisurely strolling in order to reach his destination. As expected of a market in a first-tier city, the Wuxia market was bustling with huge crowds. It was already teeming with people even before making his way in. The first floor was filled with normal vendors, selling stuff like medicinal herbs, precious ores, weapons, and the like. After taking a swift look around, Xianxia shook his head in disappointment. There were simply too many counterfeit products. Even without using the Library of Heaven's Path, he could see through them easily. Furthermore, most of them were below pseudo-immortal tier, so they were of no use to him at all. Xianxia walked up to a vendor and passed a sword pavilion coin over. "May I know if there are any places here that sell cultivation technique manuals?" "The cultivation technique manuals are usually sold at auction," the vendor hurriedly replied, accepting the coin in delight. A single sword pavilion coin was enough for him to live comfortably for a month. The cultivation technique manuals don't have to be particularly profound. Ordinary ones would do as well, Xianxia added. The cultivation technique manuals that needed to be auctioned were bound to be invaluable. But to him, whether a cultivation technique was high-tier or rare did not matter at all. What he needed was quantity, not quality. Of course, there was no doubt that higher-quality cultivation techniques had fewer flaws, which meant that they could more easily perfect his Heaven's Path divine art. However, the issue with that was that their numbers were too limited, so it was simply not worth the time sourcing for them, and their prices were scarily exorbitant. Ordinary cultivation techniques too? Well, there are plenty of those over there at the Boundless Knowledge Pavilion. With just a single sword pavilion coin, you can read all the books you want in there. However, the cultivation technique manuals there are quite ordinary, such that even I won't cultivate them. Most of us go there to read those kinds of books instead. The vendor replied with a knowing smile. Considering how the person before him could casually tip him a single sword pavilion coin, it was likely that he was an inner disciple or even a core disciple. If so, his expectations on cultivation techniques were bound to be very high. Considering how the cultivation technique manuals in the Boundless Knowledge Pavilion could not even catch the eye of a fake medicine peddler like him, there was no way that the other party would be interested in them. Most likely, the cultivation techniques that this young man spoke of were referring to something else. Xianxia was perplexed by the mysterious smile the vendor was directing toward him, but he still waved his hand and said, "Take me over to take a look." "All right." The vendor chuckled a little as he quickly led the way. Soon, as they arrived before a bookstore, the vendor gestured and said, "We have arrived." Xianxia took a brief glance inside, and there were indeed many different books on display. Cultivation technique manuals, battle technique manuals, old newspapers and magazines, notebooks and diaries. Of course, there was also those stuff that the vendor was referring to, which made Xianxia immediately comprehend the meaning behind the vendor's earlier licentious smile. The covers of those books were particularly eye-catching, such that they seemed to leap out at those passing the bookstore. Xianxia passed a single sword pavilion coin over and walked in. He quickly swept through the contents on the shelves, and it did not take him long to collect all the cultivation technique manuals. A moment later, he shook his head bitterly. There was a huge number of cultivation technique manuals, but they were all of pseudo-immortal realm and below. There was not a single true immortal realm cultivation technique manual, so of course, those books did nothing to resolve the flaws in his Heaven's Path divine art. Thus, Xianxia left with bookstore with a gloomy look on his face. How was it? Those cultivation techniques are horrible, aren't they? The vendor, who had yet to leave, asked. If you want higher-tier cultivation techniques, there's indeed one way to acquire them. Oh, Not too long ago, the Wuxia market auction acquired a treasure. They brought many appraisers in, but none of them were able to ascertain what it was. If someone is able to accurately appraise exactly what the treasure is, they will be specially authorized to enter the auction's treasury and choose any cultivation technique manual they wish, the vendor said in a hushed voice. A treasure. Xianxia was stunned. That reminded him of the mission that he had taken on before coming over to Wuxia City. If he had known that there was actually such an opportunity involved, he would have come way earlier. Nevertheless, it was still better to clarify the matter lest he was disappointed like he had been before. So he asked, "It sounds like the auction has an impressive collection of cultivation technique manuals. Do you know if they have any true immortal realm cultivation technique manuals?" Of course. The Wuxia market auction has 500 years of history, and the strongest expert they employ to guard the treasures are already at the half-high immortal realm. They are bound to have plenty of true immortal realm cultivation technique manuals, the vendor exclaimed vehemently. Then he looked around him before lowering his voice slightly. There are often auctions where cultivation technique manuals are sold, and based on my guesses, I think that the Wuxia market auction has secretly been making copies of them. The auction house did not have the right to make copies of the cultivation technique manuals that their clients were selling, so the Wuxia market auction had to be doing this behind their clients' back. However, under the rules of the auction, the items that were sold during the auction would have to be placed under the custody of the auction house prior to the auctioning, so there was no way the client would know or verify whether a copy had been made. According to what the vendor was saying, it seemed like making copies of cultivation technique manuals had already become one of the implicit rules within the auction house. It was just that no one was willing to point it out. Hearing those words, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, it was good news that the auction house had true immortal realm cultivation technique manuals. It was truly good luck that they had taken on the appraisal mission. After confirming the location of the auction house, Xianxia bade the vendor farewell before quickly making his way over. "Do you have an invitation letter?" At the entrance of the auction hall, Xianxia was halted by a guard. "I am a disciple from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, and I have taken on the mission of the Wuxia market to appraise its artifact," Xianxia said as he took out his mission token. The guard took a look at the mission token before bowing deeply. "Welcome. This way, please." The Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion was one of the 6 sects, and Wuxia City happened to be under its jurisdiction. On top of that, it was a known fact that the sect only took in top-notch geniuses as their disciples. Naturally, the guard would dare not be discourteous to Xianxia. Under the guard's lead, Xianxia entered a room. Within the room, there was an old man standing before an artifact, examining it closely. "Elder He, this young man over here is a disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. He has come here to take on the appraisal mission," the guard reported to the old man. "Let him wait there for a moment." Without even turning around, Elder He continued examining the artifact before him with an agitated look on his face. With a slight frown, Xianxia assessed the old man who was addressed as Elder He carefully. The latter appeared to be in his 60s, and the aura that he emanated felt heavy and powerful. He was a high immortal realm expert. The artifact before him was a sculpture of roughly a chi tall. It was painted with beautifully contrasting colors that accentuated its aesthetics. Just accounting for the painting skills, it was definitely the work of someone who was as competent as a 9-star painter of the master-teacher continent. Xianxia could not really recognize what it was, but he could feel a fleeting aura from it that felt serene and calming. "Wonderful! Wonderful!" Elder He could not help but exclaim in delight. Not too far away, a smile slowly formed on a middle-aged man's lips as he saw Elder He's reaction. With a respectful tone, he asked, "Elder He, may if I know if it's authentic?" "Based on my appraisal, this sculpture was indeed left behind by High Immortal Du He. He used the Comheart stone to carve the sculpture, so if one uses it at the core of a formation, it could be used to bring serenity to one's mind, so one need not worry about facing inner demons during one's cultivation," Elder He said with a smile. "You have my deepest thanks, Elder He." Hearing that the sculpture was indeed authentic, the middle-aged man delightfully raised his hand. and a subordinate quickly walked up and passed a bag of jingling ethereal coins over. Auction Master Wang. You are too courteous, Elder, he said. No, it's only right for me to offer this to you. I have troubled you to appraise for me, Elder he. So this is just a small sum that represents my appreciation for your help. The middle-aged man addressed as Auction Master Wang quickly replied. Following which, he walked up to the sculpture and carefully stored it in a cushioned container, intending to move it somewhere else. Seeing this, Xianxia could not help but shake his head. However, he chose not to say a word. At the same time, after finishing his appraisal, Elder he turned around and saw that it was a young man behind him. In that instant, a slight frown could be seen between his brows. Are you the disciple from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion who took on the mission? Xianxia nodded. May I know what treasure you wish for me to appraise? He could not be bothered to waste his breath on things that did not involve him. Right now, he just wanted to quickly finish his appraisal so that he could access his books. No need to hurry, Elder, he said as he took a seat in a nearby chair. He lifted his teacup and took a sip before turning to look at Xianxia with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Disciples of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion are formidable in their swordsmanship. There is no denying that. However, their appraisal skills seem to be sorely lacking. 2 of your peers came not too long ago, but they couldn't discern anything at all, so I kicked them out. Are you here to give it a try, too? If you don't have any capability, I advise you say so now so that we don't waste each other's time. It would be troublesome for me and humiliating for you if we had to do this the hard way. Those words cast a slight shadow over Xianxia's eyes. It was clear that the other party was making light of him. I know that my words might not sound nice, but I'm sure that there's some truth to my words. I have heard much about how talented the disciples of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion are, but I'm afraid that your expertise stops at swordsmanship. I'll have to humbly ask you not to insult us appraisers. Elder, he shook his head. He waved his hand and said, Yuan Qing, take these 2 sword pavilion coins, give them to that young man over there, and invite him to leave. I don't need anyone causing any undue trouble here. Yes. The guard who had brought Xianxia in took 2 sword pavilion coins from Elder He's hands and passed them over to Xianxia. Here. Paying no heed to the guard's actions at all, Xianxia looked at Elder He deeply and scoffed. Causing undue trouble? He did not want to get involved in unnecessary matters. But this fellow just had to stretch his face over for him to slap. Did the other party's cheek feel itchy or something? He walked over to the middle-aged man, who was in the midst of packing the sculpture, and said, Friend, I advise you not to take this item with you just yet. Oh! Auction Master Wang stopped his actions and turned to look at Xianxia with a perplexed frown. He had heard the conversation between the 2 of them, and while Elder he did not fear offending the disciples of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, he was not so audacious. I'd just like to give you a word of warning. The item in your hands isn't an artifact from High Immortal Duhe at all. Nor is it a sculpture made out of Calmheart stone. If you use it as the core of a formation, it won't take long for your cultivation to go berserk. Xianxia remarked calmly. What do you mean by that? I just appraised the artifact, and it was certainly left behind by High Immortal Duhe. Do you have any questions about the results of my appraisal? Elder He's face darkened. He had been appraising for over 100 years, and he had hardly made any mistakes to date. Yet, a 20-year-old man dared challenge his judgment? Naive. Questions about the results of your appraisal? Xianxia shook his head with a pitiable smile on his face. No, I just have 2 words for it. Utter bullshit. If Auction Master Wang really listens to your words here, he will surely lose his life within 3 days. Audacious! Elder He's face reddened in fury. He had been the chief appraiser of this auction house for nearly 100 years, and the artifacts that he had looked at numbered at least 8,000. Even if his knowledge was lacking from time to time, his appraisals had never been too far off the mark. Yet, this young man was actually saying that Auction Master Wang would die within 3 days if he believed his words. There was no greater insult to his professionalism than this. You are the one who is audacious. You were hired to appraise an artifact, but an error you have made ended up putting your client's life at risk. You should know the consequences of that, right? Xianxia replied coldly. Having read through the books of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, he had learned quite a bit about the occupations in the Azure. While the appraiser occupation did not have a specific heritage, unlike the master-teacher continent, and there was no particular guild managing it, there were still some strict conventions surrounding the occupation. If an appraiser made a mistake, not only would they lose their reputation, they might even be demanded to pay a huge compensation fee, which could bankrupt them. In extreme cases, the appraiser might even be dealt with through the law. With the current situation, if someone lost their life as a result of Elder He's appraisal error, he might be stripped of his cultivation and banished from the land. Utter nonsense. Hearing the words of the young man, Elder He's face warped in fury. He flung the sleeves of his robe and bellowed, "Do you know the consequences of attempting to besmirch an appraiser's reputation? I demand that you give me an explanation right now. Otherwise, even if I have to make a scene before sect leader Han, I'll make sure that you are severely punished for the lies you dared spout about me." Considering how important reputation was to appraisers, it was also a convention in the Azure that those who dared carelessly besmirch the reputation of an appraiser would be severely dealt with. These conventions were made out of necessity for fear that the markets would fall into turmoil, so they were acknowledged by most cultivators of the Azure. As such, even a disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion would have to be severely punished if he dared infringe it. Besmirching an appraiser's reputation? A playful smile crept onto Xianxia's lips, and he shook his head. "We'll see." Meanwhile, Auction Master Wang was a little conflicted about the situation before him. He could not afford to offend this young man or the esteemed Elder He, which placed him in a terribly difficult position. "You mentioned that my teacher has erred in his appraisal, but are you able to prove it? If you can't prove me, that will leave us no choice but to suspect that you are intentionally sullying my teacher's reputation." The guard named Yuan Qing cried out indignantly. He was apprehensive of confronting a disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, but he could not watch by the side as his teacher was being insulted by another man. "Don't worry. That's what I'm just about to do." Xianxia chuckled softly. He turned to Auction Master Wang and asked, "Do you have any test rats or the like here?" Similar to the pill sample beast on the master-teacher continent, there were also creatures in the Azure that could be used to test the effects of certain medicine on living beings. As an auction house, there was bound to be something of the sort there for appraisal purposes. "We do have some." Yuan Qing was the one who replied. He looked at his teacher, and seeing the lack of reaction from the latter, he quickly backed out of the room. Soon enough, he returned with a rabbit-like Saint Beast in his hand. It was only at Saint Wundan, which was equivalent to the strength of a powerless child in the Azure. Seeing that what he needed had been prepared, Xianxia turned to Auction Master Wang and smiled. "Pardon me, but may I trouble you to bring your sculpture out once more?" Auction Master Wang hesitated for a moment, but he eventually followed Xianxia's instructions. Without touching the sculpture at all, Xianxia took out a brush and calmly drew out a bizarre pattern in the surroundings. Taking Xianxia's actions into sight, Elder He was stunned for a moment before he suddenly burst out laughing. "Isn't that the calming heart formation? You are intending to create the formation using a brush." He immediately understood Xianxia's intentions as soon as he recognized those bizarre patterns. The latter was simply trying to construct a calming heart formation on the spot to test the validity of his appraisal. Just that, setting up a calming heart formation required formation flags and all kinds of treasures. What could mere brush and ink possibly do? What a joke! The effects will be reduced through an ink formation. Otherwise, I fear that this Saint Beast won't even last a single breath, Xianxia remarked impassively. It did not take long for him to complete his formation, and he quickly threw his brush back into his storage ring. With a light tap, he infused his Jinqi into the calming heart formation. Wang! The brilliant light glowed from the ink formation, and it swiftly engulfed the sculpture as well, turning it into the heart of the formation. In an instant, a calming energy rippled within the perimeters of the formation. Without a doubt, cultivating in such an atmosphere would surely enhance one's rate of cultivation significantly. This, Elder, he did not think that the other party would actually successfully create the calming heart formation with just a brush and ink, and his eyebrows shot up in astonishment. Even the cultivator, who was the most skilled in formations there, would not be able to pull off a feat like that. Just how deep an understanding did the young man have regarding the formation, the surroundings, and the sculpture in order to pull this off? This would not have worked if there was even a single error. At that moment, he suddenly felt an ominous premonition. On the other hand, after the formation was activated, Xianxia turned to Yuan Qing and said, "I'll have to trouble you to place the Saint Beast into the formation." Yuan Qing quickly headed forward and placed the rabbit in his hand into the formation. Under the effects of the calming energy, the slightly agitated rabbit swiftly calmed down. Soon, its eyelids drooped down, and it seemed like it would fall asleep at any moment. "Didn't you say that the sculpture is fake?" Seeing the current state of the rabbit, Elder he harumphed in glee. Through his appraisal, he had deduced that the sculpture complemented well with the calming heart formation, and it would accentuate its effects. Yet, this fellow accused him of lying and even claimed that doing so would place one in danger. The rabbit in the formation was proving that his words were right. "There's no hurry. Just enjoy the show." Xianxia chuckled softly as he turned around and took a seat on a nearby chair. Making himself at home, he turned to Qing Yuan and said, "Brew me a pot of tea." Qing Yuan clenched his fists tightly. "Go on." Elder he looked at Xianxia with narrowed eyes, but he still gestured for Qing Yuan to do as the young man had said with a wave of his hand. While he was not terribly fond of the young man before him, the latter was still a disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. At his teacher's command, Yuan Qing quickly left the room and brought a pot of tea back. Xianxia sipped on it calmly as he waited patiently. Roughly an hour later, the sleeping rabbit finally opened its eyes, and it seemed to be a little agitated. "What's happening?" Elder he was stunned. Under normal circumstances, any beast that was placed in the perimeter of the calming heart formation would remain absolutely silent. The fact that it was starting to get a little agitated showed that something was off. "Who?" The rabbit abruptly rose to its feet, and with reddened eyes, it leaped straight toward the sculpture before it. "Gotcha!" Crashing right into the sculpture, its stubby legs twitched a little before it finally breathed its last. "Gotcha!" The teacup that Auction Master Wang was holding was crushed into bits as tea seeped through the cracks between his fingers. With a livid voice, he asked, "Elder he, what's going on?" He could almost see himself in the place of the dead rabbit in the formation. If he had really cultivated using that sculpture, that might have been his outcome. Elder he was also stunned by the sight before him. Nothing should have been wrong based on his appraisal. Why would such a situation occur? There was completely no chance for the disciple from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion to have tampered with the formation under their close watch. All the latter did was draw the calming heart formation. It was true that the way in which the formation was set up was a little bizarre, but there was definitely nothing wrong with the formation. In other words, the rabbit's death was related to the sculpture. Seeing that Elder he did not have an answer for him, Auction Master Wang turned his gaze upon the young man in the room. "What's going on? You wish to know the reason?" Xianxia asked with a mysterious smile. "That's right." Auction Master Wang nodded. This was simply too terrifying. He had paid such a hefty sum to purchase this sculpture so that he could calm his mind and dispel himself of his inner demons. Yet such a matter actually happened instead. Unless he made sense out of it, there was no way that he would dare use the sculpture ever again. "If you want to know the reason, you just have to lift the sculpture up," Xianxia said. "All right," Auction Master Wang replied as he picked the sculpture up. Even though the Saint Beast had crashed into it earlier, it did not leave the slightest scratch on it due to its overwhelming resilience. "Lift it over your head," Xianxia instructed. Thus, Auction Master Wang lifted it even higher. "Now, with all of your strength, smash it on the ground," Xianxia said. "Smash it on the ground?" Auction Master Wang was stunned. It was true that the sculpture was exceptionally resilient due to being forged of calm heart stone, but it would still shatter if one threw it on the ground forcefully. This was something that he had spent a huge portion of his savings on. How could he smash it like that? Indeed. Don't you want to know what it is? Smash it. Xianxia replied nonchalantly as he sipped on his tea. If you can't bear to part with it, you can take it back home and use it just as Elder He said. Auction Master Wang's eyes twitched. By the side, Elder He's body also stiffened up. He wanted to refute Xianxia's words, but he was unable to find any words to say. With the rabbit smashing its head against the sculpture, who would dare use it anymore? If you still aren't able to explain it after it's shattered, are you going to compensate Auction Master Wang for his losses? Elder He asked. If I explain it, are you going to compensate Auction Master Wang? Xianxia asked. If your explanation makes sense, I'll admit that I have made a misjudgment and compensate him accordingly. Elder He harumphed. It was only right for an appraiser to be punished if he erred in his judgment. Very well. I'm willing to compensate for the sculpture if I am unable to explain it, Xianxia replied calmly. All right then. Gritting his teeth, Auction Master Wang threw the sculpture down with all his might. Kacha! The sculpture immediately shattered into many fragments upon impact. Whew! But as the rock crumbled, a malicious aura gushed out from within, causing the crowd to shudder a little. Elder He quickly lowered his head, only to see that the shattered portion were crimson in color. His face immediately drained of color as realization struck him. This is blood-soaked stone. Blood-soaked stone was known to appear on battlefields or places where massacres had occurred. Over time, as fresh blood seeped into the stone, a tremendous amount of killing intent would be accumulated in a single place. More importantly, it was shrouded by the malicious intent of vengeful spirits. Putting aside coming into proximity with it, the malicious intent could even afflict others from a distance. Carelessness could easily lead to one's cultivation going berserk, and in even more extreme cases, there were those who lost their rationality and eventually went insane. Blood-soaked stone could be said to be the exact opposite existence of calm heart stone. He had been certain that the sculpture before him was forged out of calm heart stone, so why would it suddenly turn into the former after it was shattered? Elder He immediately found himself completely dumbfounded. The others in the room were flabbergasted. Even though Auction Master Wang was not an appraiser and did not know too much about appraising, the fact that he had gone to the extent of sourcing the sculpture showed that he knew a fair bit about calm heart stone. Naturally, he could discern that the material that was before him was its polar opposite, blood-soaked stone. To think that he had ended up buying the complete opposite of what he intended to purchase. And to make matter worse, Elder He had even claimed that it was calm heart stone. If he had not met this young man, it probably would not have been long before he was afflicted by the malicious intent lingering around the sculpture. Soon enough, he might have committed suicide just as the rabbit had done earlier. A mixture of fear and rage surged into Auction Master Wang's head as he turned to the old man before him and bellowed, "What's going on here? Elder He, is this what my trust in you amounts to?" Usually, he would not dare speak to Elder He in such a manner. But he was just moments away from sealing his fate. There was no way that he could remain calm under such circumstances. Elder He's body trembled. He did not know what to say. He squatted down to pick up fragments of the rock, but no matter how he examined them, they were all blood-soaked stone. There was no trace of calm heart stone to be seen at all. In an instant, he looked as if he had aged a decade. After a long moment of silence, he finally turned to Xianxia and asked, "May I know how I should address you?" "I am Xianxia," Xianxia replied. "Brother Zhang, I was certain that what I saw in the sculpture earlier was calm heart stone." "Elder," he said, "so why would—" He was no longer maintaining the haughty attitude from before, and the way he addressed Xianxia had also turned into a more polite brother. He was certain that there was nothing wrong with his judgment, but somehow, things still turned out this way. Given that the other party actually knew of this in advance, he must have known where things had gone wrong. His prejudice against the disciples of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion was not completely unjustified. 2 inner disciples had gone there before Xianxia to try their luck, but it turned out that they did not know anything about appraisal at all. Not only did they make a fool out of themselves, they even accidentally destroyed an invaluable artifact. As a result of that, even he had been implicated. For this reason, he really did not have a good opinion of disciples from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion trying to act as appraisers. When he saw how young Xianxia was, he had immediately assumed that the latter was there to try his luck as well. Who could have known that he would stumble upon a true master? In terms of eye of discernment, this young man seemed to be far ahead of him. On the other hand, seeing that elder he had finally put away his superior attitude, Xianxia could not be bothered to keep up with his scornful attitude. He picked up one of the fragments on the ground and began explaining. Calm-heart stone and blood-soaked stone are like two sides of a coin. Despite their opposing natures, they are able to affect the psyche of others through the energy they emanate. I don't need to explain any more about this, right? The crowd nodded in agreement. In the strictest terms, calm-heart stone and blood-soaked stone could be considered spirit stones. Ordinary spirit stones were filled with attributeless spiritual energy that provided energy for others to cultivate, whereas these two stones were stored with special kinds of energy that would affect one's psyche. Elder He's appraisal was not completely off the mark. This sculpture is indeed an artifact from High Immortal Du He, and it was a piece that the latter personally made. In fact, even the layer of painting was done personally by him, Xianxia explained. If it was left by him, then Elder He was perplexed. Since that was the case, he should not have been wrong. Why did things turn out like that? Do you know who High Immortal Du He is? Xianxia asked. I have heard of him. By the side, Yuanqing spoke up. High Immortal Du He was known to be a divine physician 100 years ago. He had saved countless people in his lifetime, and as a result of that, there were many people who worshipped his idol. Praying to him is not just a gesture of respect to him. It's also viewed to be a prayer for safety. Why would someone as benevolent as High Immortal Du He create such an artifact to poison others? Given all the good deeds that High Immortal Du He had done, it was hard to believe that he would disguise a blood-soaked stone as a calm-heart stone in order to mislead others into disaster. Poison? You are misunderstanding something. Xianxia shook his head. The reason High Immortal Du He created this artifact wasn't to harm others but to save people. Save people. Xianxia's words were only making the crowd get more and more confused. This artifact is indeed created out of a blood-soaked stone, but you have neglected something. It's for a reason that High Immortal Du He put so much effort into painting the artifact. While it might seem to be for aesthetic purposes, he was, in actuality, inscribing a unique formation on the artifact with his ink in order to suppress the killing intent within, similar to what I did earlier. Not only so, he even imbued it with energy so that it would continuously emanate a calming aura, Xianxia explained. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to see through the killing intent. That's also why Elder He misunderstood that it was calm-heart stone. Elder He nodded in agreement to those words. He was indeed unable to discern the presence of killing intent in the stone. And indeed, the killing intent sealed within the artifact wouldn't affect one typically. However, if you used a formation and attempt to draw out the energy within the stone, that would be a different story. Your actions would damage the ink formation that High Immortal Du He painted on the surface of the sculpture. And to make matters worse, you wouldn't even notice anything is wrong initially as the killing intent is sealed too deeply within. As you cultivate with the sculpture, it's inevitable that the killing intent would slowly seep into your body. Your rationality would gradually be eroded, causing you to descend into lunacy. Not only would you attempt to kill yourself, you might even bring harm upon your family and friends. Just imagining the possible consequences was enough to leave Auction Master Wang shuddering uncontrollably. Before he knew it, his hair was already drenched with sweat. This was also why appraisers were of the utmost importance in the world. An artifact, when used well, could be an invaluable treasure to a cultivator. However, if a cultivator failed to recognize the true nature of an artifact and used it recklessly, the consequences could be disastrous. This was a perfect example of that. I don't dare claim that I have a deep understanding of High Immortal Du He, but my guess is that his purpose for creating this artifact was to save patients who have fallen into a coma, Xianxia explained. There's no better way than this to stimulate the consciousness of patients who have fallen into a coma and can't be woken up through any other methods. This sculpture would first release a calming aura to lower one's guard, allowing killing intent to discreetly creep into one's soul. The killing intent would agitate one's soul, causing one to swiftly awaken. This reminded him of how Wei Ruyan had fallen into a coma back then because she was unable to withstand the prowess of the two unique constitutions that she was born with. In the end, he had needed to resort to other medicine before he succeeded. If he had such an artifact with him back then, it should have worked as well. A body would still be protected by its reflexive defense mechanisms even in an unconscious state. If one attempted to afflict a soul with killing intent directly, one's soul would automatically guard against it. At the same time, if the concentration of killing intent was too great, it was more likely to kill a patient before even awakening them. Thus, High Immortal Du he had to come up with such a method. It was because Xianxia had a similar experience in the past that he felt that the other party had created this artifact for treatment purposes. I have studied High Immortal Duhi's life, and his young daughter once fell into a coma due to an incident, and no matter what he did, she just wouldn't wake up. The situation continued for half a year till he finally found a method to successfully rouse his daughter's consciousness. He never revealed the trick, so this matter became a huge mystery among the local physician community back then. Could this be the reason? Elder He was stunned. As an appraiser, he had studied the history of famous figures as it helped him in identifying artifacts. He had read about High Immortal Duhi's affairs, so he knew about the incident back then regarding the other party's daughter. It was only after hearing Xianxia's words that he finally came to a realization. That should probably be the case. There's no such thing as a good or an evil artifact. It all depends on how the user utilizes it. Xianxia replied with a nod. I see. Elder He nodded in realization. He looked at the young man before him with a complicated expression on his face before sighing deeply. I concede. I have lost to you, Auction Master Wang. Allow me to compensate your loss. Elder He, you are too courteous, Auction Master Wang quickly replied. Following which, Elder He turned to Xianxia and bowed deeply in gratitude. Brother Zhang, I am extremely grateful to you. Not only have you saved Auction Master Wang, you have indirectly saved me as well. While the young man did question his professionalism and put him down before Auction Master Wang, thinking back, it was such an action that had saved him. Otherwise, if something had really happened to Auction Master Wang in the midst of his cultivation, his career as an appraiser would have come to a screeching halt. Xianxia nodded politely in response to Elder He's words. May I know if I'm qualified to complete the mission that was assigned to my sect now? Of course, Elder He nodded. This way, please. Considering how the young man was able to see through something that had escaped his notice, there was no doubt that the young man's eye of discernment was indeed far sharper than his. He might really be able to resolve the issue that had rendered him helpless all this while. Following behind Elder He, Xianxia walked out of the room. It did not take long for the two of them to arrive before a sealed chamber. There were many layers of formations constructed over it, and there were 4 true immortal realm guards standing outside. A middle-aged man dressed in a thick fur coat noticed Elder He's presence and quickly walked over to greet him. Elder He introduced the middle-aged man to Xianxia. This person here is Boss Hu of Wuhai Market. Boss Hu, this young man over here is a core disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion Xianxia. He might be young, but his expertise as an appraiser is far above mine. Far above yours? Boss Hu was surprised by Elder Hinner's high evaluation of Xianxia, such that he could not help but reassess the young man before him once more. Elder He was the chief appraiser of the Wuhai market, and the two of them had known each other for several decades. As such, he was very familiar with the other party's temperament. Considering how formally Elder He was introducing this young man to him, it was likely that this young man was the real deal. It was just that he could not help but harbor a hint of doubt at the back of his mind. Appraisal was highly dependent on the scope of one's knowledge. The older one was, the more knowledgeable one was likely to be. It was a little hard for him to imagine a 20-year-old being truly proficient as an appraiser. Despite his doubts, He did not show any sign of making light of Xianxia at all. Instead, he turned to the latter and bowed slightly. Brother Zhang, it's a pleasure to meet you. For elder he to have such a high opinion of someone as young as you must be a truly capable individual. Boss who, you are flattering me, Xianxia replied calmly. The middle-aged man before him did not have a particularly impressive presence, having sealed his jinqi deeply so as to not reveal any hint of it. Nevertheless, through the eye of insight, Xianxia was still able to see that the other party had already reached half-high immortal. With such a level of cultivation, the middle-aged man could be considered among the top echelons of Wuxia city. Come, follow me. After trading some pleasantries, Boss Hu took the two of them into the room ahead. Without wasting too much time, Boss Hu gestured toward the object ahead and said, Brother Zhang, this is the artifact that I would like you to appraise. At the center of the room was an object around the height of a person wrapped in a layer of black cloth. Pulling the cloth off, a glistening rock dyed in the striking color deep crimson was revealed. It seemed to have been worked on before, such that the gleam reflecting off the rock was particularly bright. It was slightly similar to a blood jade, but again it did not really seem so either. It's just a piece of rock? Xianxia frowned. Considering the exceptionally high reward for the mission, as well as the fact that a skilled appraiser like Elder he was unable to discern its true nature, he had expected an invaluable treasure of some kind. But it turned out to be a piece of rock instead. This was truly surprising. Don't underestimate it just because it's a piece of rock. It has an appearance similar to a blood jade, but the blood jade doesn't have a glow as warm as it. Its texture is reminiscent of that of a blood crystal, but blood crystals are known to exist in smaller sizes. I have browsed through innumerable books, and there was nothing that tallied with this rock. At least 100 appraisers have been brought in to appraise the rock, but none of them have been able to discern its origin or name. As such, we chose to seek the help of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Elder he said. There were several reasons that they had chosen to engage the help of core disciples. Firstly, most core disciples in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion came from illustrious clans, so there was a chance that they might have chanced upon something similar to it. Secondly, core disciples were not as powerful as the elders, so even if they appraised the rock to be something valuable and attempted to take it for themselves, they would still be able to do something about it. It was a survival of the fittest world that they lived in, so this was something that could not be helped. Besides, it would be truly scary if the enemy feigned a lack of interest but resorted to underhanded means to acquire it. That would really be extremely troublesome. Dealing with a core disciple was simply much easier. Hearing those words, Xianxia nodded slightly. While they were speaking, he had already tried assessing the rock with his eye of insight, but to his astonishment, he was unable to discern it. He had read all the books in the libraries of the inner disciples, core disciples, and elders. In terms of general knowledge, even elders who had lived on the Forsaken Continent for centuries would not be a match for him. Yet, he was actually unable to identify the rock through his eye of insight. There was indeed something amiss with it. Have you tested the rock's attributes yet? Xianxia asked. If it was just an unidentifiable rock, Boss Hu would not have gone to the extent of gathering so many appraisers and even seeking help from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. There had to be some sign that hinted to him that this rock was not an ordinary artifact. We did. The most intense flames used by the strongest blacksmith in Wuxia City are unable to phase it, and high immortal tier weapons can't even leave a scratch on it, Elder he said. Knowing that such information was crucial to appraising the artifact, they chose not to withhold any information at all. It's impermeable to flames, and even high immortal tier weapons aren't able to scratch it? Xianxia was astonished. High immortals could already be considered the top existences on the Azure, but even a weapon of that tier was unable to leave a scratch on it. Could the stone have reached semi-divinity or even beyond? That would explain why Boss Hu was willing to spend so much money on it. Most likely, he was planning on selling this item for an astronomical sum after confirming what it was. Brother Zhang, I'll have to trouble you to take a good look at the stone and help us figure out what it is. Elder he clasped his fist. Very well, Xianxia replied as he walked up to the stone. The crimson emerald stone had a heavy presence that weighed down on one. Without even coming into contact with it, Xianxia could tell that even he would have trouble trying to lift it with his current cultivation realm. While he was only at the heavenly pseudo-immortal realm, his strength should be comparable to a heavenly true immortal. Despite that, he was still incapable of lifting it up. This stone was really getting more and more interesting to him. "Brother Zhang, do you need a compass or any other equipment for your appraisal?" Elder he asked as he watched Xianxia approaching the rock without any tools in hand. Usually, when it came to appraising stones, one would try to measure its density, weight, and other properties using all kinds of tools in order to make a more informed deduction regarding the identity of the artifact. Yet Xianxia was completely empty-handed. It was almost as if he thought that he could figure out what the rock was just by staring at it. In response to Elder He's question, Xianxia waved his hand and said, "There's no need for that for now." He slowly circled the rock contemplatively before reaching out to touch it lightly. Wang. A book materialized in the Library of Heaven's Path. He quickly touched the compiled book, and its content flowed into his mind. The next moment, his eyes suddenly narrowed as his body froze on the spot. "Elder He, this young man doesn't seem to be too reliable," Boss who complained with a frown as he watched the young man walking around without taking any measurements at all. As the head of an entire market, he had seen many top-notch appraisers at work, but this was the first time that he had seen any appraiser working in such a manner, not to mention that the other party was oddly young. His means might be a little bizarre, but there's no denying that his eye of discernment far surpasses mine, Elder He replied. The sculpture earlier had also been made of a rock, and even through the ink formation, the young man had been able to discern the truth of it. That was more than enough to verify the young man's capabilities. The young man might be able to do the same for this rock as well. While the two of them were talking with one another, the young man turned around and looked at them with a tense expression. "Where did you acquire this rock?" Seeing that Xianxia might have figured something out, Boss who replied honestly, "I bought it from a wandering cultivator." Based on what he said, it seems to be from the Sea of Exiled Stars. Sea of Exiled Stars, Xianxia mumbled beneath his breath. The Forsaken Continent was simply too huge, and the books in the libraries that he had accessed only consisted of the territories in the vicinity of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. As such, he had never heard of the Sea of Exiled Stars before. The Starchaser Palace, one of the 6 sects, is located on an island in the midst of an ocean. The name of the ocean around them is known as the Sea of Exiled Stars. Elder He explained. Starchaser Palace, Du Qingyuan. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. Previously, sect leader Han Jianxiu had told him that if he wanted to know more about the gods, there was no one better to consult than the head of the Starchaser Palace, Du Qingyuan. It was just that the latter might not be willing to talk. After all, speaking carelessly about the gods could cost one's life. And this thing had suddenly appeared in the Sea of Exiled Stars at such a moment. Could there be some kind of link between them? "Brother Zhang, have you managed to identify the rock?" Elder He asked. From the moment he first saw this young man, he had remained perfectly calm, as if there was nothing in the world that could faze him. But at this very moment, it was clear to see that he was slightly shaken. Could it be that he had managed to identify the artifact before them? Taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Xianxia nodded. "Yes. What is it?" Elder He asked in agitation. Boss who hurriedly turned his gaze over as well. Xianxia closed his eyes for a brief moment before replying, "This is a Godblood rock." Godblood rock. Elder He and Boss who looked at one another as their faces slowly warped in astonishment. The term God was not something that could be used carelessly in the Forsaken Continent, or one might risk bringing the wrath of the gods upon oneself. Godblood rock. This was an artifact that they had never heard of before. Was such a thing really existent in the world? Indeed. Xianxia nodded. The reason he had lost his cool for a moment earlier was not because of the association between the rock and the gods, but that there was a chance that this artifact might have something to do with Luo Ruoxin. It was not to say that Luo Ruoxin's name was written in the book, But the anomaly concerning the Godblood rock was simply too similar to the situation with Luo Ruoxin. He was indeed able to compile a book on the Godblood rock, but other than its name, the book was completely empty. After the Library of Heaven's Path had been upgraded, he could discern heavenly high immortal tier artifacts with ease, and he could even compile a book on the semi-divinity realm Han Jianxiu. However, anything else that was related to Luo Ruoxin, such as the crimson pendant that he was wearing, reflected only a name and no other details. This rock was the same. This meant that there was a chance that the so-called Godblood rock was related to her. Of course, just this much would not be enough to faze him so. After all, the Library of Heaven's Path had a lot of mysteries that he had not uncovered yet, such that it was not possible for him to predict its behavior entirely. What had really convinced him about the relationship between Luo Ruoxin and the Godblood rock was the slight warmth emanated by the crimson pendant hanging in front of his chest when he came into direct contact with it. He would really have to be a fool if he still could not make the link with this compelling evidence. Does the Godblood rock have something to do with the gods? Boss Hu asked with a hint of fright in his eyes. He would have been more than delighted if this rock was any other treasure. He was confident that something of the quality of this rock could be sold for an exorbitant price. However, if the gods were involved in this, that was really a cause for concern. As someone from the Forsaken Continent, he knew that it was a huge taboo to get too close to the gods. The dissemination of knowledge and objects associated with them was heresy, and it would draw their wrath. If this rock was really related to the gods, auctioning it would surely draw the attention of the Hall of Gods. That could very well be an act of suicide. Given its name, I have no doubt that it's related to the gods. As for how it's formed and what its uses are, I fear that I don't really have an answer to that at the moment. Xianxia shook his head. The only thing he had received regarding the artifact was its name. There was no detailed explanation regarding its properties or flaws in the compiled book, so he did not know whether it could be forged into a weapon or whether it had some unique effects or not. However, he knew one thing for sure. If even the Library of Heaven's Path was unable to compile a complete record on the artifact, it was definitely related to the gods. This Boss Hu hesitated. He could tell that there was something special about the rock, so he had spent a heavy price to buy it. After that, he invested huge sums into having it appraised. If it was really related to the gods, what should he do? Should he still sell it or not? With a livid complexion, Boss Hu asked, "Brother Zhang, you mentioned that it's called Godblood rock, but do you have any evidence to prove that?" "Pardon me for asking such a question. It's not that I'm doubting your judgment, but that character has huge implications. I have to be absolutely careful when dealing with this." "Evidence to prove it?" Xianxia pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. "It should be possible to prove it." "How?" Boss Hu asked anxiously. "It's simple. Since it's named the Godblood rock, it must contain some traces of a god's blood. If you have the blood of the most ferocious immortal beast on the continent, you can place it in contact with the Godblood rock and see how it reacts. If the blood displays instinctive subservience toward the Godblood rock, that should be enough to prove that my judgment is not wrong." Xianxia replied. Even though he did not know the exact properties of the Godblood rock, he did have a deep understanding of immortal beasts. Since this artifact had the name Godblood, it must have something to do with the blood of the gods. If so, even the more terrifying of beasts on the continent would instinctively fear it due to bloodline suppression. This was a method that he had learned from the libraries of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Over the past 1,000 years, there was not a single immortal beast that had dared move in close proximity of the Sword God Hall due to the aura that it emanated. The reason for that was the aura of the gods from the half-character that the founder had snatched from the Hall of Gods. I'll go look for some right now. This method sounded feasible and logical, and it was not too difficult to carry out. Boss Hu and Elder he glanced at one another, and the former nodded slightly before quickly taking his leave. He was extremely anxious to verify whether the artifact was truly the Godblood rock or not. If it was truly Godblood rock, even if he would make a huge loss, he would not dare put an artifact associated with the gods up for auction. After all, there was no amount of money that he could earn that would save him from the wrath of the gods. An hour later, Boss, who returned with several jade bottles in hand. These few bottles are filled with the blood essences of high immortal realm beasts, Boss, who said. There were not many high immortal realm beasts in the world, so it was impossible to find one on the spot. However, if it was just acquiring their blood, there were still some channels for it on the market. The blood of high immortal realm beasts harnessed an incredible amount of energy, making them treasures to raise one's cultivation. As long as one was able to fork out the money, it was still possible to acquire some from the markets or the ethereal hall. This bottle is filled with the blood of a mature ink tiger immortal beast, which is known to possess the cultivation of heavenly high immortal, he explained as he dripped a droplet of blood on the godblood rock. Even though it was just a single droplet, due to the overwhelming amount of spiritual energy it harnessed, it was as heavy as gold. Even as it dropped, one could hear it compressing the air with a sharp wheeze. Pooh! Just as it was about to fall on the rock, it suddenly diverted away and flew aside. It was as if it had encountered something that it deeply feared, forcing it to flee. This sight caused Boss Who's face to stiffen. If he had still harbored some doubts in the past, at that moment, he was already almost certain that Xianxia's words were right. Of the various bottles of immortal beast blood that he had bought, the ink tiger immortal beast was the strongest of all. On the off case that it might just be an exception, Boss Who carried on experimenting with the other bottles of blood, but all of them reacted in the same manner. Before reaching the godblood rock, they would flee away, as if they did not dare taint its divine presence at all. This was more than enough to show that the godblood rock harnessed some kind of might that commanded the deference of those immortal beasts. Other than the gods, there was really no other existence that they could think of that would induce such an extreme reaction. This proves what you said. It's indeed the godblood rock, Boss Who remarked with a deep sigh before raising his gaze to look at Xianxia. This young man was able to infer that the rock had something to do with the blood of the gods without using any tools at all. This showed that his eye of discernment was frighteningly powerful. Regarding this artifact, do you have any information on when it was acquired, and what was the exact location of its procurement? Xianxia asked. When I bought it, that person only mentioned the Sea of Exiled Stars. He didn't reveal too much information aside from that, Boss Who replied. Well, is it possible for you to get in touch with the man who sold you the stone now? There are some questions which I would like to ask him, Xianxia asked. I'll give it a try. Boss Who took out his communication jade token and attempted to send the other party a message. However, after waiting for a while, there was still no response. Thus, he could only shake his head helplessly and say, he isn't replying. I haven't seen him around in the city since acquiring the rock, so it might be hard to get in touch with him. Hearing those words, Xianxia sighed deeply. He had thought that he would be able to question the other party to find out more about the matter, but from the looks of it, it was not possible at the moment. Xianxia proceeded to ask a few more questions, but he was unable to receive any useful clues regarding the issue, so he could not help but feel a little disappointed. Then, do you know how long it has been since the other party acquired that rock? Xianxia finally asked. It has been roughly a month since I bought the rock, and I recall the seller saying that the rock had been with him for almost a month. All in all, it should be roughly 2 months since this rock was first found. 2 months. Xianxia did a swift mental calculation, and slowly, his hands tightened into fists. All in all, it was roughly a year and 4 months after Luo left the Master-Teacher continent that he entered the Azure. Going by the 1:10 ratio between the time of the Azure and the Master-Teacher continent, a year and 4 months translated to roughly 500 days, which was equivalent to 50 days in the Azure. It had been 10 days since he arrived in the Azure, so that would add up to a total of 2 months. This evidence seemed to suggest that the Godblood Rock had something to do with Luo. Of course, whether that was truly the case or not, he would have to personally make a trip to Starchaser Palace to verify it for himself. Coming to understand all that, Xianxia exhaled deeply before moving on to the other matter at hand. Boss Who, do you have any true Immortal Realm cultivation technique manuals here? If possible, could you allow me to browse through your collection? I just need to take a rough look at them, and I can assure you that I won't copy or take them away with me. This was the primary reason he had come here to appraise the artifact. If he wanted to continue tracking Luo Ruoxin's footsteps, it was of the utmost importance for him to raise his cultivation. Only upon becoming a true immortal would he finally have the strength to protect himself in this world. True immortal realm cultivation technique manuals? Hearing the request, Boss Hu pondered for a moment before nodding. I do have some here. They are copies that I have made prior to the auction. If you wish to take a look, Brother Zhang, I would be more than delighted to share them with you. Considering how the young man was able to identify something as rare as this, his eye of discernment could be said to be truly formidable. If he could convince the young man to work at their market, it would surely be a huge boost to their reputation and business. As such, he agreed to the request right away. Besides, the young man was only having a quick browse instead of copying or taking anything away. This was a request that would not hurt him in any way. Thank you, Boss Hu. Receiving the other party's approval, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He took one last look at the Crimson Rock and advised, Boss Hu, the Godblood Rock is deeply linked to the affairs of the gods, so it would be best for you not to auction it. Use a formation to seal it, and ensure that no one else learns of its existence. If, by any chance, I unearth the way to use the Godblood Rock, I'll come back and inform you. I'll be troubling you then, Brother Zhang. Boss Hu replied with a nod. Even if the young man had not said such a thing, he would have done the same. Even if one inflated his guts tenfold, he would not dare do something as disrespectful as auction something with the blood of the gods. While his cultivation had reached half-high immortal, he knew that the Hall of Gods could easily destroy everything that he possessed. It would be wise not to risk crossing those experts. More importantly, even if the Hall of Gods chose not to interfere in this matter, the existence of the Godblood Rock would surely draw the attention of the Sixth Sex. He was just a merchant. He did not want to get involved in the dangerous politics of the continent. Since that was the case, the only option left for him was to seal all news. After arranging for his men to seal the Godblood Rock away, Boss Hu led Xianxia over to the market's book collection vault. True to its name, there were many valuable manuals placed on its shelves. While its collection could not compare with the libraries of the Ascendant Cloudsword Pavilion, it could still be considered impressive. There are only 70 books here. Xianxia shook his head and sighed deeply. To be exact, there were more than 70 books in the vault, but only 70 of them were true immortal realm cultivation technique manuals. It did not seem too likely that the 70 books would be enough to fix the 7 remaining flaws in the Heaven's Path Divine Art. Compile. Xianxia willed as he placed the 70 books he had collected together with the compiled Heaven's Path Divine Art. He did not bear too much hope regarding the matter, but when he flipped open the pages of the newly compiled Heaven's Path Divine Art, his eyes lit up in excitement. To his astonishment, the 7 remaining flaws had actually been resolved. The true immortal realm Heaven's Path Divine Art had been perfected. This? Xianxia could hardly believe his eyes. He had been thinking that 70 books would only be enough to fix a flaw or two, but they had actually resolved all of the problems at once. Why would that be? Surprised, he quickly browsed through the 70 books that he had just compiled, and soon, he widened his eyes in realization. Naturally, the books sold at auction were not as formidable as the ones available in the Ascendant Cloudsword Pavilion. However, most of them went down an unorthodox route that strayed from the typical path that most cultivation techniques followed. It was also because of this that these cultivation technique manuals could be sold at such a high price, and countless cultivators wanted to acquire them. The 600 books from the sect were orthodox, whereas these 70 books were unorthodox. In a weird way, they complemented one another and covered whatever the other was lacking. As a result of that, all the flaws were resolved. Brother Zhang, may I know if there are any cultivation technique manuals that you are particularly interested in? I can fetch them for you, Boss Hu said with a smile. It's fine, I am done browsing through the books. Thank you for your generosity. Xianxia clasped his fist. You are already done browsing through the books? Boss Hu was stunned. The two of them had just entered a minute ago, and the young man had only shot a sweeping glance over all the books. But he was already done browsing? It was almost as if he was leaving before the main show had even started. Was this not a little too fast? Are you sure that you are here to browse through the books? Unbelievable. I recently encountered some issues in my cultivation that I was unable to make sense of, so I wanted to look through some books in the hope that it would give me some inspiration. However, the books you have over here don't seem to fit me too well, so rather than confuse myself further with them, I think that it would be better for me to steer clear entirely, Xianxia explained with a smile. Well, I can understand what you mean. These cultivation techniques do stray a little from the orthodox cultivation techniques that the disciples of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion practice. Boss who nodded in agreement, seemingly accepting Xianxia's excuse. Cultivation was not a field where one would be able to advance further simply by accruing more knowledge. It was a field of knowledge that was too vast for a human to fully understand, so reading too many books that portrayed contrasting views might just lead one to be unable to discern truth from falsehood, thus resulting in one's cultivation going berserk. Brother Zhang, I'm indebted to you for sparing me from a possible calamity. This is a small token of my gratitude, and I hope that you won't turn me down. Before leaving the room, Boss who passed a sachet of ethereal coins over. It seemed quite heavy, such that there were probably more than 100 coins inside. To offer so much money at once, it seemed like he was really determined to pull Xianxia over to his side. Boss who, you are too generous. I'm just accomplishing whatever is expected of me. Xianxia waved his hand, not accepting the money at all. He did love money, but this much money was not enough to draw him in. He did not really want to get too deeply involved with Boss who. Besides, he had much more efficient ways of earning money. Farewell. May we meet again in the future, Xianxia said before making his way out of the market. The reason he had gone to the Wuxia market was to find true immortal realm cultivation technique manuals to perfect his Heaven's Path divine art, and he had accomplished what he had gone there for. Since that was the case, it was about time for him to return to start advancing his cultivation once more. As long as he could raise his cultivation to the heavenly true immortal realm, with the Tongshang sword in hand, he would be able to put up a fight even if his opponent was a heavenly high immortal. By then, he would need not worry too much about his safety when he went to the Sea of Exiled Stars in search of Luo Ruoxin. It was only after leaving the Wuxia market that Xianxia realized that the sky had already darkened. A brilliant moon hung against a backdrop of twinkling stars. The surroundings were extraordinarily peaceful and quiet. Walking along the streets, Xianxia slowly made his way over to the ethereal hall branch. However, barely after taking a few steps, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Spatial manipulation? A hint of horror flickered across Xianxia's eyes as goosebumps rose all over his body. If it was anyone else in the azure standing before such a phenomenon, even if they were a high immortal, they might not have managed to recognize what it truly was. However, having mastered spatial prowess in the master-teacher continent, he knew the reason for the happenings before him. Someone had sealed his surroundings spatially. In other words, he had been brought into a folded space, and no matter how big a fuss he made, no one in the external world would notice it at all. If it was the master-teacher continent, even St. Nindan cultivators were able to control space to some extent. But in the azure, not even the high immortals would necessarily be able to pull spatial manipulation off. If so, did it mean that the people who had captured him were? Xianxia quickly turned his sights to the figures before him, and there were 4 of them in total. They were all dressed in black robes, and they emanated a chilling air that left one feeling as if they had come from the depths of hell. 3 heavenly true immortals and 1 heavenly high immortal. Xianxia frowned. The opponents were weaker than he had expected, which was a huge blessing, but it was still beyond his means to deal with. He was only at the heavenly pseudo-immortal realm. Even if the invincible Heaven's Path divine art was able to deal with heavenly true immortals, subduing 3 of them together with a heavenly high immortal would be pushing the limits. Just who the hell were these people? Why were they coming for him? Making sure to maintain a look of calmness, Xianxia asked with a nonchalant voice, "Are you here to kill me?" The killing intent that those people emanated was so overwhelming that even ordinary cultivators would have easily noticed it, let alone Xianxia. Without even turning to look at Xianxia, The heavenly high immortal glanced at one of the black-robed, heavenly true immortal experts and said, "I'll leave it to you. Remember what our master said." "Yes." Hearing the command, the chosen black-robed expert charged forward and thrust his palm down upon Xianxia. Boom! A destructive force swept across the area like a tornado. Before the palm could land, Xianxia could already feel a stifling sensation suffocating his chest. "He's formidable." Xianxia narrowed his eyes. He had never truly fought with a true immortal before, but his swordsmanship duels with the others in the Elder Council had given him a rough gauge of how powerful an average true immortal was. Even though Xianxia was only at the heavenly pseudo-immortal realm, with the various means that he possessed, he would still be more than a match for heavenly true immortal cultivators. However, the might that the other party emanated actually left his chest feeling a little constricted. There was no doubt that the person before him was far stronger than ordinary true immortals, such that he might even be able to stand on equal ground with an average heavenly high immortal. Retreat! Knowing that there was no time for him to think, the first thing Xianxia did was dodge the other party's offense by leaping backward. At the same time, he tapped his finger forward. Voila! A surge of sword chi immediately materialized and dissipated the other party's offense, charging right toward the other party's glabella. Since the other party was bent on killing him, he decided to go all out in this attack. He did not infuse the god's sword intent into the attack, but it harnessed his deep understanding of swordsmanship as well. Given how abruptly the attack be launched, he should have been able to defeat this heavenly true immortal before him with ease. Then, before the others had a chance to encircle him, he would find a way to break this spatial seal and flee. "You do have some capabilities. It seems like this mission won't be too boring." Just as the sword chi was able to pierce through the other party's forehead, the black-robed expert chuckled softly as he stretched his hand out and swiftly grabbed the incoming sword chi between his fingers. No matter how the sword chi struggled, it was unable to break free of his grasp. Seeing this, Xianxia's face turned completely livid. With the might that he had put into the earlier attack, even the core disciples of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion would be caught off guard and killed within that single strike. Yet, the heavenly true immortal was able to grab it so easily, as if he was just picking up a bug. Just how powerful could he be? Go! Amid Xianxia's bewilderment, the black-robed expert reversed the direction of the sword chi that he was holding and shot it back toward Xianxia. Who? This abrupt attack caught Xianxia off guard. He immediately backed away. Puha! But still, the sword chi still struck his shoulder, causing fresh blood to ooze out. To think that the day would come when someone would be able to use his own sword chi against him. Not too bad. I was aiming for your throat. The black-robed expert smiled in approval when he saw that he had failed to kill Xianxia with the counterattack. Suppressing his astonishment, Xianxia took a deep breath and willed. Flaws. The other party was simply too weird. He would have to rely on the Library of Heaven's Path in order to overcome the current situation. Wang. The Library of Heaven's Path trembled, but no book appeared. What? Xianxia's body stiffened. The fact that no book was compiled in the Library of Heaven's Path meant that the other party had either reached a level that surpassed the heavens of the azure, or they were using some kind of technique that concealed them from the heavens. Is it the effect of this folded space? Xianxia thought. He had encountered such situations in the Master-Teacher continent as well, and there was a good chance that the other party was using a similar method. With the heavens sealed off, the Library of Heaven's Path would not be able to work its wonders. But this then led to another question: why would the other party do so? Could it be that they knew about his Library of Heaven's Path as well, and that was why they had chosen to set up such a trap against him? That should be impossible. Most likely, they are just afraid of the means of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. After all, those elders are bound to be keeping an eye on me in case I run into any danger, so they might be using this to stall for time. He was certain that there was no one in the world other than Luo Ruoxin who knew about the Library of Heaven's Path, so that could not possibly be the reason. Most likely, it was just to ward off the experts of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. I heard that you specialize in the way of the sword. Won't you show me how powerful your swordsmanship is? While Xianxia's mind was still trying to make sense of the situation, The black-robed expert before him launched a follow-up attack with a flick of his finger. Whoa, whoa, whoa. 5 surges of sword chi shot forth from his 5 fingers, and they bolted toward Xianxia with frightening speed. Xianxia immediately pushed his feet against the ground and flitted to the side. Heaven's path movement art. But despite his swift evasive maneuver, the 5 surges of sword chi reacted equally fast. No matter where he maneuvered himself to, the 5 surges of sword chi would swiftly return to his trail. He was unable to get away at all. His moves are truly impressive, Xianxia murmured. He knew that he had met the real deal this time around. There was no way the other party could have controlled his sword chi manually to catch up with his Heaven's Path movement art. What the other party had done instead was lock his sword chi onto him through his sword intent. As such, no matter where he ran off to, the sword chi would simply follow him. Xianxia was also capable of this move, but it was an advanced move that he would have to rely on his god sword intent to pull off. He would have never thought that the other party would be this powerful. The Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion was known to be the place where the strongest sword practitioners resided, but not even the strongest core disciples whom he had seen in the core disciples' ethereal hall yesterday would be capable of pulling this feat off. This really got Xianxia thinking. Just what was the background of the people standing before him? Why would they want to kill him? A thought swiftly arose in his head, and he widened his eyes in astonishment. Are you from the Hall of Gods? Sect leader Han Jianxiu had told him that he must make sure to keep his true identity a secret, or else the Hall of Gods might set their eyes on him and make an attempt on his life. Back then, he had thought that with how low profile he was, it would be a long time before trouble came knocking on his door. But in less than a day, the enemies had already tracked him down. It seemed like he might have been taking the Hall of Gods too lightly. Just the fact that they were able to confirm his identity and track him down within a single day meant that their means far exceeded his imagination. Who? Instead of answering Xianxia's questions, the black-robed expert flicked his fingers once more and sent several more surges of sword chi on Xianxia's pursuit. These few surges of sword chi swiftly merged together with the earlier ones, causing their strength and speed to be enhanced significantly. At this rate, it seemed like they were going to catch up with him and impale his body. Break! Xianxia hurriedly channeled his jinqi within the tip of his finger and shot it out at the sword chi behind him. The 2 surges collided with one another with a resounding explosion. I can't wait any longer, Xianxia thought as he took the opportunity to create some distance between him and his opponent. In order to dodge the other party's sword chi, he had to forcefully compress his jinqi to the extremities and expel it swiftly. Just carrying out this move had inflicted minor internal injuries within him. On the other hand, his opponent seemed to be in a leisurely state, clearly having yet to be pushed to his limits. This made Xianxia realize that he would surely die at this rate. Thus, he took a deep breath and swallowed a superior immortal pill. Gugagugu. A tremendous amount of energy immediately poured into his body. What? Noticing Xianxia's peculiar actions, the black-robed expert was stunned for a moment. He could feel Xianxia's jinqi swiftly rising to a new peak before abruptly bursting apart. Boom! Thunderous rumbling echoed from Xianxia's body as his cultivation began surging upward. His cultivation was already at the heavenly pseudo-immortal realm, but usually some preparations would be required before pushing for a breakthrough. However, given how critical the situation was, he decided to force his way through. Pushing a breakthrough on the spot? Interesting. The black-robed expert was surprised, but he was not too shocked by the matter. Without wasting any time, he proceeded on to launch another new wave of attacks. If he could not even kill a pseudo-immortal realm lad, there was no way his master would assign any other missions to him in the future. Hong Long. The offense this time around was clearly much stronger than before. Even without a weapon in hand, the black-robed expert's sword chi was incredibly sharp and swift. In just a few moments, it was already right before Xianxia. Who? On the other hand, Xianxia stood motionlessly on the spot as he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His breakthrough to the true immortal realm had raised his fighting prowess significantly. To make an analogy, the energy a pseudo-immortal wielded was similar to snow. As long as it piled up, it would be able to crush anything beneath it. But upon reaching true immortal realm, the snow would have melted to form a flowing river. While it was lacking in decisive might, it made up for it through its relentless nature. Even the toughest of materials would give way under this relentless torrent. Furthermore, this breakthrough did not just bring about a qualitative enhancement in his Xianxia. His soul and physical body had been tempered as well, allowing him to think faster and react swifter. Just as the sword qi launched by the black-robed expert was about to pierce through his chest, Xianxia lightly tilted his body and easily dodged the attack. After which, he quickly launched a counterattack with a flick of his finger. Voila! Sword qi of roughly the width of a human's arm darted straight toward the black-robed expert. It was the same move as earlier, but the might and speed it harnessed were much stronger than before. Humph! The black-robed expert harumphed coldly as he lifted his palm and struck at the incoming sword qi. A massive dust storm rose in the air, obscuring one's sight. Under the sheer might of the palm strike, the incoming sword qi dissipated inch after inch. Even though Xianxia had managed to advance his cultivation to true immortal, his strength as a lesser true immortal was still lacking to the black-robed expert's heavenly true immortal. It's about time to end the battle. Having finished testing the limits of Xianxia's strength, the edges of the black-robed expert's lips curled up into a cold sneer as he charged right through the dust storm to launch the decisive move to conclude the battle. But all of a sudden, goosebumps rose all over his body as warning bells rang desperately in his mind. His instincts were screaming at him that he was in grave danger. He quickly looked upward, and only then did he realize that a real sword was concealed within the earlier burst of sword qi. And at that very moment, it was pointed right in front of his chest. Fully trusting his instincts, the black-robed expert immediately retreated with a pale face. He did not think that the earlier attack would only be a feint. The true threat was hidden amid the sword qi. It's a high immortal tier sword. The black-robed expert was stunned. Weapons of such a tier were known to be incredibly prideful, so why would this sword submit to a mere pseudo-immortal? This was impossible. However, this was not the time for his attention to be wandering away. He quickly turned around and backed away. Where do you think you're going? Driving the god's sword intent within his body, the Tongs-Hang sword blurred into an afterimage, almost as if a drifting cloud that moved without leaving behind any traces. Puha! Fresh blood spurted into the air as the black-robed expert cried out. His hand had been severed. However, Xianxia did not show the slightest hint of relief despite having severed the other party's hand. Instead, the look on his face turned even more livid. He had brought out the Tongs-Hang sword and used the god sword intent, so he thought that he would be able to defeat the other party in a single strike. Yet, all that he had managed to do was sever one of the other party's limbs. This was not looking very good at all. You are actually able to harm me? The black-robed expert looked at his severed hand on the ground with an incredulous expression. Gradually, his face warped into savagery, and with a furious roar, he whipped out a sword. The only reason he had not used a weapon all that time was because he had thought that the other party was unworthy of him going so far. However, he realized that he might lose his life here if he continued underestimating his enemy. Voila! As soon as the sword appeared, the black-robed man slashed it down forcefully, producing a wheezing sound in the air. A golden burst of sword qi spanning several zhang surged down on Xianxia. This is a high immortal tier weapon? Xianxia widened his eyes in surprise as he quickly backed away. He knew just how arrogant high immortal tier weapons could be. The Tongs-Hang sword that he was holding was one perfect example. If not for the means that he possessed, he would have had difficulty trying to tame it. Yet, the other party, despite being at the heavenly true immortal realm, was actually able to succeed. This was truly terrifying. Astonished, Xianxia took out 2 superior immortal pills and swallowed them. Even though his cultivation had reached the lesser true immortal realm, he was still unable to seize a decisive advantage over the black-robed expert. Furthermore, there were 3 more powerful opponents lying in wait behind. While dodging the offense of the black-robed expert, he made sure to keep a lookout for the movements of the other 3, fearing that they would sneak an assault on him. However, those three remained completely motionless, impassive to the plight of their comrade at all. He had no idea what those three were up to, but it was good news that they were not moving just yet. At the very least, this meant that he still stood a chance. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia dodged the golden outburst of sword chi through his nimble movements, while counterattacking with his own surges of sword chi. Dang 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 dang. As the two swords clashed with one another, sonic booms echoed deafeningly in the air. The combined might of Xianxia's jinqi, physical body, and soul was so great that it felt like it could almost smash a mountain into bits. But somehow, every strike that he launched was easily deflected by the other party. It was as if the black-robed expert wielded boundless strength. No matter what was thrown at him, he would be able to take it without suffering any damage. Xianxia's face grew more and more livid. He had cultivated the Heaven's Path divine art right from the start, which had given him extremely strong foundations. Furthermore, he had been through the Saint Ascension ordeal and undergone multiple ancient sage ordeals. Typically speaking, his strength should have been able to easily match opponents whose cultivation was far higher than his. Yet, this black-robed expert was actually fighting him on an equal footing. Not even the number 1 core disciple, He Jingxian, would be able to do this. In fact, even sect leader Han Jianxiu might not be able to match this black-robed expert's strength, when his cultivation was suppressed to the heavenly true immortal realm. Other than the Hall of Gods, there was probably no other organization in the Azure that had such powerful experts. At this rate, I might really die here, Xianxia thought. Even with plenty of superior immortal pills, he found that he was quickly depleting his supposedly almost endless jinqi. This made his expression become even darker. Once he depleted his jinqi, even escaping would become impossible for him. This was the very first time in a long while that he had felt so cornered. He had grown so used to being much stronger than his counterparts that he had severely underestimated the threats that lurked in the Azure. I can't drag out this fight any longer. I need to find the opening in this folded space and find a way to escape, Xianxia thought. He had no idea why the other three were not making a move, but one of them was a heavenly high immortal. If even a heavenly true immortal was able to push him this far, he would surely die once the heavenly high immortal made his move. No matter what, he had to get out of there. The fact that the enemies had resorted to pulling him into a folded space meant that they were wary of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Most likely, the sect might have sent experts to follow him. He would be in a much safer position if he could regroup with them. Even if that was not the case, with the mystical disguise amulet that Luo Ruoxin had given him, he was confident that he would be able to blend into the crowd and get away. Just that, the Library of Heaven's Path could not be used there, which complicated things a little. I have insight. Xianxia began scanning his surroundings carefully, but nothing was coming to him at all. He was starting to get a little desperate. Given how prepared the other party was, bringing him into a folded space in order to deal with him, there was no way they would allow him to break out of there easily. The structure of the space in the Azure is much more stable than that of the Master-Teacher continent, but the fundamental theories must be the same, Xianxia thought as he anxiously ran through everything that he knew about space in his mind. Focusing his eye of insight on the structure of the space once more, he quickly deconstructed it with his eyes, turning it back into its most fundamental form. That place, it seems to be a little brittle. It did not take long for him to identify a certain spot that was visibly different from the others. Thus, with a sudden outburst of strength, he launched a series of tenacious attacks that forced the black-robed expert to retreat continuously. Then, when he finally got close to this brittle spot, he abruptly redirected the trajectory of his sword to strike it with all his might. Ding! A resounding buzz reminiscent of a metallic clang echoed loudly in the air. Xianxia felt a tremendous rebound gushing from the Tongshang's sword back toward his arm, forcing him to swiftly retreat several steps in order to ward off the force. Who? The area that he had just struck warped a little, and another figure appeared in the folded space. Elder Cho Hua? Xianxia widened his eyes. It was none other than Elder Cho Hua, the first elder of the core disciple sector whom he had wrecked back at the Elder Council. He had been following Xianxia, protecting him from the shadows. When these black-robed figures struck, he had noticed it right away and immediately rushed over, but the folded space had closed before he could make his way in. He had tried many ways to breach the folded space, but despite being a heavenly high immortal, he had been unable to find a way in. He felt as if there were people reinforcing the folded space from within, rendering all his attempts futile. It was only when Xianxia struck the opening of the folded space that he managed to find an opportunity to dash in. After entering the space, he immediately cast a sweeping gaze across the area, and when he saw that Xianxia was still unharmed, he heaved a huge sigh of relief and said, "It's great that you're fine." Following which, he took his stance in front of Xianxia and looked at the four black-robed figures in front coldly. "As high immortal and true immortals of the Hall of Gods, aren't you ashamed for ganging up on a mere pseudo-immortal?" Elder Cho Hua scoffed disdainfully. It took a mere glance for him to identify the background of the assailants. "Kill him, and make sure that nothing gets leaked out," the black-robed heavenly high immortal instructed. "Yes." The other two true immortals standing behind him clasped their fists and bowed slightly in acknowledgement of the command. Who? Without any hesitation, they whipped out their swords and charged forth. Astonishingly, their swords were also at high immortal tier as well. One of them moved left and the other moved right. They swiftly flanked Elder Chohua and engaged him from both directions. Ding 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 ding. Just like that, the three of them began a fight of their own. Seeing this sight, Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. To his astonishment, the other two black-robed heavenly true immortal experts were actually able to fight the heavenly high immortal realm Elder Chohua as equals. Not only that, they seemed to be gradually gaining an edge over Elder Chohua. The difference in the strength between a true immortal and a high immortal was equivalent to that between a great sage and an ancient sage. The two existences were simply so far apart from one another that they could not be compared with one another. A lesser high immortal could easily subdue a dozen heavenly true immortals. As such, it was hard to believe that two heavenly true immortals were able to equal a heavenly high immortal like Elder Chohua in a fight. Even when he was witnessing it with his own eyes, Xianxia could still hardly believe that this was really happening. However, the situation did not grant him the luxury to be focused on another person's fight. The black-robed expert whose hand he had just severed had just begun executing a set of consecutive fatal attacks against him, forcing him to back away again and again. Despite incurring severe injuries, it did not seem like the fighting prowess of the black-robed expert had reduced in the least. In fact, it seemed to have stimulated something deep within him, granting him boundless strength. He threw out slash after slash with frenzied might, reminiscent of a crazed berserker on a battlefield. "Dongshu gourd, don't feigning death. Don't you see what's going on here?" Xianxia bellowed internally. "Yeah, I do. So?" The Dongshu gourd replied lazily as it swam around Xianxia's dantian. "So? Aren't you able to eat swords? Go and swallow the swords of those bastards for me." Xianxia roared. It was at this moment that he suddenly recalled that the Dongshu gourd had swallowed the Tongshang sword once. If it could just swallow the sword of the black-robed expert, he should be able to turn the tables. Sure, the Dongshu gourd replied lazily. "Remember your words. Don't expect me to spit it out later. All right? That's right, hurry up. Wait, let me double-check first. You want me to eat the swords of all of those bastards, right? Cut the crap and hurry up." Xianxia felt like his blood pressure was going to hit the roof at this rate. How in the world could someone be so annoying? If not for the fact that he was unable to do so, he would have hacked the Dongshu gourd into pieces with an axe by now. Yes. Receiving Xianxia's permission, the Dongshu gourd looked at the swords before it with an excited gleam on its exterior before it began to make its move. "I'll never forgive you for daring to humiliate me. Pay for your insolence with your life." While Xianxia was communicating with the Dongshu gourd, the black-robed expert realized that his mind was wandering, and he gnashed his teeth so tightly that some bits of them chipped off. With a furious roar, he raised his sword and hacked it down with stupendous might. His swordsmanship was sharp and aggressive. Every single strike came from a difficult trajectory, and it was aimed at a vital. Even though it was very different from the Heaven's Path sword art, its might could not be underestimated. Most likely it was a unique sword art of the Hall of Gods. Who? But halfway through his slash, there was a blur, and all of a sudden, he felt an empty feeling in his arms. Just like magic, the sword in his grasp vanished without a trace. Ah! The sudden change in weight caused the black-robed expert to stagger forward slightly, but he immediately regained his balance and backed away. He had spent a tremendous amount of effort to tame this high immortal tier sword, and it had definitely been in his hand a moment ago. Where in the world could it have disappeared to? With widened eyes, he looked around, but his sword was nowhere to be seen. What the hell? Can anyone tell me what just happened? Where is my sword? Where is my sword? You scoundrel! What kind of sorcery did you play on me? Damn it! You are courting death. While the black-robed expert was still searching for his sword, he suddenly heard two bellows not too far away. Turning his gaze over, he saw that the swords of his other two heavenly true immortal comrades had vanished as well. Right after, a flabbergasted voice echoed in the air. It isn't me. My sword has disappeared, too. The sword in Elder Cho's hand had disappeared into thin air as well. Xianxia nearly fainted from anger. He knew that the Dongshu gourd was unreliable, but he had never thought that it would actually be such a blithering idiot. I told you to devour the swords of those bastards. Why did you swallow Elder Cho's sword too? He's a sword practitioner, and his greatest strength lies in his swordsmanship. How do you expect him to fight his opponents without a sword? Pung 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 pung. Just as this thought formulated in his mind, the two black-robed heavenly true immortals began clashing with Elder Cho once more. Without a sword in his hand, Elder Cho's fighting prowess was severely affected. Under the assault of those two, he was slowly falling into a disadvantageous position. I need to hurry up and defeat this one so that I can back Elder Cho, Xianxia thought. Knowing that he was pressed for time, he decided to ignore the Dongshu gourd for the time being and drove the Tongshang sword toward the black-robed expert before him. Deprived of his sword, the black-robed expert's fighting prowess was clearly crippled. After several blows, a few holes had already been punctured through his body. While attacking the black-robed expert, Xianxia kept an eye out on the heavenly high immortal expert, but the latter did not seem to be intending to offer his help at all. Heaving a sigh of relief, he intensified his offense. Puha! After 3 moves, the Tongshang sword pierced right through the black-robed expert's forehead. Xianxia forcefully twisted the sword sideward. Pong! The black-robed expert's head immediately burst apart, causing him to die on the spot. Meanwhile, the heavenly high immortal remained unfazed, as if everything that was going on was none of his business at all. Those from the Hall of Gods have always been cold-hearted. Elder Cho's voice suddenly sounded in Xianxia's ears. All they are concerned with is the accomplishment of their mission. In contrast, the fate of their comrades means nothing to them. Nodding in realization, Xianxia quickly charged toward the closest heavenly true immortal expert to alleviate Elder Cho of his burden. With his recent breakthrough to lesser true immortal realm and the Tongshang sword, his true fighting prowess was on par with an average high immortal. In a few moments, the heavenly true immortal expert had his hands full dealing with him. As the burden on him alleviated, Elder Cho was swiftly knocked back the remaining heavenly true immortal expert with a strike of his palm before checking on Xianxia's condition. Considering how he had difficulties dealing with these two, he was not too sure if Xianxia would be able to stand his ground against one of them. You have managed to tame the Tongshang sword? That was a sword that the sect leader had just given Xianxia in the Elder Council, and the latter had run over to Wuhai City right after the bestowment. After arriving in Wuhai City, he had gone to explore the Ethereal Hall, and shortly after, he had gone to visit the Wuhai market to appraise some artifact. Despite his busyness, how in the world did he manage to find time to tame the Tongshang sword? Furthermore, he had managed to achieve swordman union with it, which meant that the Tongshang sword had fully acknowledged him. When did it become so easy to tame a high immortal tier sword? If that was the case, why in the world did he go through so much in order to tame that sword of his? Putting aside the fact that he had expended several liters of his blood, he had squandered a good chunk of his fortune for it as well. Just thinking about all he had spent on his sword disappearing with a poof, Elder Cho Hua felt his heart spasming painfully. He glared at the heavenly true immortal expert before him with fury burning in his eyes. The culprit could not be anyone other than these two fellows. Otherwise, why would his sword suddenly disappear in the midst of battle? You bastard! Return my sword! Pung 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 pung! In a fit of rage, Elder Cho Hua launched devastating palm strikes one after another on his opponent. He was a heavenly high immortal, one of the most powerful existences on the Azure. His full strength caused the folded space to tremor endlessly, as if the place would collapse very soon. Pooh! Struck several times squarely by Elder Cho Hua's palm strikes, the heavenly true immortal expert facing him felt so indignant that he could vomit blood. Are you sick in the head? I'm not the one who took your sword. Even if I did take your sword, why would my sword disappear as well? You scoundrel! Do you think that you'll get away scot-free after stealing my baby? Return my sword right now! Elder Cho Hua bellowed like a madman. I said that I didn't take it. You are the one who should return my sword. The heavenly true immortal expert shouted back indignantly. Infuriated, he was just about to pit his life against Elder Cho Hua when he suddenly felt a stabbing pain in the aperture located in his lower body. He turned around, only to see Xianxia, who should have been fighting with his comrade, standing behind him all of a sudden. Naturally, it went without saying that the stabbing pain came from the young man's sword too. Ah! Fresh blood spurted out from his lower aperture. Ah, my bad. I accidentally penetrated you with my sword. Xianxia replied with an apologetic look as he pulled out his sword forcefully and bolted away to attack his comrade. You! The heavenly high immortal expert was infuriated, but there was a heavenly high immortal expert standing right in front of him. He knew that this was an opponent he had to focus all his attention into dealing with, so he could only let the young man get away for the time being. He dashed with incredible speed to strike down Elder Cho Hua, but barely after making 2 moves, he suddenly felt another stabbing pain in his alimentary canal. Turning his head around, once again it was an apologetic Xianxia. Great heavens! I have made a mistake again. Made a mistake your head! The heavenly high immortal expert bellowed furiously. I'm not even your opponent, so why do you keep coming over to violate me? Made a mistake? Screw that. Would anyone make such a blatant mistake? There's no doubt about it, you must be doing it on purpose. Exploding with fury, the heavenly true immortal was just thinking of putting his opponent aside down to kill Xianxia when he suddenly felt a burst of pressure assaulting him. Elder Cho Hua had launched yet another attack on him. A series of consecutive palm strikes rendered him unable to move, and fresh blood spurted from his body. His meridians were jolted from the impact from the strikes, and before he knew it, he was already severely injured. This won't do. At this rate, I'll really die, the heavenly true immortal expert thought grimly. With an awful look on his face, he racked his mind to think of a solution when he suddenly felt another stabbing pain on his bottom. When he turned his head over, it was yet again another apologetic Xianxia waving his hand. It's a mistake! A mistake! Mistake your head! Unable to tolerate it anymore, the heavenly true immortal expert completely ignored Elder Cho Hua and dashed right toward Xianxia. However, before he could even attack at all, he suddenly felt a surge of sword chi bursting into his body through the latter's blade. Pooh! His organs were immediately shattered. With a look of disbelief in his eyes, his corpse fell to the ground. On the other hand, seeing that he had managed to get rid of another one of the heavenly true immortal experts, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. The experts from the Hall of Gods were simply too powerful. Even with his lesser true immortal realm cultivation and the Tongshang sword, it would still be difficult for him to defeat them within 100 moves. Thus, he could only intentionally lure one away and harass the other one fighting Elder Cho Hua. It had taken him several provocations before he managed to enrage the other party to reveal an opening, which he had then exploited to subdue the other party in an instant. With this, the single remaining heavenly true immortal was a walk in the park. Collaborating with Elder Cho Hua, they managed to defeat him with ease. Surprisingly, even as they killed the 3 heavenly true immortal experts, the black-robed heavenly high immortal expert from the Hall of Gods showed no signs of interfering at all. Instead, he smiled lightly and said, "You are indeed an extraordinary individual. Within such a short period of time, you were able to formulate a plan and slay 3 members from the Hall of Gods. It's no wonder the leader wants us to capture you alive." Slowly, the heavenly high immortal expert began making his way toward Xianxia. "Capture me alive?" Xianxia frowned. He had been wondering why those black-robed figures did not whip out their weapons right from the start. It turned out that they were afraid of accidentally going too far and killing him, but eventually, they had realized that it was impossible for them to win without a weapon in hand. Nevertheless, even when forced into a corner, they did not resort to exploding their cultivation or anything of the sort. Clearly, they were afraid of going too far. "That's right," the heavenly high immortal expert replied with a leisurely voice. "It was their test to capture you alive, and I thought that they should be able to do so without my aid. I must say that your strength has exceeded my expectations. Since that's the case, you shall have the honor of facing me. You'll have to get past me if you wish to make a move on him." Elder Cho Hua stepped forward and harumphed. Even though he did not have a sword in hand, the sword intent shrouding his body was so great that it seemed as if it would pierce through the folded space. "I have long heard that the experts of the Hall of Gods are unrivaled among their counterparts, and I have been wanting to verify those rumors for a while." "You?" The heavenly high immortal expert shook his head and chuckled, as if mocking a fool who did not know his place. He flicked his finger lightly. Pong! Elder Cho Hua's body rose into the air helplessly as fresh blood spurted from his mouth. No matter what he did, he was unable to regain control of his body. In that instant, his eyes were filled with horror. When he realized that those 2 heavenly true immortals were able to fight with him on equal grounds, he had realized that this lesser true immortal would definitely be a formidable foe. However, he did not think that the latter would be so powerful. To seal off the energy in his body with a single move, leaving no room for him to retaliate at all. "It doesn't seem like you are qualified at all," the heavenly high immortal remarked coldly. From the moment he made a move to the moment he finished his words, there was actually no pause at all. In other words, despite being one of the strongest elders of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, he did not even last a breath before he was helplessly pinned in the air. It was no wonder he did not make a move even when the 3 heavenly true immortal experts were being killed earlier. Given his strength, there was indeed no need for him to work together with others. While holding Elder Cho Hua firmly in place with a single finger, the heavenly high immortal expert turned to Xianxia and calmly asked, "Are you going to come with me? Or are you waiting for me to make a move?" Given his level of strength, there was no need for him to resort to vicious words. There was nothing that spoke louder than absolute strength. Instead of answering the other party's question, Xianxia looked at him intently and asked, "Why does your leader wish to capture me alive? Is it because I have comprehended the god's sword intent?" "That's not something you need to know," the heavenly high immortal replied impassively. "I guess there's no way you would reveal anything." Xianxia shook his head and sighed. "To be honest, you are probably the strongest person I have met in the Azure aside from sect leader Han. However, you aren't a match for me. All it takes is a single thought for me to obliterate you." "I'm not a match for you?" The heavenly high immortal nearly burst out laughing. "Would you like to give it a try?" There was no denying that the young man was indeed very powerful. In fact, he probably could have triumphed over all warriors that were of the same cultivation realm as him from their Hall of Gods easily. Unfortunately, the young man's cultivation was simply too weak. They were not on the same level at all. Yet, to claim that he was not a match for him, what a joke! The trapped Elder Cho Hua was also rendered speechless by Xianxia's ridiculous words. "Bro, this is a life-and-death situation. Can you stop bragging and get serious?" If it was possible to defeat him by bragging, I would have long done so. Don't you see how I'm completely pinned down here before I could even finish my bragging? Indeed. If you don't believe me, shall we make a bet then? Xianxia asked calmly. Chuckling softly, the heavenly high immortal expert's interest seemed to have been piqued. Placing his hands behind his back, he asked, "What kind of bet do you intend to propose?" With strength of his level, he was not scared of any schemes that Xianxia might try. "It's very simple. I want you to stand on the spot and not move at all. If you are able to withstand my attack, I'll leave with you obediently. Otherwise, I guess that will be the end of you then," Xianxia replied. "You are challenging me to withstand your attack." The heavenly high immortal expert's eyebrows shot up. "Do you have a semi-divinity weapon with you?" The fact that the other party dared make such a bet showed that he had some trump card up his sleeves. Most likely, it would be a semi-divinity weapon. However, even with a semi-divinity weapon in hand, there was no way he could be defeated that easily. "It isn't a weapon but a book. If you can withstand the weight of my book, I'll do whatever you tell me to. Otherwise, don't blame me for not going easy on you," Xianxia replied. "A book?" The heavenly high immortal expert burst into laughter. "You must be joking. Do you think a book can kill me?"